After enduring numerous tribulations, Wu Yin was struck by lightning and returned to the 21st century. Penniless, she resorted to setting up an online fortune-telling stall, offering services ranging from divination to ghost exorcism and healing as long as one could afford her. Fees, there was no task she would decline. "Master, if you possess any real skill, tell me where my daughter, who has been abducted for many years, is," a client implored. Wu Yin replied, "You have no abducted daughter, you only have one you murdered and buried in the pigsty back home." "Master, is my mother haunted by a ghost?" The client continued. Wu Yin responded, "That is because your mother mistook your father-in-law's ashes for powdered milk." "I have a nagging suspicion that my daughter-in-law intends to harm me," the client added. Chapter 1. The Return of a Broke Soul. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, not quite mealtime. The surroundings were dominated by construction sites, and although the small stir-fry restaurant could not be described as particularly dusty, the ambience left much to be desired. Nevertheless, the culinary skills of the restaurant owner were commendable. Assistant Yen, having nearly filled his stomach, discreetly glanced at his boss, Tan Ci, who appeared out of place in this environment. Since their arrival, Tan had been casting furtive glances to his left, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Such behavior was quite unusual for the typically uncurious Tan, leaving Assistant Yen both bewildered and intrigued. Unable to resist, Assistant Yen followed his boss's gaze and was taken aback. In his hunger, he had failed to notice a young girl dressed in white, or perhaps more accurately, in traditional garb, sitting by the roadside. A cardboard sign stood beside her, clearly removed from a box, bearing an intriguing inscription. "Divine calculations. I predict love, fortune, and luck. All matters divined, but for a steep fee." Unable to suppress a chuckle, Assistant Yen watched as a breeze swept through, causing the sign to topple. Upon its fall, he noticed there were additional words on the reverse side. "Reincarnation of Hua Toa, specializing in difficult ailments. Also, quite expensive." The girl's face was unadorned, yet her beauty was striking, prompting even someone like Assistant Yen, who had encountered countless beauties, to silently commend her. She was undoubtedly the most enchanting girl he had ever seen. With her head bowed, she rested her chin on her hands, seemingly in low spirits. Contrary to being hard of hearing, Wu Yin possessed keen auditory abilities, easily catching the sound of laughter directed at her. She recognized the mockery and, picking up the fallen sign, approached the two men. Assistant Yan's laughter abruptly ceased as Wu Yin drew near, his heart racing at her fleeting glance. Would she be enraged enough to confront him? He quickly glanced at Tan and stood, adopting a posture that suggested while he might be a target, his boss was not to be involved. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Yin was equally startled by his sudden movement. Looking up, she met Assistant Yan's fierce expression and incredulously asked, "Do you wish to fight me?" Assistant Yan was taken aback by her question. Was she not the one ready to strike? Faced with her clenched fists, he was filled with confusion. Who was truly the aggressor here? Tan Ci, with an air of indifference, signaled for Assistant Yen to sit down. Wu Yin, rolling her sleeves back down, nodded toward Tan. "Boss, shall I predict your fortune? For my first reading, I ask not for 9,999 or even 999. Merely a meal will suffice." Some individuals possess an innate aura that starkly contrasts their surroundings. The man before her, dressed in a finely tailored suit with neatly cropped hair, exuded an air of efficiency, perhaps with a hint of fastidiousness. Despite being confined to a wheelchair, he radiated an undeniable authority. His striking features, particularly his captivating phoenix eyes, bore an unsettling darkness. Those eyes, when cast upon someone, could instill a sense of dread. Assistant Yen could hardly fathom that in this day and age, one could go 3 days without sustenance. Overwhelmed with disbelief, he blurted out, "Are you truly so destitute that you lack even the means for a meal?" "I once had." Wu Yin gestured helplessly. "After scavenging for half a day, I earned 10 yuan. I noticed someone at the bridge setting up a fortune-telling stall and decided to do the same." Her tone remained calm until she recounted her misfortune, at which point her eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. "To my dismay, I encountered a lecher who insisted on having his palm read. When I asked for payment, he tried to drag me to his home, spouting vulgarities. I couldn't abide by it and gave him a beating, only to lose my entire 10 yuan to him as medical compensation." Grateful for her swift exit, Wu Yin reflected on how the lecher, despite being assaulted, attempted to extort more money. Surprisingly, she felt less anger over her loss of 10 yuan, knowing that the old pervert's medical expenses would far exceed that amount. Yet, when it came to lamenting her own fate, Wu Yin believed she held the title of the most unfortunate of all. She was, indeed, a walking embodiment of misfortune and poverty. After entering Wufang Valley, she was immediately swept into a rigorous training regimen by her fellow disciples, and in what felt like a blink of an eye, a century had passed. Without her leaving the valley, and that time, she had played the role of the little sister for 100 years, and in the realm of cultivation, reaching a century was merely the threshold of adulthood. Wu Yin remained the cherished focus of her peers. However, only 3 years had elapsed in the outside world since her departure. Though her entire spiritual estate had accompanied her back, the lightning calamity had drained its energy, rendering it incapable of opening. The most valuable possession she had was the white robe she wore, yet in the 21st century, without spiritual energy to sustain it, it was nothing more than a durable garment. Worse still, her body, having long since ceased to require food, found itself ravenous, without the support of spiritual power. Chapter 2. A Meal for a Reading. After hearing her tale, Assistant Yen was at a loss for whether to laugh or lament the girl's misfortune. "At your age, it is indeed unwise to engage in deceit," he remarked, gesturing towards the cardboard sign. "You would be better off seeking honest employment." Just as he was about to impart further advice, Tan Ci unexpectedly slid the menu across the table, succinctly stating, "Order for yourself." Ravenous, Wu Yin accepted the menu and promptly ordered a meat dish, a vegetable dish, a soup, and a staple. After placing her order, she pulled a chair to sit opposite Tan, placing the sign on an empty chair beside her, and leaned forward, resting her hand on the table. "What do you wish to know? Provide me with your birth details." Her reading was to be exchanged for a simple meal, a fact that, if known to her fellow disciples back in Wufang Valley, would undoubtedly lead to her being the subject of much ridiculed. Wu Yin paused. "Is it that you doubt my abilities due to my youth, or do you simply disbelieve in metaphysics?" Tan Ci smirked slightly, offering an explanation. "I only trust in myself." This statement left Wu Yin momentarily speechless. "I do not owe any debts. I am the realm of outsiders. One often incurs debts of gratitude, which essentially binds one to karmic consequences." Wu Yin raised an eyebrow, unfazed. "Ask away." The question seemed to have lingered in his mind for quite some time. As soon as her words left her lips, Tan Ci inquired, "Have we met before today?" The statement resembles a line often used in flirtation. Assistant Yen diligently manages to maintain a semblance of composure. Yet, this seemingly innocuous inquiry causes Wu Yin to furrow her brows. "Therefore, this question does not count. You may pose another individual query," she remarked. As Wu Yin spoke, Tan Ci was intently observing her, seemingly attempting to discern something from her expression, such as whether she was being deceitful. Wu Yin was aware of his scrutiny, but remained unperturbed, facing him with poise. After a brief moment, Tan Ci averted his gaze and suddenly stated, "Examine your right palm." Confused, Wu Yin extended her right palm upwards. She raised her eyes to meet the man's gaze, only to notice his expression shift from astonishment to bewilderment upon focusing on her palm. "What is it?" Wu Yin inquired. "Nothing," Tan Ci replied, regaining his composure. "Since you have no further questions, allow me to assess your features and provide you with a reading. From your physiognomy, it is evident that you hail from a wealthy family, born into affluence. Financial concerns have never troubled you, and your fortune is quite promising. However, your familial ties are tenuous. Your parents passed away early, and you have no siblings, being the sole heir. Yet, you must have a sister or a close relation, likely an adopted daughter of your parents. Although you possess considerable financial fortune, your other fortunes are rather bleak. You are destined to face 4 major calamities, having already endured 2. The first calamity was the death of your parents, from which your life was spared through an exchange of their lives for yours. The second calamity occurred 3 years ago." After her revelation, Wu Yin slightly furrowed her brow, yet before she could speak again, Assistant Yen scoffed. "My boss is the president of the Tan Group. The matters you speak of are common knowledge online, easily searchable. You lack even the finesse to deceive." It was not that Assistant Yen harbored disdain towards this woman. Rather, it was her apparent incompetence in the art of deception, relying solely on superficial online information, which he found utterly unprofessional. He even began to question whether she was attempting to allure President Tan, employing such tactics to capture his attention. Wu Yin remained unfazed, responding with a slight hum. President Tan's third calamity is today, likely occurring in the north. As she spoke, the restaurant owner emerged with the dishes and, overhearing her words, chuckled. "Oh, practicing fortune-telling, are we? Young lady, your assertions sound quite convincing. Why not tell me when I shall attain wealth?" After speaking, she pointed to a cardboard sign resting on her chair. "One reading for 1,000. The small owner promptly shook his head. "I don't do readings, that's far too expensive for me. The blind fortune-teller at the market only charges 20 or 50 for a reading. I don't even earn 1,000 in a day." His earlier jesting was merely playful banter, as he found it hard to believe that such a young girl could genuinely pursue this profession. Yet, to his surprise, the girl boldly inquired whether he wished a reading. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "If you've predicted this gentleman's calamity in the north today, what if he disregards your warning and ventures north? What will happen to him?" "Severe injury and unconsciousness for nearly 2 years," Wu Yin replied before resuming her meal. Since entering Wufang Valley, Wu Yin had forgotten the sensation of hunger. The abundant spiritual energy was conducive to her cultivation, making it not uncommon to retreat for 50 years without sustenance. Assistant Yen momentarily lost his ability to speak, utterly shocked by Wu Yin's chilling proclamation. Among the three, he remained in a state of astonishment, while Wu Yin focused on her meal, content that her fortune-telling had offset the cost of her dinner. In contrast, Tan Si's reaction to this reading was remarkably subdued, and he inquired a trivial question. "What is your name?" "Is it Wu? The character for Wu?" Tan Si queried. "The character for Wu has a grass radical, signifying nothing. The character for Yin pertains to music." Wu Yin. Assistant Yen interjected, "I've never heard of that surname. Are you from a minority group?" "Which one?" "I was bestowed the name Wu Yin by my master upon entering Wufang Valley. My secular name has long been forgotten." The secular name was indeed one of the memories Wu Yin had lost to be sealed away. Thus, when she claimed not to remember, it was an absolute truth. Chapter 3. A fatal incident. Tan Si had already made his way towards the car, prompting Assistant Yen to hastily follow. Wu Yin observed Tan Si as he steadied himself against the car door with one hand while using his own strength to transfer from his wheelchair to the back seat. She couldn't help but click her tongue in regret. If only she possessed abundant spiritual energy, she might have been able to unlock the spirit realm and heal Tan's legs. Once Assistant Yen confirmed that Tan Si was seated, he proceeded to the other side to open the car door. Wu Yin pondered for a moment, set down her chopsticks, and hurried to catch up. Approaching Tan Si's side, she gently tapped on the car window. As the window lowered, she spoke. "Mr. Tan, I understand your skepticism. But have you ever heard the saying that if you choose to look, you must heed what you see? I have but one piece of advice. Today, travel south, not north, and upon your return home, refrain from stepping outside to evade today's calamity." Wu Yin noticed the lingering dark aura surrounding Tan Si and, recalling the kindness of the meal he had shared, felt compelled to offer her counsel once more. After the car started, Assistant Yen glanced back to ensure no one was following before speaking. "Mr. Tan, that girl is likely a fraud. I've never even heard of that place, Wufang Valley. If she truly possessed such remarkable abilities, she wouldn't be struggling to afford a meal." Tan Si remained silent, rubbing his temples before suddenly inquiring, "What are our plans for this afternoon?" Assistant Yen abruptly realized that both the company and the old residence were situated to the north. Was it merely a coincidence? Uncle Wang responded affirmatively, taking a right turn once they exited the narrow lane, steering the vehicle towards the southern district of the city. It wasn't until they entered the community that Assistant Yen dared to pull out his phone to scroll through short videos. To his astonishment, he was immediately bombarded with a notification about the most trending local news. He glanced at it, startled enough to exclaim, "Mr. Tan, quick, take a look." He quickly handed his phone to Tan Si, exclaiming, "There's been an incident on Hangyang Road." Hangyang Road had been the obligatory route to the company for the past few months, as another main road was undergoing construction. Consequently, for those months, Hangyang Road was unavoidable. The road was narrow, Originally a dual carriageway, yet with the demolition of old shopping malls on both sides, one lane was rendered impassable, leaving only a single lane for traffic. During peak hours, it could become a bottleneck for half an hour without any movement. 15 minutes prior, a crane at the construction site encountered a malfunction, causing a massive, several-ton metal sheet to plummet from above, striking the road and tragically killing the son of the mall owner who was inspecting the site. Mr. Tan, you must see the footage from the scene. It's horrifying. That large SUV was completely crushed. If my memory serves me right, that vehicle was even modified. Of course, given Mr. Tan's stature, the wealthy heir would never dare to challenge him, but they would inevitably stop for a few pleasantries. The more Assistant Yen contemplated, the more a chill crept up from his feet. He now truly understood what it meant to feel apprehensive. Although young, the individual in question was indeed calculating. As the car parked in the garage, Tan Si's residence had been entirely redesigned and renovated after the incident, with every aspect tailored to facilitate his mobility given his condition. Even the garage featured a handrail beside the car door, and there was an elevator that directly accessed the home, greatly enhancing the convenience for Tan Si, who was in a wheelchair. The two proceeded directly to the study, where Tan Si retrieved a folder from the safe. Assistant Yen initially assumed it contained important documents, only to see Tan Si pull out a personal file accompanied by several photographs. Mr. Tan, isn't the person in these photos the same as that Wu Yin? Assistant Yen exclaimed in surprise. Do you know her? Otherwise, why would you lock her photographs and information away in a safe? Take a look at this file. Tan Si instructed, placing the documents on the table. Assistant Yen took them and, upon glancing, exclaimed, Wait, this isn't Wu Yin, it's Cheng Yining. Isn't she the one who identified Wei Zong's brother and got young Wei Zong imprisoned for 2 years? Although Assistant Yen had never met Cheng Yining, he had heard her name from Wei Zong. How can this Cheng Yining look so strikingly similar to the Wu Yin we encountered today? Could it be that Cheng Yining has a long-lost identical twin sister? Assistant Yen was astounded, noting their almost uncanny resemblance. Even if they were twins, it was uncommon for them to be indistinguishable in adulthood. The only possibility that Tan Si could conceive was this, and without hesitation, he dialed his friend Wei Xian's number. As soon as Wei Xian answered, Tan Si directly inquired, Wei, does your former classmate Cheng Yining have a twin sister? Wei Xian happened to be in Wei Zong's office, and, upon hearing the question, looked up at his brother, who was throwing darts at the wall inscribed with the name Cheng Yining, and called out, Tan Si wants to know if your classmate has a twin sister. Chapter 4. The tragedy of losing a daughter. Wei Shen's motion of throwing darts came to a halt. Who? Cheng Yining? Upon seeing Wei Xian nod, he scoffed. That wretched girl is the sole calamity her mother bore. After his retort, he launched another dart, which accurately struck its mark. The board, adorned with the characters Cheng Yining written in brush strokes, was riddled with holes. Wei Xian clicked his tongue and remarked, You ought to replace that board. Wei. Today at the construction site, Tan mentioned encountering a girl who bears an uncanny resemblance to Cheng Yining. Assistant Yen interjected. Wei Shen dismissed this with indifference, casually inquiring, What period does she resemble that calamity? Is it her current visage or that of her pre-surgery self? She resembles her pre-surgery appearance, Tan replied, examining the photograph in his hand. The Cheng family had lost no child, hence, it was indeed a mere coincidence that the two bore such striking similarities. What ill fortune for the girl you encountered, to resemble someone so unlucky, Wei Shen sneered. If I were her, I would rather mar that face. Such words were laden with personal grievances, Assistant Yen mused. Honestly, who would wish to ruin such a beautiful face? Meanwhile, at Wu Yin's location, the comings and goings of migrant workers filled the air. As they passed by her, many were captivated by her beauty, only to glance at the board and mutter a curse before moving on. Unsurprisingly, it was another day devoid of business. By 9 o'clock that evening, the small diner was populated by clusters of migrant workers engaged in light-hearted conversation over drinks. Wu Yin sat there as they returned from work, remaining in her seat as they came for late-night snacks. I can't quite comprehend this, she thought, having sat there since morning with her board, claiming to tell fortunes, seemingly without the means to afford a meal. In the afternoon, she had bartered a reading with a boss for a lunch. The diner owner scratched his head, pondering her predicament. This girl has a peculiar mind. When invited to dine, she fails to utter a single flattering word, instead declaring that the patron faces a great calamity today. Wang Dali, a soft-hearted man, upon hearing of her hunger, set down his chopsticks and rose to leave. Is that so? He inquired. I've lived in this area for several years. How come I've never seen you before? Did you just move here recently? Muin contemplated for a moment and nodded. That's not inaccurate. I did arrive only recently. Yet, upon further reflection, she furrowed her brow, clutching the money in her hand. Sir, I will accept this 200 yuan as a fee for your fortune-telling, a price for my services, she stated. If it's not too much trouble, please share your birth date with me. I need to combine your facial features with your zodiac for an accurate reading. Only after this did Wang Dali divulge his birth date. Intrigued, he recalled the diner owner mentioning that this girl was not known for sweet words. He was curious to see what she would say to him. He observed as the young girl counted on her fingers, her lips moving as if reciting an incantation, before suddenly lifting her gaze to meet his, her brow furrowing in concern. Wang Dali was utterly astonished. Every word she spoke was eerily accurate. Your birth chart indicates a late marriage fraught with difficulties, and you have only one daughter, who is now 5 years old and remains in your hometown in the north. The diner owner, having stepped outside to join the fray, chuckled. Wang Dali, your affairs are well known among your coworkers. Perhaps this girl has merely heard tales from her neighbors and is playing you. Muin disregarded the diner's owner, continuing her conversation with Wang Dali. Her tone shifted, becoming serious, even authoritative. You must call your parents at home immediately. They need to set out and search for your daughter right away. Look for her near water. Seeing Wang Dali still in shock, Wu Yin's voice grew more insistent. What are you dawdling for? Hurry. Time is of the essence. I read your features. And I see a new bloodstain in the area concerning your children. This is a dire omen. According to your birth chart, you are destined to lose a daughter. The mention of his daughter sent Wang Dali into a panic, hastily retrieving his phone to call home. He was uncertain what his parents were doing, after several attempts. No one answered. The diner owner watched anxiously, his heart racing. Is this truly happening? Oh dear, I'm getting anxious. Wang Dali, quickly call your neighbors back home for help. As Wang Dali searched for his neighbor's contact, the diner owner turned to observe Wu Yin, who was fixated on Wang Dali's face. Fortunately, Wang Dali finally managed to connect with a neighbor. Uncle, I can't reach my parents. Someone here has foretold that my daughter is in grave danger tonight. Could you please check if she is home? Chapter 5. Search towards the east where water lies. Upon discovering the absence of anyone at home, Wang Dali felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Second uncle, I implore you. Help me find my daughter. The master instructed to search near water. Muin suddenly interjected. Wang Dali, please provide me with your daughter's birth date and time. Initially, Wang Dali had approached the situation with a light-hearted demeanor, akin to a game, yet the gravity of the matter concerning his daughter had ignited a profound anxiety within him, causing him to forget his earlier frivolity. As soon as Wu Yin finished speaking, Wang Dali instinctively complied. Moments later, Wu Yin urged him, hurry, search towards the east. There are places with water in that direction. Wang Dali promptly relayed her message to his second uncle. Upon hearing of the water to the east, a spark of realization illuminated second uncle's mind. There is a well to the east of our village. He quickly grasped Wang Dali's eldest son, inquiring, where is your youngest cousin? Why haven't I seen her? The boy nonchalantly replied, I don't know where she went to play, and with that, he broke free from second uncle's grasp and dashed away, followed closely by several younger children. The children were swift, disappearing from sight in an instant. Second uncle attempted to call out for more information, but found himself unable to act in time, resorting to running ahead with his old mobile phone in hand. Upon reaching the well, he noticed the stones covering it were still in place, which brought him a momentary sense of relief. Thank goodness she is not in the well. The stones are still here. However, before he could finish his thought, he spotted a puddle beside the well, a clear indication that someone had recently drawn water. As he stepped closer, his aging ears, though somewhat dulled, detected a faint sound, reminiscent of something splashing in the water. Hastily, he tucked his phone into his pocket and pushed aside the stones covering the well. To his astonishment, he discovered a child thrashing about in the water, desperately calling for help, though her voice was growing weaker. Good heavens! Wang Dali, your daughter is truly in this well. Second uncle shouted down, Child, do not fear. I will lower a bucket for you. Just be careful not to let it hit your head. Once I have it secured, I'll pull you up. The clarity of the old phone speaker allowed Wu Yin to hear the faint cries of the little girl from within the well. After approximately 2 minutes, second uncle successfully hoisted the girl out. She coughed up water, prompting him to lay her down and pat her back firmly until she expelled the excess fluid. Gradually, her cries became clearer as she called out for her father. Re-establishing communication with Wang Dali, second uncle reassured him, Your daughter is safe. Do not worry. Her cries are strong. The master you consulted is truly remarkable. Had we been delayed by even 3 minutes, who knows if anyone could have discovered the child in the well. Child, your father is on the line. Speak to him, second uncle said, bringing the phone to the girl's ear. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Dali collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face as he clutched the phone in one hand and wiped his eyes with the other. His voice trembled with relief and fear as he spoke. The restaurant owner, who had been holding his breath in anxiety, was finally able to exhale, his gaze filled with admiration for Wu Yin. You are truly a master. I have disrespected you today. It is astounding. Without your guidance, Wang Dali's daughter would have surely perished. Wang Dali expressed his heartfelt gratitude to second uncle. After hanging up, he knelt before Wu Yin, bowing deeply. Master, were it not for you, my daughter would have been lost today. Wiping away his tears, he continued. I am the 4th child in my family, overshadowed by my elder brothers and younger siblings. I was never valued, struggled academically, and lacked the charm to win over my elders. I have yet to achieve success and only married in my 30s, resulting in the birth of a daughter. My wife, discontent with my lack of ambition, left me for another, and even my parents never cherished me, nor did they show fondness for my daughter. Yet, I never anticipated that I might not witness her grow up. As a grown man, Wang Dali wept freely, his heart aching further with each word. A child's childhood is fleeting, and their carefree years are even shorter. You wish for them to mature, but as they do, the absence of your companionship may create an emotional distance. A child does not comprehend luxury or the concept of a grand home. To her, the greatest joy lies in simply being with her father. Wu Yin helped Wang Dali to his feet. After being rescued, the first person she called out for was not her grandparents, but you. Therefore, bring her close to you. The restaurant owner nodded vigorously, affirming Wu Yin's insight. She has been cared for by her grandparents for so long, yet her first thought was of her father. This signifies that your parents do not hold her dear. Although she is young, she is perceptive. She understands who loves her and who does not. Wang Dali, wiping his tears, expressed his gratitude and reached into his pocket. However, in this era of digital transactions, the 200 yuan he found had been untouched for quite some time. I heard from Boss Huang that your fee is 1,000 for a reading, master. May I transfer it to you via my phone? He asked. That 200 is for your milk tea, not part of the reading fee. I shall pay you separately for the divination. Wu Yin shook her head, stating, I had initially mentioned a 200 yuan consultation fee, thus, this reading is covered by that amount. I have already received my payment and the reading is complete. Chapter 6. Planting carrots at midnight. Wu Yin remarked, Wang Dali, although your destiny does not promise great wealth, your diligent and kind-hearted nature ensures that you will never face the hardships of hunger or cold. Wang Dali, possessing a compassionate spirit, could not bear to see a young girl sitting alone by the roadside. Despite toiling for meager earnings, he treated others' children with the same affection as he would his own daughter. Thus, he came to Wuyin, paying her 200 yuan for her divination. It is said that those with benevolent hearts are always rewarded. Your daughter's major calamity has passed. While she may encounter minor setbacks in the future, they will not be significant. In your later years, you will enjoy the blessings bestowed by your daughter. As the saying goes, surviving great tribulations brings subsequent fortune. Your daughter exemplifies this. Remaining in the southern city will be beneficial for both your and her future development. Having said this, Wuyin felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. Nevertheless, Wang Dali was immensely grateful and insisted on transferring money to her until she shrugged and explained that she had no mobile phone, which finally put an end to his insistence. Previously, Wang Dali had lived in a communal dormitory at the construction site with his workmates. However, with plans to bring his daughter, it would no longer be suitable for them to reside in such conditions. Wuyin had been carrying cardboard while speaking with Wang Dali and the restaurant owner. She had indeed not deceived him. She lived nearby, not in rented accommodation, but under a bridge in a place that cost nothing. This area was undergoing development, filled with construction sites, and by nightfall, the riverside was devoid of any human presence. The riverside, plagued by construction debris and heaps of sand resembling small hills, was not a pleasant environment. When Wuyin arrived, she had no money and thus did not venture elsewhere, spending her days wandering this vicinity. Her makeshift bed consisted of a few flattened cardboard boxes, with other boxes serving as her blanket. Fortunately, though her body lacked spiritual energy, it did not fear the cold. Had she been in Wufang Valley, she would have needed no sleep. Meditation would serve as both her practice and rest. Though Wuyin had earned 200 yuan, she was not extravagant enough to stay in a hotel. Firstly, she lacked identification, and secondly, she preferred the discomfort of hunger over the demands of accommodation. After sitting down, she attempted to explore her spiritual center once more, but as expected, there was still no response. However, in this examination, she discovered a glimmer of golden light within her being, a manifestation of the merit gained from saving Wang Dali's daughter. To her surprise, Wuyin realized she could transform this merit into spiritual energy. This unexpected revelation proved to be a fortunate discovery. As the night deepened, the surroundings echoed with the sounds of chirping insects and birds, and weariness washed over her. With her hands resting on her lower abdomen, she closed her eyes, preparing to rest, contemplating the possibility of setting up a stall at the market the following day. In the early hours of the morning, the development area was devoid of pedestrians, lacking any entertainment venues, leaving its inhabitants without a nightlife. A van, its license plate obscured by a black plastic bag, cruised along a secluded path devoid of surveillance cameras, heading towards the riverside. The vehicle halted near a few sand piles, and first, a stout man emerged, followed by a shorter, leaner figure. After exiting the vehicle, the two men suspiciously scoured their surroundings, even climbing atop the sand piles for a better view. "Brother, I told you there would be no one here, right? Just a bit further is an abandoned building that has been derelict for 5 or 6 years. I heard it's haunted. No one dares to approach this area," the lean man boasted. "I know this place like the back of my hand. Look at this river. It may seem still, but believe me, it's deep. If we toss that little fatty into the water, no one will ever know." He stomped his foot, adding, "Look at the sand we're standing on. It's all from that abandoned building, deemed substandard and left here for years. If we bury the little fatty in there, it would also go unnoticed." The stout man glanced at the river, stating, "If we throw him directly into the water, he will surface in a few days, bloated. Since we didn't bring any heavy stones, let's bury him in the sand pile. Are you sure no one will come to deal with these piles in the coming years?" "Rest assured, brother, no one will come. I've inquired, and there are no development plans for this area in the foreseeable future. Development districts are built piece by piece, right? Just look at the vast land to the east. Who knows how long it will take to develop? Besides, with the haunted building so close, Who would be foolish enough to want this land? The stout man nodded, seeing the logic in his words. Drag that little fatty out of the car. Seeing the little boy's terrified face streaked with tears, the lean man patted his cheek, saying, "Don't blame Uncle for being cruel. Your parents have crossed the wrong people. They paid for your life, and here I am, just a poor man." Gripping the little boy with one hand and 2 shovels in the other, he walked towards the sand pile, saying, "You've lived a good life, enjoying more than I have in my decades. It's better to die early and be reborn into a wealthy family as a pampered young master." Upon reaching the sand pile, the lean man tossed the little boy aside and handed a shovel to the stout man, grinning as he said, "Brother, let us dig a hole to bury this little fatty. Doesn't it feel like we're planting carrots?" And truth be told, this carrot we're planting tonight is quite plump and valuable. The stout man chuckled, responding, "This isn't planting carrots, it's more akin to planting ginseng." The two continued their banter while digging a hole in the sand pile. After a few moments, the stout man complained, "How long has the sand been sitting here? It's not loose at all, it's as hard as a rock." "Brother, the sand here was already of poor quality and mixed with dirt when it was piled up, so it's normal for it to be hard after all this time. In fact, it's better this way. A solid burial ensures that no one will discover it, don't you think?" The lean man flattered. Chapter 7. Saving the chubby child. Wuyin was awakened by noise, her keen hearing allowing her to discern the faint sound of a child's cries. Following the sound, she unexpectedly overheard 2 individuals discussing the planting of radishes and ginseng. Upon glancing at a nearby child, Wuyin realized that the radish ginseng in question was, in fact, a plump, fair-skinned child. The child appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, tears streaming down his face as he struggled against his bindings, twisting like a worm in an attempt to escape. "Does this little chub think he can run? No one has ever escaped from my grasp," proclaimed the stout man as he continued to shovel dirt into a pit. Practitioners of martial arts move with such grace that Wuyin was able to approach the 2 men unnoticed. However, the chubby child spotted her, widening his tear-filled eyes and shaking his head vigorously as if to signal her to flee. It was the child's frantic gaze that alerted the thin man to something amiss behind him. He turned to see a girl in white attire, and with the ghostly tales surrounding the abandoned building fresh in his mind, he was immediately struck with terror. His hair stood on end as he screamed, "Oh my! A ghost!" Wuyin raised her hand, poised to strike, yet before she could make contact, the man fainted from fright. Once the deed was done, she meticulously freed the child from his bonds and tore off the tape from his mouth. The chubby child, named Zhao Yu, had eyes that appeared to have been squished into mere slits due to his plumpness, yet now they were wide with astonishment. Wuyin waved her fingers in front of the child, exclaiming, "Are you a simpleton?" Zhao Yu sniffled, wiping his tears with his hand, and asked in confusion, "Sister, are you a fairy or a ghost? I just saw you." He mimicked Wuyin's earlier gesture, saying, "Sister, you did this," and those 2 rascals toppled over. Then with another wave, the dirt just slid into the pit by itself. Wuyin found the child's bravery amusing. Despite the harrowing experience of being kidnapped, he appeared unscathed and was able to articulate his thoughts clearly. She playfully pinched his cheek, assuring him, "I am not a ghost." Zhao Yu, emboldened, reached out to touch Wuyin's hand, exclaiming, "It's warm. You truly are not a ghost. You must be a fairy. Thank you for saving me, fairy sister." Wuyin smiled, refraining from further explanation, and helped the child to his feet, brushing the dirt off his clothes. However, it was evident he had been dragged along, as his pants and shirt were torn. Zhao Yu nodded, grasping Wuyin's hand for comfort. The police station in the development zone was quite distant from the riverside, and neither Wuyin nor Zhao Yu possessed a mobile phone, leading them to lose their way once. At first, the child could walk, but after an hour, he began to tire, though he made no complaints. His steps slowed, and he rubbed his eyes, which threatened to close from exhaustion. Feeling a bit shy, Zhao Yu asked, "Sister, am I heavy?" "I'm quite chubby. My father says I'm a little fatty, and even my mother struggles to lift me. Quite the coincidence." I possess great strength, Wuyin responded, demonstrating her prowess by lifting Zhao Yu with one hand and then raising him again before placing him down. Do you believe I could carry you all the way to the police station? Although I could do it, it would be uncomfortable for you. So I shall carry you on my back instead. Having never been lifted like this before, Zhao Yu felt no fear. In fact, he found it exhilarating and playfully urged Wuyin to do it again. At 4:30 in the morning, the officers on duty at the police station were astonished to see a slender girl carrying a dirty little boy into the precinct, the child laughing heartily as he was brought inside. "We've arrived at the police station, Zhao Yu," Wuyin announced, gently setting him down and explaining the situation to a bewildered officer. This child was kidnapped by two men whose van is still by the riverside. They were attempting to bury him in a pit they had dug in a heap of sand, but I intervened and rescued him. Oh, and by the way, I've buried those two villains in the sand pile. If you accompany me, you'll see them shortly. Wuyin then nudged Zhao Yu forward, adding, "This child knows his parents' phone number. I lack a mobile phone and didn't have the chance to notify his family during our journey. Could you lend your phone to this child so he can call his parents?" The officer understood her request, although he found it perplexing. Nevertheless, he promptly handed his phone to the grimy little boy. Zhao Yu indeed remembered his parents' number. He took the phone, politely thanked the officer, and dialed. On the other end, Tan Jiai was frantic. After the nanny was knocked unconscious, she had not seen the assailants and had spent hours searching for her child, tears streaming down her face. As she drove aimlessly through the streets, she imagined her little boy walking alone, waving and shouting for her. When the phone rang, Tan Jiai instinctively slammed the brakes, quickly picking up the phone. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she hesitated not a moment before answering. Chapter 8. Such great strength as the familiar voice of her child echoed from the phone, Tan Jiai's tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Chubby son, where are you? You have made it so hard for Mommy to find you. Daddy and I have been worried sick. Mommy, I'm at the police station. I'm safe now. Please don't worry. A beautiful sister saved me. She is incredibly strong. She knocked out the bad guys in no time and threw them into the pit where they were going to bury me. Then she brought me to the police station to find the police uncles." The 5-year-old, now in a safe place, felt a wave of relief and couldn't help but share the thrilling details of his day and how impressive the sister he had met was. Upon hearing the words "the pit where they were going to bury me," Tan Jiai's heart nearly stopped. "Chubby son, please hand the phone to the police uncle. Mommy and Daddy will come to get you right away." Tan Jiai was eager to see her child at once. After learning the location from the police, she immediately initiated a group video call with her family. "Husband, Tan Ci, Dad, Mom, I found the child. He is at the police station on Dachin Road in the new district. Whoever is closest should hurry over. Drive slowly, there's no need to rush. The child just spoke to me. He was rescued and is fine." The Zhao family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tan Ci glanced at the location and said, "I'm closest to Dachin Road. I can reach there in about 20 minutes. You all drive carefully." After hanging up, Tan Ci instructed the driver to change course toward the police station on Dachin Road. With fewer cars on the road at night, they arrived at the station's entrance in less than 20 minutes. It took Tan Ci half a minute to transfer to a wheelchair before entering the police station. Upon reaching the duty room, he heard his nephew Zhao Yu chatting away, his words bubbling forth with excitement. The fact that he was so chatty indicated that nothing serious had happened. "Zhao Yu," Tan Ci called out. The little chubby boy turned and immediately jumped out of his chair, dashing toward his uncle. "Uncle, is it really you?" Tan Ci was equally surprised. He had heard from Tan Jiai that his nephew had been rescued, and since there were only police officers and Zhao Yu along with a girl named Wuyin present, it meant that Wuyin was the one who saved Zhao Yu. "I met you yesterday afternoon," Tan Ci said, expressing his gratitude to Wuyin for her actions. "Thank you for what you did for the child." Wuyin replied, "The decision to act yesterday was entirely yours. Saving this child today signifies that his life is intertwined with mine. Tan Xi did not pursue the conversation further and instead inquired about the situation with the police officer. My colleagues have already gone to the location indicated by Ms. Wu Yin to apprehend the suspects and should be arriving shortly, the officer said, scratching his head. However, there is a bit of an issue with taking down her statement. Ms. Wu Yin is unable to provide her identity information, and we cannot register her here. Tan Xi turned to Wu Yin, his tone laced with astonishment. You can't even remember your ID number? Wu Yin shook her head. Not only had a portion of her memories been sealed away, but even if they hadn't, she had long since forgotten her ID number, which had been irrelevant for over a century. The officer was flustered, having found no records matching Wu Yin's name in the database. How about treating me as someone who has lived in the mountains as an undocumented resident? Wu Yin shrugged. Things are not that simple, the officer replied, exasperated. Just then, his phone rang. It was a colleague updating him on the situation. The colleague reported that they had found 2 individuals at the sand pile, but they appeared to be in a frenzy, shouting about seeing ghosts. One of the suspects was described as tall and heavy, weighing over 180 pounds. The police officer found it difficult to believe that such a slender girl could have taken down 2 grown men. When he turned back to look at the mysterious Wu Yin, the officer's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Ms. Wu Yin, while it may be presumptuous of me, your reluctance to disclose your identity combined with the descriptions of the suspects makes it hard for me not to suspect that you might be in cahoots with them. The officer's expression was stern. Given your slender frame, it is difficult to comprehend how you could have subdued those 2 suspects. What is there to misunderstand? It's simply because I am very strong, Wu Yin replied, raising her hands in a gesture of simplicity. How strong can a girl really be? The officer was incredulous. Wu Yin scanned the duty room before walking over to Tan Xi. She bent down and effortlessly lifted both him and the wheelchair above her head. With a light-hearted tone, she declared, "See, I'm this strong." The officer gasped, while Tan Xi gripped the arms of his wheelchair, too stunned to move. Only Zhao Yu was excitedly clapping his hands, exclaiming, "Wow! Sister, you're really strong. You lifted my uncle so high." At that moment, Zhao Jinluan and his wife Tan Jiayi entered the room, and upon seeing the scene, they were both taken aback. This is too absurd. Zhao Jinluan rubbed his eyes. Is my vision deceiving me? Is my uncle really being lifted high by a girl? I see it too. Tan Jiayi shook her head in disbelief. The officer was now convinced. Indeed, there was a girl with astonishing strength. Had it not been for the constraints of gender, he would have been tempted to test the strength of her arms to ascertain how she had achieved such feats. Police uncle, it was truly the sister who saved me. She is not a bad person. Zhao Yu rushed over to his parents. Mommy, you must tell the police uncle that she is really amazing and not in league with the bad guys. Gently placing Tan Xi back in his wheelchair, Wu Yin continued to explain to the officer, I am a practitioner, having followed my master in seclusion in the mountains for a long time, and I indeed do not recall my previous name or ID number. This explanation not only perplexed the officer, but also evoked sympathy from Zhao Jinluan and Tan Jiayi, who regarded Wu Yin with newfound compassion. Chapter 9. She is Wu Yin, yet the hefty man is the mastermind behind it all. He has tightly sealed his lips, yielding no useful information for the time being. Once the record was completed, Wu Yin and her companions were free to leave, and by this time, dawn had broken. Reluctant to part ways with Wu Yin, the little chubby one, with tear-brimmed eyes, clung to her hand, unwilling to let go. Sister, may I invite you to my home as a guest? The little one looked up at her mother. Mommy, I want to invite my sister over. Tan Jiayi nodded, uncertain if Wu Yin would be free the following evening. We wish to express our gratitude for saving Zhao Yu and would like to invite you to our home for dinner tomorrow night. Observing Wu Yin's hesitation, the little chubby one gently shook her hand, charmingly pleading, Sister, please come, I beg you. Unable to resist the little one's charm, Wu Yin requested the address of Zhao Yu's home and agreed. All right, Tan Xi responded, watching as Tan Jiayi and her husband took the reluctant little one away. Only then did he invite Wu Yin into the car. Where do you live? I shall escort you. The journey was silent until the car came to a halt. As Wu Yin opened the door to exit, Tan Xi noticed they had arrived at a rather secluded location. He called out to Wu Yin, inquiring, "Do you live around here?" Wu Yin nodded. "Yes, I'm temporarily residing nearby, but it's expected to rain in a few days, so I should be moving soon." Tan Xi handed her a business card. "Should you require assistance with your move, feel free to call me. I can arrange help." "No need, really." Wu Yin waved her hand dismissively, yet she accepted the card with both hands, expressing her gratitude before bidding farewell and closing the car door. After the driver had driven a few meters and glanced back to see her standing there, he chuckled. "This girl is quite cautious. She wouldn't let Mr. Tan drop her off right at her building, insisting we stop nearby." The driver found it amusing, noting that if it were another girl with ulterior motives, she would likely have wanted Mr. Tan to escort her all the way to her bedroom. The bustling market was filled with throngs of people. Yet as the morning slipped away, Wu Yin still had not made any sales. The hurried passers-by would cast a fleeting glance, muttering curses about fraudulent vendors before hastening away. Wu Yin calculated the meager amount left in her pocket, with 4 meals to buy before visiting Zhao's family, averaging 10 yuan each. She had about 150 yuan remaining. It would be inappropriate to visit someone's home empty-handed. She needed to purchase some decent fruits or flowers, and the remaining amount might barely suffice for a gift. Having spent half the day without success, she overheard a local lady at the market mention that a nearby construction site was hiring temporary workers. Wu Yin pondered for a moment, then tucked away her cardboard sign and headed towards the site. Due to the cancellation of her plans the previous afternoon, all of her appointments had been crammed into today, filling every available moment. She also had to find time to answer a call from the elderly Tan patriarch, as well as inquire about Zhao Yu's kidnapping case. The hours slipped by in a whirlwind. "Are you at home or at the office?" "At home." Tan Xi pinched the bridge of his nose, listening to Wei Shen's wailing on the other end of the line. "Is your brother drunk again?" "Yes," Wei Xian replied, exasperated. "He spent the entire afternoon waiting outside that little stir-fry place you mentioned, trying to catch a glimpse of the girl you said looks like Cheng Yining. He got himself completely drunk at a bar tonight, insisting he must see just how much she resembles that woman. Which is why I'm calling to ask where she lives." Tan Xi was well aware of the deep-seated animosity between Wei Shen and Cheng Yining. He replied, "She saved Zhao Yu last night. Regardless of how similar she may look to Cheng Yining, she is merely Wu Yin, not Cheng Yining. She is a benefactor of the Zhao family and mine as well." Wei Xian detected the underlying significance in Tan Xi's words. Wu Yin was someone he intended to protect. "I understand. Whether or not she is Zhao Yu's savior, I won't allow Wei Shen to harm an innocent person, especially since she is not Cheng Yining." Afterward, Wei Xian inquired about Zhao Yu's situation and listened to a harrowing tale. Then Wei Xian asked, "Could you please check with Zhao Yu to see if it's convenient for me and Wei Shen to visit the Zhao family tomorrow? If he sees her in person, he might go mad." "Not convenient," Tan Xi firmly declined. "She is the esteemed guest of the Zhao family tomorrow night. You may go, but Wei Shen cannot." "True. I had underestimated the situation. It would indeed be inappropriate for my brother to attend such an occasion." Wei Xian nodded, concerned that Wei Shen, upon seeing a face so reminiscent of Cheng Yining, might act out and disrupt the esteemed guest's visit. "Please convey to Zhao Yu that I will be going alone to Zhao's for a meal tomorrow." After hanging up, he turned to see Wei Shen, brooding and gulping down his drink. "Don't involve the innocent. If you're going to lose your mind, do it towards the right person. That girl is Zhao Yu's savior. I want to do anything to her. I just want to see her face," Wei Shen replied, his tone heavy. "I know better than anyone how oppressive innocence can feel." Wei Xian sighed deeply, ruffling his brother's hair. "Drink less. It's harmful. Get some rest." As Wei Xian left Wei Shen's room, he was unaware that Wei Shen had made numerous calls throughout the night, ultimately learning from Tan Xi's driver where Wu Yin had exited the car. With the location in hand, Wei Shen set aside the alcohol and refrained from calling the family driver, secretly arranging for a designated driver to take him directly to the spot where Wu Yin had alighted the previous evening. Upon arriving and stepping out of the car, he found himself amidst desolation. The designated driver, curious, asked, "What brings you here at this hour?" "I'm looking for someone," Wei Shen replied. "Looking for someone here? There's no one around," the driver chuckled. "You must have miscalculated. This area has no residential neighborhoods. The nearest one is half an hour's drive away." Chapter 10. Who am I to be at fault? Wei Shen awoke, his mind partially cleared, and questioned, "You say there is no one living here?" The designated driver replied, "This place lacks any residences. Once I got lost and my navigation led me here. I wandered around extensively. I am quite familiar with this area, and indeed, there is no one here." Wei Shen smirked slightly, reflecting, "I never expected Brother Tan to experience being played for a fool. Women who bear the same face are invariably deceivers." After settling the fare with the driver, he resolved to remain here and observe. Had he been stationed here last night, he might have indeed encountered Wu Yin. The Zhao family regarded the visit of Zhao Yu's savior with utmost seriousness, prompting Tan Jiayi and her husband to take a leave of absence from work to remain home. Given her scant knowledge of Wu Yin, Tan Jiayi decided to call Tan Xi. "My chubby, you mentioned that you and Wu Yin are acquaintances. Do you know what she enjoys eating? What are her preferences?" Tan Jiayi inquired. "You are more familiar with her than we are. Please come over early this afternoon to assist me in hosting," she added, emphasizing not to forget amidst the busyness. Tan Xi acknowledged her request, but just then, another call came through. He hastily ended his conversation with Tan Jiayi and answered the unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Tan Xi? This is the Dechun police station." The voice on the other end stated, "Is there any progress on Zhao Yu's case?" Tan Xi inquired anxiously. The officer responded, "Actually, Zhao Yu's case does not fall under my jurisdiction. I am handling a matter involving Ms. Wu Yin and a contractor here." "Ms. Wu provided your contact information. You may need to come in." "Is she in trouble?" Tan Xi asked urgently. Upon hearing that Wu Yin was unharmed, he replied, "I will bring a lawyer immediately." After hanging up, he promptly instructed Yan Ming to notify the legal department to send 2 capable attorneys to accompany him to the Dechun police station. Traffic was congested, and an hour and a half later, Tan Xi, along with Yan Ming and the 2 competent lawyers from his firm, re-entered the police station. Wu Yin, upon seeing Tan Xi arrive with such an entourage, felt a twinge of guilt and lowered her gaze, fiddling with her nose. Crossing her arms and hooking her feet around the chair legs, she muttered defiantly, "Even if the king himself were here, I have committed no crime." Her words were laced with emotion, prompting Tan Xi to turn to the officer. "What do you have to say?" The officer shook his head, explaining. The contractor filed a report, claiming that last night, while the construction site was deserted, Ms. Wu Yin moved all the bricks to the entrance, stacking them into a wall that blocked the gate. Wu Yin jumped from her chair, exclaiming, "I merely relocated the bricks from one spot to another. I did not steal them. Check your surveillance footage and count the bricks. I assure you none are missing. Moreover, I did not damage a single brick. Every one I touched is intact." Yan Ming and the 2 lawyers stood in astonishment. "You must have been quite bored last night," Yan Ming remarked incredulously. "Bored? I was merely responding to the old man's bullying," Wu Yin retorted with a cold laugh. "What was I supposed to do? If I hadn't been so frustrated, I wouldn't have wasted my energy on this. I went to the site to apply for a temporary job moving bricks, and it was agreed that I would be paid 5 cents per brick. When I went to collect my wages in the evening, he refused to pay me. This old man thought he could take advantage of me just because I am a young girl alone. He thought I couldn't do anything about it. Dream on." With no reluctance to exert herself, she had indeed labored through the night at the site. Yan Ming, realizing this, raised his hand to his forehead, conceding, "I am impressed." Tan Xi's gaze lingered on her delicate hands for a moment before addressing the contractor. "Do you have any explanation for her claims?" The contractor, having been intimidated by the arrival of Tan Xi and his lawyers, faltered. He had initially thought it would be easy to bully a young girl without even an ID, but he hadn't expected her to bring such formidable backing. The surveillance footage would undoubtedly reveal the truth about her work at the site. Wu Yin scoffed. You are delusional. After speaking with the contractor, Tan Xiai turned back to Wu Yin. Let us go. Wu Yin huffed at the contractor and strode out confidently. Once outside the police station, she sighed. Thank you for handling today's situation. The officer asked me to contact a family member, and you were the only person I could think of. Had she not received Tan Xiai's business card yesterday, she would have spent the entire day at the station without reaching anyone. This matter is no trouble. You are Zhao Yu's savior. Assisting you is but a small favor. Tan Xiai replied as he entered the car. Once inside, Yan Ming turned to Wu Yin and asked, Miss, what made you think of working at a construction site? Because I'm strong, and they pay cash for temporary work, Wu Yin explained. Are you in need of money? Yan Ming probed. Yes, Wu Yin admitted. I only have 140 left. I was hoping to earn some money to buy a gift for my visit to Zhao Yu's family tonight. Tan Xiai was taken aback. Your presence alone is sufficient. It is customary not to visit someone empty-handed. Wu Yin shook her head and looked at Tan Xiai. Would you be willing to take me to a bustling area in the city? Perhaps I could set up a stall for fortune-telling? Yan Ming suggested. Chapter 11. A truly good person indeed. Wu Yin nodded in agreement. Live streaming is all the rage now. You might as well use your phone to broadcast your fortune-telling. There's a metaphysical host on the Hongyu live streaming platform who enjoys immense popularity, Yan Ming suggested. Wu Yin was certainly aware of live streaming. She had witnessed the market-goers engrossed in their phones while shopping. Even the elderly ladies were fond of watching live streams. But I don't have a phone. Wu Yin replied contemplatively, then earnestly inquired, Can I purchase a second-hand phone suitable for live streaming for 140 yuan? Yan Ming couldn't help but chuckle. In this day and age, 140 yuan couldn't even buy a basic feature phone, let alone a smartphone. A second-hand one would still cost 700 or 800 at least. Then I still lack the funds, Wu Yin candidly admitted her financial struggles. Just as Yan Ming was about to offer her a loan, Tan Xiai interjected, Would you mind coming to my office first? Wu Yin shrugged indifferently. Tan Xiai led Wu Yin through a private passage, and upon reaching his office, he instructed his secretary to bring in desserts and refreshments. Once the secretary arrived, he pointed to Wu Yin and said, Go to the nearby mall and buy her the latest model of phone. Ask her what color she prefers. And also purchase a few outfits for her, everything from head to toe. After saying this, Tan Xiai handed over his card, stating, Use my personal account for this transaction. Wu Yin pondered for a moment. Both the phone and the change of clothes were indeed necessities for her at present, so she did not decline. After the secretary left, she added, Please keep the receipt. Consider it a loan from me. I will repay you once I earn some money. Having interacted with Wu Yin a few times, Tan Xiai understood that she was not fond of being in debt, and respecting her resolve, he nodded in agreement. Then could you please ask your secretary to get me a 20-inch suitcase as well? Wu Yin touched her nose, thinking that having debts was better than being entirely destitute. As she stuffed clothes into the suitcase, she complimented Tan Xiai, You truly are a good person. Yan Ming couldn't stifle his laughter. As the president of the Tan Corporation, Tan Xiai had heard countless praises, but this simple and sincere remark was a first for him. His gaze shifted from the new phone in his hand to the squatting Wu Yin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You don't have an ID card. So I had the secretary use my ID to get you a new SIM card, Tan Xiai reminded her. In this information age, not having an ID can be quite inconvenient. From Wu Yin's demeanor and speech, Tan Xiai surmised that she had not become estranged from society, although she lacked a phone. She was familiar with the terms associated with live streaming mentioned by Yan Ming, indicating she was not living off the grid. If you need assistance, I can help you verify your identity, Tan Xiai offered, though I wonder how much you remember about yourself. You can't apply for a bank card without an ID. How will you receive payments? Yan Ming asked, intrigued by the notion of actively discarding memories. How does one even do that? Do you seek someone to hypnotize you? There exists a technique that can extract portions of a person's memory, Wu Yin replied, looking up at Yan Ming. If you wish to try, I can perform the procedure for you in the future. However, I lack a memory pearl, so I cannot preserve that part of your memory. Once extracted, those memories will dissipate into the ether before long. Yan Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, and he quickly shook his head. I'm merely curious. I have no intention of trying it. The world of masters is truly fascinating. Oh, Wu Yin replied dryly, then turned back to Tan Xi. Seeing that he had already activated the new phone, she leaned closer. I noticed you've downloaded social media apps for me. The SIM card is in your name. Would you mind linking a WeChat account for me? You could provide me with your payment code, and when I collect payments, I'll have them scan it first. When I need cash, I'll come find you. Considering Tan Xi's position as the president of a large corporation, she presumed he wouldn't mind the trifling amounts she earned. Yan Ming thought Wu Yin's request rather audacious, but to his astonishment, Tan Xi readily agreed. You really are a good person. The phrase, though simple, was delivered with such earnestness by Wu Yin that it was devoid of insincerity. Tan Xi couldn't help but laugh at her repeated praise. After a couple of minutes, Tan Xi handed the phone to Wu Yin, saying, Download any other apps you might need yourself. I'll have the secretary print the payment code for you. Wu Yin smiled brightly as she took the phone, familiarizing herself with its feel and swiftly navigating its functions. Which live streaming platform is currently the best? She asked Yan Ming. Xiao Wei's company has been gaining momentum lately. With substantial traffic, Yan Ming began, but Tan Xi interrupted him. Go to another platform. His tone was somewhat brisk. Hangyu was currently the most trafficked live streaming platform. Yan Ming scratched his head, puzzled by Tan Xi's reluctance to recommend Wu Yin to Xiao Wei's Duiqi, where having a connection could afford her some advantages. Perhaps even a recommendation on the homepage. Then I'll download Hangyu. Could you help me link it once I finish? Wu Yin said, already locating the Hangyu app in the software marketplace. After initiating the download, she handed the phone back to Tan Xi. Yan Ming, feeling it was none of his business, turned to fetch a phone stand he had used only once, intending to give it to Wu Yin. With modern platforms being user-friendly, Tan Xi completed Wu Yin's registration in under a minute, and thus a new streamer by the name of Wufanggu Wu Yin emerged on the Hangyu platform. You can add your personal introduction now, Tan Xi indicated, tapping the phone screen to prompt her. Wu Yin quickly typed, 1 fortune for 1,000, detailed consultations on feng shui. Additional charges for ghost hunting, payment upfront before service. With everything prepared, Wu Yin kicked the suitcase at her feet. I'll leave this with you for now. When I go to Zhao Yu's place tonight, please help me take it along. I need to go earn some money now. Tan Xi had a meeting shortly after, so he arranged for the company driver to take Wu Yin to Penniless Square. With the thriving street market economy, City was no exception. Penniless Square, being a high-foot traffic area, had designated a section for such activities. Upon arrival, Wu Yin set up her newly crafted signboard and propped up her phone to begin her live stream. The payment code that Tan Xi had printed was displayed prominently on the front of her signboard, clear and straightforward. Chapter 12. Do not recklessly calculate if you lack skill. In recent days, Wu Yin had grown accustomed to such disdainful gazes, which did not affect her. She opened her live stream, positioning her smartphone's front camera to face herself. Yan Ming was the first to follow Wu Yin. Upon seeing her begin her broadcast, he directly bestowed upon her a spaceship worth 10,000 yuan, as per his boss's instructions. This spaceship elevated Wu Yin's live stream onto the newcomer leaderboard, quickly attracting a multitude of viewers from the rankings. Unregistered visitor. This is a newly registered streamer account. Who has such deep pockets to catapult someone onto the newcomer leaderboard in one fell swoop? Registered visitor. The host is exceptionally beautiful, even without makeup. Her skin is flawless. I followed her solely for her beauty. Unregistered visitor. Wufanggu Wu Yin. Where is Wufanggu? I haven't heard of this place. Is it a tourist destination? Unregistered visitor. So, a newcomer already has a top supporter? One can easily guess that this is just the host herself trying to gain popularity and climb the newcomer ranks by spending her own money. Unregistered visitor. This new host is indeed willing to spend. 10,000 yuan is no small sum. By the way, have you noticed her introduction? I thought she would be a beauty or talent streamer, but it turns out she is a metaphysics streamer. Unregistered visitor. As a fan who just came from Master Dekong's stream, I find this live stream quite distasteful. Is she just trying to ride on Master Dekong's coattails? Unregistered visitor. I'm also a fan of Master Dekong. Could you please refrain from mentioning him here? Does someone like her, who merely seeks to exploit others' fame, deserve to be compared to Master Dekong? Everyone knows he is the foremost metaphysics streamer. Unregistered visitor. To the person above, your choice of words is astutely accurate. This host is a product of plastic surgery. Her face seems crafted to resemble a newcomer actress named Chung Yining. Even her attire mirrors the character Chung portrayed, flowing in white. Unregistered visitor. I feel nauseated. Must she imitate everything? Can the authorities not ban such individuals? Can she not tarnish my experience? Yan Ming stared at the screen filled with vitriol, stunned. While his intention in gifting the spaceship was to attract attention to Wu Yin, he did not anticipate that her rapid ascent would garner such a host of detractors. Wu Yin saw the comments and lowered the camera, no longer revealing her face. However, this action only led the viewers to believe she was feeling guilty, prompting further ridicule in the comments. Wu Yin then spoke to clarify, I moved the camera not out of guilt, but because I wish for new viewers to focus less on my appearance. I do not know who Chung Yining is, and I have not undergone plastic surgery. I look this way by nature. Furthermore, Wu Fenggu is my school. If you dislike me, you are welcome to leave my stream. She adjusted the board to make the words on it clearer to the viewers. Unregistered visitor. A divination for 1,000. What makes you think you're worth that? Unregistered visitor. Why don't you dance for us? Perhaps if you dance well, we might tip you. Top supporter YIY. Could you all refrain from being so malicious towards a new streamer? Master Wu Yin's predictions are quite accurate. I vouch for her. Unregistered visitor. Oh, the top supporter has spoken. What a show of support. Disbelievers, those who dislike and those who do not wish to watch can exit the stream. Those who wish to have their fortunes told may connect with me, Wu Yin announced, as the comments flooded with messages of departure, interspersed with compliments about her voice. Some bewildered newcomers inquired about the situation in the comments. Among the comments, one stood out prominently from a registered visitor. Registered visitor. Host, can you help me find someone? I'm at my wit's end. My father has been missing for 3 days. Wu Yin noticed it. Yes, if you are certain you wish to consult, you may connect with me. The comments quickly filled with messages suggesting that a prop had finally arrived. As these messages poured in, the newcomer who had requested assistance sent a hot air balloon worth 1,000 yuan and applied to connect with Wu Yin. Once the connection was established, a middle-aged man appeared on screen, his unkempt beard and dark circles around his eyes reminiscent of a panda, clearly having gone days without rest. Zhu Ping had initially intended to post a missing person notice online, but inadvertently stumbled upon this live stream. Upon seeing the host's ability to predict fortunes, he approached with a desperate hope, ready to try anything. Hearing her affirm that she could help, he quickly deposited 1,000 yuan into his account and sent a hot air balloon. For him, the worst-case scenario was a loss of 1,000 yuan. However, what if he happened upon a genuine master? Once connected, Zhu Ping immediately spoke up, Master, my name is Zhu Ping. My father has been missing for 3 days. He suffers from dementia and disappeared in the village. We reported it to the police, and everyone has been searching the mountains for 2 days with no success. I'm nearly frantic. Please, Master, can you help me find my father's whereabouts? Wu Yin acknowledged him. Please send me your father's birth date privately. This request was to safeguard personal privacy. Zhu Ping acted swiftly, and within half a minute, Wu Yin received the birth information. She glanced at the message on her phone and inquired, Please confirm that the information you provided is accurate. Master, it's correct. That is my father's birth date. Zhu Ping replied earnestly. Wu Yin responded, If you are certain that the information is correct, this birth date belongs to a deceased individual. He has been gone for 2 days. In his heart, he had matters that concerned him, and before passing, he went to the place he longed for most. This location is to the west, surrounded by pine and bamboo. She paused, then added, and there is a grave, that of his wife. Your father passed away before her grave. If you wish to find your father's remains, you should search there. Zhu Ping's revelation provided the viewers with fresh material for mockery. Unregistered visitor. Ha ha ha, I never expected the host to be so swiftly confronted. If you cannot calculate, then don't attempt it. Why curse someone? Unregistered visitor. I thought she was a prop. Turns out she's just here to be exposed. This is hilarious, host. Did you hear? Your client just told you not to recklessly calculate if you lack skill. Unregistered visitor. I feel a bit sorry for Zhu Ping. He is clearly desperate to find his father, who has dementia. He hastily spent 1,000 yuan, only to receive a curse in return. Chapter 13. At the grave of his ex-wife, Zhu Ping's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled that his father had an ex-wife who had long since passed away. Moreover, the timing of his mother's death was indeed accurate as the master had stated. I mean to say, your father passed away at the grave of his first wife, where rest 2 souls he cherished most dearly, his wife and a child who never drew breath. Zhu Ping. Your father must have told you in his lucid moments that he wished to be interred with his first wife, but you did not acquiesce, did you? The instinctive reaction of a person cannot be concealed, and Zhu Ping's countenance revealed the truth to all present. A concerned viewer remarked, "Look at Zhu Ping's expression. The host has clearly hit the nail on the head. It seems this host possesses remarkable skills." Another chimed in, "Zhu Ping, please speak. We, the spectators, are eager to hear." An unacquainted viewer speculated, could it be that he is indeed a plant? The leading supporter, YYY, added, a plant, a plant, a plant. You just know it's a plant. How could one find a plant right after losing a father? If the host is this impressive, they might as well be called a master. Another viewer commented, with wealth, what kind of plant cannot be found? The top supporter generously gifted 10,000. Given the host's striking appearance, who knows the true nature of their relationship? As the chatroom began to escalate into chaos, Wu Yin, feeling exasperated, swiftly disabled the comment section, allowing the viewers to bicker while she remained undisturbed. Zhu Ping appeared reluctant to acknowledge certain truths, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "My father may not even be in the place you mentioned." Despite his stubbornness, deep down, Zhu Ping was beginning to accept the reality. He understood that the master had likely spoken the truth. A viewer urged, "Zhu Ping, please do not disconnect. Let us witness whether the master's predictions hold merit." However, Zhu Ping refused and abruptly ended the connection, leaving the room feeling dull. A follower commented, "Given Zhu Ping's reaction, it appears the master has indeed spoken correctly. He simply struggles with the notion that his father's affections may not have been directed towards him and his mother." I shall join the master's fan club, they thought. The Hangyu platform saw a flurry of roses in the chat as the number of followers began to rise. Discussions among the viewers sparked anew. One remarked, "If it were me, I could not accept this either. It seems to embody the torment of unrequited love." Another noted, Zhu Ping's mother stood by her husband for decades and bore him a child, yet even in death, Zhu Ping's father remained fixated on his first wife. It seems terribly unfair to Zhu Ping's mother. She is indeed pitiful. Thankfully, she passed before her husband. Otherwise, her heart would be deeply wounded. Upon reopening the comment section, Wu Yin encountered this sentiment and shook her head without offering further explanation. Zhu Ping had merely asked her to divine his father's whereabouts, and thus she had focused solely on that. As for other matters, since Zhu Ping's father had not disclosed them during his lifetime, she deemed it unnecessary to involve herself. Those wishing for a reading could apply directly for a connection. Wu Yin gestured towards the payment code, indicating that it would be best to scan it. The gifts in the live stream were subject to platform fees. Shortly after she mentioned this, a new connection request arrived. "Host, I have sent the payment. You may check," spoke a young girl. Wu Yin refrained from inquiring whether Tenci had received it. She feared incurring debts rather than worrying about debts owed to her. Should the payment for the reading go missing, the individual would eventually repay her in another manner. What would you like to inquire about? Wu In asked. Host. My name is Xiaoen. I suddenly lost contact with my boyfriend, and it has been 4 or 5 days. I want to report it to the police, but his parents are preventing me from doing so. Xiaoen expressed her distress. I find it rather strange, yet I cannot articulate why. My main concern is that I am unable to reach him. A follower commented, could it be that your boyfriend is secretly going on blind dates? Perhaps his family sees you as a backup? Seeing this comment, Xiaoen shook her head. No, my boyfriend loves me very much. We have a strong relationship. And our families have met and agreed on our engagement for the National Day. Perhaps fearing disbelief from the online audience, Xiaoen hurriedly added, in fact, my family's circumstances are significantly better than his. I can sense that his parents are quite pleased with me and they treat me well. A follower remarked, that is indeed peculiar. If he has gone silent, why would they prevent you from reporting it? His parents must be concealing something from you. Xiaoen sighed. I do not know, so when I saw the host, I thought I would give it a try, hoping the host could help me discern my boyfriend's situation and provide insight into my marriage. In times of confusion, people often seek a glimmer of solace, hoping to consult a master for guidance and reassurance. Please send me the birth dates of you and your boyfriend privately, Wu In instructed as she opened the private message. Analyzing their compatibility was a straightforward task for her. Would you prefer to know about your boyfriend first or your marriage? Wu In inquired. Please address my boyfriend's situation first. Xiaoen requested, I am truly worried about him. Wu In smiled slightly. Then I shall begin with your boyfriend's matter. You may set aside your concerns. He is currently very safe, surrounded by numerous police officers watching over him. What do you mean? Xiaoen was taken aback. A follower quipped, the host means your boyfriend is in jail. This is hilarious. No wonder he went missing, and his parents prevent you from reporting it. Turns out he is in prison. Another added, indeed, prison is quite secure, with all those police officers keeping an eye on him. The host is quite eloquent. From your boyfriend's birth information, it appears he is rather frivolous and lacks a sense of responsibility. He is 28 years old with limited education, and he has been apprehended due to offenses related to his girlfriend. He should have a 9-year-old son, and he operates a small business, though his financial prospects are bleak. However, he is fortunate to have supportive parents who help sustain him. His parents treat you well because you are the most innocent and well-off among the many women in his life. Chapter 14. Not a family. Not entering the same door at this moment, all the netizens were left speechless. A concerned follower remarked, Sister, where on earth did you find such a boyfriend? From your voice, you don't seem very old. Are you really ready to be a stepmother? Your boyfriend has a criminal record. The audience was taken aback. But it was evident that Xiaoyan was even more astonished. She remained silent for quite some time, her voice trembling with emotion as she spoke again. Did you say he has a 9-year-old son? His family told me that boy was his brother. He deceived me. And his parents assisted him in lying to me and my family. When we visited their home last time, my mother even commented on how much the two brothers resembled each other. His brother didn't like me and often glared at me. I thought it was because I wasn't good enough to win over a child. I even promised to treat him well. It turns out that boy was his son, not his brother. How foolish I was, completely fooled by their family. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. In truth, if something feels off, it is your intuition trying to alert you. When a girl is in love, if she senses something amiss, she should not rush into an engagement or marriage without taking the time to reflect. Wu In advised gently. A concerned follower chimed in. If he is 28 this year and has a 9-year-old son, it means he became a father before reaching the legal marriage age. Another visitor commented. The child's mother didn't stay after giving birth, which speaks volumes about the kind of scoundrel he is. Yet another added, clearly, his girlfriend being arrested is not the first time he's visited such establishments. A different visitor pointed out, did no one catch the other information the host mentioned? The young lady's boyfriend is unfaithful and has other women. She is merely the most favored choice among them. While his family is aware of his character and has conspired to keep this from her family. Another remarked, indeed. It is true that not a family enters the same door. Trash breeds trash. An unregistered visitor criticized, "Why do you all blindly believe the host? Do you possess any discernment at all? You claim your boyfriend loves you, but you didn't even verify what the host said before believing it?" Shaowen wiped her tears and declared, "I will call my boyfriend's mother right now, more than anyone. I hope the host's words are false." She took a sip of water, cleared her throat, and then dialed her boyfriend's mother's number, putting it on speaker. The call was answered quickly by a middle-aged woman's voice. "Shaowen, shouldn't you be at work right now? What brings you to call me?" "Don't worry about Yang. We just received news from him. He's fine. He said he was feeling overwhelmed by work and decided to take a spontaneous trip to clear his mind, so he turned off his phone to avoid being disturbed." This was the explanation the family had concocted. Shaowen was taken aback by her boyfriend's mother's immediate response and struggled to process the information. The viewers in the live chat quickly provided her with advice. "Miss, just tell her that your family has connections and found out that your boyfriend was arrested because of his girlfriend, and you know that his brother is actually his son." Shaowen, though innocent, was not foolish. She applied the viewer's advice. With a serious tone, she said, "Auntie, you don't need to lie to me anymore. My family has already found out that Yang was arrested because of his girlfriend, and I know that his brother is actually his son. My family uncovered all of this." "What?" The middle-aged woman on the other end was evidently startled. Her reaction was quite pronounced. "Auntie, the facts are laid bare before us. You, uncle, and Yang have all been deceiving me and my family. I am deeply disappointed in you." Faced with the exposure, the middle-aged woman grew anxious. "Shaowen, listen to your aunt explain. Yang is still young and naive. He has been taken advantage of by another woman. However, since the child is here, we must acknowledge this responsibility, right? The child's mother abandoned him. We can't just turn our backs on him. That child is innocent. Yang should take on the duty of being a father, correct? Xiaoyun, we are both women. As someone who has been through life, I can tell you that when choosing a husband, how he looks or how much money he has isn't the most important. What truly matters is whether he possesses a sense of responsibility. Look at Yang. He is willing to take responsibility for his youthful mistakes. Shaowen, he genuinely loves you. Can you forgive him this once for the sake of our relationship? You've been together for over 2 years. That's not easy. Please give Yang another chance. When he returns, I will ensure he apologizes to you." Every anxious word from the middle-aged woman confirmed Wu Yin's assertions. As she attempted to speak further, Wu Yin lost her patience. "Some individuals are inherently unfaithful. Your boyfriend is one of them. His mother seems to believe that you are unaware of his many other girlfriends, apart from you. His soon-to-be fiancée. In truth, your boyfriend has a voracious appetite. He welcomes any and all. When he has money, he indulges extravagantly. When he doesn't, he resorts to smaller indiscretions." The audience in the live chat erupted in laughter. What a voracious appetite! The host truly captures the essence of words. One follower exclaimed, "The host is right. Some men never change. Hoping for them to improve is futile. It's better to wish for their swift demise." Another chimed in. "Seems like the commenter above has quite a story to tell," a third noted. "Let us listen to the absurdity of what Xiaoyun's boyfriend's mother is saying. She keeps saying he is young and naive, claiming all men have a weakness for temptation. Who is she trying to manipulate here?" Another commented. "At 19, he had an illegitimate child, and that was labeled as being young and naive. Now, at 28, he is about to get engaged while his girlfriend is in jail. Is that still called being young and naive? At what age will he mature? Only when he is cremated, perhaps?" Another questioned. "I'm a man, and I only desire my own girlfriend. We've been in a long-distance relationship for many years, and I've remained faithful to her. Compared to fleeting excitement, I cannot bear the thought of losing her." Chapter 15. "I do not profit from your money," a concerned visitor remarked. "As a man, if one truly loves his girlfriend, There is nothing that cannot be restrained or controlled. The inability to do so stems merely from a lack of care. The tears welled up uncontrollably in Xiaoyun's eyes. So, in this relationship, am I the only one who is truly invested? The middle-aged woman realized that others were listening to her conversation with Xiaoyun, reproaching her. Xiaoyun, who else is beside you? Handle your family matters privately. Do not air your dirty laundry in public. How could you be so thoughtless? Auntie, I am also an outsider. Let us not communicate any longer, Xiaoyun stated firmly before hanging up, succumbing to sadness and tears. The online community flooded the live stream with messages of comfort, urging Xiaoyun not to be disheartened, for it was not worth shedding tears over a scoundrel. A girl's tears should hold greater value. Thank you for your kind words. Hearing you say that lightens my heart. I deserve better, Xiaoyun replied, regaining her composure before looking back at the camera. Host, does this mean my future in marriage will be fraught with difficulties? I approach this relationship with sincerity, believing it would yield a fruitful outcome, only to find myself on the brink of disaster. A concerned visitor added, fortunately, you encountered the host today. Otherwise, you would have been deceived by that family until the end. The thought of you becoming part of such a household makes me anxious. Wuan nodded upon reading the comments. Indeed, had you not met me, they would have ensnared you. If you had become engaged and subsequently married, you would have discovered that your brother-in-law is your husband's illegitimate child. Considering the implications of the marriage, Xiaoyun thought, I cannot leave him over this revelation. It would bring shame upon my family, so I endure. I am a kind-hearted person and believe that adult grievances should not involve children. Hence, I have not directed my resentment towards my husband's illegitimate child. Yet the child remained unfriendly, and when Xiaoyun was 3 months pregnant, she was deliberately chased by a dog, resulting in a miscarriage. That is tragic, so much so that I, as a listener, feel a surge of indignation, remarked a follower. Xiaoyun's face paled. Could my fate truly be so grim? Wuyin advised, Xiaoyun, you are suited for a later marriage. Your true partner will emerge when you turn 29. Until then, regardless of how many times you marry, you will face unfortunate separations. You are still young. Do not rush into marriage. Your destiny holds a career meant solely for you. If my calculations are correct, you are currently embarking on a new venture, correct? Indeed, I have just started my own small studio, Xiaoyun replied, nodding enthusiastically, even changing her form of address from host to master. Devote yourself to your career. It is during your flourishing professional life that your true partner will arrive, Wuyin reminded her. Now, you must publicly declare the reasons for your breakup with your boyfriend in your social circles and promptly relocate to a safer neighborhood. Do not disclose your new address to others. A visitor interjected. Does the host imply that Xiaoyun's scoundrel ex will seek her out after this? Wuyin merely smiled enigmatically. And Xiaoyun affirmed, Master, I shall remember all of this. Thank you, Master. I must inform my parents about the situation. I will log off now. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. Goodbye, dear sister. Remember to love yourself, heed the host's advice, and focus on your career. As women, we must strive to achieve financial independence and avoid being consumed by romance. I am beginning to believe the host is indeed a master, commented a follower. Another visitor skeptically questioned, are these not hired supporters? Only the foolish would believe such young masters exist. Top fan YYY countered, have you ever judged a hero by age? Youth does not equate to incompetence. It often signifies extraordinary talent. A visitor remarked, Top fan, you truly are a sycophant. If you have money, then your word is law. Regardless of the truth, the host's live stream is undeniably entertaining. Whether it be storytelling or television, it serves its purpose. I am now a follower. It is a delightful way to pass the time. The popularity of the live stream surged and more viewers joined. However, no one else attempted to connect with the host. Wuyin glanced at the time, satisfied with her earnings, enough to purchase gifts for her visit to the Zhao family, and she decided to conclude the stream. Just as she prepared to end the broadcast, a middle-aged man approached her stall. Are you here for fortune-telling? I've been watching your live stream for a while. This is my first encounter with such a novel experience. Little beauty, if you truly possess the gift, why not predict whether I will strike it rich today? I am about to engage in a significant business deal. The man brandished a thick stack of cash. If your prediction brings me joy, this money shall be yours. The viewers in the live stream eyed the bundle greedily. That looks to be at least 5,000 yuan, observed a visitor. This must be a hired supporter, another speculated. Who is this generous benefactor? He appears quite affluent. Host, quickly, perform a reading for him. If he strikes it rich, he may bestow even more upon you. Muin scrutinized the middle-aged man's features for nearly a minute before promptly declining. I do not seek your money. Her refusal prompted a flurry of comments. It seems this man genuinely came for fortune-telling. The so-called master is too afraid to predict, fearing exposure. This wealthy man could retaliate if she falters. Top fan YYY urged. Muin, read for him. Let everyone witness your true abilities. Do not fear, be bold. Yanming nearly panicked for Wuyin. Why is she hesitating? Is she not aware of how this diminishes her credibility? Qing Yong, holding his phone, had been captivated by Wuyin's beauty while passing by the square. Upon discovering her live stream through the nearby function, he was pleased to see the viewers encouraging her. Chapter 16, An Eager Pursuit of Deaf Little Beauty. Are you afraid of how your uncle might react if your fortunes are miscalculated? Worry not, for he is a good man, and he means you no harm. Yet, look at the comments in your live stream. They are calling you a fraud. If you refuse to read my fortune, you shall indeed be a con artist masquerading as a fortune teller. A mocking glimmer danced in Wuyin's eyes. Some individuals truly seem intent on courting disaster. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Wuyin inquired once more. Cheng Yong, without hesitation, tossed a wad of cash onto Wuyin's makeshift table. Yes, calculate for me. Reveal the extent of my fortune today. Wuyin smirked slightly, not so fast. First, allow me to send a message. Viewers in the live stream commented, could she be secretly seeking external help? I find the way the host smiled just now rather unsettling. Wuyin paid no heed to the comments, having switched her focus to a green messaging app. She sent an extensive message to Tan Xiai, and fearing he might miss it due to being busy, she decided to also message Yanming, urging him to promptly remind Tan Xiai to check her message. Yanming was currently tasked with monitoring the live stream, and upon receiving her message, he quickly entered a conference room. After half a minute, Cheng Yong's patience began to wane as he craned his neck to peer at Wuyin's phone. Who is the little beauty messaging? A boyfriend, perhaps? Are you calling him for assistance? Afraid I might truly strike you? It was evident that Cheng Yong was quite conceited. He yearned for everyone around him to hear his birth details as he sought to impress. Let us not rush to assess your fortune for today. I shall first discuss your past, and you can determine the accuracy of my words. I have time. Do speak. Cheng Yong, without invitation, seized a plastic stool from a nearby stall and sat down, legs crossed and hands resting on his belly, grinning broadly. Others say I am brimming with good fortune. Wuyin scrutinized his birth chart, pondering where his supposed luck stemmed from. You were born into a middle-class family, your father engaged in a modest business. Your family was quite well off in your early years, but when you turned 10, your father fell prey to gambling and squandered the family fortune within 6 months. Cheng Yong's hand on his belly stilled, and the confident smile gradually faded from his face. At the age of 15, your mother, unable to endure your father's domestic violence and alcoholism, attempted to leave him. She sought refuge elsewhere, but after 3 months, your inebriated father tracked her down. In the ensuing altercation, your mother fatally wounded him, resulting in her imprisonment to this day. Cheng Yong's expression was now devoid of any humor, and the viewers in the live stream suddenly noticed that when the jovial smile vanished from his pudgy face, a more menacing visage emerged. Cheng Yong scowled. You do possess some ability to deduce matters. Since amassing wealth, Cheng Yong had crafted an image of a privileged heir, carefully concealing these buried memories of his past, a past where he had long since forgotten that beneath his glamorous life lay a mother serving time in prison. Can you truly discern such intricate details from a person's birth chart? Doubts began to creep into Cheng Yong's mind. Perhaps others cannot, but I can, Wu Yin asserted, stretching her arms and locking her gaze onto Cheng Yong's face. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance, prompting Cheng Yong to leap to his feet and glance toward the source of the disturbance. What's the rush? Did you not wish for me to divine your fortune today? Wu Yin stood, obstructing Cheng Yong's line of sight, using a single hand to firmly compel him back into his seat. Cheng Yong was astonished. How could a young girl possess such strength? You have already paid. The reading is not yet complete, and you cannot leave. Wu Yin took a small step back. Your father is deceased, your mother is incarcerated, and thereafter no one cared for you. You fell in with street thugs, engaging in petty theft. Yet, petty crimes could not satisfy your vanity, nor quench the gambling and drinking genes inherited from your father. After lying low for 6 months, you committed a serious offense. Cheng Yong could no longer maintain his composure, erupting, "To hell with this. I'm done with this nonsense. Consider the money a gift." The viewers in the live stream were left in stunned silence. I have warned you. Having accepted your money, I will not let you leave until I complete the reading, Wu Yin declared, observing Cheng Yong's struggle as he attempted to flee. With a swift kick to his knee, he crumpled to the ground, clutching his leg in pain. Wu Yin continued. A decade ago, you spent 6 months planning and executed a robbery at a jewelry store. A brave employee fought back fiercely, and you struck him in the head with a hammer repeatedly, ultimately killing him, and you made off with the store's valuables. My heavens! I suspected it was a criminal act, but I never imagined it involved a murder. I know of that case. It happened in our small county, and it remains unsolved to this day. The store lost over 2 million. 2 million 10 years ago was not comparable to today's 2 million. Is it true? Did someone commit such a significant crime and still act so brazenly? Host, you're not a police officer. How can you assert such things and resort to violence? Chapter 17. Heed the counsel of others. Wu Yin, oblivious to the comments from the viewers in the live stream, continued her narrative. A decade ago, after your initial crime, you refrained from disposing of the stolen goods immediately. The surveillance technology of that time was far inferior to what we have today, allowing you to evade suspicion for 2 years. It was only after melting down the gold that you left that county, gradually converting your ill-gotten gains into cash. Yet, those funds were swiftly squandered in gambling, leading you once again to contemplate robbing a jewelry store. Armed with the experience of your first robbery, your preparations for the second were more meticulous, targeting smaller establishments, and once more, you succeeded. Cheng Yong erupted with curses. What are you? You have no evidence. How can you accuse me? Having successfully committed 2 robberies without capture instilled in you a false sense of invincibility, even breeding contempt for law enforcement. Thus, your grand scheme for today. Wu Yin's gaze remained fixed on Cheng Yong's hands as she spoke, pausing momentarily. Noticing Cheng Yong reach toward his waist, she swiftly kicked his arm, forcing his hand away. In one fluid motion, she pushed him to the ground, stepping on him while pressing his other arm back, rendering him completely immobilized. A viewer remarked, "Goodness. No wonder the host said from the outset she wouldn't profit from him. She saw he was no good, and that his money was tainted." Another added, "The host is not letting a villain go unpunished." Yet another exclaimed, "The host's agility is impressive." Curiosity bubbled among the viewers. "Host, tell us more about this grand scheme of his." Cheng Yong, now devoid of rationality, hurled vile insults, his face pressed against the ground, his eyes filled with fury. He struggled against the reality that a young girl had him completely subdued. With every movement, Wu Yin's weight increased upon his arm. Cheng Yong, today, you gathered 3 accomplices to rob a bank. This is what you refer to as your grand business venture, Wu Yin stated. Had you not sought my counsel, your plan might have succeeded. You 4, armed, would have emptied the bank's cash reserves, and in your arrogance, you even killed 2 people as a provocation. The police apprehended your accomplices within 3 days, but capturing you proved to be a far more arduous task. To you, your accomplices were merely expendable pawns, tools to buy you time for your escape. The future evils Chung Yong would commit were not limited to these actions. 3 successful crimes had emboldened him and enriched his experience. After fleeing abroad, instead of hiding, he reveled in his notoriety, his methods becoming increasingly reckless, resulting in a growing toll of innocent lives. Woo-in borrowed a rope from a neighboring vendor, binding Chung Yong tightly like a dumpling. Just as she completed her task, a group of police officers rushed toward her, with Yan Ming among them. "Master, are you all right?" Yan Ming gasped, struggling to keep pace with the officers. "President Tan sent me ahead to assist you. He will be here shortly." Woo-in pointed to Chung Yong on the ground. "I'm fine. See, he's all tied up." She then reminded the police he has a gun concealed at his waist. "Have all 3 of his accomplices been captured?" "Thanks to the information provided by President Tan, we have apprehended the other 3, the police captain replied gratefully. "We also found similar firearms on them." "You're welcome," Woo-in replied thoughtfully. "This money is what he just handed to me for the fortune-telling. Should it be turned in?" "Yes," the officer nodded, appreciating Woo-in's cooperation. "After all, this is one of the proceeds from crime." The viewers in the live stream were abuzz. "I came for a fortune-telling and ended up witnessing a major criminal arrest. The police are here. This proves the host truly has foresight." Another commented. "The naysayers earlier have fallen silent. Who can hire the police as actors?" "Host, you are so adorable. You voluntarily returned the money Chung Yong gave you," one viewer remarked. "I noticed when you asked, your brow furrowed slightly, as if you felt both pity and a desire to adhere to the law," another observed. "My goodness. I was just in line at the bank in the square when a group of plainclothes officers suddenly apprehended a man in his 20s wearing a suit. It turns out he was a robber hiding in the bank. I was terrified. He had a gun. There's also a plainclothes officer in the parking lot. They suddenly stopped a car and pulled the driver out. It was even more alarming." Another viewer added, "Chung Yong, you disregarded the warnings, and now look where you are. You have to face the consequences." "Indeed, with the crimes Chung Yong has committed, he deserves the death penalty. He is hastening his own demise," commented another. "One must heed counsel. Ignoring it leads to swift ruin." I sent a small token of appreciation to the host. "Host, were you texting to have your friend call the police? Did you provide information on the other 3 accomplices?" "Host, what time will you be available later? Let's schedule a time." Woo-in noted these 2 messages and replied, "Yes, I provided that information. As for tonight's live stream, it will be after 10 o'clock. I'll be offline for now." Woo-in's initial recounting of Chung Yong's past was a strategic delay, awaiting the capture of his accomplices. Each held firearms, and had she apprehended Chung Yong first, his desperate accomplices might have resorted to dangerous measures against innocent bystanders. Thus, she chose the most prudent course. Enlisting Tan Si's help to alert the authorities, allowing them to capture the other 3 based on her intelligence before securing Chung Yong, the mastermind. Confident in her assessment, she knew Chung Yong's physical condition, a man with a protruding belly, suggested he was not particularly formidable. Chapter 18. A visit to the Zhao family upon seeing Tan Si. She felt the same joy as if she had encountered her own fortune. After tidying up her belongings, she trotted over to Tan Si, who was engaged in conversation with the captain. "Could you assist me in withdrawing the revenue from the live stream? I would like to convert my earnings into cash today, as I need to buy a gift for Zhao Yu." Woo-in had already decided on a present for the little chubby boy, a figurine of Ultraman, the same height as him. "All right." Tan Si sent a message to his secretary, then glanced over Woo-in, asking, "Are you injured?" Woo-in raised an eyebrow, wiggling a finger. "I am merely outwardly strong yet internally fragile. I didn't even give him the chance to draw his gun." Her boastful remark elicited laughter from several officers, yet upon seeing Chung Yong, who resembled a meat dumpling, it was evident that the girl was not exaggerating. Chung Yong indeed hadn't even had the opportunity to touch a gun. Tan Si was the one who reported the incident, and Woo-in merely needed to provide supplementary information. As for Woo-yin's deduction regarding Chung Yong's involvement in 2 other robbery-murder cases, it would be the police's responsibility to gather evidence. At the very least, a target had been provided, pointing them in the right direction. While Tan Xi remained inside, Wu Yin and Yan Ming had already settled down to rest. I just heard the captain mention that they could apply for a bonus for you. Yan Ming expressed his happiness for Wu Yin. So your calculation regarding Cheng Yang was not in vain. Is there really such a good fortune? Wu Yin exclaimed, her surprise palpable. She owed Tan Xi nearly 20,000 yuan, and any additional income would mean she could repay her debts sooner. The two individuals exiting the office overheard Wu Yin's exclamation, and the police captain, smiling, continued, for the two robbery cases. We have been soliciting useful information from the public for years. Since we managed to avert a bank robbery, once the case is resolved, we can apply for a 10,000 yuan bonus for you. Having just emerged from a life of poverty where she struggled to afford meals, Wu Yin could hardly conceal her elation. I've decided to become a civic-minded citizen. Tan Xi's secretary arrived, and Wu Yin followed Tan Xi to the car. The secretary handed a bag containing the cash Wu Yin requested. After deducting the large sum that had to be delayed per regulations, the amount Wu Yin received from Zhu Ping's divination fee, along with other fans' donations, barely totaled 1,000 yuan. Additionally, another 1,000 was directly transferred to Tan Xi, resulting in the secretary handing over slightly more than 2,000 yuan to Wu Yin. Thank you, Wu Yin expressed her gratitude to the secretary, then turned to Tan Xi, repeating her thanks with unwavering sincerity. Tan Xi had grown accustomed to Wu Yin's seemingly perfunctory yet earnest tone. Where are you headed now? He inquired. To buy a gift for the little chubby boy. Where can I find Ultraman? Wu Yin gestured, specifying she wanted a figurine as tall as Zhao Yu. Tan Xi was likely unaware of the answer. Yan Ming, seated in the passenger seat, turned to Wu Yin with a smile. There's a commercial plaza nearby with a toy store that has a comprehensive selection, including Ultraman figurines that are the correct height for children, all authentic. Then let us go there. Wu Yin pondered for a moment and asked, Do you think my money will suffice? That is indeed uncertain. Let me check online for you. Yan Ming took out his phone and searched for a moment before laughing. Master, the amount you have is just enough. He showed Wu Yin his phone, adding, I have a membership card for that store, which provides a discount. After the discount, this Ultraman costs 2,200. That's sufficient. Wu Yin thought to herself, considering she would still have some leftover for meals tomorrow. A true love willing to spend 2,200 for the little chubby boy. The commercial plaza Yan Ming mentioned was nearby, and the car soon entered the underground parking lot. The toy store was located on the 3rd floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Wu Yin was astonished by the size of the store. Upon stepping inside and gazing at the myriad of goods, she was once again taken aback. Children today are truly fortunate. Zhao Yu's happiness began the moment he opened his eyes that morning, and every second of Wu Yin's visit brought him joy. When the doorbell rang and Wu Yin entered, Zhao Yu's happiness soared from 90 to a perfect 100. Upon receiving the Ultraman figurine, which matched his height, his joy reached its zenith. Wu Yin, I really like you so much. And I adore the gift you gave me. You remembered that I said I liked Ultraman, and you truly listened while we chatted. Zhao Yu exclaimed, hugging the figurine with one hand while wrapping the other around Wu Yin's leg. Unlike my dad, who often just goes through the motions, I find myself liking him less and less. I remember everything we talked about on our way to the police station. Wu Yin remarked, playfully pinching the little boy's cheek. I knew you would love the gift I chose for you. Wu Yin, I also remember what you said. Zhao Yu leaned closer to her ear, whispering, I haven't told anyone that you are the fairy sister. Not even my parents. I can keep secrets. Wonderful. Wu Yin gave Yu a thumbs up. Such simple praise made him beam with pride and happiness. On that day, she had chosen to keep her magical abilities a secret, hence her request for Zhao Yu to keep it confidential. Little fish, your uncle has also bought you a gift. Yan Ming entered behind Tan Xi, holding the present chosen by Tan Xi. Zhao Yu received it politely, saying thank you, then asked Wu Yin, Did you come with my uncle? Did you choose the gift together? Yes. Wu Yin changed into slippers and took a few steps inside, clearing the entrance for Tan Xi and Yan Ming. Zhao Yu sighed. clutching his backpack. My uncle is truly a persistent man. Even Wu Yin can't carry you. I'm not even in elementary school yet. And he has already given me several backpacks. Tan Xi glanced at the little chubby boy and replied, next time, I'll gift you something else. All right, Zhao Yu responded, carrying one gift in each hand as he led Wu Yin inside, his little mouth chattering incessantly. Tan Jia emerged from the kitchen, saying, it's wonderful to have you here. Why go to the trouble of buying gifts for the child? Please sit down, it's still early, and enjoy some fruit. By the way, would you like some ice cream? We also made milk tea in the kitchen. I believe you young ladies would enjoy it. There are also chips on the table. Zhao Yu personally selected these snacks this morning. For the benefactor of her son. Tan Jia laid out all the delicious treats at home, treating Wu Yin as if she were her own little sister. Ao Yu's grandparents were originally supposed to visit that evening, but due to the sudden hospitalization of Zhao Yu's grandfather's old comrade, they went to the hospital instead. They asked me to convey their apologies and hope you don't mind their absence tonight, Tan Jia explained. However, they have sent the gifts they prepared for you by driver. Chapter 19. I have a brother named Wei Shen. Sister Wu Yin. This box is a gift from Grandma and Grandpa. Thank you, Sister Wu Yin, for saving me. Zhao Yu placed down the gift he had received and rushed over to Wu Yin with the wooden box that had been on the table for half the afternoon, directly stuffing it into her arms. Sister Wu Yin, it's a jade bracelet. I chose it with Grandma, and I believe it suits you. Ao Yu opened the box for Wu Yin and looked up at her, eagerly awaiting her praise. Wu Yin, understanding the intention, exclaimed, it's beautiful. Your taste is truly exquisite. After complimenting the chubby boy, Wu Yin turned her attention to Tan Jia. This jade bracelet is too precious. I cannot accept it. This is a token of affection from the child's grandmother. The bracelet was chosen from a familiar source and isn't overly expensive. Moreover, no matter how valuable the bracelet is, it pales in comparison to your life-saving grace towards Zhao Yu. Tan Jia still felt a lingering fear. Had Zhao Yu not been saved by you that night, in such a remote place, we would have arrived too late to find him buried. That evening, there was no one at home. Both Tan Jia and her husband were working late, and the nanny went to pick Zhao Yu up from school. However, the nanny was knocked unconscious, and by the time she regained consciousness to notify them, Zhao Yu had already been kidnapped for quite some time. It was well past midnight. The incident alarmed the elder Zhao, who immediately mobilized various resources to search for him. Yet, the nanny could offer little useful information, and the abduction occurred in an area devoid of surveillance. Thus, everyone could only wait anxiously for leads to emerge. Please accept it, Tan Xi said as he wheeled himself over. It suits you well. Seeing the almost tearful expression on Zhao Yu's face, Wu Yin nodded in gratitude and accepted the gift. Wei Xian arrived after finishing work, timing his arrival perfectly. When he entered, Zhao Yu and Wu Yin were engrossed in a game of Tom and Jerry, laughing heartily. Upon catching sight of Wu Yin's face, Wei Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had heard Tan Xi and Yan Ming mention the resemblance, but he had not anticipated it to such an extent. Were it not for the prior knowledge that it was Wu Yin here, he might have mistaken her for Cheng Yining before the incident. Hello, Uncle Wei. Welcome to my home. You should go play with Uncle. I want to watch TV with Sister Wu Yin, Zhao Yu said, reluctant to leave Wu Yin's side and waving dismissively at their guest. Wei Xian chuckled at Zhao Yu before greeting Wu Yin. Hello, Wu Yin. I'm a friend of Tan Xi. My name is Wei Xian. I've heard about you from Tan Xi and Yan Ming. Satellite? Wu Yin, upon hearing this, instinctively thought of those two characters. Tan Xi chuckled, Wei from Wei Gua. And Xian, as in 3 golds. Wei Xian was accustomed to such misunderstandings and took it in stride, adding, I have a brother named Wei Shen. Wu Yin remained silent for a few seconds. Your parents certainly have a playful approach to naming. The elder brother is named Satellite and the younger brother is named Wei? She mused. We also feel our names were whimsically chosen by our parents. Wei Xian noted the unfamiliarity of their names in Wu Yin's expression. He settled onto the sofa beside her. Your name is quite unique as well. I've never met anyone with the surname Wu Yin. Where are you from? Wei Xian was aware that his friend was probing into Wu Yin's background and was attempting to protect her. He had not previously realized that Tan Xi was so protective. Evidently, he truly regarded Wu Yin as one of his own. I want to interrupt your television viewing. I'll go talk to Tan Xi, Wei Xian said, standing up. I tend to enjoy chatting, so please don't mind me. Sister Wu Yin, my dad bought vanilla ice cream cake. The chubby boy jumped up and dashed towards Zhao Jinluan, nearly knocking him out of the house with his enthusiasm. As he returned with the cake, he reminded everyone, Dad must listen to Sister Wu Yin. Remember to bring an umbrella when going out these days. Sister Wu Yin is amazing. She said it would rain for 3 days, and it will. With everyone gathered, Tan Jia called them to dinner, and the new auntie helped serve the dishes before departing. I wasn't too sure what you liked, so I had the aunt prepare several light dishes since Tan Xi mentioned your taste leans towards the mild. These seafood dishes are all steamed. And we have 2 dipping sauces, one savory and one spicy, so you can choose as you wish. Thank you, Sister Jia. I eat everything and am not picky at all. Wu Yin felt a surge of happiness being taken care of, glancing at Tan Xi and unable to resist complimenting him once more. You are truly a considerate person. Master. Is that the only compliment you know? Yan Ming laughed, nearly collapsing onto the table. No, I have other words, but they aren't suitable for Tan Xi, Wu Yin replied, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Though my vocabulary is limited, my compliments are always sincere. She was attempting to adapt her manner of speaking, which she had honed in Wufang Valley, to this environment, wary that excessive speech might render her peculiar. By the way, have they uncovered the mastermind behind Zhao Yu's kidnapping? Wu Yin inquired. If not, perhaps I could offer some insights? Zhao Jinluan and Tan Jia were momentarily taken aback. Yan Ming, now a devoted admirer of Wu Yin, quickly clarified upon seeing their confusion. Wu Yin is a master of metaphysics. She is exceptionally skilled at divination. Today, she conducted a live stream for 2 clients, and her predictions were remarkably accurate. She even led to the arrest of a suspect. If there's still no progress on Zhao Yu's case, perhaps she could provide some valuable insights. Fearing disbelief from the others, Yan Ming recounted the events from that afternoon involving Tan Xi. Such a thrilling occurrence? Tan Jia's gaze towards Wu Yin brimmed with gratitude. Thank goodness for you. It turns out you are not only Zhao Yu's savior, but also saved Tan Xi as well. That afternoon, I received payment for Tan Xi's divination. Wu Yin shook her head. Tan Xi has assisted me greatly over these past few days, so there is no need for further thanks. Chapter 20. The master residing in an abandoned building. I am particularly grateful to you, Zhao Jinluan, the father of Zhao Yu and the brother-in-law of Tan Xi, harbors a gratitude towards Wu Yin that rivals that of his wife. Should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to seek us out, Zhao Jinluan expressed. Although the Zhao family may not possess the wealth of the Tan family, we have our connections. Despite having stepped down from his position many years ago, the old patriarch of the Zhao family still retains his network. Zhao Jinluan spoke sincerely, and Wu Yin acknowledged his words with a simple thank you. We are already aware of Zhao Yu's situation. It is entangled with the legal matters Zhao Jinluan is dealing with. If we ever find ourselves in need of your assistance, we will certainly reach out. Tan Jia placed the peeled shrimp into Wu Yin's bowl. Make sure to eat plenty tonight, if there's anything you fancy. Do come over to our home another day. Tan Jia and Zhao Jinluan showed great warmth towards Wu Yin. As she prepared to leave, they packed a variety of her favorite foods for her, and Tan Jia presented her with a gift, a set of exquisite diamond jewelry perfectly suited for a young lady. As Tan Xi settled into his seat, he noticed Wu Yin sighing while cradling the gift box, and he inquired, why the sigh when receiving a present? It's too extravagant, Wu Yin replied, recognizing the brand as a top-tier luxury label, the set of which was certainly not inexpensive. When you have the time, call Yan Ming when you reach the company building and have him come down to meet you. Wu Yin patted her thigh. Just have him deliver it to me when I arrive at your office. That way, I won't disturb your work. Tan Xi's expression faltered slightly. It wouldn't be a disturbance. Yan Ming struggled to suppress his laughter, only managing to regain his composure when Tan Xiai lightly tapped the back of his chair. To distract himself from laughing, Yan Ming struck up a conversation with Wu Yin. Master, if you are in need of funds, you could liquidate the gifts from the Zhao family. Be it bracelets or jewelry, they would fetch a decent sum. Wu Yin shook her head. Zhao Yu is my friend. The items gifted to me by his elders should not be sold unless absolutely necessary. Selling them for money would be quite impolite. Yan Ming found himself enviously contemplating the little chubby one. It will rain and I will be moving. Wu Yin leaned forward to speak with the driver. Uncle, please take me to the place where I got off last time and I will instruct you further. The driver acknowledged and started the vehicle promptly. It seemed as though his gaze fell upon her unconsciously, his mind either blank or deeply engrossed in thought. Upon arriving at the previous drop-off point, Wu Yin busily navigated for the driver. Please stop here. I can walk the rest of the way. She halted the driver. As they were now quite close to the abandoned building, Yan Ming exited first, opening the door for Wu Yin and offering her an umbrella. Before retrieving her suitcase from the trunk, Tan Xiai intervened, preventing Wu Yin from closing the car door. It's raining. Let the driver take you downstairs. Considering Wu Yin's cautious nature, Tan Xiai added, You and Zhao Yu are friends, and I am Zhao Yu's uncle. We are also friends. Are you truly not at ease with me escorting you home? It took Wu Yin half a minute to realize Tan Xi's misunderstanding. Amused, she laughed aloud. Do you think I refuse your offer out of distrust? I could easily carry you myself. If you doubt me, I have no reason to doubt you. Yan Ming, ever talkative, nodded in agreement. Indeed, if you were to abduct President Tan, the driver and I would have no choice but to raise the white flag. The path ahead is treacherous and not suitable for ordinary individuals like yourselves, which is why I prefer to disembark here. Wu Yin took her suitcase and waved goodbye to the group. Be cautious on the wet roads. See you tomorrow. Holding an umbrella in one hand and pushing her suitcase with the other, she ventured into the rain. With no streetlights illuminating the path, Wu Yin moved quickly. And soon the three in the car could no longer see her figure. After waiting for a while, the driver received Tan Xi's signal to depart. This abandoned building had lain in neglect for nearly a decade, rumored to be haunted, and had seen no visitors for years. Originally intended for factory construction, the framework was complete, yet work had abruptly ceased for unknown reasons. Despite the drafts that permeated the structure, it boasted a better living environment than the underpass. However, for Wu Yin, the noise here was far from tranquil, in stark contrast to the underpass. Just as she found a sheltered spot to set down her suitcase, a pale hand reached out to touch it. It is quite rude to meddle with another's belongings without permission. Wu Yin waved her hand, using her spiritual energy to push the hand away, her tone laced with threat. This place is vast. Go play elsewhere. I have work to do tonight, so do not disturb me. The two shadowy figures in the corner immediately dispersed, vanishing in an instant. When the appointed time arrived, Wu Yin set up her phone and began her live broadcast. The viewers, having timed their entry, were taken aback by the dim surroundings. Dear host, why aren't you turning on the lights? It's so dark. Wu Yin scratched her head, realizing that her heightened perception as a practitioner allowed her to navigate such an environment effortlessly, forgetting that her viewers would struggle to see her. There's no electricity. We'll have to make do. She contemplated purchasing candles or a flashlight the next day. As long as you can hear me clearly, that suffices. If you cannot see the payment code, simply send a hot air balloon in the live chat. Is your home experiencing a power outage, host? How unfortunate. Wu Yin disregarded the irrelevant comments without offering explanations. Host, I heard you can divine the whereabouts of missing persons. Could you help me find my lost pet? My dog, with whom I have spent many years, has suddenly vanished, and I am quite anxious. Wu Yin read the message and affirmed, I can indeed assist. Chapter 21. Concerning your husband, it was evident that the girl was genuinely distressed. The moment Wu Yin agreed, she immediately spoke up. Anchor, my name is Xiaohe. I beg you, please help me. My little cloud has been missing for 2 days, and I have searched everywhere for it. Tears streamed down her face as she recounted how Little Cloud was the stray dog she had been caring for since childhood. When Little Cloud was born, she was the one who assisted in the delivery. Little Cloud had spent less than a month by her mother's side before being brought to her by her mother, who placed the puppy gently in her hands. Since that day, she had never seen Little Cloud's mother again. Little Cloud had grown up alongside her, witnessing every significant moment in her life, accompanying her from girlhood to womanhood, and eventually to motherhood, following her from one home to another. Ever since she became pregnant, her mother-in-law had incessantly urged her husband to convince her to get rid of Little Cloud. A concerned follower commented, "No doubt, your mother-in-law sold your dog." Another added, "It's likely she either sold it or gave it away, or even abandoned it, leaving it to become a stray." Xiaohe, with tears streaming down her face, also suspected her mother-in-law, but the woman denied any involvement, refusing to divulge any information. Just as humans have their destinies, so too do animals. Xiaohe quickly sent a private message to Wuyin. However, Wuyin sighed upon seeing the yellow mixed-breed dog wagging its tail behind the girl in the video. The little dog, seeing its owner in distress, desperately raised its uneven front paws, trying to cheer her up. With Wuyin's sigh, Xiaohe felt a knot forming in her heart. A follower expressed concern. "The worst fear is when the anchor shakes her head and sighs. It could mean Little Cloud has already passed." Wuyin inquired, "Did your Little Cloud injure a leg?" Xiaohe recounted how Little Cloud had bravely lunged at a thief, biting his leg to drag him away, sustaining a severe injury to one leg in the process. Thanks to Little Cloud, she had managed to escape her home to seek help from neighbors. But the injury had left the dog disabled. With a trembling voice, Xiaohe asked, "Anchor, is it true that my Little Cloud—" "Yes, Little Cloud has indeed passed away," Wuyin replied. Xiaohe immediately broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as she pleaded, "Can you tell me how Little Cloud died? How did it leave home?" Wuyin revealed, Little Cloud was indeed taken out by her mother-in-law. Observing the puppy nestled in Little Cloud's embrace in the video, Wuyin felt a deep sorrow upon learning the cause of Little Cloud's death. She envisioned Little Cloud happily wagging its tail in front of a dog meat restaurant, eagerly anticipating the reunion with its beloved owner and little master. Unbeknownst to it, the owner's mother-in-law was bargaining with the restaurant owner, receiving 500 yuan and leaving with a smile, abandoning the dog there. Xiaohe cried hoarsely, "How could she? How could she? Little Cloud is my family. How dare she treat my Little Cloud like this?" Suddenly, Xiaohe burst out of the room, finding her mother-in-law in the living room, soaking her feet while watching television. In a fit of rage, she splashed the foot basin in her mother-in-law's face, shouting, "I knew Little Cloud's disappearance had something to do with you. You know how much I care for Little Cloud. How could you sell her to a dog meat restaurant? Are you a beast? This is my home. Little Cloud is my dog. What gives you the right to sell my dog?" Her husband was left dumbfounded, while the drenched middle-aged woman was furious. "I see you've lost your mind. I am your mother-in-law. How dare you splash me with foot water? If this were in the past, I would have had my son divorce you. Don't think that because you bore my son a grandchild, you can walk all over me. For your information, I am your mother-in-law, and this house belongs to my son. I have the right to handle anything in this household." Xiaohe's phone was still connected, and although the viewers could not see the scene in the living room, they could hear the commotion. A follower commented, "Xiaohe's mother-in-law is truly a nightmare." Another added, "Look at that old woman. She doesn't even refute the matter of Little Cloud, just clings to her status as a mother-in-law to suppress Xiaohe. The anchor is right. Little Cloud was sold by Xiaohe's mother-in-law." Yet another remarked, "Xiaohe's mother-in-law is utterly inhumane. Little Cloud was part of Xiaohe's family and even saved her life. Master, please accept my humble respect." The phone continued to transmit Xiaohe's anguished shouts. "This house was bought by my parents. I decorated it with my own money before marriage. Although I married your son, this house has nothing to do with you or even your son. If you dare sell my Little Cloud without my permission, I will report you for theft." Upon hearing Xiaohe mention calling the police, her husband panicked and rushed to comfort her. "Wife, my mom was just confused. Don't stoop to her level. Little Cloud is gone, but I will buy you a new dog tomorrow. Please, for my sake, endure this once and forgive my mother for her foolishness." Why should I endure? That was Little Cloud. The one and only Little Cloud in the world. What can you offer me as compensation? Can you bring Little Cloud back to life? Why should I forgive a thief? Your mother is a thief. In my eyes, she is a murderer. A murderer who has killed my family. Both you and your mother get out. Xiaohe pushed her mother-in-law and husband out of the house, slamming the door behind them and locking it tightly. A follower commented, "Xiaohe's husband only knows how to placate. He never tells his mother to endure." Another added, "Living in Xiaohe's house, yet daring to sneak in and sell Little Cloud while she was away is truly heinous. Calm yourself for a moment. I have something important to discuss with you, something concerning your husband," Wuyin urged. Chapter 22. The Self-Directed Kidnapping. It took my husband, Xiaohe, nearly a minute to compose himself. "Host, I am ready now. Please proceed. I discovered something while I was calculating Xiaoyun Duo's situation. And then I observed your financial misfortunes recently," Wuyin remarked, regarding the matter of Xiaoyun Duo being sold, although your husband was unaware of it initially. He learned of it afterward. "What do you mean?" Xiaohe exclaimed, instinctively leaning closer to the phone. "However, your mother-in-law informed your husband that Xiaoyun Duo was sold for 500 yuan. Your husband is in dire financial straits and merely went to retrieve the 500 yuan from your mother-in-law." Wuyin continued. "You may send me your and your husband's birth dates, and I shall calculate further." Xiaohe hastily removed her phone from the stand, sending a private message to Wuyin while saying, "After we married, we managed our finances separately. We live on an AA system. I have never inquired about his salary or spending habits. Yet, how could he be so financially strapped as to require even this 500 yuan? After a moment, Wuyin responded with an providing an explanation. "Your husband has become entangled in online gambling. His salary is insufficient to cover his gambling debts, and he has borrowed extensively from online lenders as well as from colleagues and friends." Wuyin continued. "Your mother-in-law's sudden inclination to sell Xiaoyun Duo stems from your husband's persistent requests for money. She has been contemplating ways to acquire funds. Check your gold jewelry. A significant portion has already been replaced with counterfeit items purchased by your mother-in-law. The money from selling your jewelry has gone to your husband." Xiaohe abruptly stood up, determined to search through her jewelry box. "Xiaohe, there's no need to rush. Let me finish," Wuyin called out, halting her eagerness. Fans commented, "Is the host not done yet? My fists have clenched numerous times. A man involved in gambling is not worth keeping, Xiaohe. Divorce him quickly and gather evidence of his gambling. Make him repay his debts during the divorce. Indeed, this mother and son are truly cursed, living in someone else's home, selling their Xiaoyun Duo for 500 yuan, and even swapping out jewelry. Xiaohe, is your husband's family not well off?" "Indeed. Marrying down is the beginning of misfortune." Xiaohe nodded. "He comes from a single-parent family in the countryside, and their circumstances have always been challenging. I didn't want him to feel pressured over the dowry, so my family only asked for 66,000, of which 60,000 I secretly lent him." Clearly, feeling sympathy for men is the beginning of misfortune. He's a phoenix man, one who does not appreciate such a wonderful wife. Hurry and divorce him. You deserve better." Wuyin glanced at the comments before continuing, "Your husband has a decent job, but due to online loans, he has been robbing Peter to pay Paul. The pressure of these loans will soon drive him to irrationality. Fearing that the loan companies will contact his workplace and expose his gambling debts to his colleagues, he has turned his attention to you. He is likely planning a self-staged kidnapping, targeting your son. He will concoct an excuse to distract you, allowing a fellow townsman to take your son and then pretend to be the kidnapper demanding ransom, threatening you that if you dare to report it, he will harm your child. Seeing you readily hand over 300,000 yuan will lead him to encourage his townsmen to increase the ransom, testing your limits. ultimately deceiving you out of all your money. Your son is still very young. After being taken by his townsmen and due to inadequate care, he will fall ill. The lack of timely treatment will result in severe consequences, dramatically affecting the child's brain development, leading to irreversible conditions. How infuriating! What a scoundrel! Xiaohe stood there in shock, her lips quivering violently, disbelief rendering her temporarily speechless. From then on, your family will be embroiled in endless arguments over your child's intellectual issues. You, out of guilt, will endure silently until you witness your mother-in-law strike your child for not eating. Ultimately, you choose to divorce and take your child with you. In your quest for custody, you will relinquish most of your marital assets to your husband, enduring hardships alone while raising your child. In your old age, you will choose to leave this world with your intellectually disabled son, unable to trust the world to care for him, who lacks the ability to live independently. Xiaohe covered her face, sobbing, gently nodding. This indeed was a choice she would make. Xiaohe, the evidence is on his phone, Wu Yin reminded her. Determined for her child's sake, Xiaohe rallied. When I threw him out, he didn't have time to grab his phone. He has another phone in his study drawer. The evidence is on that device, not the one he usually uses. After some time, Xiaohe finally dimmed the screen of that phone, wiping her tears and thanking Wu Yin. Thank you, host. If it weren't for you, my baby would. For a mother, the words intellectual disability are profoundly difficult to utter. So difficult that one hesitates to speak them. If it were innate, it could be accepted. But it is precisely due to his father that he faces a life of suffering. How could one not feel heartache? Xiaohe, in truth, Xiaoyan Duo has always been by your side. You simply could not see it. While you weep, it is anxious, ever comforting and accompanying you. All things possess spirit. Your Xiaoyan Duo is kind-hearted, sacrificed to the human table, yet its soul remains untainted, still pure and white, rushing from the small town to your side. After the stream, send me your address. I will draw a talisman for you. Once you receive it, at sunset, recite Xiaoyan Duo's birth date and burn it. Before the flames extinguish, you may bid farewell to Xiaoyan Duo, allowing it to depart in peace. If fate allows, you shall meet again. Chapter 23. Are there ghosts? After expressing her gratitude several times, Xiaohe finally concluded the call. Everyone understood that she was feeling quite sorrowful, and thus, netizens flooded the comments section with words of comfort. Some even offered her advice on how to rid herself of the scoundrel who had burdened her with his gambling debts, instructing her to preserve all evidence of his financial transgressions. A concerned follower commented, I am Xiaohe, thank you all for your concern. I have a cousin who is a lawyer, and I will call him now. Also, I am grateful to the host. Thanks to you, my baby was able to avoid calamity. Once I finish my household chores, I will return to express my gratitude to the host. You're welcome, and I appreciate your gift. Wu Yin replied, You have treated Xiaoyan Duo as family, and in return, Xiaoyan Duo has brought you this opportunity with its very essence. A follower noted, the host makes a valid point. If Xiaohe hadn't been so anxious for Xiaoyan Duo, willing to spend 1,000 yuan to consult the host, she might never have encountered the host and thus missed the chance to discover her husband's treachery. Another follower lamented, Xiaoyan Duo truly evokes deep sorrow. It's heartbreaking to see. An unregistered visitor asked, earlier, the host mentioned that Xiaoyan Duo has always been by Xiaohe's side. Can you truly see Xiaoyan Duo? Another visitor inquired, Host, can you also see ghosts? Do they really exist in this world? Indeed, Wu Yin nodded. However, there are rules for humans and rules for ghosts. Without cause and effect, an ordinary person would never encounter a ghost in their lifetime. A follower announced, Host, you've topped the new redfish rankings. Another exclaimed, Xiaohe, the wealthy lady, just sent 3 spaceships, 30,000. The host instantly rose to the top of the weekly newcomer list. Wu Yin suddenly comprehended, realizing why the live stream's viewer count had surged. An unregistered visitor, having just arrived from a forum, remarked, I saw many praising the host's accuracy. And I came in to hear you say you can see ghosts. Is that true? If no one wants a reading, I will take a break. As Wu Yin prepared to end the stream, a hot air balloon appeared and a connection request followed. "Let us do one more reading before I rest," she agreed. Once the connection was established, a middle-aged man's face appeared on screen, his expression dark and weary. As the camera activated, it startled the viewers. "I apologize for alarming everyone. I've been feeling unwell lately and have trouble sleeping at night, hence my poor complexion," Wang Fugue began, addressing the audience before turning to Wu Yin. "Host, since you claim to see ghosts, could you help me? I believe I've encountered one, especially at night when I feel an unsettling chill, even with the heating on. I often wake up to strange noises." Although others remained oblivious, Wu Yin could see the ghost as soon as Wang Fugue activated his video. A spirit lingered behind him, a newly emerged ghost. Wang Fugue continued, "I truly am not speaking nonsense. Particularly around my neck, it feels unbearably cold. I haven't slept well for several nights, and even my dog has been avoiding me, barking and hiding whenever I approach." Wu Yin acknowledged, "You are correct. There is indeed a ghost near you. However, as I mentioned earlier, ghosts do not attach themselves to individuals without reason. Reflect on your recent actions. Have you done anything you should not?" The ghost beside Wang Fugue was pure and evidently had never taken a life, indicating it was not an evil spirit. Yet, it harbored significant resentment, which had transformed it into a ghost seeking Wang Fugue. "I am an honest person. I would never do anything wrong," Wang Fugue protested, shaking his head. "Host, you must have a way to exorcise this ghost, right? I'll pay you. Would 10,000 be enough? If not, I can offer 20,000. Just as he finished speaking, the ghostly hands, which had hesitated, suddenly tightened around his throat. "You lie. You are responsible for our plight." The ghost's mournful voice caused the mirror behind Wang Fugue to shatter. "Ah, ghost. Host, save me. There really is a ghost. My neck is being squeezed," Wang Fugue shouted, feeling the pressure around his throat intensify with every cry for help. The viewers were startled as the mirror shattered and the piercing sound reverberated through the stream. When Wang Fugue clutched his own neck in desperation, the audience was too terrified to even breathe deeply. A concerned follower urged, "Host, please save Wang Fugue. I think I really saw a ghost behind him, a female ghost. It was terrifying." Wu Yin discerned that the female ghost bore no murderous intent. Rather, Wang Fugue's words had provoked her anger. "Wang Fugue, I must caution you. The spirit entwined with you is a young woman, likely around 20 years old, who has only recently passed with long hair." Having provided this insight, she encouraged him to ponder whether he recognized such a person. Possibly granting Wang Fugue a chance, the female ghost released her grip. He finally gasped for breath, but turned to Wu Yin and shouted, "You deceitful charlatan. You claimed you could capture ghosts. They're about to kill me. Why don't you exorcise it?" Seeing Wang Fugue's lack of remorse, the female ghost was truly enraged. She lunged again, this time attempting to strangle him, lifting him off the chair and pressing him against the wall. Wang Fugue flailed his legs in vain, desperately gripping his own throat, only managing to emit a faint whimper. "Refuse to speak? Then you will," Wu Yin declared. "You initially desired to remain untainted by bloodshed. Maintain that intention." This statement was directed at the female ghost, who took a moment to process it before slowly raising her gaze to the phone perched on the table before Wang Fugue. "Host, can you see me?" the ghost inquired. Astonished. "I can see you, and that is why I am offering you this opportunity. Please tell me why you are clinging to Wang Fugue," Wu Yin urged. Chapter 24. Spending unjustly, the ghostly figure cast Wang Fugue aside into the corner, then floated before the mobile device. As her emotions gradually settled, her visage began to morph back into her former self. "Host, my name is Wang Xiya, and I am the neighbor of Wang Fugue. Our families are even distant relatives. During my senior year of high school, I suddenly fell ill, and after a hospital examination, it was revealed that I was gravely unwell. As the only child in my family, my parents dedicated themselves entirely to my care, even selling their possessions to fund my treatment despite our modest means. For several years, I remained hospitalized, undergoing conservative treatment while awaiting the opportunity for surgery, as my parents tirelessly sought funds. Half a year ago, I finally received my surgical chance. My parents scrounged together every penny, borrowing from relatives and friends, and eventually managed to gather the necessary funds. On the day of my scheduled operation, my mother accompanied me to the hospital while my father departed from home, carrying the money to pay for my surgery. However, when he arrived at the hospital, he realized the bag containing the money had been lost. Despite waiting until my operation time, the money was never found. Without it, I could not proceed with the surgery, and my frail condition could not withstand my parents' attempts to gather more funds. 2 months later, I succumbed in the hospital. My mother told my father that, for my sake, they had incurred significant debts to relatives. They could not let them down or betray their trust. She vowed that once the family debts were settled, she and my father would reunite with me. The malevolence surrounding Wang Xiaya intensified, and her ghostly eyes grew increasingly red. My parents worked tirelessly to repay their debts, toiling day and night, delivering packages by day, taking on food delivery shifts at night, and even doing odd jobs whenever possible. They skimped on food and clothing, all to repay our relatives as soon as possible. In my afterlife, I was unwilling to accept this fate. I sought out neighbors one by one until I discovered that Wang Fugue had stolen the money intended for my surgery. On that fateful day, my father had an encounter with Wang Fugue, who engaged him in conversation. After their chat, my father hurried away, leaving behind the bag. Wang Fugue seized the opportunity unnoticed and took the money for himself. When my parents approached him, begging for assistance, he feigned sympathy but cruelly remarked that I should have died earlier and been reborn, all while extravagantly squandering the very funds meant for my medical care. In life, I had heard that the sins of children would befall their parents. If not for my concern for my parents, I would have taken vengeance upon him long ago. Wang Xiaya, your reservations are justified, Wu Yin quickly interjected, attempting to soothe the nearly unhinged spirit. Master, I have departed from this world. I do not yearn for resurrection. Yet, it is an abomination that Wang Fugue, while lavishing himself with my surgical funds, mocks my parents as though they are fated to suffer due to their past misdeeds. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. Host, who are you conversing with? Is it the female ghost haunting Wang Fugue? Her name is Wang Xiaoya? Host, could you allow us to see this ghost? We are eager to know what Wang Xiaya has said to you and what deep-seated grievances exist between her and Wang Fugue. Wu Yin noted the comments. Indeed, I am speaking with the spirit of Wang Xiaya, who is related to Wang Fugue. Do you wish to see her? Seeing the flood of comments requesting to witness her, Wu Yin asked Wang Xiaya, do you wish for the viewers to see you temporarily? Would it frighten them? Wang Xiaya transformed from her menacing, ghostly form back to her former appearance. After Wu Yin guided her through a chant, she reminded the viewers to bask in sunlight for at least an hour the next day. Wang Xiaya, possessing a degree of intelligence, required only a few minutes to manifest. Suddenly, an apparition appeared on the screen. No, it should be referred to as a ghost. There was a discernible difference between humans and spirits. The apparition appeared ethereal and insubstantial, like a gathering of mist, yet it was sufficient for the audience to discern Wang Xiaoya's features. Having transformed into a spirit, she learned the truth, yet no one could see her. Her pent-up fury had nowhere to go, and she maintained her composure out of respect for her parents, refraining from exacting revenge on Wang Fugue, only causing minor disturbances to frighten him. After Wu Yin consumed 2 jelly cups, Wang Xiaoya concluded her tale. The viewers in the live stream were incensed, lambasting Wang Fugue's ancestry for his transgressions. Sometimes, humans can be more terrifying than ghosts. He dares to spend the money meant for saving a life. When the host mentioned the ghost, Wang Fugue should have realized it was Wang Xiaoya haunting him. How could he even consider using her surgical funds to silence her? Wu Yin nodded in agreement with the comments. There is a cosmic balance. Wang Fugue has misused funds that do not belong to him, and he shall pay for it in due course. By spending this money, he has incurred a debt to Wang Xiaoya's life. If he does not repay it in this lifetime, He will continue to owe it in the next until the debt is settled. Wu Yin revealed Wang Fugui has hidden some of the unspent money beneath his bed, a portion of which was lent to your family by one of your relatives. The numbers are consecutive and auspicious, thus your relative remembers them vividly. They even posted on social media, claiming that the lucky numbers indicated that her relatives would have a smooth surgery and recover swiftly. One viewer exclaimed, that's my colleague's social media post. I've seen it. I even liked it. Oh my goodness. Later, my colleague posted a lament for her hospitalized relative, and I commented that it was such a pity. So, it was Wang Xiaya. Another viewer reassured, Wang Xiaya, do not despair. I have already reported this to the police. With the evidence shared by the host, Wang Fugui shall face justice. Your parents will no longer have to suffer so. Chapter 25 Identical Voices. Wang Xiaya felt an increasing sense of concern. She feared that if her parents repaid their debts, they might lose their will to live. A concerned follower suggested, I'll call my colleague to inform your parents to join the live stream. This way, they can see you. Another follower added, don't worry. Little sister, I'll make that call right away. Where do you live? Another asked, if it's close to my home, I can visit your parents more often. Upon reflection, Wu Yin realized this was indeed an excellent idea. Dear user, please inform your colleague to have Wang Xiaoya's parents request a connection. I will enable a multi-person link, allowing them to speak directly with her. Though Wang Xiaya could appear before others, she remained a spirit, unable to interact with tangible objects like a phone due to her insufficient ghostly power. While waiting for her parents to connect, Wu Yin seized the opportunity to educate everyone about the dangers of illicit wealth. For instance, someone like Wang Fugui. Even the kindest spirit would gradually lose their sanity under his influence. Once a ghost loses its mind, it becomes a malevolent entity. Wang Fugui's life would not suffice to atone for the devastation he could cause, ultimately leading to the extinction of the Wang family line. Through this revelation, Wu Yin encountered Wang Xiaya before she succumbed to darkness, providing her with a chance to unveil the truth and express her grievances. Soon, Wang Xiaoya's parents entered the live stream and submitted a request to connect. Wu Yin followed the system prompts to activate the multi-person link. In the video appeared an elderly couple clad in delivery uniforms. Though Wang Xiaya was still young, her parents appeared aged beyond their years, their hair white and faces lined with sorrow. A viewer commented, Wang Fugui watches my uncle and aunt transform from dark-haired to gray every night. How can he not feel remorse? Another chimed in, Xiaya, I'm your cousin. I visited you in the hospital and gifted you a wig. You said you loved it. Do you remember? A follower added, that's my colleague. She and Wang Xiaoya's parents are here. Wang Xiaya nodded vigorously, recalling how her chemotherapy had caused her to lose all her hair. Cousin, you were the first person to tell me to look beautiful even while ill. I truly cherished that wig you gifted me. After I left, my parents wore it for me. Thank you. With assistance from bystanders, Wang Xiaoya's parents finally learned how to unmute their microphone. Upon seeing their daughter on the screen, they wept, calling out her name. Dad, Mom. I know how much you love me, and I love you too. I feel so fortunate to be your daughter. Dad, please don't blame yourself. I hold no resentment. You and Mom have given me so much love. My only regret is not being able to stay by your side, Dad, even when I'm gone. You and Mom must take good care of yourselves. Live for me too, experience the world, savor its delights, and only then will I feel at ease. Mom and Dad. As I depart, I wish to grow up first in my next life and return as your mother, repaying the love you've given me. In our next life, may we still be a family. As she watched her parents nod and agree, Wang Xiaoya felt a sense of lightness envelop her. She smiled at the camera, expressing gratitude to the host and to all the strangers who had shown her kindness. In that moment, all her lingering regrets began to dissipate. Surrounded by the goodwill of unfamiliar viewers and after sharing her heartfelt words with her parents. Host, I think I see a light. A path that beckons me with a voice. Slowly, Wang Xiaoya stood up. It is time for me to go. Goodbye, Dad and Mom, and to all the kind souls. I came from love and depart in love. I am truly happy. With courage, she followed the voice toward the light. Wooin sat cross-legged, offering her final blessings to this unfortunate yet fortunate girl. Though viewers could not see the path for guiding souls, they witnessed Wang Xiaya smiling as she gradually faded away. I'm truly moved to tears, a follower commented. Uncle and aunt, don't cry. Xiaya left happily, another reassured. Meanwhile, Wang Fugue slowly regained consciousness, scratching his head as the events of the live stream flooded back. Just as he was about to grab his phone to continue his tirade, a frantic knocking resounded at his door. Without time to retrieve his phone, he hurried to open the door, revealing police officers investigating the case of the missing funds from Wang Xiaya's family. We received a report indicating that you picked up Wang Xiaya's medical funds and concealed the remaining money beneath your bed. The officers entered without hesitation. Viewers watched as the police lifted Wang Fugue's mattress, uncovering a bag filled with money. Wang Xiaya's father hoarsely shouted, "That's the bag containing my daughter's medical funds." Realizing he could no longer hide, Wang Fugue shouted, "I found it. I didn't steal it. I have every right to spend what I found. You have unlawfully taken others' property, resulting in severe and irreversible consequences." The police wasted no time, taking Wang Fugue away. Cheers erupted in the live stream. "I reported this. Justice has been served," one follower exclaimed. "Lock him away for life. Uncle and aunt, you won't have to struggle anymore. Once the police return the money, life will be easier for you. Wang Xiaya would want you to experience the world and enjoy its delights. You must live well, so she doesn't worry." Tears streamed down Wang Xiaoya's father's face. "We will live well. For her sake, my wife and I will take care of ourselves," ensuring she doesn't worry from beyond. Wang Xiaoya's mother nodded, thanking the master. "Without your guidance, we would have never known our daughter passed away, let alone find peace." A follower commented, "My elderly uncle and aunt don't know how to send money, so they entrusted me with 10,000 for the host. They are immensely grateful." As this message appeared, a spaceship was sent as a token of appreciation. Though it was late and the viewers remained exhilarated, Muin decided to close the live stream. After shutting it down, her first action was to withdraw all the earnings from the stream. After all, she was truly in need. She intended to spend the money on necessities the following day, including a talisman for the little fat fish and a drawing for little he to use for little cloud. Simultaneously, Wei Xian put away his phone and patted Wei Shen, who sat in stunned silence. "Remember to soak up 2 hours of sunlight tomorrow." Wei Xian mused. "Tonight shattered and reshaped my worldview. During dinner, when Yan Ming spoke so mysteriously, I was skeptical. Now I am compelled to believe this Wuyin is indeed a true master." Wei Shen nodded absently, his expression tense. "Brother, what could make two unrelated individuals share such identical voices?" Wei Shen suddenly inquired. Chapter 26. Trending on social media. Aside from deliberate imitation, how could it sound so identical? Wei Xian found it implausible. "Did you mishear?" he questioned, shaking his head. Wei Xian dismissed the notion. He wasn't that masochistic as to revisit the videos from years past. His curiosity about wooing only deepened. Wei Shen merely felt a pang of regret, lamenting that tonight's live broadcast would obscure her features. "Your curiosity is noted, but do not let it affect her," Wei Xian cautioned. "She is a benefactor of the Zhao family and Tan Xi, who protects her fiercely." At the dilapidated building, Muin awoke to find her phone had died. Glancing at the device, she noted the impending shutdown. Having streamed for an extended period yesterday afternoon and forgotten to charge her phone after visiting the Zhao family, her battery had been low when she ended the broadcast last night. After changing her clothes, Wu Yin took only her charging cable and walked to the rickety railing, calling into the void, "Come out." When silence lingered for a few moments, she continued, "I will count to 3. If you do not appear, do not blame me for summoning you in other ways." 3. In the next instant, the air shimmered and the figures of 2 girls, one larger and one smaller, materialized before her. We initially believed the master was not seeking us, the older girl, who appeared around 15 or 16, stated, holding the hand of a younger girl, approximately 10 years old. After explaining, she inquired, "May I ask what the master desires of us?" The smaller girl hid slightly behind her sister, whispering, "Master, I didn't mean to touch your box last night. I was merely curious about what it contained." I didn't return afterward. These two sisters were not the only spirits haunting the abandoned building. Rather, it seemed that the spirits had delineated territories, and Wu Yin's location coincidentally fell within their domain. With the agreement secured, Wu Yin felt at ease to depart. Using the leftover change from yesterday, she took several buses to reach the Tan group. Initially concerned that her dead phone would hinder her from contacting Yenming and gain entry at the Tan group's entrance, she was pleasantly surprised when the security guard recognized her and granted her passage. Upon inquiry, she learned that Tan Ci had already briefed them that morning. Wu Yin had only waited for 2 minutes when Yenming emerged. "My phone is dead. Could you please charge it for me?" Wu Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she had been repeatedly imposing on Tan Ci's generosity. With no power at the dilapidated building, her need to charge her phone signaled that she might have to come to Tan Ci's place daily. "Mr. Tan watched your broadcast last night and guessed you would need a charge after seeing your power outage," Yenming explained, carrying a backpack laden with cash that Tan Ci had anticipated she might lack. Thus, he had instructed his secretary to procure a backpack early this morning, with the money inside. Dressed in a light pink knitted top beneath a thin, mid-length trench coat, paired with jeans and white sneakers, Wu Yin felt comfortable. "The internet at our company is fast, and the snacks are delightful," Yenming added. "Where does the master intend to go next?" "Mr. Tan has arranged for a driver to take you directly," he continued. Upon seeing Wu Yin smile, he interjected, "Tan Ci is truly a good person." "Indeed. Tan Ci is quite the gentleman," Wu Yin echoed, her tone imbued with a playful lilt, exchanging glances with Yenming as they both erupted into laughter. Having a driver on a rainy day was a luxury, and Wu Yin graciously accepted Tan Ci's kindness. "That outfit suits you well," Yenming observed, his praise understated compared to Wu Yin's habitual compliments. "Your secretary has excellent taste," Wu Yin replied with a raised eyebrow, adding, "and I suppose my looks contribute as well." Finding Yenming's sense of humor rather simplistic, she chose to ignore him and followed Tan Ci into his office. The lounge adjacent to the office featured a concealed wooden door that, when opened, revealed Wu Yin's phone charging on a stand. A warm cup of tea awaited her, and just as she lifted it to take a sip, Yenming burst in, his excitement palpable. "Master, you are trending," he exclaimed, brandishing his phone, his eyes practically glued to the screen. He stumbled slightly, nearly colliding with the coffee table. Trending fifth on Weibo was Wu Yin. Redfish Live, Wu Yin. The fortune teller apprehends a robber. The incident from yesterday afternoon, wherein Wu Yin had predicted for Qingyong and subsequently led him to the police station, had gained traction overnight and surfaced in the morning trends. Many netizens expressed skepticism, although some loyal fans from Wu Yin's live stream were defending her in the comments. Others recounted their encounters with spirits during her session, only to be met with scorn from a multitude of commenters accusing them of self-promotion. Many were inquiring about when Wu Yin would be live again. "Perhaps you should register for Weibo?" Yenming suggested. "No, that seems too cumbersome," Wu Yin replied, shaking her head as she returned her phone to him. "You may leave now, I have work to attend to." For others, drawing talismans necessitated a series of rituals, including cleansing hands and burning incense. Yet for Wu Yin, such preparations were unnecessary. Channeling her spiritual energy, she dipped her brush in vermilion, allowing her thoughts to guide her as each stroke gracefully flowed onto the paper. Creating a few talismans was effortless for Wu Yin. Had it not been for her need to conserve energy for the live stream, she could have completed all the talisman papers in one go, without a single failure. Chapter 27, A Life of Prosperity. After completing the talisman adorned with spiritual energy, Wu Yin stored it in her bag without the need for drying. Just as she was about to zip it up, she retrieved 2 more sheets, intending to present them to Tensi and Yanming later. Once she tidied the table, Wu Yin commenced her live broadcast. Initially, she presumed that since it was early in the morning and not the scheduled time, the audience would be sparse. However, due to the trending topic on Weibo, a significant influx of viewers joined the stream, causing the number to surge from 0 to 100 within mere seconds. In the blink of an eye, the viewership surpassed 1,000. Wu Yin displayed the payment code to the side and greeted her audience, informing them that she would only conduct 3 readings today before concluding the session, adhering to her customary practice of payment via scanning the code. A loyal follower remarked, "Host, are you broadcasting indoors today? Did you not set up on the street? It's raining outside." Wu Yin acknowledged this. Another follower chimed in, "Host, you've trended on Weibo. I told everyone that we encountered a ghost in last night's stream, and it drove me mad that no one believed me, even scolding me. Do not concern yourself with the disbelief of others. Last night's events remain valid regardless of their opinions. Avoid engaging in futile arguments that could dampen your spirits," Wu Yin advised. Upon approval of the connection request, a well-groomed middle-aged woman appeared on the screen. "Hello, host. I am Sun Xioli, introduced by Shaoan. She mentioned your readings are remarkably accurate, particularly regarding her relationship with her boyfriend." Sun Xioli, keenly aware of her appearance, flicked her hair as she spoke to the camera. "What would you like to inquire about?" Wu Yin asked. "It is not for myself, but rather concerning my daughter and her suitor. I would like to know if their birth dates are compatible," Sun Xioli requested. "Certainly, please send me both of their birth dates privately," Wu Yin responded. A follower noted, "Isn't it a bit hasty to seek compatibility for just a suitor?" "Why is it hasty? My daughter has been seeing him for over 2 months, and given his excellent qualities, if we don't secure this soon, what if someone else takes him?" Sun Xioli replied, disapproving of the younger generation's tendency to procrastinate. "The young man is quite fond of my daughter. If she agrees, we could arrange their wedding immediately." Wu Yin received the birth dates and names of both individuals and listened to Sun Xioli extolling the virtues of the suitor's family and circumstances, alluding to how her daughter would enjoy a life of luxury post-marriage. Wu Yin shook her head in disagreement. "Your daughter is not suited for this man," she stated firmly. Instantly, the smile faded from Sun Xioli's face, replaced by a stern expression. "I believe you are a fraud. You clearly have no skill in this. If it weren't for Shaoan urging my daughter to consult you, she would have acquiesced to marriage based on your supposed compatibility. I would never seek counsel from someone who appears to be a charlatan. I must inform you that the young man consulted a genuine master with my daughter's birth date, and the master remarked that she possesses a prosperous fate for her husband, which pleases him immensely." Wu Yin found the situation amusing. "Do you genuinely love your daughter? If so, how can you overlook the fact that the young man only mentions her prosperous fate without acknowledging a destined compatibility between them?" Observing Sun Xioli's countenance, Wu Yin discerned a strong desire for control. "Have you ever sincerely respected your daughter's opinions regarding her relationship? My daughter's temperament requires my guidance. I am her mother. After all, how could I possibly harm her? Everything I do is for her benefit." Sun Xioli, feeling cornered by Wu Yin's remarks, grew irritated. "Host, having a prosperous fate for one's husband is inherently positive. Perhaps he is simply reserved and hasn't he disclosed everything to me?" A follower commented, "Goodness. This triad of statements is utterly depressing." Another visitor remarked, "If I had a mother like that, I would prefer to be an orphan." Absolutely. If the host says it's incompatible, it must be so. One should heed counsel. The last person who ignored advice is now incarcerated, a follower advised. "You are correct. The young man has not revealed everything to you," Wu Yin concurred. "Your daughter indeed possesses a prosperous fate for her husband, and it is precisely because of this that he is particularly pleased with her. However, do you realize that should your daughter marry this man, she will need to sacrifice her very life to ensure his prosperity?" Wu Yin revealed the ominous fate suggested by the reading, stating, "This man will lead your daughter into a dire situation. If you insist on your daughter marrying him, prepare yourself for the day when you will receive her remains." While you watch your seemingly satisfactory son-in-law utilize her life insurance to establish his own business, flaunting wealth with lavish cars and mansions. Your daughter essentially exchanges her life to fund his enterprise. Wouldn't you agree that she is indeed fostering his prosperity? Woo-in countered. Yet, Woo-in felt this was merely the beginning of Sun Xiuli's failures as a mother. Sun Xiuli, my reading indicates that your daughter is already suffering from depression. Are you aware of why your daughter continually acquiesces to you? It is because she finds life utterly meaningless. She believes that by pleasing you, even if it causes her pain, it is worth it, Woo-in explained. A follower remarked, there is so much information, I cannot absorb it all. Does she have multiple boyfriends? Another visitor exclaimed, my heavens. Sacrificing one's life for a husband? Someone please rescue Sun Xiuli's daughter. A visitor added, even if he were a billionaire, she should not marry him. Moreover, he is not even wealthy. Another visitor commented, I am not surprised to hear the host say Sun Xiuli's daughter has depression. With a mother like that, who wouldn't? A follower observed, look. Sun Xiuli's daughter is sitting quietly beside her, only half visible on the screen, yet she has not uttered a single word, as if detached from the entire situation. Thus, as her daughter sat silently beside her, Sun Xiuli found nothing amiss. Unfazed, she dismissed the notion of depression, asserting, depression is not a serious illness, it arises from idleness. My daughter cannot possibly be depressed. Her schedule is packed to the brim, leaving her no time for such trivialities. Chapter 28. Not surviving until tomorrow's dawn. Sun Xiuli meticulously shares her daughter's schedule with the vast online audience. The weekends render her even busier. However, the viewers are utterly disinterested in Sun Xiuli's monologue. A concerned follower exclaims, Sun Xiuli, please, silence yourself. Listening to you this afternoon has left me in despair. Another adds, my mother only worries about whether I am underfed and never considers that I might be overeating and gaining weight. A visitor identifying as a psychologist responsibly declares, depression is a psychological ailment. Severe depression can lead individuals to contemplate life-ending decisions. If any signs of depression arise, prompt intervention is crucial. Sun Xiuli, please let Jiang Qinghe or her father speak with me. Woo-in perceives that Sun Xiuli is rather self-centered and obstinate, only believing in her own convictions, completely disregarding others' input. Jiang Qinghe, the daughter of Sun Xiuli, only stirs when her name is called. Rather than engaging with Woo-in, she turns to her mother and states, since you refuse to trust what others say, why waste their time? You may believe what you wish. With that, Jiang Qinghe abruptly taps her phone, terminating the live stream connection. A follower comments, I sense this girl is truly quite negative. Just as Woo-in is searching her private messages for Xiaoyun, a message from Xiaoyun arrives. Xiaoyun writes, Master, my aunt is the type who doesn't listen to a word others say. Please don't be upset. She continues, Master, I have already called Jiang Qinghe's father. May I connect you with him shortly? Woo-in responds, this divination has not yet concluded. It is acceptable. A follower notes, the applicants for the connection are a moderately well-known adventure group in the platform, known for exploring allegedly haunted locations. Another adds, they likely found us through trending topics on social media. Woo-in is indifferent to the identities of the applicants, as long as payment has been made. She proceeds with the connection. Once connected, 5 young individuals appear on screen, 2 girls who bear a slight resemblance to each other and 3 boys, all introducing themselves to the camera. The girls, Zhuang Xiaoyu and Zhuang Lily, are cousins. Among the boys, one is Zhuang Lily's boyfriend, Wu Yu, while the other 2, one with red-dyed hair named Zhou Chu and the other named Jiang Huaidong, stand beside him. Jiang Huaidong speaks first. I've seen on social media that the host is a master of metaphysics, capable of divining and even seeing ghosts. Is that true? He chuckles mischievously. We've visited numerous rumored haunted sites, yet none of us have encountered any spirits. Zhuang Lily chimes in, since the host is so skilled. Why not help us 5 with our fortune? We are in City C, and tonight we plan to visit an abandoned house in the mountains known for having evil spirits. Perhaps you could predict whether we will encounter any ghosts? Oh, and dear viewers, you can join us tonight for our live exploration of the haunted old house. Jochu waves another phone at the camera. Host, I've already sent you our fortune fee, so please tell us our fate. Wooin has encountered those seeking danger before, but never a group so eager to court it. She scans the 5 individuals on screen, noting the ominous aura surrounding them. If you insist on going tonight, you are undoubtedly courting death, she warns. The pall of despair envelopes each of them, a foreboding sign of impending doom that is invisible to the average person. A follower questions, does the host mean that the haunted old house in City C truly harbors evil spirits? Zhuang Lily feigns terror for the camera, only to burst into laughter moments later. The host's words are frightfully entertaining. We simply must go tonight. If we cannot survive until dawn, we will return to the host's stream for a refund of our fortune fee. Wee shouts, viewers, you must join us tonight to witness our live confrontation with this so-called master of metaphysics. Jiang Huaidong adds with a laugh, when I was young, my mother had someone predict my future, and they said I would live to 90. Even if you were destined for 100 years. It cannot withstand your willful pursuit of danger, Wuyin scoffs coldly. If you disregard my warnings, and by this time tomorrow you seek me to reclaim your fortune, I shall refund you tenfold. You would do well to heed my advice. Ordinary individuals should not recklessly venture into perilous places. Observing their faces, Wuyi notes that as they adamantly declare their intent to embark on this adventure, their aura of impending demise intensifies. This indicates that their calamity is indeed linked to the adventure they plan to undertake. However, as they have not provided their birth dates, and given their heavily made-up appearances, especially the girls, who show signs of cosmetic alterations, she cannot ascertain whether their demise will result from a misadventure in the mountains or some other cause. Seeing them still laughing in the video, Wuyin resolutely cuts the connection. Good advice is wasted on those courting death. Having offered her counsel, this divination concludes. She decides to perform one more reading before attending to other matters, as she has additional responsibilities today and does not intend to squander time in the live stream. A visitor comments, I arrived here from trending topics on social media, and I heard that the host can divine missing persons and pets. May I inquire if you can locate lost documents? I am quite anxious and awaiting your response. Wuyin glances at the message. I can assist with that. Please scan the payment for the fortune fee, then request a connection and privately send me your birth date. Li Yiming, embracing a mindset that nothing could be worse than his current predicament, scans the payment. With his job on the line, he figures that even 1,000 yuan for the fortune fee is a small price to pay. Chapter 29. Entangled with ill-fated romance and malicious individuals. Host, my name is Li Yiming. Currently, I am on a business trip in another city, having brought crucial documents for a meeting with our clients. However, en route, I discovered that these important papers have gone missing. I distinctly remember placing them in my briefcase before going to bed last night. I was even cautious about my carelessness and checked my bag before sleeping to confirm their presence. Yet, upon opening my bag this morning, to my dismay, the documents were nowhere to be found. If they are truly lost, my job will be in jeopardy. Li Yiming was genuinely anxious. So much so that his words began to tumble out in a rush. He had already sent his birth date and time to Wuyin, who was quietly calculating while listening to his frantic recounting. After a brief pause following his narration, Wuyin finally acknowledged with a sound of understanding. According to the astrological analysis, you are a person of steady temperament and earnest in your endeavors, Wuyin remarked with a smile. You must have been a class leader since childhood, correct? You truly are remarkable. Li Yiming beamed with pride. Indeed. I began serving as class monitor in elementary school and continued to hold leadership positions through university, even joining the student council. You possess an admirable social charm, and your friends enjoy your company. You have a wonderful ability to foster camaraderie. Wuyin nodded, acknowledging him as a promising young man. Yes, I have quite a few friends, and my colleagues at work get along with me very well, Li Yiming admitted, feeling somewhat bashful from the compliments. Wuyin then inquired, you are currently in a pivotal phase of your career, I presume? Li Yiming's heart steadied further as he responded, Yes, I am in a probationary period for a promotion. Which is why losing these documents has me so fraught with anxiety. If I cannot recover them, I may not only miss the promotion, but also risk losing my job. You have an excellent character overall, but you're afflicted by ill-fated romance, and you seem to have a romantic fixation. Furthermore, your fortune this year is mediocre. And you are also beset by malicious individuals, Wu Yin said, reclining against her chair while gazing at Li Yiming's flushed cheeks through the video. You brought your girlfriend along on this trip, didn't you? I imagine you had quite a delightful time last night. Whether from Li Yiming's agitation or the teasing from Wu Yin, the viewers in the live stream were in stitches. Follower, I was genuinely worried for Li Yiming. But seeing the host so relaxed and joking with him made me want to laugh uncontrollably. Follower, ill-fated romance and malicious individuals, could it be what I am thinking? Li Yiming, feeling shy, scratched his head. The city I am visiting is a tourist destination. My girlfriend, knowing I would be here, expressed her desire to join me. She's quite persuasive. And I found it difficult to decline, so I brought her along. Wu Yin responded with an inquisitive then asked, so, do you have any idea where your lost documents might be? Li Yiming, taken aback, exclaimed, you haven't mentioned that. I have no clue. The viewers were nearly in stitches with laughter. Follower, the host nearly revealed everything on the screen. Your romantic fixation is truly evident, as you still cannot grasp the host's meaning. Follower, what the host implies is that your documents were taken by your girlfriend. Upon reading the comments, Li Yiming was left speechless. But what use would she have for my documents? Surely, it cannot be her. Li Yiming's romantic fixation had clearly clouded his judgment, prompting Wu Yin to chuckle. Of course, she wouldn't need them, but she may have taken them on behalf of your competitor. If you make a significant mistake at work, it opens the door for someone else to rise and take your rightful position. Wu Yin discerned that subtle hints were not effective with Li Yiming, so she continued more directly. What I mean is, your ill-fated romance is embodied by your girlfriend, who has been unfaithful. Her affair is with your workplace rival. Her insistence on accompanying you on this trip was likely influenced by your competitor, who plotted to seize your documents. Should you err, her other partner will ascend in the ranks. Thus, your girlfriend's paramour, the malicious individual impacting your fate, is indeed a colleague from your department. Fortunately, your girlfriend is still at the airport as her flight has been delayed. You are in luck. You can still report this incident and potentially stop her, Wu Yin stated. It is fortunate that you are diligent in your work habits. You always arrive an hour early for client meetings and have a practice of double-checking your documents while en route. Thus, there is still a chance for you to salvage the situation. Yes, I always set out early to account for any unforeseen circumstances, Li Yiming expressed his gratitude, feeling a mix of desperation and gratitude. Thank you, host. No wonder the documents I had carefully placed last night suddenly went missing. I now realize they were taken by her. I will report this immediately, and once I've settled this matter, I will reward you. Li Yiming, your true destiny will manifest next year in the form of a girl who is 2 years your senior, Wu Yin advised. Do not let this girlfriend dishearten you regarding love. Is that true? Thank you, host. Li Yiming joyfully expressed his gratitude before disconnecting the call. Follower, Li Yiming is so hardworking, yet so unfortunate, yet so fortunate. Visitor, indeed, it's hilarious. It's the first time I've seen such a tangled web of contradictions in a single person. Visitor, the explanation above deserves a perfect score. Wu Yin barely had time to glance at the comments before a new link request came through. It was from Jiang Qinghe's father. Hello, host. I am Qinghe's father. My wife has a rather strong temper, and I apologize for that. Could you kindly discuss my daughter's situation with me? Due to having a domineering wife, Father Jiang had always taken on the role of the more accommodating one at home. Shaoan informed me that you previously calculated the compatibility between my daughter and her suitor, stating that my daughter has a fate of early demise. I wish to understand why she would die if she were to marry this man, Father Jiang inquired. The suitor your daughter currently has is a homosexual. Do you understand what I mean by that? Wu Yin asked. Father Jiang nodded. I see. You mean to say that this man is deceiving my daughter by pretending to marry her to mask his true identity, correct? Indeed, Wu Yin confirmed. His family is also aware of his situation, meaning they are not only engaging in a fraudulent marriage, but are also deceiving her into bearing children. Chapter 30. Stifling maternal love after your daughter married. Her family initially pretended to be cordial. However, once your daughter became pregnant, the man began to use work trips as an excuse to rarely return home. Following the birth of the child, the man's parents deemed your daughter to be of no further use and frequently directed harsh words towards her. Gradually, a series of events overwhelmed your daughter, suffocating her spirit. One night, while working late at the office, she experienced a sudden onset of depression and tragically ended her young life by leaping from the building. The man, aware that your daughter had died at her workplace, brought his family, along with their few-month-old child, to cause a scene at your daughter's company. Fearing the negative publicity that would arise from an employee's suicide due to work pressure, the company compensated the man handsomely. Subsequently, this deceitful man utilized the compensation to start his own business, becoming an employer. I am utterly infuriated. I do not disdain those who are struggling. My disdain is reserved for those who deceive in marriage and pregnancy. Such individuals deserve to perish. They should not come near good-hearted women. Father Jiang felt a deep sense of dread. If this was the short life his daughter had lived, it pained him immensely. My daughter is still so young. Why must she endure such suffering? He turned to Jiang Qinghe, who sat silently beside him, and declared, "You must block all contact with that man. You shall never speak to him again. Even if every man in the world perished, I would not permit you to marry him." At that moment, Sun Xioli entered the study, having found the spare key. Upon hearing Father Zhang's vehement disapproval, she erupted in anger. "What does your disapproval matter? Xiao Zhang is handsome, well-built, and earns a monthly salary of 20,000. Do you wish for my daughter to marry a man as ineffectual as yourself and live in poverty for the rest of her life? What good is 20,000 a month? He is a fraud in marriage. My daughter would only suffer if she married him." Father Jiang shouted. "What fraud?" Sun Xioli was perplexed by the accusation. Spotting Father Jiang connecting with a live stream on his phone, she snatched it away and glanced at the comments. After reading through them, she began to berate the online audience. "You cannot bear to see my daughter marry well. I suspect you are merely trying to peddle your own fortune-telling nonsense to her suitor." Sun Xioli unleashed a torrent of curses. "Whoever stands in the way of my daughter's happiness is nothing but a charlatan. I am certain that Xiao Zhang is good. I have inquired widely, and everyone praises him. When many extol the same virtues, how can it be false? And in this age, how can there still be fools who believe in fortune-telling? Can't you see this is merely a scheme to deceive you out of your money?" As she ranted, she attempted to reclaim the phone. When her husband refused to relent, she could only turn to her daughter, crying, "Qinghe, I am your mother. The one who wishes for your happiness more than anyone else in this world. How could I wish you ill? I regret marrying your father, a man of little ambition, and not securing you a wealthier family like Xiao Yun's." Sun Xioli grasped Jiang Qinghe's hand tightly, weeping, "My life has been filled with hardship, enduring years of poverty with your father. I do not want you to walk the same path as me. We are but ordinary people. We should be grateful for a boy who earns 20,000 a month and is tall and strong. Daughter, listen to me. Xiao Zhang is young and already earns 2,000 a month. His company values him highly as he gains experience. He will soon earn 3,000 to 5,000 a month. Then, you won't have to toil like I did, juggling work and children. Furthermore, his parents have pensions to assist you both. Once you have a child, he can afford a nanny, sparing you the suffering I endured." Father Jiang had listened to such complaints all his life. Seeing his daughter struggle to break free from his wife's grasp, he hurried to help. However, he did not anticipate that in his urgency, he would inadvertently pull up his daughter's sleeve, revealing the multitude of scars on her wrist. Father Jiang suddenly realized that the broadcaster's claim about his daughter's depression was true. Unbeknownst to him, his daughter had been suffering, inflicting pain upon herself repeatedly. "Enough. Look at your daughter's arms, he exclaimed, pushing his wife away in anger and gripping his daughter's wrist. As he reached out to examine the wounds, she recoiled, swiftly hiding her hands behind her back, refusing to let anyone see. The latest injuries were still fresh, with bloodstains on her sleeve. Son Xioli, look at what you have driven your daughter to, Father Jiang uttered, his voice thick with tears. Indeed, I have never earned great wealth and cannot provide you with a life of luxury. Yet, since marrying you, I have ensured you have never gone hungry or cold. I have never asked you to beg for anything, nor have I ever borrowed money from anyone. How can you, a man with a fixed income, speak so boldly? Other families drive cars, while you still ride your old bicycle. Do you not care that your daughter suffers in the cold wind behind you? I do. Others live in grand homes, while their daughters wear princess dresses and crystal shoes, yet my daughter resides in this shabby little house, even facing complaints for practicing the piano. Under son Xioli's relentless accusations, Father Jiang slowly bowed his head. However, Jiang Qinghe suddenly erupted. She sprang from her chair and lunged at son Xioli. Just when son Xioli thought her daughter would apologize and admit her wrongdoing as before, she found her daughter gripping her waist and dragging her towards the window. Mom, since you live in such pain, let us die together. Do you know? I find life unbearably painful too. Every moment after I wake up feels agonizing. If life is so tormenting, let us end it together. Son Xioli stood frozen in shock, no longer crying, staring in disbelief at her daughter. Chapter 31. Longing for him. Father, please spare me. I am engulfed in unbearable pain. Every minute, every second spent in this household feels suffocating, Jiang Qinghe pleaded through tears. I know you love me dearly, but I am utterly exhausted. I feel less than human, like a marionette at my mother's beck and call. Devoid of my own thoughts and decisions. I am so fatigued. Son Xioli stood petrified, trembling and rendered speechless. Since childhood, I have been forbidden from having genuine friendships. Any companions I may have must be approved by my mother. She disallowed friends from single-parent families, deeming them flawed and a corrupting influence. Friends with poor academic performance were also deemed unsuitable, as they were considered to lack seriousness and could lead me astray. I was permitted only to associate with top-performing classmates, yet I could never truly connect with them. Throughout my life, I have not had a single true friend. Not one. Upon entering high school, when I grew close to a male classmate, she frantically stormed into the school to berate him, accusing him of being an unworthy influence at such a tender age, and pointedly chastised me for not behaving appropriately for someone my age, suggesting I was courting distractions. I could bear my own humiliation, but I could not bear to drag him down with me into disgrace and blame from our teachers. What crime did he commit by being my friend? To deserve such indignity? When I expressed my desire to study science, she completely disregarded my wishes and insisted on discussing my enrollment in the arts with my teachers. She argued that it was more appropriate for girls to study the arts, to secure a respectable profession and a stable husband. Am I studying merely to marry someday? After enduring the rigors of the college entrance examination, I applied to a university far from home, believing I would finally be liberated. Yet, without even consulting me, she stealthily altered my application to a local institution. The results I painstakingly achieved through countless sleepless nights. The fortune I spent to surpass my usual performance by several points, she obliterated it all. She chose the school and the major, leaving me devoid of my own aspirations, goals, or thoughts. Mother, if you so relish these decisions, why did you not pursue your education instead? During college, she monitored me relentlessly, frequently conducting surprise visits to the campus and bombarding me with calls. If I delayed answering for even a few minutes, she would fly into a rage, accusing me of engaging in romantic escapades, chastising me for my lack of decorum, and insisting that a girl's innocence is precious, meant to be preserved for marriage to her husband to avoid scrutiny from his family. Upon graduation, she pressured me to marry, incessantly pushing me into blind dates with men she deemed suitable, regardless of their character. If I did not acquiesce, she labeled me as having unrealistic expectations and being ungrateful. She never heeded a single word I said. What is the purpose of my existence? Mother, you claim it is for my own good, but is it truly? Have you ever inquired if it aligns with my desires? I find it unbearable. I suffer daily, yearning for an end to this torment. Jiang Qinghe's outburst resonated with countless viewers, many of whom identified with her plight, while others, living in blissful ignorance, felt suffocated by her words. She continued to implore her father to release her. Father, if you truly love me, grant me my freedom. Jiang's father shook his head, terrified to let go, fearing that if he did, his daughter might leap from the open window nearby. Qinghe, it is my fault. I should not have allowed your mother to control you so. I promise you from now on, you shall pursue whatever you desire. If you meet a boy you like and wish to marry, do so. If you choose to remain single, that is your prerogative. I was wrong and I will change. I will no longer permit your mother to interfere in your choices. Sun Xioli collapsed to the floor, grappling with the realization of her perceived failures. Why did she err? Where had she gone wrong? Why did her daughter harbor such animosity toward her? Jiang Qinghe, grant yourself the opportunity to live differently. You will discover that existence can be joyous. After Jiang Qinghe had expressed her pent-up emotions, Wu Yin finally spoke. Do you remember your high school desk mate? After a minute of silence, she nodded. I remember him. He was the first to recognize my self-harm. I feared he would view me as a monster, but he did not. Instead, he comforted and encouraged me. I had no friends. He was the only one willing to talk to me and befriend me. Jiang Qinghe. He has liked you since high school and continues to do so, even after transferring schools. He has kept an eye on you all this time, Wu Yin revealed. He is your destined partner. Upon hearing this, Sun Xioli broke down, shouting, I do not approve. He has no parents, raised solely by his grandparents, who are farmers without pensions. I will never consent to your union. Jiang's father's support emboldened Jiang Qinghe. Trembling, she asked, Host, has he truly always liked me? Does he still feel that way now? Yes, he has always cherished you and still does. He is often near you but refrains from revealing himself. Fearing he would disrupt your current life, Wu Yin assured her. Listening to Wu Yin's words, Jiang Qinghe appeared incredulous. Why would he like someone as flawed as I? What do I possess that merits his affection? He is such a wonderful person, leading an optimistic life, while I remain mired in despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks. But I truly miss him. How could I not? He is the brightest light in my life, the source of my greatest joy, and the one who instilled in me a curiosity about the world. Wu Yin lamented the unfortunate circumstances that had severed this destined bond, disrupted by Sun Xioli, a mother whose overreach had led to a lifetime of unfulfilled potential. At that moment, Xiao Yun sent a private message to Wu Yin. Master, I have contacted Qinghe's desk mate. He wishes to request a multi-person call to speak with her. Chapter 32, 10,001 Talismans. As the conversation unfolded, a connection was established, and Wu Yin accepted it. In the next moment, the screen revealed a boy with a slightly darker complexion. Qinghe, it's me. I heard you say you miss me. How fortunate, for I miss you too. The boy's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Do you remember our promise from high school? Jiang's father immediately brought the phone closer. Jiang Qinghe instinctively glanced towards her mother, who sat on the floor, glaring angrily in their direction. Without hesitation, Jiang's father urged his daughter towards the door. Go. You miss him so much, and he misses you too. He even came to pick you up. I support you. Hurry and pack your things. Once you're in the countryside, send me videos and let me meet the new wildflowers you've discovered. This encouragement ignited the courage within Jiang Qinghe, and with tears in her eyes, she smiled at her father before dashing out of the study. 10 minutes later, the viewers in the live stream witnessed Jiang Qinghe rushing towards the boy, pulling a suitcase behind her. In that moment, she was embraced by the liberating and joyous winds of freedom. At that instant, the young girl seemed to possess her own soul, no longer a marionette seated beside her mother like a lifeless log. Followers commented, Qinghe, you must find happiness. You deserve boundless joy. There are countless beautiful wildflowers in this world waiting for you to discover them. You must explore every corner of this world and leave it with a head of white hair, filled with happiness. Muin observed Jiang Qinghe's transformation on screen, noting how she had changed in just 10 brief minutes, her previous lifeless demeanor replaced with vitality. How lovely! I revel in witnessing the romance of others, Muin mused, recognizing that this world had gained 2 more souls in bliss. Another follower remarked, after hearing the host, I suddenly find myself no longer disliking displays of affection. From now on, I will bless anyone in my circle who shares their love stories. Yet another chimed in. This is the first time I've earnestly wished for 2 more people to be happy in this world. Zhang's father and Wu Yin continually expressed their gratitude, sending 5 virtual balloons to the live stream before concluding the call. Today's fortune-telling is done, and I have other arrangements, hence, I won't be live streaming today. Tomorrow, I should be back at the same time, Wu Yin announced, bidding farewell to her audience and decisively shutting down the stream. In dire need of funds, Wu Yin's first action was to withdraw her earnings from the live stream, then glanced at her phone's battery life. She had been streaming while charging, and the battery was now at 90%, nearly fully charged. Assuming this was a thoughtful gesture from Tan Ci, she indulged in a small piece of cake. Just as she took a few bites, a knock echoed from the lounge door. Wu Yin, is it convenient for me to come in now? Wei Xian urgently needs to see you. Over the phone, Wei Xian remarked, I was wondering why your live stream background looked so familiar. It turns out to be your office lounge. Have you two become that acquainted? Tan Ci disregarded Wei Xian's comment and entered upon Wu Yin's invitation, maneuvering his automatic wheelchair inside. Hey, you called for me? Wu Yin inquired, directed at her phone. Wu Yin, I watched your live stream earlier. You were impressive, Wei Xian complimented before revealing his purpose. The members of the exploration team, Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong, are my friends, and I wanted to inquire about them. I've shared everything I know in the live stream. Since they are your friends, it would be best if you could persuade them, Wu Yin replied. Without their birth dates and given they've donned makeup, my ability to discern their fortunes is quite limited. It's not makeup, it's a beautification effect from the live stream, Tan Ci clarified. Wu Yin turned to him, realizing he was addressing her, and moments later, she appeared enlightened. She was unfamiliar with the technical aspects of the live stream, having mistakenly thought that the 5 clustered faces with sharp features were merely the result of makeup or from the same cosmetic clinic. I've already called them. They won't listen, Wei Xian sighed. Do you have any other means to ensure their safety? If Wei Xian could persuade them, he wouldn't be calling Wu Yin. Yes, Wu Yin said, rummaging through her bag to produce 2 talismans. I can sell you my protective talismans. In a critical moment, they can save their lives. I'll take 2. How much? I'll transfer the money to Tan Ci, and he can give it to you. I'll send someone to collect them from him to deliver them. 10,000 each, Wu Yin stated, contemplating for a moment before adding, no discounts. Wei Xian, undeterred by the price, agreed immediately. Wu Yin handed her phone back to Tan Ci and set the 2 protective talismans aside. When Wei Xian's person arrives, please give them to him and inform him to keep them close and avoid water. Where are you headed afterwards? Tan Ci inquired. Little Fatty has invited me to his home for dinner, and I need to deliver the talismans to him as well, Wu Yin replied cheerfully. He's making sushi for me. I'll have the driver take you there, Tan Ci offered. If you need to return for a live stream this afternoon, I can have the driver bring you back here. I won't be live streaming this afternoon. I'll come back tomorrow morning, Wu Yin stated, folding the other 2 talismans into triangular shapes and handing one to Tan Ci and another to Yanming. These are protective talismans. Keep them close and avoid water. She currently lacked the additional spiritual energy to imbue these talismans with waterproof properties. After sharing this, Wu Yin's gaze fell upon Tan Ci's legs, prompting her to ask, Zhao Jinluan mentioned that your legs hurt when it rains? Tan Ci paused momentarily, then smiled gently. I've grown accustomed to it. Accustomed doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, Wu Yin noted, crouching down and placing her hands on Tan Ci's knees, uncertain of her intentions. Tansei was taken aback when he suddenly felt warmth radiating from her palms, spreading throughout his legs. This soothing sensation alleviated all discomfort, even the numbness caused by prolonged sitting. I've channeled my spiritual energy to clear your meridians and expel dampness and cold, providing temporary relief. However, this is but a short-term solution, lasting only about a week. Once the energy dissipates, you will still experience discomfort. Before Tansei could respond, Wuyin turned to him, adding, "Consider this my payment for your electricity and driver fees. When I treat you, I will require compensation." "All right," Tansei chuckled softly. "Don't celebrate too soon." "My treatment comes at a hefty price," Wuyin teased, laughing herself. "Oh, I forgot you're quite wealthy. You can afford it." Tansei was well aware of the high cost of Wuyin's treatments, having seen her write it on cardboard that day. As they shared a light-hearted moment, Yanming burst into the room, looking frantic. "Master, there's trouble. Your live stream has been suspended." Chapter 33. The live stream room is banned. Yanming, feeling a sense of urgency akin to having fire at his heels, burst through the door with a loud bang, his knee colliding sharply with the coffee table. The sound alone made Wuyin wince in sympathy. Yanming let out a yelp, neglecting to rub his knee as he hastily handed his phone to Wuyin. Upon opening the video on Yanming's phone, Wuyin was met with the sight of a meticulously dressed young woman being interviewed by a reporter. This girl bore a striking resemblance to Wuyin, sharing nearly 70% of her features. The trending topic of Wuyin had ignited a firestorm, as footage of her live stream had inevitably leaked, revealing her appearance to the masses. The reporter, keen to capitalize on the buzz, seized the opportunity to question Cheng Yining, asking, "Have you been following the trending topic about Wuyin from Wufanga? What are your thoughts on the striking resemblance between you two? And regarding Wuyin's fortune-telling, what is your perspective? I've heard that many people have undergone plastic surgery to resemble me, and I am quite accustomed to it. Perhaps some have been successful." Cheng Yining responded, "As for the fortune-telling, I have seen the trending topic. Personally, I believe that at such a young age, one should not resort to deceit for money. In today's world, with ample opportunities available, one can sustain oneself through legitimate means. Thus, I feel that the current trend among some internet celebrities is rather concerning." After watching the video, Wuyin returned the phone to Yanming and opened her own device to access the Hangyu platform. Upon entering, she was greeted with a notification informing her that, due to violations of platform regulations, her live stream room had been permanently banned. "Master, your situation has also made it to the trending list. Numerous fans have rushed to clarify on your behalf. And there's quite a stir between your supporters and those of Cheng Yining. Are you not going to register for a Weibo account to clarify?" Yanming, incensed by the derogatory remarks from Cheng Yining's fans, furiously tapped on his phone, fully committed as a devoted fan of Master Wuyin. "Then let us create an account." Wuyin downloaded Weibo and swiftly registered a new account under the name Wufanga Wuyin. She then posted her first message, "Wufanga Wuyin, those who have undergone plastic surgery are akin to dogs. May they be struck by lightning and suffer misfortune for life. One ought not to comment on realms they do not understand, but instead remain silent. Congratulations to Ms. Cheng Yining, you are the first to be placed on my blacklist." After posting, she tucked her phone into her pocket. Yanming, seeing that Wuyin had registered, immediately searched for and followed her account, gazing at her new post with admiration. As Wuyin concluded her stream, both her fans and Cheng Yining's flocked to her newly created Weibo account, transforming the comment section into a battleground. "Master, why not stream on the Dukkha platform? We will continue to support you," one fan suggested. "Is there a high-ranking official from Dukkha here to take notice of Master Wuyin? With her popularity, are you sure you want to seize this opportunity?" Of course. There were also plenty of comments from Cheng Yining's fans hurling insults. During the brief moment Wuyin had her phone in her pocket, notifications chimed continuously with new messages. "Master, you can adjust the settings in the background to disable notifications for new comments and perhaps even turn off private messages. And don't forget to follow me back." Yanming exclaimed with excitement. "I believe it won't be long before you reach 1 million followers. You handle it. I'm not adept at this, Wu Yin replied, handing her phone back to Yan Ming. She then turned to Tan Ci, asking, do you have a Weibo account? Shall we follow each other? I'll register now. Tan Ci responded, pulling out his phone and swiftly navigating through the registration process. Once completed, he followed Wu Yin. Mr. Tan's username lacks creativity, Wu Yin remarked, glancing at his screen. She leaned in to see Tan Ci's Weibo homepage, where his username was simply Tan Ci. Have you ever made such a remark about me? Wu Yin inquired, turning to Yan Ming. Yan Ming stammered, shaking his head vigorously, I swear I haven't. Tan Ci had already clicked on Wu Yin's Weibo to check her post's comments, but he quickly exited after only a few glances. Disregard the uncouth remarks from Chung Yining's fans, Tan Ci advised. Regarding her live stream ban, Wu Yin could only express, fortunately. I withdrew my earnings just before I logged off. I did well. In contrast to her initial days when she struggled to afford a meal, Wu Yin now felt entirely at ease. Moreover, she had friends now and no longer needed to fear hunger. Master, as expected of you, your composure is admirable. Yan Ming commended, raising his thumb in approval. Had it been anyone else, they would be infuriated upon seeing their popular live stream abruptly shut down. While Wu Yin would be lying if she claimed to feel no discontent, it did not hinder her joy as she set off for her appointment at the Zhao residence. As Wu Yin made her way, Zhao Yu messaged her to inquire about her arrival. After the third query from the chubby boy, Wu Yin finally reached the entrance of the Zhao family home. The chubby boy rushed out to open the door, and as Wu Yin entered, he leaped up to embrace her. Both Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao were startled to see their portly grandson enveloping such a slender girl, but were taken aback when Wu Yin effortlessly lifted him with ease, carrying him inside. Wu Yin, yeah, these are my grandparents, the chubby boy exclaimed, waving at the elderly couple. Grandpa, Grandma, this is my friend Wu Yin Jia. She is incredibly strong. Mr. Zhao chuckled. I can see that. She truly possesses remarkable strength. Hello, Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Zhao. Wu Yin greeted the elderly couple, approaching them before exclaiming, oh. As she set the chubby boy down, Wu Yin scrutinized the two elders and asked, Grandpa Zhao, Grandma Zhao, where have you been these past few days? Why do you seem to be surrounded by ominous energy? Chapter 34. Wei Shen's olive branch Tan Jiai was assisting her aunt in the kitchen, retrieving ingredients for sushi when she suddenly heard Wu Yin's words, startling her. Despite their limited understanding of metaphysics, they were aware that malevolent energy was not a good omen and that becoming entangled with it was even worse. Could it have been contracted in the hospital? There are deaths there every day, guessed old lady Zhao. No, Wu Yin shook her head. Malevolent energy differs from the energy of the deceased. When a person comes into contact with someone who has passed away, they may absorb a trace of that energy, but it dissipates quickly and has little impact on one's well-being. Malevolent energy, however, often emanates from sinister entities, such as malevolent spirits. As Wu Yin retrieved talismans from her bag, she inquired, Grandpa Zhao, Grandma Zhao, do you currently feel unwell? Perhaps heavy, fatigued, or sensitive to the cold? Please sit tight. I will dispel the malevolent energy. Wu Yin cautioned, as two talismans floated gracefully in the air, bending slightly at her fingertips. They circled around the elderly couple before coming to rest in front of them. With a commanding voice, Wu Yin declared, dissipate. The talismans spontaneously ignited without flame, and the ashes enveloped the two elders. They felt an immediate warmth surrounding them, only for the ashes to vanish like a fleeting light. Suddenly, their bodies felt lighter, and the chill dissipated. Old Lady Zhao was astounded and promptly removed the shawl she had wrapped around herself when leaving that morning. Old Mr. Zhao cast a deep glance at Wu Yin, this young girl with remarkable abilities, evoking a sense of awe. These are safety talismans, she explained. Carry them close, but keep them away from water. If they become warm, it indicates danger. These talismans can protect your lives, but you must flee from danger swiftly. If necessary, you may contact me. After receiving the talismans, the couple carefully placed them in their pockets, fully aware of Wu Yin's capabilities and treating the matter with the utmost seriousness. These 3 safety talismans are for you and your family, Jiayi, Wuyin said, handing over 3 additional talismans she had prepared earlier. After providing her instructions, she sought out Zhao Yu, who was already waiting at the dining table. Sister Wuyin, shall we play house? I am the owner of a sushi restaurant, and you're the customer. Little Zhao Yu had donned an apron and put on disposable gloves, embodying the role of an earnest proprietor. Greetings, esteemed guest. What ingredients would you like? Do you have any special requests? Wuyin surveyed the small plates on the table and nodded, beginning to place her order. As the owner, I would like sweet shrimp, beef, fish roe, and eel. As for requirements, Wuyin paused thoughtfully, preparing to speak when her phone rang unexpectedly. Noticing the unfamiliar number, she calmly finished her order, stating she wanted extra meat, before answering the call. Who is this? Wuyin, hello. I am Wei Shen, the owner of Duoziu. I am Wei Xian's brother. My brother has mentioned my name to you, and I hope you remember me. He got straight to the point, revealing the purpose of his call. I am aware that your streaming account was suspended on the Hongyu platform, and I am reaching out to invite you to join Duoziu. I can offer you the highest level contract with our platform, where all streaming revenue will be split between you and us, 9 parts to you, 1 part to the platform. Furthermore, Duoziu will provide you with premier promotional resources to elevate your streaming presence to the forefront. Wuyin felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky and struck her squarely on the head. On the Hongyu platform, her share was only 50-50, and every withdrawal felt like a loss of her hard-earned money. I've heard my brother mention your name, but if I sign with you, what must I do? I should clarify that I only wish to stream fortune-telling, and I prefer to work freely without constraints. If you want me to sing or dance to gain followers, you would be better off seeking someone else. Wuyin was not about to lose her composure over this unexpected offer. Duoziu imposes no restrictions on you. Under normal circumstances, you only need to log on for at least 2 hours each day. If you ever need to take a break, that is acceptable. If you're concerned, we can start with a 1-year contract. Wei Shen paused for a moment before continuing. Given my brother's relationship with Tan Ci, I assure you, I would never take advantage of you. My brother has made it clear that you are someone Tan Ci wishes to protect. I will consider it, Wuyin replied thoughtfully. She intended to consult Tan Ci before making any decisions. Do you know why Hongyu suspended your streaming account? Wei Shen suddenly inquired. Wuyin recalled the platform's notification but remained unclear, stating, They said I violated relevant regulations, though I am uncertain how. The notification you received was merely a formality. The Chung family paid a high-ranking executive at Hongyu a substantial sum to take action against you, Wei Shen explained. The Chung family? Wuyin recalled an interview video featuring Chung Yining. Are you referring to that Chung family? Yes, it is the Chung family that aims to suppress you. Wei Shen stated plainly. You need not worry that my generous offer carries ulterior motives. I am simply acting out of disdain for Chung Yining. I have personal grievances against both her and the Chung family. If I can elevate you, it would thwart her, which brings me satisfaction. Tan Ci is apprehensive about my involvement with you due to your striking resemblance to Chung Yining. He fears that I may misplace my personal vendetta against her onto you, and he is particularly concerned about my potentially extreme actions that could harm you. In this world, no one can harm me, Wuyin asserted with unwavering confidence. I recognize your strength. Even if you weren't formidable, I would never harm the innocent. My enmity lies solely with Chung Yining, not you. I am not so deranged as to confuse right and wrong, Wei Shen reassured her, sensing her wavering resolve and seizing the moment to press on. Chapter 35, A Win-Win Situation. Tan Ci, in consideration of your live streaming endeavors, took the initiative to invite the owner of Hongyu for dinner tonight. However, the owner of Hongyu is a businessman who prioritizes profit above all else. With no other ventures to rely on, he solely depends on the Hongyu platform for sustenance. Therefore, in light of Tan Ci's influence, the highest contract they could offer you is merely an A-level agreement, with a revenue split of 70-30, meaning you would receive 30 while Hongyu takes 70. As far as I know, the top-tier streamers at Hongyu have signed S-level contracts, which represent the highest standard they offer, with a revenue split of only 80 to 20. Moreover, the resources Hongyu can provide you, as a newcomer, are guaranteed to be far less than what I can offer through Duichi. Wuyin was thoroughly persuaded. If she hesitated now, it would surely indicate a lapse in judgment. Becoming a top streamer at Hongyu would yield lesser benefits than her current position as a novice at Duichi. It would be foolish to choose Hongyu. Furthermore, if Hongyu could seal her deal for 1 million today, they might easily do so again for 2 million in the near future. However, Wei Shen harbors personal grievances against the Chung family and would not succumb to their influence. I will go with Duichi, Wuyin decisively declared. Very well. I shall send you the company address shortly. You may come by any time this afternoon to sign the contract, Wei Shen replied, expressing hope for a pleasant collaboration as he awaited her arrival. After hanging up with Wei Shen, Wuyin immediately called Tan Ci. At that moment, Tan Ci was having lunch in the office. When Yan Ming handed him the phone, mentioning it was Wuyin calling, Tan Ci did not glance at the screen. He simply answered the call. The next moment, Wuyin's cheerful laughter filled the line. Tan Ci, Wei Shen just called and invited me to Duichi. I accepted. He offered me the highest level contract with a split of 90 to 10, favoring me. She continued, Wei Shen also mentioned your concerns. Rest assured. I do not mind being utilized by him in this manner. It is a win-win for both of us. He also told me you arranged a dinner with the owner of Hongyu on my behalf? Wuyin exclaimed. Please do not go through with it. Instead of spending that money, you would be better off treating Yan Ming and me to a meal. I hold grudges. Hongyu accepted 1 million from the Chung family and subsequently sealed my live stream. Who knows if one day the Chung family offers 2 million, they may seal it once more. How many meals would that entail for you? Tan Ci's voice was low, barely concealing his amusement. All right then, I shall cancel tonight's dinner with Hongyu and instead treat you. I wonder if you are available this evening. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Tan Ci continued. I thought we were friends. Friends help each other out, whether through sharing a meal or gifting something. None of these should be considered debts. Do you not agree? Knowing Wuyin's personality, Tan Ci had not intended to inform her of his invitation to the Hongyu owner. To his surprise, she had learned of it from Wei Shen instead. Did you not say that you wanted to try the lemon fish that Zhao Jinluan spoke of when you had the time? Are you free tonight? Wuyin found it hard to decline this time. The allure of lemon fish was irresistible. Without a skilled chef at Wufang Valley, resisting culinary temptations was not difficult. All right. Wuyin agreed, adding, when you sign the contract with Duichi, please send me the contract first. I will review it, and once confirmed, you may proceed. After ending the call, Wuyin could not resist flaunting her fortune to the chubby boy who was watching her intently. Today is truly my lucky day. I heard it is your uncle treating you to dinner, Zhao Yu said, his curiosity piqued. Can I join? It's Tan Ci's treat. Whether you can go or not is a question for him, Wuyin replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu immediately dialed Tan Ci on his child's phone. Wuyin sat nearby and overheard Tan Ci giving no reason, simply declining the chubby boy's request to join. Wuyin had other matters to attend to that afternoon. And once Zhao Yu went for his nap, she left the Zhao residence. She first visited the small stir-fry restaurant where she had first met Tan Ci. Despite her change of attire, the owner recognized her at once. Master, are you here to dine? Please, take a seat. Whatever you wish to eat is on me. The owner, having closely followed trending topics online, had learned about Wuyin after her rise to fame and had witnessed her helping many through fortune-telling. Seeing Wuyin again, the owner's demeanor became even more respectful. Thank you, but I have already eaten. I came to ask you to deliver this talisman to Wang Dolly. It is for his daughter, and she should keep it close, but ensure it does not get wet. Wuyin remembered the little girl, and while drawing the talisman, she had set aside one for her, hoping to bring luck and safety to the girl as she grew. Wang Dolly was a good father, and fewer scrapes for his daughter would ease his worries. This was Wuyin's way of expressing gratitude for Wang Dolly's kindness towards a stranger. hoping there would be more people like him in society and fewer like Wang Fugue. After leaving the stir-fry restaurant, Wuyin headed straight to Duiqi. Before departing, she had called Wei Shen, not expecting him to be waiting for her at the company entrance. Having seen Wuyin's live stream, Wei Shen was aware that she bore an uncanny resemblance to Cheng Yining from the incident. Yet, when Wuyin stepped out of the car, holding an umbrella and approaching him with a wave and a smile, he was momentarily taken aback. Wuyin was tired of hearing this remark, so she rolled her eyes at Wei Shen. Now it's even more pronounced, he chuckled, shaking his head. In a gentlemanly manner, he took the dripping umbrella from her hands. When the opportunity arises, I will show you her pre-surgery photos, and you will understand that I am not exaggerating. But for now, let us head to my office. Chapter 36. You deserve to be run over. As Wuyin entered Wei Shen's office, her gaze was immediately drawn to a board emblazoned with Cheng Yining's name, adorned with several darts. She gasped. What enmity do you hold against Cheng Yining that drives you to such lengths? There's nothing unspeakable, Wei Shen replied, handing Wuyin a prepared contract before continuing. She unjustly imprisoned me for 2 years. Even now, though I am free, I still carry an inexplicable stigma. Wuin's attention instinctively shifted to Wei Shen's face. You possess the ability to read faces. What can you discern from mine? Wei Shen inquired with a smile. I can surmise that your father passed away early. Your mother remarried, and your relationship with her is strained. You have a brother, and while you attract romantic interests, true love eludes you. Most importantly, you bear no semblance of a criminal. Thus, Wuyin began to believe Wei Shen's claims of wrongful imprisonment. I suspect you have encountered misfortune and betrayal. Otherwise, you would not require my assistance. If you provide me with some funds, I could conduct a more thorough reading to see if you can clear your name in this lifetime. Wuyin sincerely extended her payment code. Wei Shen chuckled, neither amused nor offended. So, your intention upon arriving was to profit from your employer? No, my friend. Life should be lived at a leisurely pace. First, review the contract. If it meets your approval, please sign. I will have Tan Ci take a look, Wei Shen added, feeling a pang of heartache. Did he suggest you do this? Does he not trust me? After all these years, I have called him Brother Tan, yet he shows no concern for my feelings. Feigning deafness, Wuyin chose to ignore his jest. While Brother Tan reviews the contract, you should register on Duizu. Wei Shen gestured to his phone screen. Once registered, send me your live stream link, and I will arrange promotional resources for you. So, Master Wuyin, let us connect as friends. After some contemplation, Wuyin decided it would be remiss not to add her employer as a friend. Tan Ci had previously informed Wei Shen of her personal details, so when Wuyin signed the contract using Tan Ci's information, Wei Shen raised an eyebrow but turned a blind eye. Upon registering, Wuyin posted the link to her live stream on Weibo, announcing her arrival on Duizu. The restaurant, named Lemon Fish Private Cuisine, was bustling at mealtime, and the designated parking area was nearly full. The driver had to circle around multiple times before finding a parking spot. Due to Tan Ci's mobility issues, the driver had to wait until he exited the vehicle before maneuvering into the space, prompting Wuyin to alight first. As she walked towards the parking spot, a bright yellow sports car suddenly approached, honking vehemently at her. When Wuyin did not move, the driver rolled down the window, revealing a woman with voluminous waves. You blind woman. Can't you see I need to park? Are you waiting for me to run you over? Unfazed, Wuyin patiently explained, this spot is taken. My friend has difficulty getting out and we arrived first. You may seek another parking space. To her dismay, the woman laughed arrogantly. I don't care who arrived first. I want the spot. If you don't leave, I'll run you over and you'll deserve it. Before Wuyin could respond, the woman rolled up her window and, without hesitation, slammed the accelerator, barreling towards the parking space. Wuyin, Tan Ci exclaimed in shock, maneuvering his wheelchair toward her, attempting to pull her away from the impending danger. The driver, equally terrified, shouted, Mr. Tan, it's dangerous. In an astonishing twist, the yellow sports car seemed to be swept away by an invisible force, flipping multiple times in midair before crashing into a tree in the flower bed with a resounding thud. The luxury vehicle, true to its nature, showcased superior safety features. The occupants emerged with only minor scrapes. The long-haired woman stumbled out, struggling to maintain her balance in her high heels, her eyes burning with fury as she staggered towards Wu Yin, screaming, "I will kill you." Tan Ci swiftly pulled Wu Yin to his side, his wheelchair sliding forward to block the woman's path. "Who do you intend to kill?" he asked, his tone dark and foreboding. The woman's rage evaporated, replaced by shock as she stammered, "See, cousin, how are you here? Is it necessary for me to inform you of my whereabouts?" Tan Ci retorted. This long-haired woman was Tan Ruzhen, the eldest daughter of the third branch of the Tan family and Tan Ci's cousin. She had long feared her cousin, who had usurped all the elders and taken control of the Tan group at such a young age. Had she known Tan Ci was present, she would never have dared to show up. Realizing she had attempted to usurp a parking space from Tan Ci, Ruzhen's resolve weakened. "Cousin, I didn't know she was with you," she quickly clarified. "I wasn't trying to steal from you." "Oh, so, if she weren't mine, you would run her down without a second thought?" Tan Ci scoffed. "I never knew the upbringing in the third branch was so fearsome." Ruzhen lowered her head, silenced by shame. "If it's a junk car, it should be sent for destruction." Luckily, it was a piece of junk that flipped itself. Had it truly struck me today? Tan Ci's gaze sharpened, all threats and warnings encapsulated within. She understood the gravity of the situation, nodding fervently. Just as Ruzhen prepared to leave, the man who had exited the car with her approached. Chapter 37, a foreboding of bloodshed even before the person arrived. Their voice had already made its presence known. "Ruzhen, could it be that wretched woman's doing?" Qin Jincheng bellowed. I saw her raise her hand. And just like that, our car was sent flying. "I swear I will make her pay for this." Silence. Tan Ruzhen felt an overwhelming sense of regret for having chosen this boyfriend. After all, her cousin was present. "Which cousin?" Qin Jincheng asked nonchalantly, but before he could react, he noticed Tan Ci seated in a wheelchair, his ordinarily emotionless eyes now emanating a chilling gaze directed at him. "Tan. Mr. Tan," Qin Jincheng stammered, startled. "I spoke without thinking. Please do not take it to heart." If his father were to learn of his indiscretions in front of Mr. Tan, he would surely face dire consequences. Tan Ruzhen hesitated for just a second, but upon meeting Tan Ci's icy stare, she immediately turned to the girl who had been quietly observing from the side. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bumped into you. I sincerely apologize." Qin Jincheng hastily echoed her sentiment. "My apologies. I spoke thoughtlessly and my eyesight is poor." Yet, the distinction between genuine remorse and insincere apology was evident to Wu Yin. Under the oppressive gaze of Tan Ci, both apologies were laced with reluctance. Wu Yin regarded the two with a subtle smile, the corners of her lips curling slightly. Some individuals, seemingly incapable of driving properly, ought to permanently relinquish their grasp on the steering wheel. Indeed, they should be silently stripped of their driving privileges. Wu Yin chose to disregard the two and turned to Tan Ci. "I'm quite hungry." Some individuals must be dealt with in ways that elicit their utmost discomfort. He inadvertently consumed a chili pepper, causing him to gulp down water incessantly until he felt bloated. As they walked further away, their voices faded into the distance until they were no longer visible. It was then that Tan Ruzhen felt as though she had been resurrected. "Ruzhen, who is that woman? How does she have such a close relationship with Mr. Tan?" "I've never heard of Mr. Tan having a girlfriend. Nor have I seen someone like her before. Where did she come from?" After a pause, Qin Jincheng added, "She seems a bit uncanny. Do you remember how our car was swept away as if by a mighty wind the moment she waved her hand?" Tan Ruzhen shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity. "I've never seen her before, nor have I heard of her being a daughter of any prominent family." With a scoff, she continued, "The issue with the car must be a coincidence. It was merely a malfunction. This ISNTA fantasy film, how could a mere hand gesture send us, car and all, flying?" Tan Ruzhen patted her skirt, stamped her foot, and glared at the driver of Tan Xi, who still lingered nearby. What a stroke of misfortune! Had I known I would encounter him, I would have preferred to suffocate at home rather than venture out. With that, Tan Ruzhen ignored Chen Jincheng and the car, hailing a cab at the roadside, throwing a tantrum as she stormed off. The restaurant was bustling with patrons as Wu Yin and Tan Xi arrived. A long line awaited them at the entrance. Tan Xi had made a reservation, and they proceeded directly to a private room. Once seated, Wu Yin informed Tan Xi, "Your cousin and her boyfriend exude a heavy aura of negativity. They are likely entangled with supernatural entities, especially her boyfriend, who may soon face dire consequences. Pay it no mind." Tan Xi replied, his interest in the matter as fleeting as the menu before him. "I recall you mentioning in your live stream that spirits typically do not attach themselves to others without reason." Indeed, Wu Yin nodded, recognizing that Tan Xi showed little concern for his cousin. Moreover, it was evident that the two were not virtuous individuals, so she chose to refrain from meddling further. "Let me see what other dishes are available besides the lemon fish." Wu Yin leaned closer to Tan Xi. He handed her the menu directly. With a chuckle, she glanced over it and pointed to the crispy chicken feet. "I want this." While waiting for their food, Wu Yin picked up her phone and accessed her social media, where she was pleasantly surprised. "My follower count has surpassed 100,000. Even more exciting was a message from a business, expressing interest in discussing a commercial partnership and offering payment for advertising their products. "Wei Shen will surely be thrilled," Wu Yin said, switching to the account of actress Cheng Yining to show Tan Xi. "She just debuted, and look at her follower count. It's still fewer than mine. She must be fuming because I bear a resemblance to her, and she blocked me from her live stream. She must be livid right now." Wu Yin's social media had also posted about her signing with Duoziu, and the comments were mostly from followers eagerly awaiting her next stream. Among the comments, some labeled her a fraud, accusing her of deceiving others. Wu Yin remained unperturbed. After all, with so many people in the world, she could not expect everyone to like her. Zhao Jinluan's praise was not exaggerated. The lemon fish was indeed exquisite, with the chef's knife skills evident in the paper-thin fish slices, completely devoid of bones. The best part was dining with Tan Xi, an experience that brought immense pleasure. Free from the anxiety of maintaining conversation to avoid awkward silences. Enjoying a meal was meant to be a delight. Even if they dined in silence, neither would feel uncomfortable. Wu Yin recognized that Tan Xi was indeed an excellent dining companion. Her happiness was apparent, and Tan Xi responded with a smile, affirming her sentiment. The car stopped at the same location as before. Wu Yin and Tan Xi waved goodbye, carrying their belongings inside. After leaning her umbrella against the wall, Wu Yin performed a quick gesture, causing the moisture on her clothes to vanish, leaving her feeling refreshed as she stepped into her cozy abode. Upon entering, the two female spirits instinctively retreated to the wall, nearly merging with it, causing Wu Yin to chuckle. Placing her belongings down, she looked up at the two ghostly sisters. "Please tell me your birth dates and names. I shall burn incense for you." Wu Yin had hoped that these wandering souls would finally receive the offerings they deserved, anticipating their excitement. To her surprise, the two spirits appeared bewildered, shaking their heads. "Do you not remember?" Wu Yin asked in astonishment. "Surely you recall your dates of death?" Both sisters shook their heads again. Sensing Wu Yin's change in expression, they quickly added, "Master, the spirits in our area do not remember their past lives, nor how they died, nor how we ended up here. All we know is that we cannot leave. We are trapped within this dilapidated building." Chapter 38. The new ghost with virtue. "How can you be certain she is your sister, if you cannot remember anything?" Wu Yin inquired. "Though I have lost my memory, there remains an innate feeling that compels me to be with my sister and to care for her," the elder female ghost explained. Wu Yin circled around the two sisters for an extended period, unable to discern anything of significance. "Please wait while I draw a talisman," she requested. With no table available, she spread her materials on her suitcase, completing the talisman in mere seconds. She handed the talisman to the sisters, instructing them to channel their ghostly energy into it. Upon witnessing their bewildered expressions, Wu Yin paused, then patted her head. "Never mind. Just touch it," she revised her instruction. The sisters complied obediently, each timidly reaching out to touch the talisman. Wu Yin found their innocence amusing, standing aside with a smile. When the sisters looked at her with confused eyes once more, she stifled her laughter, igniting the talisman while also lighting incense. A few moments later, she inquired, "Can you sense the fragrance of the incense?" The sisters stared blankly for several seconds before nodding. The younger girl peered out from her sister's embrace, her large, watery eyes fixed upon Wu Yin as she mustered the courage to ask, "Master, may we not have this tomorrow when we help you with your luggage?" She pointed at the still-burning incense. Wu Yin was taken aback yet again. "What do you desire, then?" The girl's gaze shifted to the bag of snacks Wu Yin had brought. "My sister and I wish for jelly and cake." "Master, could you make it so that we merely touch the items and they would be delivered to us?" Wu Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. "You two are ghosts who desire snacks instead of incense?" She blurted out. "Surely you cannot be hungry ghosts?" She shook her head, pondering the absurdity of it all. Even if they were starving spirits, they would not forsake incense for worldly treats. For ghosts, incense is the most cherished offering, and the sisters did not appear malnourished. Particularly the younger girl, who was plump and healthy-looking. Once more, Wu Yin circled the sisters, still unable to ascertain any clarity. "Do all the ghosts here share your lack of memory of their past lives?" She mused, stroking her chin. This was peculiar, while one or two could be deemed coincidental. A collective loss of memory was extraordinary. The area was thick with a sinister aura, indicative of many wandering souls lingering in the dilapidated buildings. The sisters explained that once they arrived here, they could not leave the ruins. However, the condition of earthbound spirits should not apply to them, nor could so many earthbound spirits emerge simultaneously from this one site. If they were indeed ghosts, how many years must they have lived to forget their past lives entirely? Yet, the sisters wore contemporary clothing, suggesting they had only passed away in recent years. Seeing their disinterest in the incense, Wu Yin decided to retract her spell. With so many wandering souls around, she thought it best to allow the incense to benefit others. She led the incense outside and affixed a protective talisman to her suitcase to deter any wandering spirits from meddling with her belongings. "Please guide me through this area. I am eager to uncover the secrets concealed within these ruins." The sisters, recognizing Wu Yin's benevolent nature, willingly led her through the dilapidated structures as if showing her their own home. They informed her of who resided on each floor and their dispositions. "Master, on the A3 floor of Building A, there is an uncle with a beard. May we not pass by there? Or if we must, let us do so quietly." The younger girl suggested, her toes fidgeting against the ground, reluctant to proceed further. "Is that ghost troubling you?" Wu Yin's tone shifted. "You misunderstand, Master." The elder sister quickly clarified. That uncle was likely a teacher in life, always eager to draw people into his lectures. He is quite knowledgeable, but his lessons never seem to end, lasting for days and nights. "My sister despises classes." Wu Yin could not contain herself, bursting into laughter, an involuntary reaction. This laughter, as expected, summoned the teacher ghost from A3. He floated before them, exclaiming, "Ah, I haven't seen you before. Are you a new student? Wonderful. Come to my classroom." Another new student is already there. The younger sister's face contorted with dismay. "I do not wish to attend class. Many students are already in the classroom. Even if we do not have class, we must get acquainted with new students, and the new students must meet the old ones," the teacher ghost insisted, grasping the elder sister with one hand and the younger sister with the other, enthusiastically inviting Wu Yin to ascend. What he referred to as a classroom was merely a spacious office, and indeed, there were numerous ghosts present, contributing to the oppressive atmosphere. "Are all the ghosts gathered here?" Wu Yin inquired. The teacher ghost shook his head. "A few have yet to arrive. Those old classmates are rather reclusive. Not to worry. You will meet them in due time." Wu Yin counted roughly 30 ghosts in the classroom, a gathering of spirits surrounding what was likely the new student the teacher had mentioned. The teacher floated to a table missing a leg, calling out, "Classmates, we have 2 new students tonight. Let us warmly welcome them." The crowd of spirits parted and then converged upon Wu Yin. The sisters were terrified, fearing that Wu Yin might exterminate the spirits out of annoyance. Fortunately, Wu Yin merely took a few steps back, her gaze falling upon another new student who was also observing her. To her astonishment, he radiated an aura of virtue. Wu Yin approached him, her curiosity piqued. "Judging by the virtue you carry, you must have achieved great deeds in your past life or made significant contributions to your country and its people. Logically, you should have received special guidance upon your passing. In the afterlife, those who have done great deeds are typically met by specialized guides, akin to a VIP passage, allowing for preferential treatment in reincarnation." "Why have you ended up here?" Wu Yin asked. "Do you too lack recollection of your past?" The elder ghost shook his head. "I do not remember." The teacher ghost floated closer, remarking, "Based on his posture, I surmise he was a soldier in life." Following this, he questioned, "Is the golden light surrounding him a manifestation of virtue?" "Many of us possessed such a light when we first arrived, though none shone as brightly as his." Chapter 39. The In-Gathering Array in the unfinished building. Many were astonished. "Yes, even I have experienced it," the teacher ghost nodded, explaining that after spending considerable time here, it gradually faded away. "We do not know if it is because we cannot see it or if it has truly vanished. Allow me to investigate." Wu Yin formed a gesture, refraining from directing her spiritual energy towards these ghosts. Instead, she waved her hand before her eyes and turned her gaze back to the teacher ghost. As he stated, amidst the dense Yin energy, a faint halo representing virtue indeed surrounded him. Thus, it had not disappeared, it was merely obscured by the Yin energy, making it invisible to them. Wu Yin then glanced at the nearby ghosts, and indeed, she observed similar halos of virtue, concealed beneath the heavy Yin energy. Some were stronger, some weaker. Yet none possessed as much as this new classmate tonight. Upon looking at this new classmate again, she discovered another issue. She scrutinized each ghost around her. "The Yin energy enveloping you all does not belong to you." Wu Yin finally conceived a possibility. Perhaps these ghosts were not the souls of the deceased, but rather living souls. They were forcibly separated from their bodies by some arcane technique, their memories left behind, thus rendering them oblivious to their past lives. Suddenly, Wu Yin realized that the gathering of these lost souls in the unfinished building posed a significant problem. Or rather, the unfinished building itself harbored a grave issue. "You all remain here. I shall explore elsewhere," Wu Yin declared before turning and leaving the classroom. The teacher ghost peered out and saw her already at the ground floor, seemingly searching for something. "Does this new classmate seem to recall her past life?" The teacher ghost looked at the 2 sisters. The elder sister ghost shook her head. "She is not a ghost, she is a master." The younger sister ghost nodded from the side, observing her with admiration. "She can draw talismans, and they ignite without fire." Unbeknownst to Wu Yin, her departure had made her the focal point of the soul's discussions. She circled the entire area of the unfinished building twice before her gaze settled upon a few trees within the vicinity. These trees were the only greenery in the area. However, their presence in such a dilapidated structure seemed particularly incongruous. Regardless of the type of building being constructed, landscaping is always the final step. Yet, the unfinished building had only reached the framework stage, indicating that landscaping should be far from completed. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these trees were not preserved indigenous trees, but were transplanted later. Wu Yin regarded the sandy ground as a canvas, meticulously sketching the layout of the entire unfinished building area, marking the trees' positions on her makeshift sand table. Once she completed the final trees' placement, a diagram of the In-Gathering Array emerged on the sandy surface. "I understand," Wu Yin exclaimed in enlightenment. The In energy enveloping these living souls indeed did not originate from them. There exists a In-Gathering Array here, and these living souls are confined within it, akin to clothing being scented by incense. Over the years, These souls have absorbed the surrounding yin energy. The purpose behind this should be to conceal their vitality. Even if someone knowledgeable were to inadvertently pass by, they would merely perceive this place as a gathering of lost souls, explaining the dense yin energy. Wu Yin focused intently on the rudimentary sand table for an extended period, then unearthed a new dilemma. Solely relying on the yin gathering array could not possibly amass such thick yin energy. Where, then, does this seemingly inexhaustible source of yin energy originate? Wu Yin circled the surroundings again, yet found no further clues. If she wished to uncover the source of the yin energy, it was imperative to dismantle the yin gathering array. However, while disrupting the array was relatively simple, the one who said it would undoubtedly take notice. "You need not fear me. You are neither malevolent spirits nor even ghosts. I shall not act against the innocent," Wu Yin explained, asserting that they were living souls who had yet to die, having fallen victim to a misguided and malevolent technique that led to their separation. Wu Yin held great respect for each individual harboring virtue, especially for the elderly, who had made significant contributions to the nation and its people. Her admiration for them was profound. Thus, even without discussing compensation, she was willing to assist them. With this understanding, even if she triggered the array and attracted the attention of the orchestrator, she would have little to fear. In S City, consecutive days of rain had enveloped the unfinished building in yin energy, but stepping outside the structure, the light immediately brightened considerably. Wu Yin rose early, arriving at the Tan group even more punctually than the employees. Initially believing that Tan Xi might not have arrived yet, she was surprised to find that upon entering, the front desk instructed her to proceed upstairs, stating that Mr. Tan had arrived half an hour prior. Wu Yin exclaimed softly, taking the exclusive elevator directly to Tan Xi's office. The door to his office was ajar. She first extended a hand inside and waved, then peeked her head in. "Tan Xi, good morning." Upon hearing her voice, Tan Xi looked up towards the door and was amused by her appearance. "You are also early," he replied, inviting her in and inquiring if she had eaten breakfast. "I had something on the way," Wu Yin replied, glancing at Tan Xi's steaming cup with evident disdain. "Drinking coffee so early? Why do you enjoy such a bitter beverage? Why do you relish overly sweet cakes?" Tan Xi jested in response. Wu Yin flashed a smile. "Because my teeth are strong." Tan Xi chuckled softly, acknowledging her notably white teeth. Knowing Wu Yin intended to start a live stream, he gestured for her to proceed at her own pace. "No rush," Wu Yin shook her head, expressing the need for his secretary to assist in preparing some drawing tools. Simply sketching instruments would suffice, as she required his help shortly. The administrative department of the Tan group had these supplies on hand. And after Tan Xi made an internal call, the tools were delivered to the lounge within 15 minutes. Wu Yin possessed a talent for drawing. Whether sketching or traditional Chinese painting, it was a skill she mastered effortlessly. Within half an hour, she had completed the sketches of the two sisters, the teacher, and the older new classmate. Chapter 40, Have I Been Possessed? Tan Xi, do you have a moment? Wu Yin opened the door to the lounge and glanced outside. Noticing that Tan Xi was not engaged in a video conference and that the office was devoid of others, she ventured out with her drawings. "Tan Xi, could you assist me in identifying these individuals based on these sketches?" Wu Yin handed the images to Tan Xi, surmising that these individuals were likely in a comatose state at the hospital. She pointed to the portrait of the elderly man, stating that he must have recently been hospitalized and should be relatively easy to trace, possibly being a soldier. "May I inquire what transpired?" Tan Xi regarded the 4 sketches, and although they were mere outlines, they sufficiently showcased Wu Yin's artistic skill. Wu Yin nodded, indicating that it was not a secretive matter. Since she sought Tan Xi's help, it was only fitting to clarify certain details. "I mentioned that I moved after it rained, did I not?" Wu Yin seated herself opposite Tan Xi, pushing his coffee cup away slightly. She had no fondness for coffee, nor even its scent. "After the rain, I could no longer stay in the bridge tunnel, so I relocated to a nearby abandoned building, the infamous one rumored to be haunted." Fearing that Tan Xi might not understand the reference, Wu Yin elaborated further before continuing. Last night, I discovered that the entities congregating in the abandoned building were not ghosts, but rather souls that had been forcibly severed from their bodies and confined within that area. The building had also been ensnared by a gathering of Yin energy, meant to mask the presence of these souls. Wu Yin was perplexed, unable to fathom the motives of the unseen orchestrator who had imprisoned these souls without any apparent intention. She spoke earnestly, while Tan Si's brow furrowed in concern. I will assist you in locating these individuals, he assured her. You mentioned that you previously resided in the bridge tunnel, so your relocation was to the abandoned building? Thus, the reason your phone ran out of battery was not due to a power outage in the community, but rather because the abandoned building lacked electricity altogether? Indeed, Wu Yin affirmed. Did you not rent a room? Tan Si pressed his fingers against his temples. Wu Yin shook her head candidly. Initially, she lacked the funds, and later, she deemed it unnecessary. Furthermore, I have no identification, so no one would rent a room to me. Tan Si observed the girl across from him, realizing that she did not consider living in a bridge, tunnel, or an abandoned building to be peculiar, which explained her composed demeanor. Wu Yin was undoubtedly the most unconventional person Tan Si had ever encountered. By the way, you must exercise caution when conducting your inquiries. I fear it may attract the attention of the unseen orchestrator. It would be best to proceed discreetly. Wu Yin continued, suggesting that these two girls were likely sisters, while the bearded man might be a teacher. Very well, Tan Si replied, carefully stowing away the sketches, adopting a seemingly casual tone. Would you mind if I arranged for you to have accommodation? If you prefer not to stay with me, I can arrange for you to reside in an apartment. Oh! And by the way, Yenming also lives with me. We have a chef who prepares a variety of dishes and desserts. Wu Yin's eyes brightened considerably, and her posture shifted slightly. Cherry yogurt is Zhao Yu's favorite. However, I believe the chef's most exceptional dessert is the mango cake. I am not picky. I will eat whatever the chef prepares. The corners of Wu Yin's mouth nearly reached her ears, and she found it difficult to suppress her enthusiasm. Tan Si, you truly are a wonderful person. The promotional resources from the Duochi platform for Wu Yin's live stream were simply unparalleled. Just as Wu Yin started her broadcast, the platform notified her that the live stream had begun across the network. In mere seconds, the number of viewers surpassed 1,000. Hello everyone. I am Wu Yin from Wufang Valley. Today marks my first day live streaming on Duochi, and as per tradition, it is 1,000 for a divination. Please pay the fee before requesting a connection. Payments can be made in the live stream through fireworks or by scanning my QR code. A single firework in the Duochi live stream costs 1,000. Unregistered viewer, I merely came to see what this streamer is capable of. Daring to challenge the daughter of the Chung family so boldly. Registered fan, I followed her here from Hongyu. Streamer, did you watch the adventure live stream of those 5 individuals last night? I heard they have gone missing. Registered fan, I did watch. It's quite strange. After those 5 streamers entered that dilapidated house, they lost signal, and there has been no news since. I wonder if they truly are missing or if they are simply creating a mystery for publicity. I am not interested, thus I did not watch the live stream. Wu Yin stated. Among those 5, 3 are certain to perish. The remaining 2 should have survived last night. Wu Yin held a firm confidence in her charms. Registered fan, did the streamer not say that all 5 would not survive until the hour of the tiger today? How have we now arrived at 3 certain deaths? Because I have a friend who knows 2 of the streamers, he procured 2 charms from me for them. And if they followed my instructions on how to safeguard the charms, they should not have met their demise last night. Wu Yin noticed a new connection request in the live stream and ceased her conversation with the viewers, directly approving the request. Greetings, Master. I am from the same village as Wang Dali. My name is Wang Fachuan. I heard Wang Dali say that your divination is remarkably accurate, and his daughter owes her survival to you. As soon as Wang Fachuan introduced himself, laughter erupted in the live stream's comment section. Wu Yin remained unfazed by the teasing of names. She replied with an affirming sound, inquiring, "What would you like me to divine?" Master, I would like your assistance in examining my son. I suspect he has been possessed. Wang Fachuan's face was etched with worry. My son has been behaving oddly for the past 10 days, isolating himself in his room and refusing to go anywhere. During the day, he insists on keeping the curtains tightly drawn, allowing no light to seep in. One day, my wife could no longer bear it. She entered his room and pulled open the curtains, at which point he suddenly began to scream, clutching his head as if he had lost his mind. Then he wrapped himself in a blanket and crawled into the wardrobe, refusing to come out no matter how much we called. It was only after my wife closed the curtains again that he finally emerged from the wardrobe. Chapter 41. The hungry ghost. He suddenly developed an insatiable appetite and a newfound fondness for alcohol. My wife was compelled to purchase copious amounts of liquor and meat daily, along with various snacks amounting to hundreds of yuan for groceries each day, all of which my son consumed alone. If we failed to provide these items, he would incessantly proclaim his hunger. Despite my wife and I attempting to restrict his drinking, he even threatened us physically. Wang Fachuan, in a moment of frustration, struck his own head, recalling how his son had once been an avid gamer. However, since his peculiar behavior began, he had forsaken the computer entirely, opting instead to scroll through an array of nonsensical videos on his phone, as if possessed. Concerned followers commented, could this child be suffering from manic depression or some similar ailment? It's odd, a child who once adored gaming now seems bewitched. Wang Fachuan resonated with these sentiments, affirming that his son had previously been so engrossed in gaming that even a beating couldn't deter him. When there was no computer at home, he would sneak out in the dead of night to the internet cafe in town. My wife and I, fearing for his safety, ultimately bought a computer for him, reasoning that it was better for him to play at home than to mingle with unsavory characters outside. After sharing this with Wu Yin, Wang Fachuan asked, Master, could you assist me by analyzing my son's birth date? Wu Yin had already gleaned the situation upon Wang Fachuan's video call. Initially thinking there was an issue with Wang Fachuan, it soon became evident that his son was the one in distress. I must inform you that there is a negative energy in your home. It appears a spirit has attached itself to your son. Given the symptoms you described, your son is indeed possessed. Wu Yin instructed, once you send me your son's birth date, go to his room and point your phone's camera at him so I can assess his current state. Wang Fachuan readily obliged, and as he approached his son's door, Wu Yin glanced at the birth date shared in the private message. Moments later, Wang Dongdong opened the door, prompting Wu Yin to smirk as her gaze returned to the screen. Concerned followers noted, I dread this kind of smile from the host. It surely signals trouble. Goodness. I feel as though I see signs of aging on the face of this 17-year-old. This boy indeed exudes a chilling aura. Unbeknownst to Wang Dongdong, who opened the door without realizing his father was live-streaming, he erupted with anger upon seeing that Wang Fachuan bore no offerings of food or drink. You old fool. Why are you banging on my door? I warn you, if you fail to buy me more alcohol, I will take your life while you sleep. Dong dong. A bottle of Guizhou Mutai costs several thousand yuan. How can your father afford that? I barely earn a few thousand a month through hard labor. Would 2 jin of homemade rice wine from the village suffice? At his age, Wang Fachuan had never even touched a bottle of mutai. Unable to contain his worry, he asked, Dong Dong, what has happened to you? You used to smoke, but you never drink. Wu Yin, observing the sinister apparition behind Wang Dongdong, suddenly admonished, Wang Laifu. You are a ghost. Wang Dongdong is a human. Your possession of him harms his health and shortens his lifespan. If you do not depart from him immediately, I will take action, and you shall learn that heaven has a path you refuse to tread, while hell has no gates yet you dare to enter. Wu Yin never accepted spirits that did not harm the innocent. Should she intervene, it would be against a malevolent ghost. Should she capture such a spirit, it would either be obliterated or condemned to hell. Who? Wang Fachuan was startled by Wu Yin's sudden mention of an unfamiliar name. Recognizing it yet, unable to recall who Wang Laifu was. Who is calling me? The spirit possessing Wang Dongdong was equally taken aback, never anticipating being recognized. It is the master. Wang Fachuan recoiled, yet realizing his son was possessed, he steeled himself, pushing the phone forward. You ghost, release my son at once. Otherwise, I will have the master obliterate you. I assure you, this master is formidable. Once she acts, you will have no chance to flee. The spirit's eyes, nearly devoid of visibility, slowly shifted towards Wang Fachuan's phone. Wu Ying raised a talisman towards the screen, declaring, "To vanquish a spirit of your lowly nature. This single talisman shall suffice." This was a threat. Even through the screen, Wang Laifu felt the talisman's formidable power. And Master Wang Laifu, who had relied on Wang Dongdong being Wang Fachuan's son to intimidate him, faltered at Wu Ying's threat. "Master, I never intended to take Wang Dongdong's life. I merely sought to retaliate against him," he stammered. Wang Laifu was not inherently evil, neither in life nor in death, but he was petty and lazy, retaining those traits as a spirit. Initially, he had only wished to get back at Wang Dongdong, but upon possessing him, he found it exceedingly pleasurable. He could command respect and indulge in desires, living a life he had only dreamed of in life. Greed took hold, and he hesitated to leave Wang Dongdong's body. "Master, Wang Dongdong is Wang Fachuan's son. It is only right that debts are repaid by the next generation. I have not harmed them. I merely enjoy the lavish offerings Wang Fachuan provides," Wang Laifu argued. "You have already sought repayment from Wang Dongdong, so how can you claim it is a matter of generational debt?" Wu Ying retorted, her tone growing firmer. "Wang Laifu, my patience with spirits like you is limited." Finally, Wang Fachuan recalled who Wang Laifu was. Chapter 42. The price of impudence. Wang Fachuan was a warm-hearted individual. When the solitary elder from his village, Wang Laifu, passed away, it was he who diligently managed the funeral arrangements. Had it not been for my discovery and subsequent alert to the authorities, you would have rotted away in your dwelling, reduced to a mere pile of bones, with no one to care for you. To my astonishment, you repay my kindness with malice. Wang Dongdong is my only son, and yet you seek to harm him." Wang Fachuan deeply regretted his actions. Had he known you were such a person, he would have left you to decay and be consumed by vermin. Wang Laifu interjected, "I am already dead. If you had not discovered it, someone else would have. Without your intervention, others would have managed my funeral. What kindness do you claim to have shown me?" The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly disgusted by Wang Laifu's words. Wang Fachuan was infuriated by Wang Laifu's remarks. He took a couple of steps back and then turned to Wu Ying, asking, "Master, what grievance do Wang Laifu and my son have? Why does he seek vengeance against my son?" Wang Fachuan could not comprehend. His son and Wang Laifu were of different generations and had no interaction whatsoever. Furthermore, Wang Laifu had died from an accident. He had fallen and was unable to rise, ultimately succumbing to starvation with no external factors involved. There may not have been any profound enmity, but your son has shown disrespect. Wu Ying raised an eyebrow. Wang Laifu was buried not long ago, and your son just happened to pass by his grave. In a fit of frustration, your son deliberately kicked over the offerings placed at Wang Laifu's grave and extinguished the incense with urine. Wang Laifu, having died of hunger and being quite petty in life, naturally sought to retaliate against your son. This causal relationship allowed Wang Laifu to easily possess Wang Dongdong. Upon hearing this, Wang Fachuan felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Is this the behavior of a sensible person? If you are upset, should you not vent your anger upon a tree or a stone instead of a deceased individual? Even in death, one should not be subjected to such indignities. Does this not invite the wrath of the spirits? Master, since you are aware of the grievances between Wang Dongdong and me, do you not believe it is justifiable for Wang Laifu to seek revenge on this little rascal? Wang Laifu felt justified in his stance. I have said that all things have their limits. You have already crossed that line. Wu Ying observed Wang Laifu's reluctance to leave Wang Dongdong's body and stood up. She addressed Wang Laifu one last time. Are you aware that there exists a form of sorcery known as the 1,000-mile escape technique? From my position to yours, I require only the time it takes to cast the spell. Terrified, Wang Laifu shouted, Master, do not come here. I will exit on my own. He dared not delay any longer and promptly departed from Wang Dongdong's body. With Wang Laifu's spirit gone, Wang Dong collapsed weakly to the floor. Wang Fachuan, unable to see Wang Laifu's ghost and unsure of the truth behind his words, rushed forward to embrace his son as he began to fall, propelled by paternal instinct. Master, has Wang Laifu truly left my son's body? Wang Fachuan trembled as he inquired. He has departed, Wu Yin replied. Wang Laifu was merely a cowardly spirit. Fearful of strength, he exited on his own accord before she could even approach. Would it not have been prudent to realize this sooner? Why must I bear the burden of tidying up after him? Wu Yin instructed Wang Fachuan, please send me your address in a private message. I will send you a talisman. Once you receive it, ensure Wang Dong keeps it close. Should Wang Laifu dare to approach him again, this talisman's power will vanquish such a spirit. Wu Yin's final words were also directed at Wang Laifu. Wang Laifu was nothing more than a common spirit who had died of starvation. He bore no grievances in death and lacked the offerings of the living. Without the causal link to Wang Dong, he would not even possess the ability to approach him. Such a weak spirit could easily be dispelled by a single talisman from Wu Yin. Wang Laifu was genuinely frightened. Upon hearing Wu Yin's words, his ghostly presence vanished. He has departed, Wu Yin stated. Having been possessed by a spirit of starvation, your son has likely suffered damage to his spleen and stomach. It is imperative to take him to the hospital promptly and inform the doctor of everything he has recently consumed. Once discharged, ensure he spends ample time in the sun, at least 2 hours daily for a month. Wang Fachuan, his eyes red with emotion, expressed his gratitude. Will my son be all right after sunbathing? Not likely, Wu Yin shook her head. The harm caused by Wang Laifu's possession is irreversible. It has diminished his lifespan. This is the consequence of his own actions. Fortunately, you sought my help in time, so the damage is limited to a few years. Wu Yin refrained from mentioning the toll this would take on the elderly father. Upon examining Wang Dong's birth chart, it became evident that he was destined to be a dependent. Much like Wang Laifu. The only distinction was that Wang Dong lacked Wang Laifu's pettiness and vengefulness. However, a life spent in such aimlessness would not be significantly affected by a few lost years. Thank you, host. How much does the talisman cost? I can transfer the amount to you, Wang Fachuan inquired. Considering the favor owed to Wang Dali, I shall gift it to you, Wu Yin smiled, glancing at the camera while subtly promoting her services. I have various talismans available. Those interested may send me their addresses. The price is 11,000 for each talisman. In the future, for any further talisman needs, please be prepared to pay. The viewers, now engaged, were uncertain whether to deem Wang Fachuan fortunate or unfortunate. One must not be so foolish in life. Another commented, what a waste of suffering. Wu Yin, I am curious. Does the 1,000-mile escape technique truly exist? Or were you merely scaring that spirit? Wu Yin, noticing this question, smiled mischievously. What do you think? Had you not smiled, I might have believed it was a mere bluff. But your smile has convinced me of its authenticity. Such a host. Clearly a true master. A visitor who had not yet followed commented. I came from Master Hengyu Daquang's live stream. I asked him about the 1,000-mile escape technique, and he stated he has only seen it in the ancestral manuscripts. No one in this world can master such sorcery. It's a fraud. Another visitor added, Master Daquang's talismans only cost 5,000 each. This scammer is outrageous, demanding 11,000. It's highway robbery. Wu Yin remained unfazed, not forcing anyone to buy. Those who wished for a 5,000 talisman could do so, while those willing to pay 11,000 could purchase hers. Wu Yin noticed the option to mute certain users in her live stream. Seeing someone consistently call her a fraud, she promptly muted them. Why waste time in my stream if you believe me to be a fraud? Here's a metaphorical plane ticket for you to leave. Goodbye, permanently muted. Now, if anyone wishes to have their fortunes read, please apply for a connection. Just as Wu Yin finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Please hold on a moment. Wu Yin rose to answer the door. Wei Xian is looking for you, Ten Ci said, handing Wu Yin his phone. His friends are in trouble. Chapter 43. My name is Zhao Di Wuyin answered the phone with a soft hello. Master Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong are currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. When the rescue team found them, both were barely clinging to life, suffering from severe injuries. The other 3 individuals without talismans have been confirmed dead. The forensic examination determined that they died between 2 and 2:30 last night. Wei Xian expressed genuine admiration for Wu Yin's insight, noting that her prediction of their survival until the hour of the tiger was accurate, as the 3 without protection indeed perished before that time. Wei Xian continued. The deceased suffered horrifically. It is said their chests were brutally penetrated, their hearts missing. Some peculiar details have been suppressed by the authorities. I have been unable to learn more, but I have heard that DNA comparisons were conducted to confirm the identities of the 3 deceased. Zhou Chu's parents wish for you to visit the hospital to check on his condition. Wei Xian added, S City has excellent medical facilities. After the rescue team located Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong, they were airlifted to S City. If you agree, I can arrange for a vehicle to pick you up. I will also be waiting for you at the hospital. A concerned follower commented, I think I heard a man say that 2 friends had an accident. The host mentioned that the 5-member exploration team wouldn't survive until the hour of the tiger, and look, we still haven't received any news about them. Another follower speculated, it seems grim. If they were unharmed, they would have jumped out to refute the host by now. They wouldn't be able to sit still with something so sensational. Informed visitor chimed in, I can confirm that 3 members of the exploration team indeed perished, and their deaths were particularly terrifying. When I saw them, it nearly scared the life out of me. The 3 died at 2:30 in the morning, well before the hour of the tiger. Another visitor urged, please, the informed person above, share more details. We're quite curious. How could an incident of this magnitude go unreported by the authorities? A different visitor asserted, such matters are unlikely to be publicly announced. Someone asked, could you tell us who the 2 survivors are? Another visitor replied, it's the 2 rich second-generation individuals. They received talismans sent by a friend yesterday. And both were wearing shirts. They placed the talismans in their shirt pockets, right over their hearts. After contemplating, Wu Yin asked, is it urgent? I have a live connection request in my stream. May I attend to that before proceeding? Of course, the individuals are still in the emergency room. Arranging a vehicle will take some time, Wei Xian assured her. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, your compensation will not be diminished. All right. Wu Yin returned the phone to Tan Ci. I have an important meeting shortly. Just in case, I'll have my bodyguard accompany you, Tan Ci stated. Wu Yin shook her head. There's no need for that. If something significant were to occur, it's uncertain whether the bodyguard would protect me or I would protect the bodyguard. Wu Yin waved her hand dismissively. Have you forgotten what happened last night? I believe there is no one in this world who can harm me. Leaning closer, she whispered to Tan Ci, the art of escape is indeed real. If I ever encounter an opponent I cannot defeat, I still possess the ability to flee. Tan Ci chuckled softly, thinking that there likely wouldn't be any major incidents at the S City hospital. Since she disliked having a bodyguard accompany her, he decided to let it be. My predictions are infallible. I forewarned them of their demise, yet they chose not to heed my counsel and will not survive that time. Host, my name is Li Zhaodi. The girl spoke her name with a sense of inferiority. At my age, it seems rare for anyone to bear this name. An unacquainted visitor remarked, indeed, it's quite uncommon. I feel this name belongs more to my grandmother's generation. You're only in your 20s, it's surprising. A concerned follower added, sometimes, when I'm offline, I genuinely forget that there are girls of my age named Zhaodi. It's disheartening. I sincerely hope that fate grants these families their dreams, allowing girls to escape such circumstances. Wu Yin inquired, what would you like to know? Please allow me a moment to share my story with everyone before revealing what I wish to inquire about. I truly need someone to listen, Li Zhaodi earnestly requested. Go ahead, Wu Yin nodded in agreement. I was born in a remote mountain village where my parents favored sons over daughters. I have a younger brother, 2 years my junior. I graduated from middle school at 16, achieving the top score in my class and securing a place at the best high school in the county. The high school offered support for impoverished students, allowing me to attend without any fees and providing a monthly living allowance of 50 yuan. I had believed that with these policies, I would certainly be able to attend high school. However, that summer, my brother insisted on having the latest Nokia tablet smartphone. It's worth noting that in our impoverished village, the average annual income per family was merely over 2,000 yuan, while that phone cost over 8,000. My brother resorted to a hunger strike to pressure my parents, who scoured for loans, but no one was willing to lend money for a phone. Eventually, my parents concocted a dreadful plan. They decided to sell me for 20,000 yuan in bride price. They were delighted, thinking they could buy my brother a new phone and still have money left over. A 40-year-old man from the village approached my parents, haggling and offering 18,000, which they accepted. Wu Yin clenched her fists in anger. You were only 16. Yes, if we consider the lunar age, if we count by the solar calendar. I would have only been 14 that year. They deserve to die. Wu Yin rarely expressed her emotions so openly during a live stream. Li Zhaodi forced a self-deprecating smile. I refused to let my life be squandered like this, so I fled from home in the dead of night, running to the town to seek help from my former teacher. Unfortunately, my teacher was away for training, but fortune smiled upon me when I encountered a middle school classmate, who is now my boyfriend. That summer, he took me to work in the county seat and then borrowed money from his close friends. Before the start of school, he managed to gather 20,000 and gave it to my parents, also asking a distant relative to help transfer my household registration away from my parents. I thought my future would involve working alongside him to earn a living, but when school began, he took me to school, bought me a plethora of stationery, and promised to support my education for as long as I needed. Chapter 44. A glimmer of hope. He was diligent and a man of his word. Eventually, I was admitted to a prestigious university, which he funded. Upon graduating with excellent grades, I qualified for a research program. But I was eager to enter the workforce and considered relinquishing this opportunity. It was he who encouraged me to pursue my master's degree, promising to support me through to a postdoctoral fellowship if necessary, even if it meant selling everything he owned. This year, I finally graduated with my master's, and my advisor recommended me for an excellent internship at a reputable organization where the compensation was generous. I believed that as long as we both worked hard, a prosperous future awaited us. However, I was blindsided when he suddenly changed his mind. From a few days of unavailability, it escalated to an entire week without contact, culminating in him abruptly breaking up with me yesterday. Li Zhaodi buried her face in her hands, weeping uncontrollably. I couldn't comprehend what I had done wrong or why he had chosen to end things so suddenly. I began to doubt myself, questioning whether I was unworthy of love, pondering if I had inadvertently hurt him in some way. Host, I implore you to help me ascertain whether he has been unfaithful. Li Zhaodi was in anguish. If he had indeed betrayed me and no longer wanted me, the next words felt like they required immense courage to vocalize. If he truly does not want me, I will respect his decision. A follower commented, could it be that he is possessed, much like that Wang Dong Dong we just heard about, and has suddenly transformed into a different person? Another visitor remarked, even from a pragmatic perspective, Li Zhaodi's boyfriend has invested both money and youth in her. As a typical middle school graduate, I find it hard to believe he would willingly part ways with her, especially now that she has graduated and begun working, precisely when he no longer needs to invest further in her. Another visitor mused, unless he suddenly came into a windfall of 5 million and sought someone new? Yet another added, 5 million after taxes amounts to 4 million. With a promising and talented graduate, the choice is clear. Moreover, he could have it all. A follower suggested, what if he is being controlled? Perhaps he was deceived and drawn into some fraudulent scheme? The other party might have taken his phone, fearing you would report them, hence the need to keep you at bay. Consider how long it has been since you've seen him. Upon reading this comment, Li Zhaodi was instantly alarmed. I haven't seen him in nearly 2 months. Even when we were busy, we would video call. I would find joy in merely catching a glimpse of him amidst my thesis work. Host, I will send you his birth details. Please help me determine if he is in danger, Li Xiaodi urged. Her concern for her boyfriend overshadowed her thoughts on the breakup. Watching Li Xiaodi's boyfriend's details, Wu Yin, though sighing was ill-advised, found it hard to suppress a sigh. At last, she had encountered an upright gentleman, a rarity in today's society. Yet there seemed to be a slight deficiency in his fortune. A follower said, "Host, please don't sigh. Your sighs make us anxious." Wu Yin did not intend to evoke worry among the viewers, so she addressed Li Xiaodi directly. "Your boyfriend has not been unfaithful, nor has he been kidnapped. He is safe. He loves you deeply. It is precisely because of this love that he wishes to spare you from burdening yourself with his troubles, which led him to end the relationship." Li Xiaodi nodded, recalling that he had performed well academically in elementary school. However, the loss of his grandfather had profoundly affected him, causing him to lose interest in studies. And he dropped out after the second year of middle school. While many dropouts succumbed to negative influences, he chose to learn auto repair. He often expressed regret for not earning money sooner to provide a better life for his grandfather. Wiping her tears, Li Xiaodi reflected on his admirable qualities. "He is genuinely a remarkable person. When I attended university, he followed me to my school city and worked at an auto repair shop. He would forgo personal luxuries, insisting I eat well and dress appropriately, fearing I might be looked down upon in the city. He believed his salary could support me well, urging me not to save money for him, even discouraging me from taking part-time work, saying I had plenty of time to work in the future." Tears streaming down her face, Li Xiaodi lamented, "I could recount countless of his virtues, yet I cannot name a single flaw." "Indeed, he is a wonderful person," Wu Yin affirmed. "He is too good to bear seeing you suffer, which is why he chose to distance himself and break up with you." This was the reason for Wu Yin's earlier sigh. He had been abandoned by his biological parents due to a hereditary illness. With a chance to live into his 20s or 30s, those afflicted often succumbed in their teens. Thus, it was revealed that her boyfriend had fallen ill and had been hospitalized for over a month. He was suffering from a rare disease, and the hospital could not provide a treatment plan. He was awaiting his fate. Li Xiaodi slumped in her chair, her hands trembling around her phone. "Host, is there truly no hope for him? Why must such a good person endure this suffering? It is so unfair," she cried. "Why couldn't it be me who fell ill instead? I would gladly take his place. Yet I must caution you, should he find a glimmer of hope, if you choose to remain by his side, you will endure a decade of hardship. But what is a mere 10 years? Even a lifetime of struggle is worth it. I have known poverty and hardship. Without him, I could never find another who treats me with such kindness." Li Xiaodi made her decision. "Thank you, host. I will go to him immediately. I will drag him to the capital if necessary." "Li Xiaodi, I wish you and your boyfriend good fortune," Wu Yin said, her eyes crinkling in a smile. "May you both enjoy a long and happy life together. Prosperity knows no age, and good luck is never too late. Keep striving." Chapter 45, A Clash of Malevolence. Upon seeing Li Xiaodi, I was suddenly filled with renewed faith in love. They emerged from the harshest depths of society, refusing to succumb to despair, and through their relentless efforts, they clung to hope as the broadcaster suggested. Together, they endured hardships, and one day, fortune would surely smile upon them. Li Xiaodi's boyfriend is truly admirable. She herself is remarkable as well. Their mutual love inspires them to wish for each other's betterment, rather than dragging one another down into the mire. The sentiments expressed by netizens resonated deeply with me. After days of streaming, having witnessed numerous and scrupulous men, Li Xiaodi's boyfriend is indeed a refreshing anomaly. I have other matters to attend to, so I will conclude the live stream for now. If time permits this afternoon, I shall return to stream for a while longer. With a wave to the camera, I bid farewell and ended the broadcast. I had already gathered my belongings, so I simply removed my phone from the stand and slung my backpack over my shoulders. The vehicle arranged by Wei Xin was waiting downstairs. I exchanged greetings with Tan Ci before departing. The journey from the Tan Group to the S City Military General Hospital took over an hour. Wei Xin was already waiting at the entrance of the emergency building, personally opening the car door for me as I stepped out. Master. Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong have been taken to their respective wards. Neither suffered fatal injuries, but both sustained some fractures due to external trauma. However, the doctors stated that logically, they should not remain unconscious for such an extended period. Since the rescue team discovered them, they have yet to regain consciousness. All necessary examinations have been conducted, yet the cause of their prolonged unconsciousness remains a mystery. Wei Xin grew increasingly anxious, expressing gratitude that I had purchased 2 talismans the previous day, otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. As we arrived at Zhou Chu's ward, I noticed his parents were present, their expressions troubled. It seemed that some relatives had said something unappealing, resulting in them being dismissed to the waiting area outside. Uncle Zhou. Aunt Zhou, this is Master Wuyin. Wei Xin introduced me to them. Zhou's mother quickly wiped away her tears and exclaimed, Master, we owe Zhou Chu's survival to your talisman. Could you please help us understand why he cannot awaken? Knowing that 5 individuals had ventured together, and only Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong carried talismans, while the other 3 met with a tragic fate, Zhou's parents were immensely grateful to Wei Xin and relieved that I was not one of those charlatans profiting from misfortune. When the rescue team retrieved the 2 boys, they still had ashes from burnt talismans in their shirt pockets. Zhou Chu occupied a single room, while Jiang Huaidong was in the adjacent ward. Unlike Zhou Chu's parents, Jiang Huaidong's parents were skeptical of the talisman purchased from me, believing that their son and Zhou Chu's survival was merely a matter of luck. Please remain calm, I reassured them, turning my attention to the patient on the bed. From the moment I entered the ward, I felt a palpable aura of malevolence. Zhou Chu was enveloped in a sinister energy, exuding a palpable sense of death. I requested Zhou Chu's birth date, and after calculating, I discerned the harrowing ordeal he and the others had endured the previous night. Mrs. Zhou Chu is plagued by malevolent energy. Last night, they encountered a formidable female ghost who has marked him, drawing energy from him while leaving just enough breath to sustain him. Tonight, she will follow the mark to Zhou Chu and consume his heart. I paused for emphasis before continuing, and then devour his heart. I understood why a netizen in the live stream claimed this matter could not be reported. The 3 individuals had not only met a tragic end, but also a bizarre one. The malevolent spirit did not immediately extract their hearts. Rather, she first drained their energy, leaving them with just a flicker of life before taking their hearts. The 3, drained of vitality, met their demise resembling emaciated elders, their bodies riddled with wrinkles and their hair shockingly white. Zhou's parents nearly faltered at this revelation, and Zhou's mother, fraught with urgency and anger, lamented how she had warned against such perilous endeavors, insisting that traditional wisdom always holds merit. Yet, her son had disregarded her counsel. I comprehended that for Zhou Chu and his companions, this was indeed a self-imposed demise. They could have easily avoided the malevolent spirit by refraining from venturing into its domain. However, they chose to trespass upon the ghost's territory, akin to lambs entering the lair of a tiger, thus provoking its wrath. In addition to the malevolent energy, there was another reason for Zhou Chu's unresponsiveness. I continued to explain. Zhou Chu was also frightened beyond measure last night, losing a soul and a spirit, which is why he remains unresponsive. Given the rate at which his energy is depleting, he may not survive until dawn. Therefore, our most urgent task is to preserve his energy and eradicate the ghost's mark from him. Master, will that ghost return for my son tonight? Zhou's mother grasped my hand in desperation, pleading, I beg you, save my son. He is my only child, and if he truly perishes, how will I go on? Do not worry, Mrs. Zhou. I can save Zhou Chu, I assured her. Please arrange for someone to procure a paper effigy, a male figure, and provide me with a lock of Zhou Chu's hair and some of his nails. Additionally, I will need a table to draw 2 talismans for a puppet technique to deceive the ghost. Once the technique is successful, I will summon Zhou Chu's spirit at sunset. I will arrange for someone to purchase the paper effigy immediately. Zhou's father promptly called the driver. I turned to Wei Xin. noting that Jiang Huaidong likely shared a similar predicament. If we did not swiftly eliminate the mark upon him, by evening, one might witness a middle-aged Jiang Huaidong, by nightfall a centenarian, and by dawn, possibly a Jiang Huaidong devoid of a heart. Those words were difficult for Wei Xian to articulate. At that moment, Jiang Huaidong's parents, already fraught with worry over their son, reacted with ire upon hearing Wei Xian suggest consulting a master. They scolded him for engaging in superstition, asserting that those who claimed to be masters were mere frauds, urging him to distance himself from such charlatans. Upon hearing Zhou's father insist on inviting me, Jiang Huaidong's parents could scarcely conceal their disbelief. I shall speak with them again, Wei Xian resolved, determined to persist despite the potential backlash. Master is here. I will accompany you to persuade them, Zhou's mother offered. Being a kind-hearted individual, she was eager to resolve her own son's situation and did not wish for her son's friend to meet a tragic fate. After all, what pain would it bring her son upon awakening to discover his dear friend had perished? Chapter 46. Grandmother Zhao seeks assistance. The bodyguard from the Zhou family swiftly brought the table that Wu Ying requested. She unpacked her belongings and elegantly arranged them on the table, effortlessly drawing the necessary talismans with fluidity akin to flowing water. Zhou's father observed her, contemplating whether there was any assistance he could offer the master, when he suddenly heard Wu Ying declare, "It is done." In the vicinity of the hospital, one could readily find shops offering a complete range of funeral supplies. 15 minutes later, a driver from the Zhou family entered with a paper effigy. "Master, the shop only has this child spirit. Will it suffice?" the driver asked nervously. Wu Ying glanced at it and nodded, instructing the driver to place the effigy beside the table. She then turned to Zhou's father and said, "I need to take a drop of blood from Zhou Chu's fingertip. Just a drop will do. It will feel like a mosquito bite and will not affect his health." Wu Ying always informed the family of the patient beforehand when it came to drawing blood. After all, even if it were 10 milliliters, it would need to be taken. With a life hanging in the balance, who would hesitate over such a trivial amount of blood? Zhou's father chuckled. "You are the most down-to-earth master I have ever encountered." Wu Ying smiled, lifted Zhou Chu's hand, and without requiring any tools, summoned her spiritual energy. As if by magic, the skin of Zhou Chu's fingertip broke, and a drop of blood floated onto the talisman in her hand. With a gentle sweep of her fingertip over the wound, it vanished instantly. Zhou's father's eyes widened in astonishment. It was only years of composure that prevented him from applauding the master in awe while his son lay unconscious on the hospital bed. He thought to himself, "This young woman whom Wei Shen brought is indeed a master of profound arts. Zhou Chu is fortunate to have a friend like Wei Xian. What is your plan, master?" Zhou's father inquired. "Is there anything I can assist with?" He then handed Wu Ying another talisman. "Place this talisman over Zhou Chu's heart." At the moment Zhou's father positioned the talisman over Zhou Chu's heart, Wu Ying formed a seal, and the spiritual energy began to fluctuate between Zhou Chu and the paper effigy, enacting the puppet technique. The mark on Zhou Chu was successfully transferred to the effigy. This trick would deceive the female ghost. When she could no longer draw energy from Zhou Chu, she would assume he had perished. Wu Ying tidied the items on the table. "Mr. Zhou, the puppet technique is complete. The remaining matters can wait until sunset." Observing their expressions, she discerned the outcome without needing to ask. Even if she wished to save Jiang Huaidong, her presence there would likely lead to accusations of deception, resulting in her being sent to the police station. Wei Xian sighed, about to inquire if Wu Ying had any more talismans, when her phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Grandmother Zhao and immediately answered. "Wu Ying, earlier today, your grandfather Zhao and I visited his old comrade. However, as soon as we entered the ward, the talisman you sent began to heat up. Remembering your warning, we made an excuse and left within 5 minutes. After exiting the ward, the talisman turned into a pile of ashes as if it had been burned," Grandmother Zhao recounted. Still shaken, She recalled that Wu had previously mentioned they bore in energy, which had also manifested after their visit to the hospital to see the old comrade. Grandmother Zhao. I happen to be at the military hospital. Please wait for me at the entrance of the emergency department. I shall come down to investigate, Wu instructed, concerned that the elderly couple might grow anxious. As Wu hurried out, Grandmother Zhao spotted her from afar, calling out and waving. Wu rushed over and immediately noticed the presence of Yin energy surrounding them. Fortunately, the talisman shielded them, preventing the energy from affecting them. But Wu's keen senses detected the unpleasant odor as she approached. Grandmother Zhao, what is the current condition of your friend? Is there anything suspicious? Wu inquired. That is my old comrade. We have known each other for decades. He once shielded me from a bullet during our time on the front lines. We share a bond akin to that of brothers. Grandfather Zhao's face reflected deep concern. Has he been afflicted by malevolent forces? Without witnessing it firsthand, I cannot ascertain. Wu replied, shaking her head. Do you have his birth date? Grandfather Zhao responded with a shake of his head. He is an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage. He does not even know his own birth date. Decades ago, rural women rarely gave birth in hospitals, so the government could not trace his parents through hospital records. He was discovered at a train station and taken to the police station. Due to the absence of any identifying information, he was sent to the orphanage for care. I must personally visit him to understand the situation, Wu stated, then asked, how did he arrive at the hospital? Were there any abnormalities prior to his admission? After a moment's contemplation, Grandfather Zhao spoke. The day before his hospitalization, we had planned to go fishing together, but he cancelled at the last minute, claiming he felt weak and cold, possibly coming down with a cold. The following day, he suddenly collapsed and was rushed to the hospital. Doctors informed us that his heart had briefly stopped during resuscitation, which was extremely perilous. When we visited him yesterday, he was still in the intensive care unit, unconscious. My wife and I donned sterile gowns to speak with him for a brief moment. Late last night, we received a call from the hospital informing us that he had awakened, so we hurried over this morning, only to find that as soon as we entered the ward, the talisman began to burn with heat, even through our clothing. Do you have any acquaintances at the hospital? Perhaps I could pose as a nurse to gain entry? Or does this elderly comrade have any descendants? I could visit as a friend of his family. Wu proposed two ideas. Chapter 47. The possessed malevolent spirit. I am well acquainted with the attending physician. Allow me to take you to him, Grandfather Zhao remarked as we walked. Wu followed Grandfather Zhao and Grandmother Zhao towards the inpatient building. You asked me earlier if I noticed anything unusual about him, Grandfather Zhao continued, shaking his head. Since he awakened, I have not perceived anything out of the ordinary. Indeed, we spoke for a few minutes, and old you mentioned that once he is discharged, he wishes to go fishing with you, Grandfather Zhao. He has a taste for braised fish, a preference he has maintained for decades, Grandmother Zhao added. Grandfather and Grandmother Zhao refrained from disclosing Wu Yin's identity to the attending physician, merely requesting him to find a set of nurse's attire for Wu Yin to change into. Old Yu, a person of considerable standing, had awakened, and today he would naturally receive many visitors. As Wu Yin entered behind the attending physician, the moment the door swung open, a chilling malevolence assaulted her senses, hinting at the ferocity of the evil presence within. Please step aside. I am the doctor. Allow my nurse and me to enter, the attending physician called out, asking the guests who had come to visit to clear a path for him and the nurse. Once the visitors beside the hospital bed stepped back, Wu Yin could finally behold the visage of the elder lying on the bed. Just one glance caused her heart to skip a beat. The elderly figure before her was unmistakably old Yu, whose every wrinkle felt eerily familiar. This was the very individual Wu Yin had encountered the previous night in the abandoned building. The same person her teacher had speculated to be a soldier. However, the essence inhabiting old Yu's body was not his original soul, but rather a malevolent spirit exuding a sinister aura. The evil spirit had usurped old Yu's body, manipulating it to masquerade as him while exchanging pleasantries with every visitor. The attending physician, concerned for old Yu's condition, inquired about how he felt. While Wu Yin feigned taking notes, her gaze fixated on the elder in the hospital bed. She pondered a troubling question: why had the malevolent spirit taken over old Yu's body? If it possessed such power, why not seize a younger vessel instead? The ward appeared bright and airy, yet to Wu Yin it was imbued with an unsettling energy. How could it be described as bright when it felt suffused with oppressive darkness? "Little Wu Yin, have you discerned anything?" Grandfather Zhao inquired urgently. "Interestingly, I had encountered old Yu prior to today, though I was unaware of his identity," Wu Yin responded, pinching her brow in thought. "Last night, I saw the living soul of old Yu in the abandoned building. Now, I see a malevolent spirit occupying his body in this ward, yet several aspects elude my understanding. Firstly, if the evil spirit has usurped the body, why not simply devour old Yu's soul? Logically, a soul is a substantial boon for a malevolent entity. Secondly, if the spirit possesses such capabilities, why not select a younger, more vigorous host? Taking over an elderly body is no easy feat. Surely a more efficient approach would be preferable." Grandfather Zhao's expression darkened. "Both old Yu and I are of advanced age, nearing retirement. It is inconceivable that he would encounter a malevolent spirit and have his body taken over. Possession resembles parasitism, with the original soul still present. Such spirits are typically of lesser power. In contrast, usurpation, as the term suggests, involves commandeering a body for oneself. This type of spirit is generally more formidable. And to prevent the original soul from interfering with its control, such spirits typically consume the original soul after taking over the body. Those possessed tend to shy away from light and avoid human interaction during the day, while malevolent spirits, if they disguise themselves well, can easily deceive ordinary people, who would remain unaware of the change within. Even someone like me, lacking in spiritual insight, would struggle to detect such an anomaly. Yet one aspect continues to perplex me," Wu Yin mused, stroking her chin. "When I encountered old Yu's living soul, he exhibited no memories. Typically, usurpation only involves the body, leaving the original memories intact. Yet this malevolent spirit seems to possess old Yu's entire memory. If such a powerful spirit exists, how can it fail to conceal its sinister aura?" During her time in the ward, the malevolent spirit engaged with each visitor with remarkable ease. No one present seemed to find the conversation disjointed or inappropriate. The spirit spoke fluently, seamlessly engaging on various topics and even inquiring about others' work. Wu Yin turned to Grandfather Zhao. "I harbor an unsettling premonition, Grandfather Zhao." "Speak," he urged, his brow furrowed in concern. "There are still over 30 living souls trapped in that abandoned building, each distinct in age, gender, and profession, yet all, like old Yu, lack memories and are ensnared in that area, perpetually tainted by malevolent energy. Initially, I mistook them for wandering spirits until old Yu's appearance last night clarified their true nature. That building has been ensnared in a gathering of dark energy." Wu Yin's thoughts, which had been muddled until now, crystallized as she observed old Yu in the hospital. She sensed a hidden hand orchestrating events, weaving a vast web of intrigue. What lay within that web remained unknown, as did when it would be drawn tight. "Grandfather Zhao, I suspect this malevolent spirit is nurtured by someone from the Xianmen sect. The selection of old Yu seems too coincidental. The puppet master behind this must have a purpose in mind." Wu Yin's words illuminated the gravity of the situation for both elders. "From various professions?" Grandfather Zhao was startled by the number, over 30 individuals. One of them appeared to be a teacher, likely fond of imparting lessons. There were also souls in white coats, some in suits and others in uniforms, along with a few in casual attire whose professions I cannot discern. However, their demeanor indicates they are all highly educated. Chapter 48. The teacher's influence. "By the way, Grandfather Zhao, if possible, may I visit the place where the old master Yu lived?" Wu Yin inquired. "If the malevolent spirit is being manipulated by someone, there should be some clues left behind. I will arrange it. This matter must also be reported." With over 30 individuals, all elite professionals from various fields, the potential loss to society and the nation is immeasurable, Grandfather Zhao replied, his gaze towards Wu Yin filled with gratitude, alongside a sense of relief. He felt fortunate that his chubby grandson Zhao Yu had been kidnapped, yet it had brought forth a talent like Wu Yin to his attention. Thanks to her, they had learned about the souls trapped in the unfinished buildings. Once you have everything arranged, please call me. If I uncover any new leads, I will report to you immediately, Wu Yin said as she watched the two elderly men depart hurriedly. She sighed, hoping she was merely overthinking. While waiting for the elevator, Wu Yin received a call from Tan Xi. Is this a convenient time to talk? I have found information on the 3 individuals you asked me to investigate, he said. Please hold on for a moment while I find a secluded spot, Wu Yin replied, scanning her surroundings. The hospital was bustling with people, so she stepped outside and squatted behind a flower bed. I'm ready now. The eldest is old Master Yu, coincidentally, a former comrade of Grandfather Zhao. Now a leader in the local military district, currently hospitalized at the Military General Hospital, Tan Xi revealed. It is indeed a coincidence. I just visited old Master Yu's ward. Wu Yin chuckled softly. That man in the hospital bed is not truly old Master Yu, but rather a malevolent spirit that has usurped his body. And what about those 2 sisters? Did you encounter the malevolent spirit? Tan Xi's voice was laced with concern. Are you all right? I didn't confront it. I merely glanced in. Wu Yin reassured him. I'll explain everything later. Please continue with your findings. The 2 girls are sisters, though they are cousins. Their parents are researchers for the state, classified under confidentiality protocols. Both families work at a certain base and cannot leave without special circumstances. The sisters currently reside at the base, one attending high school and the other elementary school, under the care of their grandmother. They are affectionately nicknamed Tingting and Ruaro. The bearded man is indeed a teacher, a distinguished high school educator named Chen Benjing, now retired. He had a commendable teaching career and is revered by his students, many of whom have excelled in various fields. Each year, numerous students visit him. There is a learning foundation named after him, established by several of his former pupils, dedicated to supporting underprivileged and outstanding students. Wu Yin felt increasingly certain that these individuals had been meticulously chosen, rather than selected at random. I believe I may have stumbled upon a significant secret. She disclosed the matters concerning old Master Yu to Tan Xi. It became evident that Wu Yin was not merely being paranoid. After listening, Tan Xi recognized the gravity of the situation. Over 30 individuals, not merely 3, indicates that across our nation, various sectors may already have individuals possessed by malevolent spirits. Those behind the scenes manipulating these spirits must have considerable motives, and their ambitions are vast. The greater the situation, the greater the danger. Wu Yin, prioritize your safety above all else, Tan Xi cautioned, fearing that her boldness might lead her into perilous situations. Rest assured, I am not reckless. I will ensure my own protection, Wu Yin affirmed. For the next few days, I will stay in the unfinished building to monitor the situation closely. Once I conclude my business there, I will move in with you. At this, Wu Yin smiled cheerfully. By the way, could your chef prepare breakfast for me tomorrow morning? No need to make a special effort. I can eat what you eat. Just a little extra would be appreciated. The allure of staying at Tan Xi's residence lay primarily in his chef's culinary skills. Tan Xi chuckled softly, of course. After agreeing, he continued, I will prepare a large-capacity power bank for you, ensuring you can charge your devices at all times. I will have someone deliver it shortly. The newly purchased power bank may not have enough charge, so please charge it in the ward of Zhouchu first. That's a splendid idea. Thank you, Tan Xi. You are truly the best friend I have in this world. Wu Yin expressed her gratitude, switching her praise. Oh, I thought Zhao Yu was your best friend. Tan Xi teased. You are my best adult friend in this world, while Zhao Yu is my best underage friend. They are not mutually exclusive. Wu Yin replied with a giggle, hastily ending the call to avoid further questions, as she needed to earn her rent and not take advantage of Tan Xi's hospitality. Although it wasn't raining outside, the gloomy weather suggested it might soon. Why not host a live broadcast here? Mr. Zhou enthusiastically proposed. Look, there's a table. I'll have my driver get a phone stand for you. Do you need a ring light? I can have him buy one as well. Do young people enjoy milk tea? Would you like some? I can order takeout, so you have something to drink during the broadcast. Are you hungry? Should I prepare some snacks for you? Mrs. Joe, though asking if she should, had already taken out her phone to open a takeout app. Do you want pearls or coconut jelly in your milk tea? Or perhaps something else? Do you have any preferred flavors or brands? It was evident that Mrs. Joe was keeping up with the trends among the youth. Thank you, Mrs. Joe. Wooing beamed. I would like taro milk tea. Mrs. Joe gave her an okay sign and began placing the order. Wei Xian watched in astonishment. Aunt Joe, you are so fashionable. Wooing did not need a phone stand. She simply grabbed a ceramic cup and leaned her phone against it to log into the live broadcast. Mr. Joe quickly pulled Wei Xian to assist in entering Wu Yin's live stream, which required downloading the app first. As soon as Wu Yin started broadcasting, several requests to connect came in. Finally, the host is online. I was waiting since this morning when you were signing off. The caller was a man in his 30s. After expressing his luck, he greeted Wu Yin. Hello, host. My mother has been feeling unwell lately, and after a full checkup at the hospital, nothing unusual was found. I would like to ask the host for some insight regarding my mother. Chapter 49. Is your mother-in-law's ashes delicious? After the man spoke, he shifted the camera to the side, revealing the host. This is my mother. Her name is Zhang Mei. I will now send you her birth details. Zhang Mei. The man's mother was groaning and incessantly pounding on various parts of her body. Host, I always feel a weight on my back, as if I am carrying something that weighs 100 pounds. At night, I feel like someone is slapping my face, and when I wake up in the morning, there are indeed marks on my cheeks. Am I haunted? Wu Yin observed the video, noticing a large male ghost on Zhang Mei's back, but refrained from speaking hastily. Spirits typically do not seek out individuals without reason, so she first examined Zhang Mei's birth details. After her calculations, she understood the connection between Zhang Mei and the male ghost. Wu Yin's lips involuntarily twitched, and she nodded. You are indeed burdened by a ghost, a male spirit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mei jumped up from her chair in terror, frantically clutching her back as if trying to swat the ghost away. Host, how could my mother possibly be carrying a ghost? The man asked anxiously. What enmity does this ghost have with my mother? Why is it tormenting her? This ghost is your father-in-law. Wu Yin leaned back against her chair. The mention of a family connection caused Zhang Mei's expression to shift dramatically. That wretched spirit. He died and now dares to disturb me. How can he make me carry him? My father-in-law? The man was utterly perplexed. He passed away 2 months ago. But he died of illness, and my mother did not cause his death. What business does he have haunting her? That is a question you should pose to your mother regarding what she may have consumed that she should not have, Wu Yin remarked, feeling that this was perhaps the most distasteful divination she had ever performed, leaving her speechless. Zhang Mei immediately retorted, What have I eaten that I shouldn't have? Is there anything in this world that I ought not to consume? She was quite proud. My son earns over 5,000 yuan a month. Everything we eat and use is purchased by him. This is my son's home, and is there anything here that I should not eat? Upon hearing Zhang Mei's words, the ghost began to pummel her back with its fists, causing her to whimper in pain. Host, I'm in pain again. Is that wretched spirit striking me once more? Zhang Mei cried out in agony while cursing. We should find a master to exorcise this wretched ghost. He should go to where he belongs instead of clinging to me. I will ensure he cannot even be a ghost. That punishment is what you deserve, Wu Yin replied. Zhang Mei, do you find your father-in-law's ashes delectable? Her question sent a shockwave through the livestream audience. Some followers speculated whether Zhang Mei had consumed offerings meant for the deceased, but none could fathom that she had so callously eaten someone's ashes. I feel nauseous, one viewer commented. It is no wonder the host reacted as she did after examining Zhang Mei's birth details. Her expression suggested she was about to vomit, another noted. What a disgusting habit. Consuming ashes? I have never seen such a thing, a visitor remarked. Zhang Mei's son's expression twisted in disbelief as he shouted, Mom, did you eat my father-in-law's ashes? What kind of host are you? How could you say such things? Why would I eat someone's ashes? I am not insane. Zhang Mei protested fiercely. My son earns over 5,000 a month. I lack for nothing. How could I possibly go mad and consume ashes? Host, you must be mistaken. My mother could not have eaten my father-in-law's ashes. The man was on the verge of breaking down. Do not question the host. If she says your mother has eaten them, then she has certainly done so. One follower insisted. The host's divination is remarkably accurate, another added. Wu Yin smirked. Oh. You haven't consumed them? Are you quite certain you've reflected enough on this matter? I have not. I am not deranged. Ashes are kept in an urn. That is something I wouldn't even want to look at, let alone consume. Zhang Mei asserted firmly. Her son pondered for a moment and suddenly realized a troubling fact. Mom. My father-in-law's ashes were not in an urn. That day at the crematorium, Xiaohua asked me for money to buy one, but you told me not to pay. You said it was her father, not mine. Why should I pay for her father's urn? I thought it made sense, so I didn't give her any money. He scratched his head, recalling, the crematorium doesn't provide free urns. I remember Xiaohua later asked an employee for a can of camel milk powder to store her father's ashes. Didn't Xiaohua say her father's ashes went missing 2 weeks ago? She even asked if you had seen them. She searched for half a month and was so worried she was about to call the police. Zhang Mei stood frozen in shock, her teeth chattering. What did you say? The can of camel milk powder covered in black is her father's ashes. Oh heavens, how could that be? That wretched girl. Is she intentionally trying to harm me? Why would she put her father's ashes in a camel milk powder can? Zhang Mei slapped her thigh. The day I came to fold clothes for you, I saw that camel can and thought your wife had bought something delicious to eat alone. I even looked it up online and they said camel milk powder is nutritious, so I hurriedly took the can to my room, thinking it would be good for my health. I was consuming it morning and night. Zhang Mei cried and cursed. I had never eaten camel milk powder before. I didn't know what it tasted like. I was puzzled as to why it wouldn't dissolve in hot water and why there were chunks of bone inside. I thought it was deliberate pig bones she had put in to prevent me from discovering her secret stash. I thought, if she dared to eat it, then I could eat it too. I am her mother-in-law, after all. Why should she enjoy such good camel milk powder behind my back? Zhang Mei became genuinely speechless, crouching in a corner, desperately gagging and trying to vomit. Mom, Xiaohua wouldn't have the audacity to hide and eat it. The man banged his thigh in frustration. Host, what do we do now? How unfortunate for that woman to have such a disgusting mother-in-law and husband, lamented a viewer. Let us recap the absurdity of this family. The daughter-in-law's father has passed away, and not only do they refuse to buy a plot, but they want to even spend a few hundred on the cheapest urn? Another commented. God knows the despair, pain, and helplessness that woman felt when she used someone else's unwanted camel milk powder can to store her father's ashes. Chapter 50. He has 3 conditions. The old witch incessantly proclaimed that her son was earning a living and that there was nothing in the house that she could not consume. Yet, she had devoured the remains of another. My son earns 5,000 a month, she boasted repeatedly in the live stream. One might think he earned 500,000. Given her prideful demeanor, such a meager sum barely suffices to purchase a handbag. This man is utterly useless. A mama's boy. He obeys his mother's command not to provide financial support. Whether he is stingy or a mama's boy, I beseech you, do not let such a man enter the marriage market. He should spend his life with his mother. I have deep sympathy for the woman named Xiaohua. The plight of contemporary full-time housewives and mothers is truly lamentable. What is the essential difference between this and cannibalism? Is there a significant distinction between something that has been subjected to high heat and something consumed raw? There is nothing left. I consumed it all, not a morsel remained. I mistook it for fine camel milk powder. How could I bear to waste such a treasure? The expiry date was not fresh, so I hurriedly consumed it all. Zhang Mei gagged as she responded. Host, many on Weibo claim you are quite formidable. You must have a way to assist our family, correct? Please. Bring my father-in-law to us. He is a ghost, and ghosts can take lives. The man, frantic and at a loss, alternated between calling for his mother and pleading with the host for a solution. Your mother has not yet passed. nor does your father-in-law seem inclined to take her life. Wu Yin contemplated the nature of the situation. As many netizens have said, the girl named Xiaohua has indeed married into a family of ill fortune. Your wife is your father-in-law's only daughter, am I correct? Wu Yin inquired, and upon the man nodding, she continued. You mentioned your wife is so anxious she is considering calling the police. Therefore, you must first inform her and have her come here. The man scratched his head, stating that after handling his father-in-law's affairs, his wife had gone out to work. She had been employed for over half a month now and had yet to return home. Host, could you refrain from sharing this matter with her? To meet your wife is also your father-in-law's wish, so it seems that is not feasible. The ghost was aware that Wu Yin could see him. Thus he continually addressed the camera, expressing a desire to see his daughter. He conveyed to Wu Yin that if he were to depart, he must first see his daughter before discussing any other conditions. Just as the man hesitated, a new connection request appeared in Wu Yin's live stream. Upon glancing, Wu Yin discovered a private message stating that the sender was Zhang Mei's daughter-in-law, who had been searching for her father's ashes. The individual who sent the new connection request was this netizen, and Wu Yin, intrigued, promptly approved the multi-person connection. She informed Zhang Mei and her son that Xiaohua, the very person involved, had also entered the live stream. Host, I am Lin Qinghua, Zhang Mei's daughter-in-law. Lin Qinghua's eyes were red and puffy, clearly having recently wept. I have been searching for my father's ashes for a long time. I saw someone on Weibo mention that the host could assist in locating lost items, and I thought perhaps you could help me find my father's ashes. Little did I expect that upon entering, I would find my mother-in-law seeking your assistance as well. I never imagined that my father's ashes had indeed been consumed. Not a trace remains. Tears streamed down Lin Qinghua's cheeks. Some netizens were correct. At that moment, as I held the container of camel milk with my father's ashes, I felt that my life had been a failure. I felt I had failed my father. I was not a good daughter. My father suffered greatly from illness, and his passing was so tormenting that even after he was gone, he had been stripped of all dignity. I felt utterly useless. From that day forth, I vowed to earn a living independently, to first buy a proper urn for my father, and then save enough to purchase a grave, ensuring that even in death, my father would have dignity and respect. Lin Qinghua gazed at her mother-in-law and husband on the screen, finding them utterly revolting. Fortunately, with all parties present, it was an opportune moment to resolve the matter. Wu Yin directly communicated with Lin Qinghua's father. Mr. Lin, your daughter is now in the live stream. You may express your conditions for leaving Zhang Mei. Wu Yin felt profound sympathy for the circumstances of Lin Qinghua and her father, especially for Mr. Lin, who, even in death, could not secure a proper resting place for his ashes. This made Wu Yin even more compassionate. Host, please ask my daughter whether she would be willing to divorce this useless man, allowing her to raise my grandson alone. Mr. Lin remained sprawled on Zhang Mei's back, unwilling to leave until the matter was resolved. Wu Yin obliged, relaying Mr. Lin's words to Lin Qinghua. I want a divorce, even if my father does not mention it. I am determined to end this marriage, Lin Qinghua declared without hesitation. Living with such a person has been tormenting. I endured for the sake of my child not growing up without a father, but now I realize how gravely mistaken I was. My tolerance has not earned me any respect. They believe I deserve to be bullied. Host, first, I demand that my son-in-law divorce my daughter, and that custody of my grandson be granted to her. My son-in-law's family shall never contest my daughter's custody rights. Second, I require that my son-in-law provide my daughter with a compensation of 200,000 yuan upon divorce. Third, I want Zhang Mei to purchase a grave and maintain it. Even if it is the most modest grave, it will suffice. This is what she owes me. Should Zhang Mei's family refuse these demands, I shall never depart from her until she passes. The debts of the mother must be repaid by the son. Thus, my son-in-law shall bear the burden for his mother's actions. His mother consumed my ashes, and he bears part of the responsibility. Mr. Lin spoke, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Zhang Mei and her son. Wu Yin acknowledged, relaying Mr. Lin's 3 conditions to the audience in the live stream. Upon hearing the substantial demands, Zhang Mei's expression hardened and her courage returned. Divorce is acceptable. If she desires the child, let her have him. After all, my son earns over 5,000 a month. He need not worry about finding another woman to marry and bear him children. But for that wretched ghost to demand 200,000 from my son and for me to repair a grave? Dream on. Host, could you possibly negotiate further with my father-in-law? These 3 conditions are indeed quite burdensome. The man was also reluctant. Chapter 51. My sister-in-law is a wonderful person, Mr. Lin stated that there was nothing left to discuss. Wu Yin rested her chin on her hands and scoffed. Zhang Mei, do you have any idea how much debt one incurs after consuming another's ashes? Some debts must be repaid in this life, and if left unpaid, they will carry over into the afterlife to be repaid doubly. If you fail to settle these debts, you shall be cast into the depths of hell, only to be reborn into the animal realm to repay your dues in that manner. Moreover, your son will also suffer the consequences. Living in close proximity to the spirits, he will gradually become frail and unfortunate, jeopardizing his good job that pays over 5,000 a month. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Mei and her son fell silent. The notion of being indebted after death terrified one, while the other was dismayed at the prospect of losing a lucrative job and becoming weak. Do not think you can simply promise to exorcise the spirit and then renege on your word. An agreement made with a spirit is binding, should you breach it. The debt remains, and due to your lack of integrity, it will be multiplied, Wu Yin cautioned the pair, who were now looking around nervously, as if calculating their options publicly. Isn't it just 200,000? Son, you should give it to her. Think of it as a mere donation to a beggar. Zhang Mei encouraged, patting her son's hand to emphasize her point. You can earn 80,000 a year. It's just 200,000. In 3 years, you'll have it. Once you settle this, you can marry someone even better, someone who can also earn a living from an office job and bear you a son smarter than Abao. Zhang Mei believed that 2/3 of women in the world were unworthy of her son's monthly earnings, and Lin Qinghua was among those who did not measure up. The fact that Lin Qinghua could marry her son was merely a case of her reaching beyond her means. I'll heed my mother's advice. She makes the most sense. Influenced by his mother's words, the man suddenly felt that 200,000 was not a significant amount. Host, tell that short-lived ghost from the Lin family that I accept his 3 conditions, he scoffed, adding, once I become successful, Lin Qinghua will come crawling back to me. But by then, it will be too late. If she and her son have grievances, they should blame that short-lived ghost for denying them the chance to enjoy life with me. After finishing his statement, he ended the call, leaving Wu Yin rolling her eyes in exasperation. A follower commented, I've been following the host since her first day of streaming. She has been remarkably stable. But I've never seen her roll her eyes until now. It's as if she wanted to express her disdain openly. Wu Yin chuckled, you all caught that, didn't you? Quickly regaining her composure, Wu Yin turned her attention back to Lin Qinghua, who had yet to leave. Take good care of your son. Life may be tough for a while, but it won't be forever. After Lin Qinghua expressed her gratitude, she disconnected the call. Mrs. Zhou placed the recently delivered takeout beside Wu Yin. Wu Yin smiled and thanked her, taking a large sip of her milk tea. It was delightful. As she enjoyed her drink, she glanced at the comments from the viewers in the live stream. A follower remarked, I finally encountered a typical man today, with a $5,000 salary. He has become so arrogant that he cannot even see his own reflection. Another follower questioned, Host, looking at this man's features, do you truly believe he will find success? Success? Wu Yin scoffed internally. He will face a midlife crisis and be laid off, ultimately leading a life of poverty in his old age, scavenging for survival. Where is the success in that? Moreover, this man will only have one child, the son he has with Lin Qinghua. However, Lin Qinghua possesses the potential to endure a hard youth and enjoy a prosperous old age. Once her son matures, he will go abroad for work and take Lin Qinghua, his only mother, along to relish the comforts of life in her later years. This man will find no one to support him in his old age. Noticing that there was still time for another reading, Wu seized the opportunity. As she concluded her thoughts, the live stream erupted with activity and new connection requests flooded in. She accepted one, revealing two women on the screen, one in her 50s and the other in her 20s, unmistakably mother and daughter. A follower commented, "Today, two children accompanied their parents to the stream. It seems the host's live stream appeals to all ages." Hello, host. I'm Zhang Meilin, and this is my mother, Chen Fong. I've been a loyal follower since the days of the red fish. Knowing Wu-Yin's character, Zhang Meilin wasted no time after the introductions and got straight to the point. I have been watching your live stream for a few days, and I believe my mother is being tormented by some malevolent force. I have already sent you her birth information. Wu-Yin acknowledged her request and set her milk tea aside, focusing on the reading. Human calamity? What do you mean? Are you saying someone wishes to harm my mother? Zhang Meilin's eyes widened in shock. My mother gets along well with our neighbors, and she is nearing retirement. At her workplace, she is cherished by her younger colleagues. The atmosphere at her job is excellent, and I enjoy it too. There are no feuds with neighbors or colleagues. Your mother often feels fatigued and frequently sees shadows. This is due to drug poisoning. The shadows she perceives are mere hallucinations induced by the medication, Wu-Yin explained. It is not her colleagues or neighbors, but rather someone within your own family who has poisoned her. Chen Fong grasped Zhang Meilin's hand and speculated. It must be your sister-in-law. Ever since she entered our home, she has looked at me with disdain. She must be the one who poisoned me. She wishes for my demise. Mom, please don't make wild accusations. My sister-in-law is a wonderful person. Zhang Meilin retorted angrily. How can you think such things about her? The gold bracelet on your wrist was a gift from her, wasn't it? The jade Buddha around your neck was also a present from her. Every year, she carefully selects gifts for your birthday. She treats you better than my brother does. Can't you show a little gratitude? Why do you always suspect her of ill intentions when something goes wrong? Chen Fong became more convinced of her reasoning. The only reason she is so kind is that she has a guilty conscience. If she weren't plotting against me, why would she treat me so well? Mom, please don't view her kindness through such a malicious lens. My sister-in-law is genuinely a good person. If you continue to speak ill of her, I will inform her and ensure she stops being kind to you. That way, you won't have to suspect her of foul play every time something happens. Chapter 52. The son who killed his mother for insurance. Mother, how can a person like you exist? I feel so much sorrow for my sister-in-law, Zhang Meilin exclaimed, shaking off her mother's hand as she continued to converse with Wu-Yin. Zhang Meilin found Wu-Yin to be remarkably astute, so she inquired, as a streamer. You must be able to deduce who intends to harm my mother, correct? Indeed, Wu-Yin thought, acknowledging Zhang Meilin's rational demeanor as a sister-in-law. You may wish to inspect your elder brother's nightstand. Within lies a substantial accidental death insurance policy, with your brother as the policyholder and your mother as the insured. Wu-Yin turned to Chen Fong, stating, Your daughter-in-law is genuinely filial, while your son's occasional kindness may merely stem from a fleeting pang of guilt. The one truly plotting your demise is the very son who procured the insurance. Zhang Meilin acted swiftly as soon as Wu-Yin finished speaking. She dashed to her elder brother and sister-in-law's room. In the third drawer of her brother's nightstand, she indeed discovered a contract naming her mother as the insured. Mother, he has taken out a 5 million insurance policy on you, and the beneficiary is none other than my brother. Zhang Meilin was incensed. Her sister-in-law valued privacy, and her brother's nightstand was never disturbed by her. Thus, it was evident that the insurance had been purchased secretly. I always wondered why my brother suddenly became so dutiful, preparing milk for you several nights a week before bed. I jokingly remarked that after all these years, you were finally enjoying milk served by your son, only to discover that it was poisoned milk. The more Zhang Meilin pondered, the more she realized they had been too trusting of her brother, overlooking his peculiar behavior. When my mother mentioned feeling unwell, my sister-in-law offered to take her to the hospital, but my brother insisted against it, claiming she had just undergone a physical and was fine. He suggested she might simply be experiencing menopause and only needed rest and nourishment. In truth, he feared that a blood test at the hospital would unveil the truth. The thought horrified Zhang Meilin. My mother's recent physical examination was also arranged by my brother. He must have orchestrated it so that if any symptoms arose later, he could dismiss them by saying she had just been examined. How could it be him? Qin Fang sat slumped on the sofa, utterly powerless to retrieve the insurance contract. Streamer, if I had not found you today, what would have become of my mother? Would she truly die? Yes, Wu Yin replied bluntly. If you had not connected with me and I hadn't foreseen this, your mother would meet her end this evening while out grocery shopping, succumbing to an illusion and crossing the street, only to be struck dead by a truck. Qin Fang's face drained of color. I nearly failed to survive today. What sin have I committed to raise such a son? He has a job and has never lacked for anything. We even provided him with a house and car for his marriage. Why would he wish to harm me? Because he is in dire need of money, Wu Yin pressed her lips together. Some individuals, when driven to desperation by financial woes, will resort to unspeakable acts. And your son exemplifies this. But why is he in such need? Zhang Meilin could not comprehend. His salary is considerable, and my parents provide for our household. He and my sister-in-law maintain an AA system in their marriage, so he spends only his own earnings. How could he be in such financial straits? He embezzled company funds to invest in stocks, but this year the market has plummeted. He held on to the hope that it would rebound, continuing to siphon money from the company to invest, only to find himself unable to reconcile the deficit. With the annual accounting approaching, if his embezzlement were to be uncovered, he would face imprisonment. Several million would be enough to sentence him for a lifetime. To evade incarceration, he must find a way to replenish the missing funds before the company discovers the truth. He dared not confide in you. Nor did he wish to sell his house or borrow from friends and family, for that would be too humiliating. Thus, he resorted to the scheme of insurance fraud. Unbeknownst to Qin Fang, her son, whom she had favored throughout his life, was a treacherous, ungrateful wretch. According to Qin Fang's original fate, she would not survive the day. After being struck by the truck, the insurance payout would grant the Zhang family a sum exceeding 100,000, while her son would claim the 5 million from the insurance policy, ultimately using the funds to cover his embezzlement. Having succeeded in this dreadful endeavor, Qin Fang's son grew increasingly brazen. Lacking any real skill, he continued to dream of wealth through stock trading. Before long, he encountered a group adept at exploiting unsuspecting investors, once again embezzling company funds to invest millions, only to find that the market yielded no returns. With the experience of his first heinous act under his belt, he turned his malicious intent towards his father, employing the same nefarious tactics, but this time with greater audacity, securing a 10 million accidental death policy. Yet, the law is ever watchful. Due to the substantial sum involved, the insurance company conducted a thorough investigation before dispersing the funds. Wu Yin believed that the most innocent victim in this tragedy was Zhang Meilin, who would lose both parents, with the perpetrator being none other than her elder brother. This would leave her unable to hold her head high within her marital family. Whenever relatives visited, they would gossip about her family's misfortunes, and ultimately, the unbearable burden of shame led her to divorce her husband, opting to live a solitary life. Mother, I must report my brother to the authorities. He is a murderer. He intends to kill you and father. He has no conscience. He is a beast, Zhang Meilin exclaimed, her eyes brimming with rage. Upon hearing this, Qin Fang immediately grasped her daughter tightly, shouting, I forbid you. He is your brother. How can you report him? Chapter 53. Drinking more vinegar to have a son from childhood to adulthood. Every time my brother made a mistake, you were always there to defend him, to speak on his behalf. This is why he has grown into the person he is today. Zhang Meilin was exasperated and said, I'm calling Dad. This matter concerns him as well. You may be confused, but Dad is not. Meilin, please, I implore you, do not tell your father. We can quietly resolve this with your brother. If your father finds out, he will truly break your brother's legs and sever their father-son relationship. Qin Fang slowly rose to her feet, Do you want your mother to kneel and beg you? Wu Yin had no interest in such a ridiculous family drama. The divination had already been completed, and she expected Zhang Meilin to yield under her mother's pressure. To her surprise, Zhang Meilin stood her ground, pushing her mother aside, insisting on informing her father. Indulging a child is akin to harming them, as the age-old wisdom suggests. Chen Feng, the more you indulge your son, the more he will believe that even after committing grave mistakes, he will face no repercussions. What extent can you protect him? Will the law allow you to serve his sentence in his stead? Before concluding her connection with Zhang Meilin, Wu Yin imparted this piece of advice, considering Zhang Meilin to possess a sound moral compass. Were it only Chen Feng, Wu Yin would deem it excessive to even include a punctuation mark. The live stream concluded with Wu Yin waving her milk tea at the audience, casually announcing her services for purchasing charms, protection amulets, fortune-turning talismans, and more. After finishing the stream, she glanced at her private messages, discovering 2 fans wishing to buy protection amulets for their elders, resulting in a handsome sum of 50,000 entering her account, elevating her spirits. Zhou's parents watched Wu Yin's live stream, their worldviews seemingly reshaped in that moment. I need to send out 2 packages. Can we summon the delivery guy here? Wu Yin inquired of Zhou's father. By all means, since Zhou Chu is asleep and won't be disturbed, he replied, nodding vigorously. I would like to purchase 5 protection amulets as well, 1 for each of our family and 1 for my in-laws. Thank you for your patronage, Mr. Zhou. Wu Yin promptly retrieved 5 amulets from her bag, priced at 10,000 each, assuring fairness for all. The value of the amulets speaks for itself, at 10,000 each. I find them remarkably affordable. In Port City, many masters charge upwards of 50,000 for such charms, Zhou's father remarked. He had heard from the masters in Port City that drawing talismans is a true test of one's abilities. Only those with profound skills can create effective charms, and it requires immense effort. 3 a day is commendable. Thus, genuine protection amulets in Port City are exceedingly costly, circulating only among the wealthy elite, leaving those without connections unable to acquire them, despite their wealth. Zhou's parents treated Wu Yin to lunch, ordering from a nearby hotel. After her meal, the driver sent by Tanxi delivered a large-capacity power bank and some desserts to the hospital. As Wu Yin finished her meal, the sight of a mango pie prompted her to dig in eagerly. Isn't there any for me? Wei Xian asked the driver, astonished. Surely, you're Mr. Tin knows I'm here too? The driver chuckled awkwardly, and Wu Yin mischievously relayed Wei Xian's words to Tanxi, waving her phone as she approached Wei Xian. Here. Tanxi said he sent his secretary to buy you a box of aged vinegar, urging you to drink more. Wei Xian was taken aback by Wu Yin's audacity and could not suppress a disapproving glance. You truly are an exemplary employee of Wei Shen. You both revel in mischief together. Zhou's father laughed heartily. Drinking more vinegar is beneficial. It may even help you have a son. That statement is devoid of any scientific basis, Wei Xian retorted, exasperated. Don't worry. When you reach my age, you too will speak nonsense, Zhou's father mused, reflecting on the joys of being an elder. In my youth, my father and your father were just like this. I now finally understand the joy in their earnest absurdities. Just as Wu Yin finished a mango pie, Grandpa Zhao's call arrived, stating that arrangements had been made on his end, and they were sending a car to take Wu Yin to visit Old Yu's home. Master, if you have urgent matters, please attend to them. Remaining here would only waste your time. We trust you to handle your affairs. Zhou's father expressed no displeasure and even facilitated Wu Yin's departure, personally escorting her to the hospital door. The more accomplished the master, the busier they are, and Zhou's father understood this well. As Wu Yin descended the stairs, it took less than 10 minutes for a discreet black car to pull up before her. The window rolled down, revealing Grandpa Zhao inside. Hurry, Wu Yin. We must go before Old Yu is discharged, he called, beckoning her into the vehicle. Wu Yin observed the driver and the person in the front passenger seat, recognizing them as individuals from the same profession as Old Yu. Dr. Chen mentioned Old Yu intends to be discharged tomorrow, So I informed several colleagues to quickly bring you to the Yu family this afternoon, Grandpa Zhao explained. Rest assured, the Yu family has already been advised, and we are heading there at the perfect time. At this, Grandpa Zhao sighed gently. Little Wu Yin, we need to trouble you with one more thing. Could you describe the appearance of the remaining souls from the unfinished building? This will aid us in our search. Wu Yin conveyed the identities of the 3 individuals to Grandpa Zhao. Upon hearing their identities, Zhao's expression mirrored Wu Yin's earlier surprise, his brow knitting in concern. What a coincidence! The parents of these 2 sisters were involved in 2 significant information leaks at their research base last year and this year. Yet we have yet to uncover the source or identify any suspects. Thus, Zhao's realization dawned that this matter was becoming increasingly complex and warranted deeper investigation. Chapter 54. The Soul Bottle and the White Talisman. As the vehicle entered the courtyard, it became apparent that the residence of the elderly Yu was devoid of occupants. The middle-aged man in the passenger seat possessed a key and promptly opened the door for Wu Yin and her companions. Yu's bedroom was located on the 2nd floor, the first room to the right. The middle-aged man gestured invitingly, encouraging them to follow. Upon entering Yu's chamber, Wu Yin's gaze was immediately drawn to a large, rotund vase positioned by the window, which contained a wilting lily. What is it? Is there something amiss with the vase? The middle-aged man inquired, noticing Wu Yin's intense focus on it. This is not merely a vase, it is a soul bottle, he explained. Those seemingly inconspicuous patterns on the surface are actually runes meant for soul containment. Wu Yin remarked, how peculiar. Soul bottles are not commonly used by practitioners in our country. They are more prevalent in Southeast Asia. Additionally, Japan has a tradition of using such bottles for storing ashes, believing it pacifies the spirits of the deceased. She continued. The lily still exudes residual negative energy, suggesting that this soul bottle has been used to contain a malevolent spirit. Moreover, placing lilies in a bedroom is ill-advised, as their fragrance can disrupt sleep and induce restlessness. Find out who placed the vase in Yu's bedroom, the middle-aged man instructed into his phone. Wu Yin remained unaware of whom he was addressing, her attention still fixated on the room. Aside from the soul bottle on the windowsill, nothing else appeared unusual at first glance. The middle-aged man retrieved a military knife from his pocket and offered it to her. Is this usable? Indeed, Wu Yin replied, noting the blade's aura. It was a weapon that had seen bloodshed, suggesting that this man had a commendable history on the battlefield. To avoid making the subsequent stitching too arduous, Wu Yin only created a small incision in the pillow, just large enough for her hand to reach inside. The pillow contained cassia seeds, allowing her to easily locate the hidden object within. Upon extraction, she discovered a piece of talisman paper, now rendered ineffective. A white talisman? The elderly Zhao observed, instinctively feeling that it emanated an ominous aura, unsettling to behold. Wu Yin unfolded the talisman, revealing characters inscribed in Japanese. This is a soul-binding talisman, though its efficacy is diminished due to the practitioner's lack of skill. Indeed, only the Japanese are known to favor white talisman paper, Zhao recalled, finally understanding why the sight of it had unsettled him. So, the orchestrators behind this scheme are Japanese? The middle-aged man exclaimed in disbelief. Did the Japanese harm you and over 30 others? It appears so, Wu Yin confirmed. Yu was afflicted by a dark sorcery known as soul transference. The practitioner likely lacked mastery, akin to someone who has merely scratched the surface of the craft. I now comprehend why they confined living souls within an unfinished building, using negative energy to taint them. This was likely to serve a larger, obscuring purpose. Many of those souls, like you, possess significant merit. Thus, the practitioner could not ensure their disappearance would go unnoticed by the underworld. To be prudent, they opted to confine these souls, gradually obscuring their virtuous light with negative energy. Wu Yin continued, seemingly oblivious to the fact that if the mastermind overheard her words, they would surely be infuriated. The soul-binding talisman lacked sufficient power, preventing the afflicted souls from departing their bodies immediately. Thus, Yu's soul remained until the previous night, when it was finally transported to the unfinished building. If those souls were not conveyed to the unfinished building via a formation, we should investigate who else visited the area last night. Aside from myself, Muin mused, scratching her head. I am not particularly skilled with needlework. My master encouraged me to learn, but I struggled, and eventually, he ceased to press me. The middle-aged man interjected. Allow me to handle the pillow. Zhao chuckled, addressing Muin. Do not feel embarrassed, young Muin. It is impossible for one to excel in every endeavor. By the way, if I recall correctly, you mentioned your master is from Wufang Valley? Does Wufang Valley require its students to learn needlework? Did you learn to sew your own garments? Yes. I have a particularly talented senior sister. The ritual garments she creates are exquisite, Muin exclaimed, recalling that the white ritual garment she wore had been lovingly crafted and gifted to her by that very senior sister. After examining Yu's room, Muin proceeded to inspect the other rooms, including that of the family's maid, but found no further abnormalities. Upon exiting the elevator, she observed a flurry of doctors and nurses hastily making their way to the hospital room adjacent to the courtyard. That room belonged to Jiang Huaidong. No need for that yet, Muin replied, shaking her head. By the way, Master, you mentioned summoning souls for Yo Chu after sunset. It suddenly dawned on me that it has been an overcast day, and the sun has not shone, Zhou's father said, awkwardly smiling. Muin paused, then chuckled. She had forgotten the modern convention of specifying time down to the minute. When I refer to sunset, I mean the precise moment of transition. Even on a cloudy day, the sun continues to exist. The duality of yin and yang remains ever present. What I mean by sunset is the juncture of this transition. Muin calculated in her mind. In about an hour and a half, we will be nearing that time. Ah, I see, Zhou's father thought, realizing that the master's words held a depth that surpassed those of ordinary folk. It is quite alarming. When I visited Jiang Huaidong this morning, he appeared well. Yet upon my return, it seemed merely half a day had aged him by 30 years, with wrinkles now forming at the corners of his eyes, Zhou's mother remarked, glancing at her husband. At this rate, Jiang Huaidong will resemble a centenarian, running on fumes by midnight, awaiting the malevolent spirit to feast upon his still-beating heart. Muin stated, no matter how many doctors they summon, it will be futile. Physicians can only remedy physical ailments, but they cannot heal the afflictions of the soul or destiny. Chapter 55. A leisurely watch of the Monkey King contest. The Jiang family summoned all the specialists from the hospital for a consultation. However, the experts were baffled, having never encountered such phenomena before, and were at a loss for solutions. When Aunt Zhou and I arrived, Jiang Huaidong's parents urged us not to complicate matters further. Wei Xian shrugged in exasperation, feeling anxious yet powerless. Even if he wished for Wu Yin to assist covertly, acquiring Jiang Huaidong's hair, nails, and blood was impossible. As the sun set, Wei Xian had made several trips to the adjacent ward to gather information and arrived punctually. Go! With a gentle command. The talisman spun in the air, and within moments, one end pointed toward the north. Wu Yin stood by the window, forming gestures with her fingers. The talisman seemed to come alive, soaring through the sky toward the north before swiftly vanishing from view. Would this talisman fly to the location where Zhou Chu experienced his mishap? How far must it travel? What if it rained elsewhere? Zhou's father posed several questions, even inquiring whether the talisman flew faster than a helicopter. His curiosity stemmed not from doubt in the master's abilities, but from an earnest attempt to explain this mystical art through the lens of science. Muin couldn't help but chuckle at Zhou's father's inquiries, yet the moment was not suitable for idle chatter, so she merely shook her head in silence. Before Zhou's father could inquire further, a smile suddenly illuminated Wu Yin's face. She had found it. Wu Yin's technique had located the lost soul of Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu. Return. With deft fingers, she manipulated the soul-calling gesture, her voice reaching the ears of the lost spirit nestled in the deep mountains. Is something unexpected happening, Master? Mrs. Zhou grew anxious at the sight of Wu Yin's frown. As she spoke, Wu Yin simultaneously completed the soul-retrieving incantation. With a surge of spiritual energy, the spell manifested. And Wu Yin slowly closed her eyes, a vision of the talisman appearing in her spiritual realm. Before her, the talisman had transformed into a small yellow paper figure, crouched upon the shoulder of Zhou Chu's lost soul. The little figure, sensing the spiritual energy summons, anxiously nudged Zhou Chu's shoulder with both hands. Wu Yin took a deep breath, her moral integrity keeping her from cursing at that moment. What a peculiar creature! Knowing its predicament yet still preoccupied with the antics of the Monkey King contest? What a waste of time! As Wu Yin's spiritual energy surged, the paper figure became a conduit, forming a spiritual lock that directly ensnared the lost soul. Withdrawing her energy, Wu Yin declared, "All done." Upon opening his eyes, Zhou Chu heard Wu Yin reporting to his parents, causing him to quickly shut his eyes again, feigning sleep. "Enough. I know you're awake. There's no need to pretend." Wu Yin admonished, catching his ruse with a glance. "Dad, I realize my mistakes. It won't happen again," Zhou Chu pleaded, rubbing his sore head. "It's my fault. I always thought ghosts couldn't exist, so I never feared them." Reflecting on the previous night's ordeal, Zhou Chu could only describe it as terrifying. The malevolent spirit, with its long, sharp nails, could seize a person and draw them before it. Zhou Chu watched in horror as Zhuang Lily and her companions were captured, their youthful forms swiftly aging into frail, white-haired figures, their once smooth skin now a tapestry of wrinkles and age spots. Then, the spirit-esque claws suddenly elongated, plunging into the hearts of Zhuang Lily and her friends, ripping out their still-beating hearts and swallowing them whole. Had it not been for the talisman Wei Xian had sent, Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong would have met a similar fate. After the spirit claimed Zhuang Lily and her companions, it turned its attention to me. As its ghostly hand touched my chest, it let out a shriek and recoiled, for the talisman against my skin burned fiercely, making me wonder if my flesh was searing. Realizing the talisman protected me, the spirit shifted its focus to Jiang Huaidong, only to find itself repelled by the spiritual energy emanating from his talisman. The spirit, wary of the talismans, began to retreat. Once it withdrew, I discovered I could move again and urgently called for Jiang Huaidong to flee. However, he seemed entranced, as if bewitched by the ghost, and did not respond. To avoid exaggeration, I dragged him along, sprinting out of the residence and down the mountain. At this point, Zhou Chu rubbed his chin, trying to mask his embarrassment. The mountain was shrouded in darkness, trees towering densely, blocking the moonlight. While running, I stumbled over a tree root, and I pulled Jiang Huaidong down with me as we tumbled down a slope, after which I lost all recollection of events. Chapter 56. Those who wish to die cannot be saved. Zhou Chu cast a glance at Wu Yin, who was gazing at him with an impassive expression. When I regained consciousness, I discovered that I could float freely within the mountains. Initially, I thought I had perished. Yet I realized I did not resemble the ghosts portrayed on television. I was not afraid of sunlight. Thus, I surmised that I was indeed alive, likely entangled in some peculiar circumstance. I felt reassured enough to wander the mountains, seeking amusement and hoping to find Jiang Huaidong, as I was uncertain whether he shared my fate. "Zhou Chu!" Zhou Mu bellowed. "Quiet down. Step aside." Wu Yin pushed Zhou Chu away. "You lack the talent for this. There's no need to interfere." At first, I was quite concerned. But then I recalled how powerful the talisman you had given me was. Even the fierce ghost feared it. I thought that since you were acquainted with such an impressive master, should I find myself in trouble, you would undoubtedly seek the master as assistance to rescue me. Therefore, I simply needed to wait. Zhou Chu chuckled, remarking how entertaining the struggle between the two monkeys was, pondering which one would emerge victorious. He was still preoccupied with the outcome. Wu Yin shot him a glance and inquired, "Do you know why those two monkeys are fighting?" Wu Yin scoffed. "They are contending for the privilege of consuming you, you great fool. And here you are, standing by, waiting for them to finish." "What nonsense!" Zhou Chu nearly leaped up. "Eat me? Have you ever seen a mountain where only two monkeys would bicker over dominance? There are no troops of monkeys. What king are they fighting for?" Wu Yin replied, "That mountain is shrouded in malevolent spirits, perpetually enveloped in an aura of gloom, coupled with the miasma that pervades the area. It is not surprising that strange creatures appear. Those are likely two monkey spirits vying for a rare delicacy." Zhou Chu fell silent. It dawned on him that danger lurked everywhere within the mountains, and he was indeed fortunate to have roamed them unscathed. Jiang Huaidong must surely be awakening now. Zhou Chu donned his jacket and declared, "I need to ask him why he was fixated on that fierce ghost last night. Didn't he even flee when called?" Zhou Chu's awakening was the best testament to Wu Yin's prowess. Wu Yin had already packed her belongings, slinging her backpack over her shoulder. She looked up and asked Zhou Chu once more. Seeing him nod, she conjectured, "If I am not mistaken, that barrier was established using an array. If that is the case, it implies that the fierce ghost is being controlled by someone. The array is meant to confine it." However, the individual behind this did not anticipate that there would be headstrong people like you who would knowingly venture into danger. "If that is so, I must seize the opportunity to investigate tomorrow," Wu Yin mused. She was keen to discover whether the fierce ghost had been cultivated by someone or merely confined in the depths of the mountains after being discovered. Additionally, what purpose did the one behind this have in nurturing a fierce ghost? Wu Yin's thoughts drifted to the ominous energy surrounding the abandoned building. Any connection to the souls trapped within that structure piqued her investigative instincts, even without monetary compensation. The mere thought of the 30-odd souls and the potential devastation their plight could bring to the nation and society compelled her to brave any peril. The concept of home and country was no trivial matter. Despite her prolonged absence from Wufang Valley, the sense of national duty ingrained in her from a young age remained unchanged. She still held a deep love for her country. "Master Wu Yin, could you please provide me with a bank account number? I would like to transfer your fee. If you are free this evening, my family wishes to invite you to dinner, hoping for an opportunity to express our gratitude formally," Zhou's father said. Wu Yin's phone lock screen was her payment code. She simply extended her phone for a direct scan. "These two payment methods incur substantial fees when the funds are withdrawn. It's better if I transfer directly to your bank account," Zhou's father suggested. Wu Yin considered this and agreed, promptly dialing Tanxi for his bank account number. As she did so, Wei Xin watched in astonishment. When had Tanxi become so available to answer calls instantaneously? Did he trust Wu Yin to such an extent that he would accept funds on her behalf? Wei Xin counted on his fingers, realizing that the two had only known each other for a few days. Taking advantage of Wu Yin's phone call, Zhou Chu sneaked out of the hospital room and into the adjacent one, where a group of puzzled doctors were still perplexed by Jiang Huaidong's condition. Zhou Chu's sudden appearance startled everyone in the room. The old Chinese doctor stepped forward, lowering his voice to speak with Jiang's father. "Mr. Jiang, your son's condition cannot be delayed any longer. I also recommend that you consult the master next door regarding your son's situation." Zhou Chu, in a frenzy, rushed out of Jiang Huaidong's room. "Master, I implore you, please examine Jiang Huaidong. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility." He grabbed Wu Yin's backpack and pulled her into the adjacent room. "Step aside. Make way. Do not obstruct Master Wu Yin from saving him," Zhou Chu asserted, forcefully clearing a path through the crowded room. Wu Yin, considering Wei Xin's presence, chose not to leave. She stood at the bedside and glanced at the patient. "Zhou Chu, Jiang Huaidong's situation is different from yours. You have lost a soul and a spirit, while Jiang Huaidong lies here with only a shell. Furthermore, Jiang Huaidong's aging has accelerated beyond my calculations. His soul may currently reside near the lair of the fierce ghost. However, Jiang Huaidong is aware that the fierce ghost cannot leave that place, so why doesn't he simply avoid it? Provide me with Jiang Huaidong's birth date and time. Now, if you wish to prevent Jiang Huaidong's demise, do not delay," Wu Yin nearly shouted. Chapter 57. The Jiang family offers 10 million. Wu Yin immediately calculated Jiang Huaidong's birth date and time, but to her surprise, the more she calculated, the deeper the implications became. No matter how she interpreted the divination, the final outcome always pointed towards death. A grave expression settled on her face, causing Zhou Chu to feel a rising panic. "Master, could you perhaps present a different expression? Your demeanor truly frightens me," Zhou Chu implored. "Is there still hope for my friend? To those who wish to live, there is no one I cannot save. However, for those who seek death, saving them once will not prevent their demise in the future. Is this rescue truly meaningful?" Muin retorted. Before continuing, Jiang Huaidong's romantic journey has been fraught with challenges, and having lost his child at a young age, he is actively seeking that vengeful spirit, essentially courting death. Certainly a charlatan. I told you there are no true masters in this world. My son has yet to marry. How could he possibly have a child? You are a fraud, incapable of uttering a single kind word. Get out. In a fit of rage, Mr. Jiang expelled her from their presence. A child born out of wedlock is still a child. And you, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, are well acquainted with the child's mother, Wu Yin asserted. Jiang Huaidong's fate seemed entangled in chaos. While it appeared to emanate good fortune, it was, in reality, laden with death. His fate was a testament to the kindness of his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. What do you mean by this? Mrs. Jiang's expression hardened. Do not presume that just because we are seeking your help, you can act with impunity in our presence. What constitutes impunity? All humans are born equal. What gives you the right to act superior? Wu Yin scoffed as she observed Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, who seemed to think that their wealth elevated them above others. Have you grown so accustomed to your elevated status that you believe your child is merely an extension of yourselves? Zhou Chu's confusion deepened with each passing moment, and his anxiety heightened. Zhou's parents and Wei Xian hastily followed, coincidentally overhearing the exchange. "Master, please, tell us what is wrong with Jiang Huaidong." Zhou Chu felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. "What do you mean by courting death? Has Jiang Huaidong been searching for someone all these years?" Wu Yin inquired. "I don't understand," Zhou Chu replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. Mrs. Zhou interjected. "Could it possibly be his girlfriend from university?" "Yes," Wei Xian nodded. Mrs. Zhou immediately turned to Mrs. Jiang, her expression laden with unspoken words. Jiang Huaidong had a girlfriend during university with whom he shared a deep bond. However, the girl had been orphaned at a young age and came from a less privileged background. Despite her beauty, intelligence, and polite demeanor, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, valuing social status, would never have allowed her into their family. That year, upon their graduation, Mrs. Jiang had discreetly approached the girl, after which she and Jiang Huaidong vanished from each other's lives. Wei Xian continued. Later, Jiang Huaidong hired a private investigator to find her. One day, he drunkenly came to me, saying that the love of his life had died. He expressed a desire to meet a ghost if they truly existed. Wei Xian had assumed it was merely drunken ramblings, but as the years passed, Jiang Huaidong remained fixated on encountering a ghost. It was no wonder that his usually composed demeanor had shifted, leading him to engage in reckless adventures with Zhou Chu, including a live-streamed exploration of haunted locations. After hearing this, Wu Yin turned to Mrs. Jiang, noting that Jiang Huaidong believed the malevolent spirit residing in the old mountain mansion was his girlfriend, hence his soul's persistent yearning to be near that spirit. She reminded them that even if the spirit had once been Jiang Huaidong's girlfriend, it no longer possessed human rationality and would not recognize him. Wu Yin affirmed, "Prepare the items as planned this morning." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou immediately contacted the driver. Zhou Chu inquired if anything else was needed while he sought out scissors, and Wei Xian accompanied Mr. Zhou to fetch the empty table from next door. Their movements were swift, yet they could not outpace Jiang Huaidong's desperate pursuit of the spirit. They watched helplessly as Jiang Huaidong aged rapidly in his hospital bed, while an unexpected delay occurred with the driver who had gone to purchase paper effigies. "Master, can a paper effigy still be used if it has been damaged?" The driver explained, wiping sweat from his brow. "An elderly gentleman refused to let me enter the elevator with the effigy, pushing me away. I was caught off guard, lost my balance, and fell into a nearby trash bin." Wu Yin regarded the mangled paper effigy and shook her head. "The damage is not the issue. The problem lies in the blood that has stained it. It is no longer usable. Hurry and buy another one, Mr. Zhou urged. At this moment, both couples were reliant on the master, and Wu Yin had indeed made an accurate prediction regarding Jiang Huaidong's fate. 5 million is merely a sum. Ochu's situation is not as dire as your son's. The Zhou family has already offered 5 million, Mr. Zhou scoffed, dismissing the notion that the master could be easily swayed. Mr. Zhang's expression grew slightly awkward before he finally stated, the Jiang family will provide 10 million. Mr. O muttered under his breath, now that is more like it. Wu Yin pressed her lips together to suppress an untimely smile, unaware of the substantial compensation Mr. Zhou had promised her. While sudden wealth could indeed bring joy, the pressing matter at hand required resolution. I will personally seek out Jiang Huaidong, Wu Yin declared, slinging her backpack over her shoulder as she dashed from the hospital room. She moved with such haste that the Zhou and Jiang families were momentarily taken aback. How will the master find Jiang Huaidong? Is she running? Mr. Zhou was bewildered. Quick, pursue the master and ask her, otherwise, we should arrange for a helicopter to take her there. By the time you secure the flight plan, it will be too late, Zhou Chu retorted. The master must have her own methods. Right, Wei Xian? Wei Xian suddenly recalled Wu Yin's mention of a technique to traverse vast distances. This might actually be true, rather than a mere ploy to frighten the spirit. Chapter 58. The obsession of Jiang Huaidong. The technique of 1,000-mile escape is indeed genuine, albeit exceedingly taxing on spiritual energy. As Wu Yin raced down the stairs, she dialed Tan Si's number. Once the call connected, she stated directly, Tan Si. Please retain 100,000 from the 5 million remuneration the Zhou family provided me and donate the remainder to a charitable organization in my name as swiftly as possible. This was the most efficient and expeditious method Wu Yin could conceive to acquire merit. The Tan Group possesses a charitable foundation overseen by Tan Jiai. Sensing Wu Yin's urgency, Tan Si hastened his speech, inquiring, is there some unforeseen circumstance on your end? Are things not proceeding smoothly? The situation with Jiang Huaidong is somewhat intricate. I must rush to the location of the incident immediately. My recent rescue of Zhou Chu has drained some of my spiritual energy, and I require merit. Thus donating to charity is the fastest option, Wu Yin elucidated. Please assist me in making the donation to the Tan Group's charitable foundation. I have other matters to attend to. I will take care of it right away, Tan Si replied, multitasking as he jotted a note for Yan Ming while continuing his conversation with Wu Yin. You must exercise caution and prioritize your own safety. Once you've resolved matters on your end, call me immediately. If you encounter danger, do not be reckless. Tan Si, you sound just like my master, Wu Yin chuckled, finding amusement in Tan Si's persistent admonitions. It seemed that every time she was about to embark on a task, he would fret and offer a flurry of advice, reminiscent of her master's concern when she accompanied her senior brothers and sisters. Tan Si rubbed his nose and inquired, your master must be quite aged, I presume? Indeed. He is an ancient figure, several hundred years old, exuding an ethereal demeanor and remarkable grace. Tan Si paused, clarifying, I am merely 6 years your senior. Wu Yin calculated her age in this realm and responded with a thoughtful, oh, I see. What's your point? Therefore, I cannot possibly resemble your master, at most. I might be akin to your senior brother, Tan Si explained. Realizing the source of Tan Si's concern, Wu Yin could not suppress her laughter. Tan Si, do you know? When a man begins to concern himself with his age, it signifies that he is growing old. As she jested, Wu Yin had already exited the hospital and sought a secluded spot. Tan Si, I must cut the conversation short. I have urgent matters to attend to. She stowed her phone in her backpack, surveyed her surroundings to ascertain the location's viability, and then formed a hand sign to execute the 1,000-mile escape technique. Holding Jiang Huaidong's birth date and time, she effortlessly pinpointed the current location of his soul. With a single application of the 1,000-mile escape technique, she traversed the distance to the mountain where Zhou Chu and Jiang Huaidong had encountered trouble. Uncertain of the malevolent spirit's capabilities, she refrained from pursuing directly. Fortunately, Tan Ci acted swiftly. Within half a minute of her arrival in the mountains, she received new merit. Wu Yin immediately converted the merit into spiritual energy and utilized the soul-calling talisman she had previously drawn as a guiding symbol. Upon casting the spell, the talisman illuminated the path ahead. Swiftly, Wu Yin advanced, and within a minute, she arrived at the location Zhou Chu had described, the place where the malevolent spirit was detained. As Wu Yin had surmised, there was indeed an array present, its barrier effectively restraining the malevolent spirit. Humans could traverse the array freely, indicating that its sole purpose was to confine the spirit. Wu Yin stepped into the array, following the talisman deeper into the mountains, its speed increasing in tandem with her own. In less than 10 minutes, Wu Yin beheld a dilapidated old courtyard, reminiscent of ancient architecture. However, with a wave of her spiritual energy, the facade dissolved, revealing merely a paper house. At the entrance stood Jiang Huaidong's soul, on the verge of pushing the door open. "You are truly courting death," Wu Yin exclaimed. "Do you not sense that the closer you get to this place, the weaker your soul becomes? Are you aware of your current state?" Jiang Huaidong's essence had transformed from the visage Wu Yin had observed in the live stream the previous day to that of a middle-aged man around 50. The only aspect that remained unchanged was his attire. "Are you the broadcaster?" Jiang Huaidong queried in astonishment, recalling the name Wu Yin, the broadcaster from Wufang Valley. "Did Wei Xian send you to rescue me?" A cynical smile crossed Jiang Huaidong's lips at the mention of his parents. "In their eyes, I am quite valuable." "Zhou Chu has awakened," Wu Yin confirmed. "I am aware of your circumstances. Please do not hastily seek death." Though puzzled as to why Jiang Huaidong stood there without the malevolent spirit appearing, she understood that if he entered the house, which belonged to the spirit, he could be killed without the spirit even needing to reveal itself. "As long as she is alive, I can assist you in locating her, no matter her hiding place. Even if she has passed, if you are willing to pay and she has yet to reincarnate, I can summon her soul for you to meet." Wu Yin's offer was substantial, yet to her surprise, Jiang Huaidong shook his head. "Broadcaster, my instincts tell me that my girlfriend is within the house." Jiang Huaidong gazed longingly at the door, as if wishing to see the person he yearned for through the closed entrance. "Do you have any idea how much I resent my mother?" Jiang Huaidong continued. "She sent my father under the pretense of a business trip to send me abroad, then, behind my back, confronted her, saying many hurtful things, shattering her dignity. She was a person both insecure and proud, hence she left without a word. It was only later, through a private investigator, that I learned she was pregnant when she departed. While I searched for her, she gave birth to our son in a small town. The investigator reported that she was kidnapped on her way to the hospital with our child. The surveillance footage only captured her being forced into a van with a false license plate. Since then, there has been no word of her or the child. They must have met with misfortune." Chapter 59. The array at the bottom of the well. She endured the bitter anguish of pregnancy alone, bearing both physical and mental torment by herself. "I caused her to become pregnant out of wedlock, a young and beautiful girl who attracted countless whispers and judgment. When she and her child were kidnapped, it was only when the time came to pay rent that the landlord, unable to find her, discovered that she and her child had vanished, yet all her belongings remained in the house, giving no indication of a hasty departure. The police were notified, and only then did people realize that she and her child were missing. So much time had passed, what good would reporting it do now? After all these years, there were still no signs of life or death. I despise my mother, but I loathe myself even more for failing to protect her and the child. They are gone. And what right do I have to live on alone? I simply wish to find her and the child, to reunite our family. From now on, I will never leave her and the child again. We must always be together." Wu Yin listened quietly as Jiang Huaidong spoke. He had never even confided in his close friend Wei Xian about his girlfriend having his child. Over the years, Jiang Huaidong had kept everything bottled up inside, Anyone could be driven mad by such suffering. Give me your girlfriend's birth date, and I will calculate it for you, Wu Yin offered. Feeling a twinge of compassion for Jiang Huaidong, the lovesick man. Upon hearing the birth date, Wu Yin fell silent. Nevertheless, she performed the calculation and sighed. When she looked up at Jiang Huaidong again, she suddenly understood why the ominous signs surrounding him were so pervasive. She could discern details of this person's life from the birth date, and now she knew the unfortunate fate of Jiang Huaidong's girlfriend. Your girlfriend has indeed passed away, Wu Yin stated. From Jiang Huaidong's birth data, she had also foreseen the death of his son. However, it was the reading regarding Jiang Huaidong's girlfriend that revealed other troubling matters. Jiang Huaidong, the circumstances surrounding your girlfriend and your son's demise are far-reaching, Wu Yin explained. But I can tell you that the malevolent spirit involved is your girlfriend. Before Wu Yin could finish her sentence, Jiang Huaidong lost his composure, struggling wildly to free himself. Yet, the restraints were manifestations of Wu Yin's spiritual power, rendering his efforts futile. Xiao Ran, come out. It's Dongzi. I have come to find you. Jiang Huaidong called out, abandoning his struggle and shouting into the house, hoping to draw the spirit out. Observing this, Wu Yin swiftly cast a spell over his mouth, silencing him in an instant. He paused for a moment, then glared furiously at Wu Yin. While death may seem simple, it is not worthy of such a cowardly demise, nor a meaningless one, Wu Yin admonished. Do you not wish to know how your girlfriend and your son died? Do you not seek to avenge them? Have you not considered that your girlfriend is trapped here? What about your son? Where is he? Wu Yin's words brought Jiang Huaidong to a state of calmness as he looked at her, waiting for her to continue. I do not have time to elaborate. If we delay any longer, you will truly perish, Wu Yin warned, glancing around before reaching for a leafy branch from a nearby tree. I will keep you hidden here. And you are not to emerge, she declared. Looking at Jiang Huaidong, she said, if you agree, nod your head. If you do not consent, or if you betray me once inside, I will destroy the malevolent spirit within. Jiang Huaidong nodded vigorously. As the door creaked open, a chilling aura seeped out. Wu Yin scanned the premises, noting that the malevolent spirit was not in the front yard. In the backyard, she spotted a well, its mouth exuding a menacing energy, indicating that the spirit resided within. Wu Yin approached the well cautiously, first sending forth a pulse of spiritual energy to test the waters. In the next moment, an enraged roar echoed from the depths. Wu Yin found it peculiar. Why did the spirit, in such fury, remain hidden at the bottom of the well? The talisman she had used the previous night could harm the spirit, yet with its level of power, it should not have been severely injured enough to hide away. Moreover, the spirit's roar was strange, as if it were attempting to intimidate Wu Yin and deter her from approaching. After hesitating for only a moment, she leapt down into the well. Though deep, the well held secrets beneath its surface. The bottom was perpetually shrouded in darkness, damp and eerie. Wu Yin transformed her spiritual energy into a soft glow, illuminating the depths. In an instant, the scene before her became clear. She beheld a long-haired, malevolent spirit, standing within an array, its dark energy continuously leaking outward, yet being swiftly absorbed and vanishing into the formation. Upon seeing the array, Wu Yin realized the source of the relentless malevolent energy emanating from the dilapidated building. To her astonishment, this visit had yielded significant discoveries. The spirit's presence startled by her arrival, its fingers transformed into sharp claws as it roared at Wu Yin, seemingly urging her to leave. Xiao Ran. Either you come out on your own, or I will destroy this array and drag you out, Wu Yin threatened. The spirit, once a victim who had been silenced in life, could only emit sounds but could not articulate words. After waiting a moment without seeing the spirit emerge, Wu Yin took out a yellow talisman, preparing to draw a lightning summoning symbol. The spirit recognized the talisman instantly, panic flashing across its face as it frantically shook its head, emerging from the array. As the spirit exited, much of its dark energy had been dissipated by the formation, and it appeared more human than before, no longer resembling the monstrous creature with red eyes. The spirit did not attack Wu Yin immediately. Instead, it pressed against the well wall, wary of her presence. While keeping a watchful eye on the spirit, Wu Yin circled the small array. Just as she was about to step into the formation, the spirit suddenly lunged at her, extending its hand towards her neck. Chapter 60. The Art of Deceptive Words. Although Wu Yin's strength has yet to return to even a fraction of what it was during her time at Wufang Valley, the vengeful spirit had just emerged from the formation and was in a weakened state. Coupled with last night's injuries, it was no match for Wu Yin. In merely 2 moves, without even resorting to the lightning summoning talisman, she had severely wounded the spirit, leaving it sprawled on the ground. However, the spirit refrained from fleeing, fearing that Wu Yin might destroy the formation. Wu Yin transformed her spiritual energy into a sword, its sharp blade poised against the spirit's neck. With her other hand, she performed a gesture, casting a spell that obliterated the mark connecting the spirit with Jiang Huai Dong. This spell was exceptionally forceful. The mark was erased involuntarily, causing the spirit to suffer a backlash that dimmed its ghostly energy. At that moment, Jiang Huai Dong, concealed among the branches, could no longer contain himself and pleaded, "Master, I beg you, do not harm her. If I do not extinguish her today, the laws of heaven and earth will not spare her tomorrow. She is a malevolent spirit responsible for countless deaths." Yet, even if Jiang Huai Dong had not interceded, Wu Yin had no intention of eliminating the spirit at that moment. Wu Yin regarded the spirit, named Xiao Ran, and while her life story evoked a sense of pity, the hundreds of innocent lives lost at her hands were equally tragic. "You were transmitting the malevolent energy within the formation for your son, were you not?" Wu Yin inquired. The spirit stared at her, neither nodding nor shaking her head. She was protecting her child. "Jiang Huai Dong, come forth." Wu Yin removed the branches from her hair, and once Jiang Huai Dong emerged, she asked the spirit again, "Do you know who he is?" The spirit initially nodded, then shook her head. Wu Yin pressed on, "So, you mean to say you saw him last night but do not know his identity?" The spirit nodded twice. "Xiao Ran, do you not recognize me?" "It's me, Dong Zi," Jiang Huai Dong exclaimed, astonished, only to be left with a heartache. "It is my fault. I failed to protect you and the child, leading you both to this plight." He reached out to touch the spirit's face, but Wu Yin swiftly swatted his hand away. "Did you not hear her say she does not recognize you?" Wu Yin replied, "She has been transformed into a vengeful spirit, and her memories were erased during that process. To control these spirits, the one who performed the ritual only allowed them to retain information beneficial for their control. The one who refined Xiao Ran likely used the mother-son bond to dominate her. The lack of skill in the spell indicates that they must retain certain contingencies to manage these spirits." "How often does your master feed you?" "When was the last time?" Wu Yin asked again. "Does he visit you apart from feeding? Can you contact him unilaterally?" The spirit inscribed a 7 in the air with her ghostly energy, followed by a 6, indicating that her master fed her once every 7 days, with the last visit occurring 6 days prior. After a brief pause, she nodded again, implying that her master also visited regularly and that she could indeed contact him independently. Jiang Huai Dong grasped the implications and turned to Wu Yin. "Master, the one controlling Xiao Ran may arrive today or tomorrow." Wu Yin pressed her sword harder against the spirit's neck, letting out a cold laugh. "Jiang Huai Dong, today you have witnessed what it means to engage in a web of lies. Not a single truth has crossed her lips. If she is fed once every 7 days, then one wonders how many corpses lie hidden in these mountains. This spirit-as strength suggests she has been starved for half a year, clearly. The person behind this does not intend to nurture her into a fierce warrior, but merely to supply the decaying buildings with malevolent energy. The spirit's deceit was a mere test to gauge whether Wu Yin feared her master, attempting to intimidate her into retreat. Wu Yin circled the residence, and upon exiting, she inspected the formation. The level of the formation was not high. Had the spirit been slightly stronger, she could have dismantled it herself. Inside the formation, there was no signal on her phone, but once she exited the barrier, She grasped Jiang Huaidong with one hand and raised her phone with the other to search for a signal. It was only at the halfway point of the mountain that a signal emerged, and Wu Yin promptly dialed Old Master Zhao. As soon as the call connected, Wu Yin stated, "Grandfather Zhao, I am currently in the mountains where Zhou Chu and the others encountered trouble last night. I have discovered that someone is breeding vengeful spirits here, utilizing a mother-son formation to channel malevolent energy from the spirits to the array at the dilapidated building. I intend to take the spirit and the residents with me shortly, but the mastermind may become aware of my actions. So I need you to arrange for someone to discreetly monitor this mountain and observe who approaches after I leave. If possible, please assist me by bringing the soul bottle discovered at the Yu family home. I will use it to suppress the spirit." Wu Yin paused before adding earnestly, "I will return it once I am done." Old Master Zhao chuckled at her words. "You are quite the jokester, my child. I will make arrangements immediately. I cannot make it there myself, but I will have the person in City C contact you shortly. I will see what I can do about sending the soul bottle your way." With that, Wu Yin tugged Jiang Huaidong along as they continued onward. Jiang Huaidong opened his mouth, hesitated, and then fell silent. The young master of the Jiang family being led like a dog was a loss of dignity he could hardly bear to acknowledge. However, realizing no one could see him, he desisted. After all, even if he spoke up, it would likely be in vain, in the eyes of the master. He was not merely tethering a soul, but rather binding a million. Wu Yin wandered nearby until she found a suitable piece of wood, seating herself on the ground. She picked up a sharp stone shard to use as a knife. Jiang Huaidong had no idea what Wu Yin was preoccupied with, so he sat down on the ground about a meter away from her, his gaze fixed on her diligent hands. As he watched, the moon rose high in the sky. Wu Yin answered a call midway, but soon resumed her work, and Jiang Huaidong observed as the thick wood gradually took on the shape of a small coffin. Finally unable to contain himself, Jiang Huaidong spoke up, "Master, you know where my son is, do you not? You have remarkable patience, waiting until now to ask." Wu Yin replied casually, blowing gently on the small coffin, causing wood shavings to scatter and drift down to Jiang Huaidong's feet. Chapter 61. 300,000 for one. Jiang Huaidong was on the verge of inquiring why the mother and child were separated, why his girlfriend and son had met such a tragic fate, and what torment his beloved Xiao Ran had endured in life that rendered her a mute ghost even in death. However, before he could utter a word, Wu Yin abruptly stood up and shouted furiously towards the left, "Who's there? Come out!" Jiang Huaidong was taken aback. He had not sensed anyone approaching. "Is that you, Ms. Wu Yin?" A man's voice called from the distance. The man appeared astonished that, despite the considerable distance, they could easily be detected by such skilled practitioners. "Who are you?" Wu Yin asked, stepping forward cautiously. "We are bodyguards hired by Mr. Tan. He is unable to ascend the mountain with us, and is waiting at the base with his assistant," the man explained, sensing her wariness. "You may call Mr. Tan to confirm. Stay right there, do not move." "I will ask first," Wu Yin commanded, picking up a leaf from the ground and channeling her energy into it, sending it forth like a razor-sharp blade that pierced the trunk of a tree near the men. "If you dare take another step without my permission, the leaf will harm you." The men's faces changed instantly, and a younger man whispered to the leader, "Captain, this woman is more formidable than we are. The way she used that leaf is something we cannot replicate. Mr. Tan hired us to protect her, but I feel quite uneasy about this job." Wu Yin, holding her phone, overheard the conversation with her keen hearing. "How many of you are there?" she inquired. "How much did Tan spend to hire you?" 300,000. He replied, holding up 3 fingers. Wu Yin gasped, her composure wavering. 300,000 for one person? If there are 10 of you, that amounts to 3 million. What a wasteful man. Her grip on the phone tightened as she dialed Tan's number. As soon as the call connected, Wu Yin exclaimed, "You spent 3 million to hire a group of people less capable than I am to protect me. Why not just give that money to me instead? I can protect myself and earn that money." Jiang Huaidong glanced back and confirmed that the expressions of the men were indeed quite comical. He could even envision Wu Yin's animated gestures. The fact that she was still concerned about money indicated that she was unharmed. Don't worry, there will be reimbursement. Tan chuckled reassuringly. I have a task to complete. Old Master Zhao entrusted me to deliver what you need. And I've arranged for the bodyguards to bring it to you. Once you're done, come down. I'll be waiting at the base. Is there really reimbursement? Wu Yin asked skeptically. Are you trying to fool me? Yes, these individuals will be with you for the next few days. Their sole mission is to ensure your safety. Tan explained. It is currently uncertain which groups may contain individuals like Old Man Yu, so Old Master Zhao and the others decided to hire external help. I will take responsibility, which will not draw excessive attention to you. Finding his reasoning sound, Wu Yin accepted it. After ending the call, she allowed the men to approach. Following Tan's earlier statement, once the 10 bodyguards arrived, she examined them thoroughly to ensure none were possessed before accepting the soul vial from the team leader. Had I known this would arrive so swiftly, I wouldn't have toiled so long, Wu Yin thought, stuffing the small coffin she had painstakingly crafted into her backpack, zipping it up and patting the bag. Wait here for me. I'll be back shortly, she instructed, emphasizing they must not advance any further. Once the captain nodded in acknowledgement, Wu Yin turned and dashed into the mountains, moving with the swiftness of a wild leopard. Vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Holding the soul vial toward the malevolent spirit, Wu Yin channeled her energy, binding the spirit with ethereal ropes and confining it within the vial, sealing it with a demon-suppressing talisman. Let us go, Wu Yin exclaimed, cradling the vial in one hand and gently pulling Jiang Huaidong with the spiritual tether in the other as she leapt out of the well. Her toes barely touched the tiles as her movements resembled that of a swallow, swiftly escaping the premises and landing gracefully before the mansion's entrance. With a single hand, she performed a hand gesture, directing her energy toward the 2 large red lanterns adorning the mansion illusion. Break! As she uttered these words, Jiang Huaidong watched in astonishment as the ancient residence transformed into a paper-thin facade that gradually shrank until it was no larger than the palm of her hand, floating gently into Wu Yin's grasp. However, the well remained intact. Thus, within this mansion, the well was the only true entity that existed. Wu Yin left a yellow talisman figure with its eyes marked at the bottom of the well, circled around it, and pressed several stones around the well. Channeling her energy into the stones, she set up a highly concealed formation. As long as someone approached this area, Wu Yin would immediately be alerted. And if anyone descended into the well, she could monitor the situation through the yellow talisman figure. From City C to City S, the helicopter took less than 2 hours to arrive. The aircraft landed on the rooftop of the military hospital, and Wu Yin rushed straight to Jiang Huaidong's hospital room. At that moment, the gathered individuals in the ward were growing increasingly anxious. Fortunately, after Wu Yin had left, Jiang Huaidong had ceased to age further, sparing them from utter despair. If one were to ask whether Wu Yin felt the slightest twinge of guilt, the answer would undoubtedly be a resounding no. Chapter 62. What you owe that child, Jiang Huaidong. Gu. General Jiang gazed at his son, whose appearance seemed to age him further, his brow furrowed deeply. Master, will his health ever be restored, or is this his fate henceforth? As long as I eliminate that cursed mother and child, he can recover. However, such an act would deny them even the chance of reincarnation, Wu Yin replied. You yourself acknowledge they are specters. Should we allow them to continue tormenting Jiang Huaidong? Mrs. Jiang snapped. Our Jiang family has bestowed upon you a fortune of 10 million. Why this hostility? Wu Yin placed her hands upon her hips defiantly. Are you unaware of how to speak politely to others? Jiang Huaidong, in a state of desperation, nearly toppled from his bed, urgently pleading no. Master, I beg you, do not take their lives. Wu Yin, already harboring disdain for the high-handed Mrs. Jiang, found her aversion peak as she calculated the fate of Xiao Ran. Mrs. Jiang, you bear significant responsibility for the calamity that has befallen Xiao Ran and her child. She taunted. Years ago, you forced the pregnant Xiao Ran to leave S City. uttering the most venomous words, stripping her of all dignity and worth. Is that not true? Mrs. Jiang retorted coldly. A girl raised on the charity of others dared to dream of marrying into the Jiang family. It was a foolish fantasy. Mother, enough! Jiang Huaidong roared. I pursued her. I was the one who clung to her, seeking a chance. When Xiaoran left S City in her condition, Mrs. Jiang did not relent. Wherever the Jiang family's influence reached, she ensured that Xiaoran was denied any sanctuary. With her belly heavy, Xiaoran was cast out from one city to another, until she was forced into a remote town where she finally found a moment of respite. Mrs. Jiang's ruthless tactics were indeed chilling. By the time Jiang Huaidong sensed something amiss and discreetly commissioned Wei Xian to hire a private investigator, it was too late. Xiaoran and her child had already met with tragedy. Wu Yin lamented the injustice done to Xiaoran, whose vibrant youth was extinguished merely because of her love for Jiang Huaidong, driving her to a state where she had nowhere to call home. General Jiang, Mrs. Jiang. Are you aware that Xiaoran gave birth to your grandson? That child is your bloodline, Wu Yin inquired. Do you know how your own grandson perished? Both General Jiang and Mrs. Jiang stiffened, unable to meet Jiang Huaidong's gaze. They were acutely aware of all the sinister deeds they had orchestrated, even regarding the child's birth, which they had chosen to ignore simply because they disdained the child's mother. Jiang Huaidong, allow me to enlighten you. Wu Yin continued with a stern expression. Your son was brutally dismembered, his limbs severed, his head and torso cleaved with an axe. The left foot was the first to fall, his cries piercing, followed by the right foot, after which his voice fell silent. Stop. Please, I cannot bear to hear this. Mrs. Jiang screamed, covering her ears. Jiang Huaidong, in anguish, clawed at his palms until they bled, numb to the pain. You are the child's grandmother. You must know, Wu Yin insisted, forcibly removing Mrs. Jiang's hands from her ears. Throughout this horrific ordeal, Xiaoran was compelled to watch her child suffer. Her death was no less tragic. Are you so fragile that you cannot endure merely hearing this? Xiaoran witnessed her son endure these torments, lived through them herself, only to be silenced and transformed into a vengeful spirit, denied peace even in death, reduced to a tool for others' use. After becoming a vengeful spirit, Xiaoran remained shackled, gradually becoming the wretched figure she is today. Wu Yin fixed her gaze upon General Jiang and Mrs. Jiang. Had you both not pushed her to such extremes, a woman of Xiaoran's caliber, a graduate of a prestigious university, would never have been forced to live in such a desolate town. With her qualifications, she could thrive whether in S City or C City, even with a child in tow. General Jiang, Mrs. Jiang. I ask you again, did your conscience not stir when you learned that Xiaoran and her child had vanished on their way to the hospital? If only you had reported their absence then, they might not have suffered such a dreadful fate. Wu Yin observed the pale faces of General Jiang and Mrs. Jiang, a cold smile gracing her lips. I inform you, the child who met such a brutal end was your family's sole heir. His death marks the end of the Jiang lineage. The child is intertwined with your family's fortune. Should he falter, so too shall the Jiang family. His demise seals your family's financial ruin. Since the moment General Jiang and Mrs. Jiang forced Xiaoran and her child into despair, the Jiang family's fortunes have indeed spiraled into decline. Wu Yin had foreseen Jiang Huaidong's fate had she not intervened. He would have met his end in the depths of the old mountain residence. With Jiang Huaidong's death, the Jiang family would face extinction, swiftly followed by the downfall of their business, culminating in bankruptcy within just 6 months. Let us not forget Jiang Huaidong's deep affection for Xiaoran. He would never harm her or their child, even if he possessed the heart to do so. The repercussions of such an act would be an unbearable burden for the Jiang family to endure. General Jiang and Mrs. Jiang, pallid and trembling, grasped the truth. Since they had driven Xiaoran and her child away, the Jiang family's fortunes had indeed faltered year by year. Following the disappearance of Xiaoran and her child, The Jiang family had plummeted into a state of disarray. Wu Yin cast another divination for Jiang Huaidong, yet the outcome remained grim. Chapter 63, Master. I encountered a peculiar incident. She once said that she could save those who wished to live, yet could not save those who wished to die. Jiang Huaidong gazed at the man on the hospital bed, tears streaming down his face. Death is indeed an easy escape, but it is through living that one can atone. I hope you can live well, do good deeds, and accumulate merits for that innocent child, striving to grant him a chance at rebirth before your own demise. After a brief pause, she added, "This is what you owe that child." Jiang Huaidong was at a loss for words, his pain rendering him mute. Uncertain whether he absorbed her message. However, having said her piece, she chose not to engage him further, turning instead to General Jiang, saying, "You may obtain my payment account from Zhou Chu's father. A friendly reminder. Those who default on my dues typically repay with something of greater value." Fei Yin was certainly not threatening anyone over a mere million. She left Jiang Huaidong's ward with a smile so bright it could light up a room. "Master." Jiang Huaidong stumbled out after her, choking with emotion as he implored, "Master, can I do good to atone for my child? What about Xiaoran? What will become of her? What can I do to make amends for her? It is not that I wished harm upon Xiaoran. Her fate was sealed by her actions, and destiny will not permit her escape. She has entered the underworld and must endure torment for nearly 1,000 years. With her strength, she cannot endure such suffering for long," Fei Yin explained. "After my death, can I take her place in suffering? This too is my debt to her." Jiang Huaidong pleaded, "I will bear her sins. May she and the child be reborn together as humans." Tears streamed down his face in her next life. "She will not encounter me again, and she will not suffer the burden of my existence. All matters abide by the law, and the law does not allow one person to entirely substitute for another who has committed the sin of taking life. However, should you choose to have no regrets, once I capture the mastermind behind this, I can establish a bond of shared fate between you and Xiaoran. After your death, you may share her burdens." With that, Fei Yin turned and departed. She had not forgotten her other tasks for the evening. As the elevator doors opened, she noticed Tan Xi and Yan Ming were also present. "Are you here to see me?" Fei Yin inquired, her gaze falling upon the food box resting on Tan Xi's knee, the aroma tantalizing. "Mr. Tan said you hadn't eaten, so he had the chef prepare this for you," Yan Ming chimed in quickly, speaking before Tan Xi could utter a word. Tan Xi inhaled deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. "For me?" Fei Yin responded, feeling a touch embarrassed, yet her hand was already reaching for the food box. Once outside the elevator, Fei Yin followed Tan Xi to his car, placing the soul bottle by her feet as she began to eat. Upon opening the box, her spirits lifted at the sight of wontons and pan-fried dumplings. The broth was adorned with seaweed and shrimp. A sip of the soup was so delicious it nearly swept her away. "Mr. Tan, I find you truly understand me," Fei Yin declared. "Once my spiritual energy is sufficient, I will be the first to heal your leg. No matter how much others offer, I will not let them cut in line. And I shall even give you a discount." Then, Tan Xi pondered for a moment. "Thank you, Master Fei Yin." His perfectly timed jest brought laughter from Fei Yin. As was her custom, she asked Tan Xi to drop her off at the corner and instructed the bodyguards to find nearby accommodations, ensuring they kept their distance from the unfinished building. Upon exiting the car, she held the snacks Tan Xi had prepared in one hand and her sketching tools in the other, turning her back to him. She playfully shook her head side to side before striding away. Yan Ming understood. Turning to Tan Xi, he remarked, "Master Fei Yin's way of bidding farewell is quite unique. Who would have thought to wave their head like a hand?" Tan Xi shot him a glance. "You are particularly talkative tonight." Yan Ming was taken aback. This was the first time Tan Xi had expressed annoyance at his chatter. The driver suppressed a chuckle as he restarted the car. Does Assistant Yan not perceive it? Mr. Tan cannot bear anyone speaking ill of Master Fei Yin, not even in jest. Today there are no new students, the elder sister acknowledged, leading her somewhat reluctant younger sister to start their tasks. Before long, All the restless souls converged on Fei Yin, including several who had been absent from the classroom the previous day. Despite her rapid pace, the sheer number of souls overwhelmed her, and by the time she finished all the portraits, dawn had broken and she had worked through the night. The younger sister cautiously approached Fei Yin, asking, "Master, do you wish to rest?" Fei Yin shook her head while tidying her belongings. "Let me send you your portraits first." "Thank you, sister," the younger one replied, returning the snacks to Fei Yin. "Sister, I want to eat. You have them instead. Eat more to replenish your strength. Only when you are well can you accomplish so much." Fei Yin laughed at the child's earnestness. "What I give you, you should eat. Snacks cannot replace proper nourishment." With her backpack slung over her shoulder and a thick stack of portraits in hand, Fei Yin left the unfinished building. On her way, she delivered some portraits. Arriving at Tan Si's office shortly after 9. "Master, Mr. Tan has gone to a meeting and asked me to wait for you here," Yan Ming informed her, casting a few extra glances at her. "Mr. Tan said if you feel tired, you may rest in his lounge. The sheets are freshly changed, and he has not used them. Let us start the live stream first. If there's time afterward, I'll rest," Fei Yin replied, noticing the throngs of fans eagerly awaiting her broadcast on social media. Fei Yin's live stream enjoyed the finest promotional resources from Duoqi, and for several consecutive days, her broadcasts were pushed across the internet as soon as she began. In the comments section, amidst greetings from viewers, one message stood out distinctly. "Master, I am Zhu Ping. Do you remember me? I have an urgent matter to discuss. May I request a connection now?" Of course, Fei Yin remembered Zhu Ping. Her first customer on the day she began streaming, seeking information about his missing father. Of course, she nodded, and in the next moment, Zhu Ping sent her fireworks and a connection request. As the video connected, Zhu Ping's anxious voice came through. "Master, I encountered a strange incident. When I placed my father's urn in the grave, every time I did, a sudden wind would blow, and once it stopped, the urn would be found outside the pit again. This has happened several times, and it has terrified my relatives, making it impossible to proceed with the funeral." Zhu Ping, just a few days ago you criticized the host for being inaccurate. Why are you seeking her help again? Isn't this a contradiction? Another viewer chimed in. Chapter 64. Better off dead than alive. Zhu Ping was not blind. He had seen the comments from netizens. He felt quite embarrassed and, realizing he could not evade the situation, scratched his head and offered an apology. "Master, I was at fault last time, and I sincerely apologize." After saying this, Zhu Ping addressed the viewers in the live stream. "What the master predicted last time was indeed accurate. My father was found at the grave of his first wife, and he was already deceased when discovered." A dedicated follower remarked, "We all knew about this. It was reported in local news, and we have local netizens who confirmed it." Zhu Ping felt an overwhelming sense of despair. "Last time, my attitude was inappropriate. I hope the master can overlook my previous behavior. You must assist me. I cannot keep my father's urn in my home indefinitely. The villagers are already berating me, claiming I am unfilial. My father's spirit cannot rest in peace." Zhu Ping felt aggrieved, yet he knew no one would believe him. The stress of this situation had deprived him of sleep for 2 days, leaving him with dark circles under his eyes, more pronounced than those of a panda. The pressure was so immense that he felt on the verge of tears. "Master, what should I do?" Wu Yin chuckled, seemingly entertained. "Zhu Ping, if you insist on burying your father alongside your biological mother, you will not be able to proceed with the funeral arrangements. I have informed you before that your father wished to be interred with his first wife." Noting Zhu Ping's unwillingness to accept this, Wu Yin continued, "Your father has not shared this matter with you, and I should not interfere in your affairs. But it is time for you to understand the truth, as you seem obstinately attached to your misconceptions." Zhu Ping rubbed his somewhat stiff face from lack of sleep and nodded. "Master, I only feel it is unjust for my mother." Wu Yin responded, "Your father has shown great kindness to both you and your mother. You are not his biological child, yet he has raised you with utmost care, deserving of every father you have ever called him." Zhu Ping's expression froze, as if struck by lightning. However, upon reflecting on Wu Yin's capabilities, he fell silent. A dedicated follower commented, "Zhu Ping, the master's divination cannot be wrong. If she says you are not his biological child, then you certainly are not." Wu Yin noticed the shift in Zhu Ping's demeanor, aware that his rebuttal lacked strength, and thus continued, "Your mother is indeed your biological mother. But your father is your adoptive father. When your adoptive father's wife tragically passed away during childbirth, he was left heartbroken and faced familial pressure to remarry for the sake of lineage. Your mother, a classmate of your adoptive father, learned of his enduring love for his late wife and his reluctance to remarry. In desperation, she approached him for assistance. Your mother, having given birth out of wedlock during that era, faced societal condemnation. Seeing her plight, your adoptive father was moved by her pretense of a marriage to avoid societal scrutiny, which led to their agreement to enter into a sham marriage to escape familial pressure. Zhu Ping, you must have known from a young age that your parents slept apart?" Wu Yin inquired. Zhu Ping nodded. "Yes, when I was little, my mother and I shared a room. As I grew, we moved to a larger house, and both my father and mother had their own separate rooms. When my grandparents visited, my father would sleep on the floor in my mother's room. They have never shared a bed." Zhu Ping appeared somewhat dazed. "I asked my mother about it. She explained that their routines differed, and sleeping apart would not disturb one another. They never argued and would discuss matters amicably, so I never doubted their feelings for each other." Wu Yin shook her head. "How could decades of companionship lack affection? It may not be romantic love. Rather, your mother may be akin to a sister to your adoptive father, a familial bond. Regarding your origins, you might seek out your maternal grandparents for confirmation. They are aware of your mother's situation of being pregnant before marriage." The revelation was overwhelming for Zhu Ping, and he found it difficult to process. However, he did not end the call. Instead, he sat in contemplation. Indeed, as the master had indicated, his father had treated him so well that he had never questioned their relationship. He had assumed his parents shared a mundane yet supportive bond. Thus, upon learning that his father had been pining for another woman for decades, he felt a surge of sorrow and anger. After a long pause, Zhu Ping finally asked, "Master, may I provide you with my birth date and time? I implore you to help me uncover the whereabouts of my biological father. My parents never disclosed this information to me before their passing." Zhu Ping, your mother's situation of being pregnant before marriage was a serious matter. The fact that she had to seek assistance from your adoptive father indicates that either your biological father has passed away. Wu Yin hesitated. Or he may still be alive, but in a state worse than death. A dedicated follower commented, "The host's words are sharp. This statement is indeed irrefutable. If he is a heartless and unfaithful person, living would be worse than dying. Your adoptive father and mother have done everything within their power to provide you with a normal upbringing, so do not seek unnecessary strife," Wu Yin kindly advised. "Sometimes blood relations are not of utmost importance, are they?" Zhu Ping gently nodded. "I will heed the host's advice. I will not pursue this any further. Having my father and mother is sufficient. Since my father wishes to be buried with his first wife, I shall respect his final wishes." Zhu Ping rubbed his eyes. "I must also apologize to his first wife. In my ignorance, I harbored resentment towards her, believing she was trying to take my father from my mother even after her death. Now that my father has passed, I will visit their graves." Zhu Ping expressed his gratitude and ended the call. A dedicated follower remarked, "I previously criticized Zhu Ping's father, thinking he should not have married a second wife if he was so devoted to his first. I apologize. I am sorry, uncle." A visitor commented, "My grandmother said there was a girl from her hometown who became pregnant before marriage and was pressured to jump into a river to end her life. In smaller towns, people's tongues can be deadly. Zhu Ping's father is truly a remarkable man, and Zhu Ping's mother is fortunate to have had such a classmate. It is a blessing for both her and Zhu Ping." Wu Yin observed the viewer's comments, nodding in agreement with those that resonated with her. Just as she prepared to scroll further down, the screen was suddenly filled with fireworks as a new connection request appeared. Wu Yin promptly approved it, and the next second, A young boy appeared on the video call. The boy was handsome, though it was evident he was someone accustomed to hunching over for extended periods. Chapter 65. The deceptive lie of brainwashing. The sound of howling wind was transmitted to all the viewers in the live broadcast room through the host's microphone. Wu suddenly sensed something amiss and inquired, "Where are you right now?" The host replied, "My name is Chen Fengyu." It seemed that Chen Fengyu did not hear Wu Yin's question, as he continued to speak without pause. "I don't even know why I sought the host. I just wanted someone to listen to me." Despite his youthful visage, his face bore the weight of sorrow that belied his years. His tone was unnervingly calm, a demeanor not characteristic of someone his age, who should still be laughing and playing freely in a classroom. "Otherwise, could you help me find out where my parents are? Why do they not want me?" Chen Fengyu asked, "Or can you help me find their phone numbers? I want to call them and ask why they abandoned me, yet chose to bring me into this world." "I can help you if you provide me with your birth date and time," Wu Yin responded promptly. However, Chen Fengyu did not immediately send her a private message. Instead, he continued to gaze blankly at the camera, lost in his own thoughts. "My parents divorced when I was very young. They both went abroad to make a living, leaving me behind at my uncle's house. I grew up feeling like a burden, living without dignity or hope. My uncle told me I was an unwanted child, taken in out of pity. So I must be grateful and not act like an ungrateful wretch. They said my parents had remarried abroad, starting new families with new children, and I was merely a nuisance to them. As a child, I thought that if I studied hard and achieved good grades, they would be proud of me. But for some reason, whenever I excelled, my uncle and aunt became displeased, punishing me and withholding food. I foolishly believed I needed to be even more outstanding, striving tirelessly to impress them. It was only as I grew older that I realized the more accomplished I became, the less they wanted to see it. The ones who raised me did not wish for me to shine brightly or excel. From then on, I began doing all my cousin's homework, writing his name on my own test papers. He became a good student while I fell into the role of the bad student, failing to submit assignments and handing in blank papers. Strangely, my uncle and aunt no longer punished me. Instead, they praised me, saying that studying was exhausting and that children should embrace their playful nature. Initially, their compliments thrilled me, making me feel like I could finally bring them joy. But soon I began to sense something was amiss. At times, I truly despised my own intelligence. How wonderful it would be if I were simple-minded enough to let them placate me for a lifetime. The more aware I became, the more I suffered. Is there truly no one in this world who wishes to love me? Host, I do not blame others for not loving me. I merely want to understand why those who brought me into this world do not love me. If they intended to abandon me, why not end my suffering altogether? Wu Yin observed the situation growing increasingly troubling and felt compelled to interrupt Chen Fengyu's monologue. "Chen Fengyu, please send me your birth date and time. I will take a look for you. I perceive in your features that you are not someone of weak familial ties. There may be a misunderstanding." The phrase "there may be a misunderstanding" seemed to ignite a flicker of hope in Chen Fengyu's eyes. "Really?" he asked, his voice transformed. "Am I perhaps a kidnapped child? Do my biological parents truly love me and have been searching for me all along?" Chen Fengyu continued, "For years, I have been dreaming that I am not an unwanted child, but rather one who was abducted, with my real parents tirelessly seeking me. Please send me your birth date and time," Wu Yin requested, only then realizing that Chen Fengyu, having lived away from his parents, might not know his own birth information. She then inquired, "Do you know your birth date and time? If not, you may provide your parents' details." "I do not know my own," Chen Fengyu shook his head, "but I have my mother's. I once saw a red paper in a small cabinet in my uncle's storage room, which contained her and my father's birth details. But my father's was smudged, so I only remember my mother's." "That will suffice. Please send me your mother's birth details." Wu Yin nodded. After a brief wait, she received a private message from Chen Fengyu. The information revealed a prosperous fate, yet one marred by the loss of a child in middle age. After a moment of anxious anticipation, Chen Fengyu pressed, "Host, is this my biological mother? Am I a child they found?" There was a sense of urgent hope intertwined with fear. Wu Ying did not prolong the suspense and nodded. She is your biological mother, and she loves you dearly. Wu Ying affirmed. From your mother's destiny, I discerned certain truths. Gently, she continued, Qin Fengyu, please step back a few meters and find a quieter place to hear me. Moved by her words, he hesitated only briefly before complying. The phone screen shook slightly as Qin Fengyu sought refuge from the wind. The viewers began to comment. Did I just see the phone camera briefly capture a rooftop? I thought I was the only one who saw that. It scared me. I have a fear of heights. So, was Qin Fengyu preparing to? After searching for over a minute, the phone finally stabilized and the howling wind faded, leaving only a dim light. As though he had retreated to a hallway. Host, it is quiet now. You may speak, Qin Fengyu stated, sitting upright, his unoccupied hand resting obediently on his knee. Wu Ying responded affirmatively before slowly continuing. Additionally, your mother has not remarried, nor is she expecting again. You are her only child. Chapter 66. Leaving the rooftop to find your mother. The words of Wu Ying and Qin Fengyu were strikingly at odds, leaving the online audience bewildered. Followers remarked on the situation. What is happening? Qin Fengyu's mother has not remarried and has only him as a child. How could she not love her only child? Others noted, the host mentioned that Qin Fengyu's mother sends him birthday gifts and money every year, so she must have been thinking of him all along. Qin Fengyu's mood visibly lifted. He stuttered with excitement. Initially, he pondered if he were an adopted or purchased child, hoping that his biological parents would love him. To his astonishment, he learned he was indeed his parents' biological child and that his mother loved him deeply. He had thought he was walking on the precipice of a fragile ice surface, fearing that one misstep would plunge him into the depths of despair, where he would quietly await death. He believed that once gone, no one would remember him, nor would anyone lament his absence from this world. Yet, the host reassured him that he was merely standing by the lake, waiting for the moment when spring would blossom. Hope ignited within him, ushering in the warmth of spring he had long dared not dream of. You say my mother loves me, but why has she never come to see me? Qin Fengyu grappled with this question. Was it his father who prevented her from seeing him? Or was there another reason? Wu Ying shook her head, clarifying. It has nothing to do with your father, but rather with your uncle and aunt. She had discerned all truths from the fate of Qin Fengyu's mother. Had he not sought her counsel today, he might have taken a step forward that would end his young life. Qin Fengyu believed until the end that no one loved him, that he was the most superfluous person in the world. He would never know that his leap could lead to his death before his mother, plunging her into madness and transforming her into a murderer. Qin Fengyu. Your birthday is tomorrow, correct? Wu Ying suddenly inquired. He nodded gently. Do you wish to see your mother now? To ask her why she has not seen you all these years? Wu Ying urged. Some things you must ask directly and hear her voice. Now, when you leave the rooftop, the first woman you see in a black dress will be your mother, she encouraged him, urging him to boldly inquire. And he would discover the affection and warmth that his world should have held. Qin Fengyu hesitated for half a minute, but with Wu Ying's encouraging gaze, he nodded firmly. Followers urged him not to end the live stream, eager to witness the outcome. Qin Fengyu, acknowledging their requests, agreed and left the corridor with his phone in hand. The rooftop he occupied was atop his apartment complex. The elevator stopped at the first floor, and he traversed the lobby. Upon exiting, he immediately spotted a middle-aged woman in a black dress carrying a violin case, who lingered for some time. As Qin Fengyu approached her, she remained with her head bowed until he asked, Auntie, are you my mother? Upon hearing his voice, she looked up, her eyes widening in astonishment. Fengyu, she exclaimed, her hands trembling with excitement. How did you end up here? I just spoke with your uncle, who said you were throwing a tantrum at home. She gazed at her now-grown son with overwhelming joy, placing her belongings on the ground and reaching out to touch his head, measuring him against her own height. You're almost taller than your mother. This marked the first time Qin Fengyu experienced such affectionate interaction. He stared at the woman before him, incredulous, and asked, Are you truly my mother? It was then that she realized something was amiss. Feng Yu, you don't recognize your mother? This revelation struck her deeply. Your uncle and aunt said that since you could remember, they have shown you photos of your father and me. We send new pictures every year. Fearing you wouldn't know what we looked like. As she grasped Chen Fengyu's hand, she noticed he was wearing clothes she had bought, which brought her a flicker of happiness. She thought, does this mean her son does not truly despise her? Chen Fengyu shook his head, clarifying. These clothes were given to me by my cousin after he outgrew them. He paused before adding, my uncle and aunt have never shown me any pictures of you or my father, nor have I received any clothes from you. Wu Yin chuckled softly at this moment. Chen Fengyu, the clothes your mother bought for you were only given to you after your cousin no longer needed them, indicating that your uncle and aunt took everything your mother provided. Now, Chen Fengyu, find a quiet place to talk with your mother. Chen Fengyu's mother was startled by the unfamiliar voice emanating from his phone. Live streaming was not common, so she initially did not realize he was connecting with someone online. Are you on the phone with a friend? She asked. Chen Fengyu, being an earnest child, shook his head and explained, I'm connecting with a host on a platform called Duitsu. She told me I could see you if I came downstairs. He hesitated, unsure of how to interact with his mother, rendering his speech somewhat awkward. The host suggested they find a private space to converse. Wu Yin was amused by his childlike manner of expression. Chen Fengyu's mother was elated at the prospect of having a private conversation with her son. If you don't mind, would you like to go to the hotel where I'm staying? It's nearby. Chapter 67, a half-hearted goal appropriated. Mother Chen lifted the items from the ground. Although she had previously sent you gifts from abroad, upon hearing from your aunt that you have recently taken up the violin, she went out of her way to order a violin for you from overseas. There were many things, and Chen Fengyu, being a well-behaved child, bent down to help pick up the larger items. Upon hearing his mother's words, he called out, Mom. It was his cousin who was learning the violin. His uncle and aunt forbade him from pursuing such interests, claiming it was a financial burden they could not afford. Mother Chen's expression shifted dramatically. If you wish to learn, then learn. What do they have to do with it? When has my son ever needed their support? She continued, when your father and I divorced, I opened a bank account in your name. Every year, your father would deposit money into that account, part for your living expenses and tuition, and part as your pocket money. Each new year, your father and I would contribute to your red envelope. If our businesses were thriving, we would also add to it for you to spend. As for your father, he competes with me. If I give you 500,000, he'll give you 600,000. If I give you 5 million, he'll give you 6 million. How could you possibly lack funds for violin lessons? Mother Chen, a self-made businesswoman, was no fool. Her company would not have thrived otherwise. Therefore, from the few words of Chen Fengyu, Mother Chen finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Is your bank card not in your possession? Chen Fengyu shook his head, explaining that the card was with his uncle, who had claimed he couldn't find his identification at the time of the card's issuance. So he temporarily opened an account in Chen Fengyu's name for convenience. Temporarily, you say? Mother Chen's anger turned to incredulity as she pressed on. You haven't even seen a picture of your mother. For all these years, your uncle and aunt have told me that you despise your father and me for abandoning you, and that's why you refuse to see us. Is that true or false? False. Chen Fengyu clenched his fists. My uncle and aunt said you and dad no longer wanted me, that you both got married abroad and had other children, and that I was merely a burden. If they hadn't taken me in, I would have starved. Mother Chen, incensed, uttered a curse in front of her son. Were it not for her inability to contain her rage, she would never have resorted to such coarse language. The thought of having missed her child for years, only to see her trusted relatives exploit and harm him, was a bitter pill to swallow. Fengyu, let me tell you, your uncle and aunt are deceitful and ungrateful. Mother Chen pointed to a villa not far away, declaring, that house is under your name. It was bought for you in the year your father and I divorced. All expenses for food, clothing, and utilities, including the nanny's salary, were covered by your father and me. It is they who have taken advantage of you. Aside from Wu Yin, who had deduced the truth from Mother Chen's birth details, the vast audience in the live stream was left in shock. Such a shocking revelation. What? The ones living off you are Chen Fengyu as uncle and aunt? Living off? More like squatting in someone else's nest. Squatting? That's criminal. Let us discuss the law. Occupying someone else's property on such a grand scale? Chen Fengyu's uncle and aunt deserve to spend half their lives in prison. According to what Mother Chen just said, it amounts to at least half a small target over the years, a serious offense. Back when your father and I divorced, we had differing opinions. You were still young, and I intended to take you abroad, thinking it would be worth the struggle. Your father insisted on fighting for custody. Eventually, he persuaded me to leave you in the care of his brother and sister-in-law, believing I could focus on building my career. I thought, after all, they were your relatives. So I agreed. Your father and I brought your uncle and aunt from the countryside to the city, arranged jobs for them, and hired a nanny to care for you, asking them only to ensure the nanny did not mistreat you. They have fooled me for so many years. It's one thing for them to deceive me, but how dare they spend my money while mistreating my son? Mother Chen's heart ached as she recalled her son wearing the hand-me-downs of their cousin, who was chubby and well-fed. Regret filled her. She lamented, I should never have listened to your father's advice, no matter how difficult it was. I should have kept you by my side. She gently caressed Chen Fengyu's gaunt face, her heart heavy. I thought that while I struggled abroad, you would at least live a life of comfort and luxury, despite your resentment towards us. Wu Yin interjected, unfortunately, the reality is otherwise. Everything you and your husband provided for Chen Fengyu has been appropriated by his uncle and aunt. They took everything from him and treated him harshly, fearing his brilliance and excellence, seeking to suppress him at every turn, wishing he would become a rebellious, wayward child. Had Chen Fengyu not contacted me in my live stream, he might have jumped from the upper floor by now. He would have perished before you, unaware that his mother stood before his lifeless body. If Chen Fengyu were to die, you and your ex-husband would only then begin to comprehend the injustices he has endured. After attending to his funeral, you would be unable to bear the blow, ultimately taking the lives of your uncle's entire family. Your ex-husband would attempt to shield you from blame, but the pain of losing a child would render you irrational. You would blame his death on him as well, and in a fit of rage, you would end his life too, followed by your own. This was the fate Wu Yin foresaw for Mother Chen, a tragic and heartrending destiny. Chapter 68. Friends out of reach suddenly. Chen's mother turned to Chen Fengyu. Tell me, did you truly intend to leap from the rooftop just now? I'm sorry, Mother. Chen Fengyu nodded in acknowledgement. I didn't know you were here. I thought I was a superfluous being in this world, and I wanted to leave. Tears welled in Chen Fengyu's eyes. But I never imagined I would die before you, Mother. That would be so cruel for you. Chen's mother struck her chest in despair, tears streaming down her face. Wu Yin recalculated Chen's mother's fortune based on her birth details and then smiled. Wonderful. The fate of a mother losing her child in middle age has shifted. Thank you. Host, I will. Chen Fengyu interjected. I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time. Goodbye. A follower remarked, what a polite child. A visitor commented, it's so heart-wrenching. Look at how he apologizes to his mother. He truly is a wonderful person, struggling yet still managing to grow independently without losing his way. It's remarkable. Wu Yin nodded. He has evaded this calamity. As Chen Fengyu matures, he will undoubtedly achieve great things. Observing his features, Wu Yin foresaw Chen Fengyu's future success. In scientific research, he is destined to become a pillar of the nation. Thus, the fortune calculated for him bore greater merit than that for an ordinary individual. Let us proceed. Wu Yin glanced at the time. I shall calculate one more before I take my rest. As she spoke, she stifled a yawn. However, just then, a new connection request arrived. A dazzling firework exploded on the screen, vibrant and splendid. Once the connection was established, the girl on the other end did not reveal her face. Even her voice was altered. I apologize, host. I prefer not to be recognized, hence I will remain off camera. Her voice suggested she was merely in her 20s. Host. You may call me Xiaolin. I'm not seeking a reading for myself, but rather for a friend, or perhaps a colleague. Xiaolin's tone grew urgent as she continued. This matter is quite strange. Not to mention, she abruptly left her job without claiming over half a month as salary. She previously confided in me that she had few friends. When she married, she wished for me to be her bridesmaid, but now she suddenly announces her wedding. And her phone is perpetually off. This is very out of character. Host, I suspect something has happened to my friend. Could her boyfriend be a human trafficker, luring her into the mountains under the guise of romance to sell her? Xiaolin could think of no other possibility. Wu Yin and the other viewers shared the same suspicion. Please send me your friend's birth details, Wu Yin requested. I don't have her birth details, Xiaolin replied, but I do have her photo. I surreptitiously took it from the HR file. It's a clear image of her ID. Wu Yin nodded. That will suffice. Please send it to me via private message. Xiaolin acted quickly. By the time Wu Yin opened their private chat, the photo had already been sent. After a moment of silence, Wu Yin remarked, Your friend has undergone cosmetic surgery. Yes, she had minor procedures. She lacked confidence in her appearance. In truth, she was quite attractive before the surgery. And the changes are not significantly different. Xiaolin suddenly recalled another detail and added, Host, the birth date on her ID is incorrect. She once mentioned that her family was a surplus birth gorilla and she was unplanned. To avoid certain policies, her family registered her a year late. Wu Yin frowned slightly. Such alterations, even minor, can indeed affect one's features. Based on your friend's current appearance, she seems to possess a short-lived fate and is likely to encounter misfortune soon. To ascertain more specifics, you will need to provide me with a pre-surgery, unadorned photograph of her or consult her family for her birth details. She has several sisters, and her parents may not recall the exact time of her birth, Xiaolin admitted, feeling daunted. I will do my best to find a photo of her before the surgery. I will send you my phone number privately. Call me once you find it, Wu Yin instructed. You must act quickly. Delays could be detrimental. If you have neither the birth details nor the pre-surgery photo in 2 days, you may send me something she frequently uses instead, Wu Yin added. The sooner, the better. Xiaolin agreed multiple times before ending the call. Wu Yin hesitated, contemplating whether to conduct another reading when Yan Ming walked in. Old Master Zhao has arrived. Yan Ming lowered his voice, aware Wu Yin was live-streaming. Wu Yin nodded and informed the viewers that she would end the stream for the day. Upon exiting she found Old Master Zhao frowning at the soul vessel placed in the corner of Tan Xi's office. Rest assured, Grandfather Zhao, the bottle is sealed with talismans. Xiao Ran cannot escape, Wu Yin reassured him. Being thorough is indeed a good thing, Old Master Zhao acknowledged with a nod. I came to discuss the matter of the wandering souls with you. Before joining the Tan family, Wu Yin had taken the time to deliver the images to Old Master Zhao. Now, with the internal database well established, locating individuals had become remarkably swift. Aside from a few highly confidential records still under verification, most identities had been successfully uncovered. Old Master Zhao rubbed his forehead. We have identified a senior automotive designer, a high-ranking official in the chemical industry, 2 researchers from a medical institute, a data clerk from a launch base, 2 doctors, and personnel from several key departments. The information that had surfaced thus far was enough to send chills down one's spine. Chapter 69. Luring the serpent from its hole. Wu Yin. Do you comprehend the emotions that we, the old guard, experienced upon perusing this information? Elder Zhao uttered a single word: fear. Having lived to this age, never before had he uttered such a term even on the battlefield, yet today, they found themselves engulfed in trepidation, even terror. Our generation has preserved every inch of this land with our blood and flesh. Countless valiant soldiers have sacrificed their lives to safeguard our territory, while innumerable unsung heroes have devoted their lives to the prosperity of our nation. The achievements of our country today have not come easily. Everything we possess has been painstakingly earned through our own efforts. It is infuriating that there are still those with treacherous hearts who continue to covet everything about our nation, truly despicable. Elder Zhao's hand trembled as he clutched the document bag. He could scarcely fathom the extent to which this nation would be eroded had Wu Yi not unveiled the existence of the soul. Even more unfathomable was the harm that could have been inflicted upon the interests of the nation and its people if the shadowy figures had succeeded in seizing Lao Yu's body. It is crucial to note that a nationwide drill is imminent, and Lao Yu, occupying a high position, is responsible for significant aspects of this exercise. Had Wu Yi not discovered Lao Yu's body had been taken, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They have confined Shaoran deep in the mountains of City C, while the soul is imprisoned in an unfinished building in City S, separated by such a vast distance. The shadowy figures have orchestrated this to obscure their actions. Even if one location were discovered, the anomaly there would not reveal their true intentions. Thus, their meticulous planning is evident. However, their misfortune lay in encountering Wu Yi, who moved into the unfinished building due to financial constraints. Elder Zhao, I have an idea. Please consider its feasibility. Wu Yi took a seat beside Elder Zhao. Rather than waste time waiting and speculating, we should lure the serpent from its hole. The shadowy figures are unaware that we have already learned of the soul in the unfinished building, but they will inevitably uncover the details of the homicide case in City C through their connections. Alternatively, they may already be aware but are hesitant to act because someone is guarding the mountains. While the authorities have yet to announce the homicide in City C, the online community is already aware. Merely enforcing a ban on discussions will prove futile. Instead, we should openly publicize it. By using the homicide as bait, we can offer a substantial reward nationwide to enlist skilled individuals in solving the case. In doing so, numerous masters from the metaphysical realm will gather. And I refuse to believe that the shadowy figures can remain composed. At that point, they will either risk infiltrating the mountains before others to transfer the vengeful spirit and erase its traces, or will have to enlist themselves in the investigation to gauge the extent of the officials' knowledge of the case and formulate countermeasures. Before the reward is issued, I will go wait at the foot of the mountain. If no one arrives, I will register as a participant. This way, I can discreetly observe everyone, perhaps discerning the shadowy figures through their handwriting or signs of their practices. Of course, the prerequisite for undertaking these actions is to first relocate the souls to a sufficiently secure location to prevent any oversight, ensuring that no one can harm them. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao clapped his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "What a brilliant idea! Luring the serpent from its hole, capturing the turtle in the jar. Excellent." When Tan Ci entered, he overheard Elder Zhao praising Wu Yi. Although the accolades were directed at Wu Yi, Tan Ci felt an inexplicable joy. We should also investigate the property owner of the unfinished building, Tan Ci suggested. The land was not costly at that time. It was not even considered part of the development zone. It made no sense to purchase the land for factory construction only to abandon it halfway due to insufficient funds, leaving the building neglected for years without resolution. That makes sense. Otherwise, the existence of those trees serving as the focal point is indeed perplexing. Their ability to confine the souls there indicates that they are aware that the site will remain undisturbed for at least a decade. How can they be so certain? Perhaps because that land belongs to them entirely. Elder Zhao turned to Wu Yi. Now let us discuss the temporary accommodation for those souls. This matter relies on you. What are your requirements? I need you to procure a clean, larger jade bottle or wooden box for me. I must first draw the souls inside and transport them from the unfinished building without disrupting the formation. Additionally, I need to find a relatively spacious and secure location that is devoid of human presence. I will need to set up a new formation and then release the souls from the container. Otherwise, if the container is too small, the souls will be cramped. And if any of them are temperamental, fights may ensue. Among the 30 souls, some prefer the bustle while others favor tranquility. If they are forced to stay together for too long, it could lead to trouble. If a fight does break out, injuring a soul would be dire. As healing and restoring a soul is particularly taxing on one's spiritual energy, that is manageable. I have a friend in the jade business who surely possesses exquisite jade bottles. Elder Zhao replied. My family's ancestral home is spacious and usually unvisited. I can arrange for a few individuals to take turns guarding it to ensure the soul's safety. Elder Zhao inquired, if you have time now, would you like to accompany me to the Zhao family ancestral home for a visit? Let us go. Upon seeing Wu Yin emerge, Tan Xi greeted her and then asked, do you need me to prepare anything for you? On the way. I'll take a detour to buy some materials for talisman drawing. And then I must visit the live poultry market to obtain some live poultry souls to use in my concealment techniques, Wu Yin replied before exiting with Elder Zhao. Afterward, upon hearing the sound of Tan Xi's wheelchair, Wu Yin turned back in surprise to see that he had indeed followed her out. Are you going too? Wu Yin inquired, puzzled. Aren't you busy? I have already completed my tasks, Tan Xi responded nonchalantly. Is it inconvenient for me to accompany you? Chapter 70. No inconvenience. There was no inconvenience at all. Wu Yin shook her head, naturally slowing her pace to walk alongside Tan Xi's wheelchair, and began discussing the peculiarities of Qin Fengyu's uncle and aunt, while simultaneously lamenting the inadequacies of Qin Fengyu's parents. After finishing her commentary on the live stream, she concluded with, once I wrap this up, I shall treat you to lemon fish. I am quite affluent now. Tan Xi's lips curled into a slight smile, realizing that her earlier remarks about Qin Fengyu were merely a preamble to what she truly wished to express. All right, once you are done, let me know. And I shall reserve a spot, Tan Xi replied. With that, Wu Yin's spirits visibly soared to a new height. With Tan Xi present, she felt no need to dip into her own cash reserves. She ordered several thousand worth of items in one go, and even the shopkeeper, sporting a handlebar mustache, regarded Wu Yin with a friendlier gaze. Have you already exhausted the supplies from last time, my young friend? You seem quite diligent in your practice, the shopkeeper remarked while busily packaging the items. Assuming that Wu Yin, being young, was merely acquiring these materials for practice, he added, would you not consider purchasing some ordinary supplies? They would suffice for your training and save you a considerable amount of money. Oh, by the way, didn't your master prepare these for you? Why are you out buying them yourself? Which school do you hail from? Tan Xi's disdain was more direct. Shopkeeper, you speak too much. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, pondering, am I not merely trying to familiarize myself with a potential major customer? After settling the bill, Tan Xi handed her bank card to Wu Yin, stating, many places have made cash transactions inconvenient. You may use this card. The shopkeeper glanced at it, nearly having his eyes pop out of their sockets. Goodness, a black card. He immediately forgave the perceived rudeness of the man. He added, some smaller establishments may not accept cards, so perhaps you should also consider setting up a close payment option. That would be more considerate. Upon hearing this term for the first time, Tan Xi inquired how to set it up. The shopkeeper promptly bent down to instruct her step by step, first teaching her about the green software, then the blue one. Wu Yin, intrigued, leaned in to observe. Once Tan Xi's phone was configured, Wu Yin asked, does this mean I can pay with my phone in the future? Indeed. The shopkeeper began to explain to Wu Yin how to set her default payment method. Tan Xi was pleased, and so was Wu Yin, as well as the shopkeeper. Watching the two exit the shop with their purchases, the shopkeeper stroked his mustache, smiling contentedly. Reflecting on how rare it was to see such a generous young couple, observing others in love was indeed quite delightful. That was a black card, he muttered again. Seeing wealthy individuals in love is truly fascinating. Unbeknownst to Wu Yin and Tan Xi, their relationship had been misconstrued by the shopkeeper. Wu Yin was genuinely happy. With the card and the close payment option, she would no longer have to carry stacks of cash when going out, something that had drawn unwanted stares at her on multiple occasions in recent days. After returning to the car, the group made their way directly to the Zhao family's ancestral home. Having left the city, it was indeed quiet. Just as old Master Zhao had mentioned, the residence was an old-style courtyard, square in shape, with each brick and tile steeped in its own history and cultural tales. Wu Yin, do you find this place suitable? Old Master Zhao inquired. Wu Yin nodded, praising, this courtyard is truly beautiful. Do you fancy traditional Chinese-style residences? Old Master Zhao chuckled, adding, if you like it, I have a traditional villa in the city that I could gift to you. Old Master. Wu Yin does not lack for places to stay, Tan Xi interjected at the right moment. She lacks money. Upon hearing the last 3 words, Wu Yin's eyes sparkled with delight. Perhaps you could apply for additional bonuses for her after this matter is settled, Tan Xi suggested. It would be splendid if the reward for the bank robbery case could be increased. At this, Wu Yin could barely contain herself. With her hands in her pockets, she pirouetted slowly, turning her back to Old Master Zhao and facing Tan Xi, her lips curling into an exuberant smile that was increasingly difficult to suppress. That can be arranged, Old Master Zhao readily agreed. Tan Xi further clarified, Wu Yin has recently donated nearly 5 million for charity. Thus, Tan Xi understood the reason behind Wu Yin's joy upon hearing the mention of money. Sometimes, having sufficient funds could indeed alleviate her pressing concerns. Wu Yin, however, was not one to relish being in debt. Even with the black card in her possession, she would not easily spend beyond her savings unless absolutely necessary. In comparison to a house, she genuinely required finances more. Old Master Zhao held an increased admiration for Wu Yin. A person in need of money who could still afford to donate to charity was certainly not one driven solely by greed. Furthermore, Old Master Zhao had heard from Yanming that while Wu Yin was in need, she had never considered selling the gifts bestowed upon her by the Zhao family due to her relationship with Zhao Yu. Wu Yin was a young woman of deep feelings and loyalty, a quality that many contemporary youths have regrettably lost or no longer exhibit. In the eyes of many, a gift received becomes their possession, and how they choose to handle it is their prerogative. While there is truth to this, it is individuals like Wu Yin who value the sentiment behind gifts rather than their monetary worth that evoke deeper emotions. Wu Yin treasured not the financial value of the gifts, but the heartfelt intentions of the elder who bestowed them upon her. When Old Master Zhao prepared gifts for Wu Yin, he was unaware of her financial struggles. But he had contemplated that giving cash directly might not be a wise choice, especially for someone with a strong sense of pride, as it could be perceived as a blatant insult. Thus, he chose to give jade after much consideration. Old Master Zhao had not anticipated that Wu Yin, despite her financial constraints, would be so reluctant to part with the gifts from the Zhao family. Now, having gained a better understanding of Wu Yin, Old Master Zhao's fondness for her grew. Wu Yin spent less than half an hour arranging the formations at the Zhao family's ancestral home before departing for the breeding farm. The wooden coffin she had carved from stone slabs in the mountains was now put to use, as over 30 chickens and ducks' souls were securely locked within it, while the trunk of the car now housed an equal number of motionless chickens and ducks. Chapter 71. Li Zhaodi's response. Within the ancestral residence of the Zhao family lies a courtyard where Wu Yin first arranged talismans before placing the chickens and ducks, motionless in the trunk, in a designated corner. Tan Xi and the elder Zhao, unable to assist, merely observed from the sidelines. The elder Zhao inquired whether the chickens and ducks would perish if left without food or water. He pondered the implications of their demise. Seemingly taken aback by his own question, the elder Zhao gazed at Wu Yin with incredulity. Tan Xi paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. As anticipated, Wu Yin cheerfully explained that if these live fowl were to die, their souls would transition from living spirits to departed ones. Although I possess the ability to obscure vision, those with greater cultivation can discern the difference. After a brief pause, she added that if they had been dead for too long, the roast chicken would indeed lose its delightful aroma. The elder Zhao chuckled in response, recognizing Wu Yin's genuine fondness for food. Tan Xi, hurry up. There's roasted duck for lunch. Wu Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Noticing Tan Xi's delay, she urged him impatiently. Uncertain how the driver managed to keep the food warm during transit, they arrived at the company, and upon taking a bite, the duck skin remained crisp, while the meat inside was tender and juicy, creating an indescribably delectable experience. Tan Xi, your chef must craft exquisite roast chicken. Wu Yin beamed with pride. I specifically chose several chickens, as I believe chicken surpasses duck in flavor. Given how aromatic your roasted duck is, I can only imagine how delightful the roast chicken must be. After swallowing her mouthful, Wu Yin continued, I dare not dwell on it further, lest my cravings intensify tonight. Dining with a master always ignites an appetite, Yan Ming remarked. Wu Yin, who relished food, had previously abstained to focus on her cultivation in Wufang Valley. The seniors and mentors there, aware of her passion, would bring her delicacies whenever they ventured out. On occasions when she was in seclusion, they even crafted a special artifact to preserve food, ensuring she could enjoy freshly made meals regardless of how long she remained withdrawn. Wu Yin glanced at Tan Xi and whispered to Yan Ming, being the boss isn't as enviable as it seems. Yan Ming shrugged. Tenzong has been quite diligent. Before your arrival, he was perpetually consumed by work. I often find myself waking in the middle of the night for a drink, only to see his studies still illuminated at 2 a.m. as he conducts international video conferences. Wu Yin's eyes reflected admiration for Tan Xi. His wealth is well-deserved, she asserted, shaking her head. I find myself not envious of his fortune at all. I follow him daily, and yet I feel no jealousy. Yan Ming concurred, acknowledging that Tenzong's affluence was a product of his relentless efforts and sacrifices. Their conversation meandered until Yan Ming discovered that Wu Yin had once again trended on social media. Master, it seems you have nearly monopolized the trending topics recently. After you predicted the outcome regarding the ashes, it remained in the spotlight for quite some time, with netizens expressing their astonishment. As Yan Ming encouraged Wu Yin, she promptly opened her social media app. Upon entering, she found the trending topic and quickly accessed the popular post where Li Jiaodi had tagged Wufang Valley Wu Yin. Li Jiaodi had shared this post to express her gratitude towards Wu Yin. She recounted how, upon arriving in the capital with her boyfriend, they found a file left behind by someone in line for a taxi. After a brief conversation, she learned that the individual was involved in medical research, specifically focusing on the hereditary condition afflicting her boyfriend. Following their discussion, he invited her boyfriend to join his research group, promising that the team would devise the optimal treatment plan based on his condition, with her boyfriend only responsible for half the medical expenses, the other half covered by the research team. Li Jiaodi mentioned that, should the treatment proceed smoothly, their out-of-pocket costs would not exceed 200,000. Additionally, she expressed thanks to a kind-hearted netizen from the capital who, aware of her and her boyfriend's visit, privately reached out to offer them complimentary accommodation, saving them a significant amount of money. Throughout her lengthy post, every word resonated with gratitude towards Wu Yin, towards the generous assistance they received, and towards fate itself. Master, reading Li Jiaodi's post fills me with warmth and emotion, Yan Ming reflected, recalling the saying, true kindness exists in the world. When one faces adversity, many lend a hand. There are indeed more benevolent souls in this world. Wu Yin squinted her eyes and smiled, having just calculated another fortune for Li Jiaodi's boyfriend, discovering a promising sign with a favorable outcome. Tan Xi, having completed the first document, lifted his gaze to find the two heads huddled together on the sofa, whispering softly. Their conversation inaudible in the spacious office. Wu Yin, would you like to take a short nap in the lounge? This marked the second time Tan Xi had felt inexplicably irked by Yan Ming today. Chapter 72. He owes in a favor. Why did Wu Yin lean so close to Yan Ming while conversing? When did their relationship become so amicable? Upon hearing Tan Xi call her name, Wu Yin responded casually, stating she had just finished lunch and wasn't in a hurry. After glancing at the time, she realized it was still early, and she stood up, announcing her intention to resume her live broadcast. This was Wu Yin's first impromptu live stream. She initially thought it would attract little attention, yet the ability of Weibo's trending topics to draw viewers surpassed her expectations. As she opened the live stream, she found herself unexpectedly logged out. Wu Yin was momentarily stunned, lost in confusion when Wei Shen called her. Your live stream has suddenly attracted an overwhelming number of viewers. The company's tech team is handling it. You should try logging back in 5 minutes, he chuckled. You didn't even notice, did you? The last spot on the trending list was occupied by Chung Yining, who had paid to promote her new drama. Wu Yin had indeed overlooked this detail, as she paid no attention to Chung Yining. Wei Shen continued, Chung Yining didn't dare to make her purchase too conspicuous, buying only the last spot on the trending list. But unexpectedly, your topic surged forth and completely eclipsed hers. I nearly died laughing. At this point, Wei Shen could no longer contain his amusement, bursting into laughter over the phone. He had never anticipated Wu Yin's prowess. He had provided resources to the Duoqi platform, but spent not a single cent. Wu Yin, through her own merit, had made it to the trending list multiple times. Her Weibo following had already surpassed Chung Yining's by several folds, with her fan count exceeding 1 million in just a few days. Such a rapid accumulation of followers was a rarity in the industry. Upon re-entering her live stream, a deluge of gifts from fans nearly obscured her view of the screen. As the comments section refreshed at a dizzying pace, surpassing hundreds of new messages in mere moments, the number of viewers soared to over 30,000, increasing by the thousands every second. Such a multitude. Wu Yin gasped, taking a deep breath. I will be taking a break shortly, so I shall not prolong this. Those wishing to seek divination may request to connect. No sooner had she finished her statement than her phone screen erupted in a flurry of notifications. After accepting a connection request, the video revealed a mother holding an adorably dressed little girl. Hello, host. My name is Liang Aimin, and this is my daughter Nin, who is 6 years old. Liang Aimin gently prompted her daughter, say hello to the big sister. The little girl smiled at the camera, waving her tiny hand. Hello, pretty sister. I'm Nin, with fair skin, large eyes, and 2 cute pigtails adorned with pink bows, and Nin wore a cream and pink knitted jacket. Her sweet voice melted the hearts of viewers in the live stream. Hello, little one, Wu Yin responded, her tone softening considerably, almost wishing she could reach through the screen to pinch the child's chubby cheeks. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Yin surmised the nature of Liang Aimin's inquiry. You wish to inquire about your child, correct? She asked. Liang Aimin nodded fervently. Is there something you can discern? I need guidance regarding my child. Liang Aimin continued. Our child exhibits peculiar behavior, particularly at night, often talking to herself and playing alone, refusing to engage with other children. Once, she even ventured into the mountains alone, which terrified our family. When we asked her why she went to the mountains, she claimed she was searching for her good friend. 2 years ago, an older child from the village took her to the mountains without informing us and failed to supervise her, resulting in Nin getting lost. We feared she had been abducted nearby, and our frantic search led us to involve the authorities, but the village's surveillance was insufficient to reveal anything. Ever since that incident, we have noticed that Nin became increasingly withdrawn and isolated, preferring solitude and talking to herself. Initially, we believed she had suffered a significant psychological trauma from being lost, and we even consulted a doctor who assured us there was no issue. However, her health has been deteriorating, and she falls ill more frequently. I wondered if she might have encountered something unclean during her ordeal in the mountains, which is why I sought your assistance. Liang Aimin added, I have privately sent you her birth details. Wu Yin acknowledged her request with a reassuring all right. In truth, from the moment Nin appeared on the screen, Wu Yin sensed the lingering energy surrounding the child, likely accumulated over the years. And Anne's recent susceptibility to illness was attributed to this energy, rendering her physically weak. Nin squirmed in her mother's embrace, pouting as she corrected her mother's words. Liang Aimin, caught between laughter and tears, could only sigh while gently stroking her daughter's forehead. After completing the reading, Wu Yin's brow relaxed. She smiled at Liang Aimin, offering comfort. Do not worry. It is not a significant issue. Hasn't Nin truly encountered such things? Liang Aimin inquired. Upon hearing Wu Yin's response, Nin gasped in surprise, covering her mouth as her expression conveyed the thought, how did you know? The child's innocence was endearing, with every emotion plainly written on her face. The viewers erupted in laughter, instantly recognizing Wu Yin's accuracy. Liang Aimin, caught in a moment of uncertainty, pondered whether to feel relieved. Chapter 73. He wants a mother. Liang Aimin, upon hearing this, found herself at a loss as to whether to breathe a sigh of relief. While it was comforting to encounter a benevolent spirit, her greatest fear was encountering one with malevolent intentions that could endanger Anin's life. Nevertheless, even if the spirit was kind-hearted, the divide between the living and the dead remained, and Anin's health had indeed been affected. Anin was not merely talking to herself. She was engaged in play with the little ghost, invisible to others. Has Anin recently taken to wandering into the mountains? Wu Yin inquired. Liang Aimin nodded in affirmation, expressing her concern. Yes, in just a moment of inattention, she runs off to the mountains. We adults are in a constant state of anxiety. This was because the little ghost had noticed Anin's recent susceptibility to illness and recognized that his frequent companionship was detrimental to her health. Consequently, he had refrained from descending the mountain to play with Anin, prompting her to seek him out on her own. Wu Yin turned to Anin and asked, "Little friend Anin, is what your sister said true?" Anin vigorously nodded. "Since my brother no longer comes to play with me, I learned the way and went to find him myself. I have been saving the snacks Mama gave me, and once I gather enough, I will take them in my little backpack to share with my brother." Anin, now animated, continued, "My brother is amazing. He knows where to find wild fruits and flowers in the mountains. He picks the fruits for me. Some are sour, others sweet. And there are even those that can turn your teeth and tongue black. It's so much fun." With a sigh reminiscent of an adult Anin lamented, "Unfortunately, my brother won't let me speak of him to others. He says they cannot see him, and if I tell them, they will fear him and, in turn, fear me." Anin was elated to finally share the existence of her extraordinary friend with Wu Yin, and she spoke at length. After their conversation, Anin suddenly lifted her gaze to her mother, exclaiming, "Mama, my brother knows you too. The day I got lost in the mountains, I was so frightened and crying while wandering. My brother saw me and asked if I was Mama's child, saying that I looked just like you." Liang Aimin was taken aback, momentarily stunned before asking Wu Yin, "Host, is this little ghost someone I know?" Wu Yin smiled and nodded. "He was an 8-year-old boy when he passed away. Although he has been gone for several years, you should still remember him." Upon hearing the mention of an 8-year-old boy, Liang Aimin immediately recalled who it was. "Anin, is your brother named Junjun? Does he have a little dimple on his right cheek?" she inquired, looking down at her daughter. Anin eagerly nodded. "Mama, you remembered. If my brother knew you still thought of him, he would be so happy." When Junjun's grandmother was alive, he had not suffered from hunger or cold. However, after she passed away when he was 3, his father, a ne'er-do-well who often drank to excess and neglected his son, left Junjun to fend for himself. At that time, Liang Aimin and her husband still lived in the old house. Seeing Junjun's plight, she invited him over for meals, bathed him, washed his clothes, and even bought him toys, telling him to come find her whenever he was hungry or when his father was absent. Recalling this, Liang Aimin felt a pang of sorrow. During that time, Junjun was incredibly attached to her. Whenever she called, he would rush to her side, following her wherever she went. He truly felt like her child. There were few young people in the village then, and her mother-in-law had come to the inn to find them. It was her husband driving the car, and she held Junjun in her arms as they rushed to the county hospital. Unfortunately, Junjun did not make it. He passed away in her embrace along the way. On that fateful journey to the hospital, Junjun had been in her arms, unable to speak. Yet his little hand clung tightly to hers, his eyes fixed on her. Liang Aimin struggled to contain her emotions, unable to utter a word. Anin lifted her small hand to wipe her mother's tears, gently saying, "Mama, don't cry. If you cry, it will make my brother shy." That day, he told his father he wanted a mother too, and his father got so angry that he hit him. The truth struck Liang Aimin, yet it offered her no solace. The mere utterance of a child's wish had led to such a tragic fate, deepening her sense of regret. "Mama," Anin stated, "my brother said that my mother is the best mother in the world, and I believe that too. She nestled her head against her mother's chest, radiating happiness. Wu Yin reassured Liang Aimin that child harbors no ill will toward Inin. Rather, he is grateful for the kindness you once bestowed upon him. Knowing that Inin is your daughter has instilled in him a sense of responsibility. Aware that you and your husband are occupied with work, he feels compelled to look after and accompany Inin, especially given her young age and the tendency of older children in the village to bully the smaller ones. He protects Inin from those who might have ulterior motives. Liang Aimin nodded thoughtfully and queried, "Host, his father killed him and was sentenced. He is still imprisoned. Why does Junjun linger in this world after all these years?" "Because he has unfulfilled wishes," Wu Yin explained. "Souls that cling to their desires do not cross over to the afterlife. Junjun's unfulfilled wish, as Inin just mentioned, is to have a mother. This desire led to his demise, and in death, it has transformed into an unyielding obsession, preventing him from finding peace and causing him to wander in this realm." Liang Aimin's lips trembled slightly, caught in a conflict of emotions. Ultimately, her benevolent courage triumphed over her fear of the unknown. "Host, may I become Junjun's mother? What must I do to fulfill his wish?" Chapter 74. Is the Tan family a zoo? Inin nodded vigorously, eager to express her willingness. "Brother really loves Mommy. On Mommy's birthday, the flowers I gave her were picked by Brother in the mountains, but he told me not to say anything. So I had to trick Mommy into believing I picked them. I'm sorry, Mommy, I lied to you. Brother said that Mommy likes flowers. When she wasn't so busy, she would always go to the mountains to gather flowers and keep them in jars." Hearing her child speak of this, Liang Aimin felt a rush of nostalgia as time seemed to slip away so quickly. Back when she hadn't opened her homestay and wasn't so occupied, she had many hobbies. She enjoyed arranging flowers, observing all the plants around her, and even making herbarium specimens. However, as life demanded her attention, she set aside these passions, even forgetting that she once cherished them. Yet, to her surprise, that little one still remembered. Inin and Junjun were both good children of their mother. Liang Aimin hugged her daughter and planted a kiss on her cheek. Viewers in the live stream expressed their regret. If Junjun were truly Inin's brother and Liang Aimin's other child, how blissful his experience in this world would be. A concerned fan asked if Liang Aimin acknowledging Junjun as her child would affect her relationship with Inin Wu Yin, who had been drawing symbols. Glanced up just in time to address the question. No, it's not about officially recognizing Junjun as Liang Aimin's child, but rather allowing Liang Aimin to be Junjun's mother for a day, fulfilling his dream. Once his wish is granted, he will move on to where he needs to be. Wu Yin concluded her drawing and continued, "Liang Aimin, please send me your address in private. I will send you a few symbols. One of them should be given to Junjun, and once he receives it, you will have an entire day to see him. You can then share a day of motherhood with him. After Junjun departs, you and Inin can wear the other two identical symbols and soak up some sunshine. Rest assured, this will not adversely affect you. In fact, once completed, it will accrue virtue for both you and Inin." Following this, another viewer raised a concern. What if Junjun feels too attached to Liang Aimin and doesn't want to leave? Wu Yin shook her head. That won't happen. Junjun is a very understanding child. He has not clung to Liang Aimin after his passing, as he knows that interacting with Inin would impact her, and he has been avoiding such encounters. I also believe Junjun won't act so recklessly, Liang Aimin added in support. He has always been very considerate, afraid of inconveniencing others. During the time I spent with him, he would only come to me when I called. If I didn't call for him, he would sit in his own yard waiting for me. He wouldn't come on his own." After finishing their conversation, Liang Aimin expressed her gratitude to Wu Yin, then hugged Inin and bid farewell. Once the live connection ended, Liang Aimin sent her address to Wu Yin in private. Upon receiving the address, Wu Yin promptly dispatched the symbols via express delivery. Noticing that many viewers were still present in the live stream, Wu Yin contemplated making another calculation when Tan Ci knocked on the door. She informed the audience to wait a moment before rushing to open it. "Jiang Huaidong's parents wish to see you. They are currently in the lobby, Tan Ci announced. If you prefer not to meet them, I can have the front desk decline for you. I'll go down with you. Tan Ci continued. I heard from Wei Xian that Jiang Huaidong's parents were not very kind to you at the hospital. Wu Yin shrugged. That day, I was merely there to assist Jiang Huaidong out of respect for the Zhou and Wei families. I had no intention of getting involved with the Jiang family otherwise. You needn't worry about me. You go about your business. If anything arises, I'll call you, she replied. Exiting Tan Ci's office with her phone in hand and taking the exclusive elevator to the first floor. Zhang's father and mother were seated on the sofa in the lobby, conversing with another individual who appeared to be a familiar face. Muin approached and directly inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" Before Zhang's parents could respond, Tan Mingzhong, seated across from them, spoke first, scrutinizing Wu Yin with a piercing gaze. You are the woman who has been seen coming and going with Tan Ci these past few days? Tan Mingzhong adjusted his tie, disdain evident in his eyes. Tan Ci has truly lost his discernment, bringing anyone into the company. What does he think this place is? Wu Yin, with her hands in her pockets, surveyed Tan Mingzhong with a mocking expression. Is the Tan family a zoo? Why is there such a variety of creatures present? Zhang's parents were momentarily taken aback by Wu Yin's retort. This was the eldest son of the Tan family, after all, and a direct uncle to Tan Ci. Wu Yin certainly had the audacity to speak her mind. It took Tan Mingzhong a couple of seconds to process that Wu Yin had just insulted him, and he promptly stood up, grabbing a glass of water from the table to hurl in Wu Yin's direction. Tan Mingyin gasped and stepped back to avoid the imminent attack. But as he moved, his foot slipped, causing him to fall flat on the ground with a loud thud, his face crashing down while his foot collided with the sofa leg. The glass of tea, meanwhile, smashed against his head with a resounding crash. The sound alone was enough to evoke sympathy for his plight. Wu Yin chuckled lightly and teased, "So you drink water with the back of your head? How intriguing. I've never witnessed such a unique method of hydration before." Several security personnel rushed over to assist Tan Mingzhong in getting back on his feet. Before he could stabilize himself, he bellowed, "Who is responsible for the cleaning in this area? How could the floor be so slippery? Am I to be killed here? Inform HR to have them fired." After venting his frustration, he pointed at Wu Yin, shouting, "And her. Get rid of the sorceress. Expel her from the Tan group." The security personnel merely helped Tan Mingzhong back onto the sofa, then stood quietly to the side, heads bowed in silence. Meanwhile, the front desk staff cautiously inquired, "Manager Tan, are you all right? Do you need to be taken to the hospital?" "To the hospital? What do you mean? Didn't you hear me say to expel this woman from the Tan group?" Tan Mingzhong's humiliation fueled his anger even further. The front desk staff, maintaining a polite smile, explained, "Manager Tan, please don't make things difficult for us low-level employees. Ms. Wu Yin is a distinguished guest of Mr. Tan, who has specifically instructed us that any matters concerning Ms. Wu Yin are his responsibility. We wouldn't dare." With a professional facade, the front desk staff remained unfazed. The Tan group was under Tan Ci's authority, and although Tan Mingzhong was his uncle, he was merely a department manager within the company. Furthermore, expelling a cleaner was beyond his authority, as company policy dictated that he had no right to terminate any official employee. Additionally, Wu Yin had access to Tan Ci's office as if it were her own. No one in the company would dare to oust her. The front desk staff had even heard Assistant Yen mention that Tan Ruzhen had somehow offended Wu Yin, and the following day, Tan Mingyin was found to have committed a significant error at work, resulting in his demotion. Rumor had it that Tan Ruzhen was grounded at home, stripped of all her cards for self-reflection, and through all this, the elder Tan had not inquired about the matter at all. Chapter 75. The walking green had the receptionist pondered for a moment before instructing the security to take Tan Mingzhong to the hospital, thus avoiding the spectacle of his loud outbursts, which would ultimately lead to his own embarrassment. Wu Yin, with her hands tucked in her pockets, stepped aside with a narrowed gaze, smiling as she observed Tan Mingzhong being escorted away by two security guards under the pretense of seeking medical attention. In a particularly provoking manner, She waved at the still fuming Tan Mingzhong, uttering, "Take care, no need to see me off." She then placed her finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture, causing Tan Mingzhong to open his mouth in a silent gasp the moment he was led away. The security guard, noticing this, promptly declared, "Manager Tan can't even speak now. We must hurry him to the hospital." The guards quickened their pace, whisking him away. It was only then that Mr. and Mrs. Jiang realized that the girl before them was not as powerless as they had assumed, at least within the Tan group. Tan Mingzhong, a scion of the Tan family, was overshadowed by her presence. Reflecting on Wu Yin's capabilities, they deduced that Tan Mingzhong's abrupt fall was not merely due to a slippery floor, and his sudden muteness was likely a result of Wu Yin's intervention. Mr. Jiang pondered whether Wu Yin was truly fearless or merely young and naive. They soon recalled their previous demeanor towards Wu Yin in the hospital. Her decision to intervene in saving Jiang Huaidong was likely influenced by her regard for Zhou Chu and Wei Xian. Had they been the ones seeking her assistance instead, it was probable that she would have simply walked away. After a moment, Wu Yin, having vented her frustrations at Tan Mingzhong, inquired of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang regarding their purpose for seeking her out. Mr. Jiang cleared his throat and spoke in a measured tone. "We wish to request that you eliminate the female ghost and her child, restoring Jiang Huaidong to his rightful age. The reward for this task is 10 million. During their previous visit to Jiang Huaidong's hospital room, they had refrained from discussing this matter further, not wanting to agitate him. However, their intentions remained unchanged, prompting their visit today upon learning that Wu Yin had been associating with the Tan Group and Tan CI. Wu Yin flatly refused, stating, "I have already made a promise to Jiang Huaidong. No amount of money will sway me to act otherwise." Mr. Jiang, perceiving her youthful exuberance as foolishness, questioned her reluctance to accept payment. "What can Jiang Huaidong offer you?" he challenged. Mrs. Jiang, still proud, adjusted her tone, having learned of Wu Yin's connection with Tan CI, adopting a more elder-like demeanor in her counsel. "You are still young and beautiful, but a woman should not place her entire existence in the hands of a man. While Tan CI may protect you now, it does not guarantee his lifelong commitment. The Jiang family is offering you a lucrative opportunity. You should secure the money while you can." Wu Yin clicked her tongue, finding the obstinacy of Jiang Huaidong's parents utterly detestable. "Now I understand why your family has fallen to such a state. With your narrow perspectives, it is no wonder the Jiang family is on the verge of oblivion." After expressing her disdain, Wu Yin turned to Mrs. Jiang with a puzzled expression, asking, "Haven't you made any friends throughout your life? How pitiful." When Tan CI arrived and overheard Wu Yin's exchange with the Jiang couple, he noted that her tone of incredulity only served to heighten their irritation. Observing Mrs. Jiang's altered expression, he realized she was likely suppressing her anger, unable to confront Wu Yin directly. "Wu Yin," Tan CI approached her, smiling before addressing Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. "Wu Yin's abilities are not something I imparted to her. She does not require my presence to unleash her potential. She is not the type of woman who depends on others. Mrs. Jiang, you may consider yourself an accomplished businesswoman, yet in my eyes, Wu Yin surpasses you by leaps and bounds." Noticing the Jiang couple's silence, Tan CI continued, "Wu Yin is not only my savior but also the rescuer of Zhao Yu. We share a deep friendship." Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were momentarily at a loss for words, having misjudged the nature of Wu Yin and Tan Ci's relationship. However, with Wu Yin's earlier remarks and Tan Ci's subsequent statements, Mr. Jiang felt that both had disrespected him, breeding discontent in his heart. He grasped his wife's hand and declared, "Let us go. While she may possess some skills, it does not mean that her predictions are infallible. To me, her abilities are rather ordinary." Mr. Jiang did not intend to tarnish Wu Yin's reputation. He simply believed her capabilities to be average. Although she had managed to rescue Jiang Huaidong from the clutches of evil, her predictions, such as the one about the Jiang family facing oblivion, seemed absurd to him. There are others who can perform such arts, and we only approached her again out of respect for her previous assistance. We are willing to offer 10 million. which is quite generous. If she declines, there will always be someone willing to accept the task. Mrs. Jiang, persuaded by her husband, picked up her handbag from the sofa and prepared to leave. Wu-yin, unfazed, instead smiled and waved at their retreating figures. Once the Jiang couple had distanced themselves, she promptly made a phone call. "Hello, is this the tax bureau? I am reporting Zhou Group for tax evasion. You must investigate immediately or they will escape," she declared with utmost seriousness. "As a law-abiding citizen, I have the obligation to report any illegal activities." Tan Ci responded affirmatively, assuring her, "Rest assured. The Tan Group does not engage in tax evasion." "I can see that." Wu-yin grinned. "I must inform Grandfather Zhao about this. It would be best if we could have them detained, ensuring they have no time to disrupt my plans with him." As she spoke, Wu-yin dialed Grandfather Zhao, who was also busy, but after a brief conversation, they hung up without further discussion. Pondering for a moment, Wu-yin turned to Tan Ci and asked, "Do you know why Jiang Huaidong's father believes my predictions to be inaccurate?" Her expression conveyed her eagerness to share some insightful gossip. Tan Ci raised an eyebrow, replying, "You mentioned the Jiang family facing extinction, yet Mr. Jiang has a mistress and an illegitimate child, who is merely a few years younger than Jiang Huaidong and is now in college. You know all this?" Wu-yin exclaimed, astonished. "It was information I came across inadvertently." Tan Ci explained, "It seems that child is not Mr. Jiang's, but rather the driver's." Wu-yin burst into laughter, holding her stomach as she found the situation amusing. "How delightful! Mr. Jiang is financially supporting his driver and mistress." This revelation aligned with the predictions Wu-yin had made for Jiang Huaidong, and with further contemplation of his parents' faces, the truth unfolded before her. Thus, when Wu-yin looked at Mr. Jiang, it was as if she beheld a walking green hat, one that he had worn for decades, taking pride in it. "Mr. Jiang will inevitably come seeking my assistance again," Wu-yin mused, her smile fading slightly as she noted his current predicament. Observing Tan Ci's gaze upon her, she continued, "One reaps what one sows. The Jiang family's current fate is precisely what they deserve." Tan Ci nodded before shifting the conversation back to the matter of Tanmingzheng. Chapter 76. The Offering to the Mountain God Regardless of the Setting. Whether within the confines of the company or beyond, the Tan family remains the Tan family, and I remain myself. Wu-yin comprehended Tan Ci's words, smiling as she nodded. "I just reprimanded Tanmingzheng as well. Should you ever provoke me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Tan Ci chuckled softly, asserting that such a day would not come. However, should it ever arise, he hoped she would show mercy, considering their friendship. He added that he had spoken to the chef about preparing roast chicken for dinner. Yet, barely half an hour after lying down, a vibration from her phone interrupted her. It was a message from Xiaolin, informing Wu-yin that she had located a pre-surgery photo of her colleague and had sent it via direct message on the Duoziu platform. Wu-yin sat up, logged into Duoziu, and opened the private message containing the photograph Xiaolin had sent. Although Xiaolin had mentioned her colleague had not undergone extensive alterations, the photo revealed significant changes in the girl's appearance. As she scrutinized the image, Wu-yin's brow gradually furrowed. She promptly called Xiaolin, inquiring whether her colleague's family remembered her birth date. Surprised by the call, Xiaolin exclaimed in excitement before processing Wu-yin's question. "I managed to contact her parents, but they don't recall the exact time of her birth. There are 7 siblings in total, including her, and her parents only remember the birth dates of the eldest sister and the youngest brother, while the details of the others are hazy. In rural areas, children are often born in the mountains and birth certificates are seldom issued. With so many children, parents tend to overlook such details, particularly when they are overwhelmed with the demands of life." "Do you have any of her recent belongings or clothes?" Wu-yin asked. "Her jacket is still draped over her workstation," Xiaolin replied. "Can I send it to you? I'm in S City, and I'm not sure how long it will take to arrive. Will the host have enough time?" "Coincidentally, I am also in S City, currently at the Tan Group." Wu Yin responded. You can arrange for a local courier to deliver it to the Tan group. That would be quicker. Xiao Lin eagerly agreed. My company is not far from the Tan group. I can easily find a courier to deliver it. Half an hour later, the front desk delivered the package to Tan CI's office. However, Tan CI was absent. And it was Yan Ming who brought the items to the lounge for Wu Yin. Master, how can one find a person using just a piece of clothing? Yan Ming inquired, his curiosity piqued as he lingered in the room. If we had the exact birth date, that would be ideal, but in its absence, we must rely on tracking techniques, Wu Yin explained. Moving to the window, she opened it, sending her spiritual energy towards the butterflies, which slowly unfurled their wings and flew out, quickly vanishing from sight. She elaborated to Yan Ming that the tracking technique could utilize the aura left on the jacket to locate a similar essence. After finishing her explanation, Wu Yin began to gather her belongings, noting that Xiao Lin's colleague had a short lifespan, with her days numbered to just a couple more, necessitating her prompt application of the tracking technique. Wu Yin flashed an OK gesture to Yan Ming before dashing out of the office. The tracking butterfly had come to a halt at a certain point, guiding Wu Yin to an uninhabited grove, where she performed a hand gesture, moving in accordance with the technique. In an instant, she found herself before a stone tablet. The butterfly remained stationary there, or rather, obstructed. Wu Yin examined the tablet, which bore the inscription Sanga Village. This was a boundary marker. Opening her WeChat, Wu Yin sent Yan Ming her location, which indicated Ji Province, T City. Sanga Village lay beneath T City, in a remote county. Upon connecting, the video revealed Yan Ming's astonished expression. Master, you've reached Ji Province already. Your speed rivals that of a rocket. After recovering from his shock, Yan Ming recalled something he needed to convey. Master, this county is known for its extreme poverty, and this area has gained notoriety for its difficult governance. It is rumored that human trafficking is rampant here, so please exercise caution and maintain constant communication. Should anything arise, contact me or Mr. Tan immediately. Wu Yin acknowledged and, after ending the call, reached out to Xiao Lin once more to gather additional information about her colleague and her colleague's boyfriend. Unfortunately, Xiao Lin did not possess a photograph of Li Si's boyfriend. She only knew that his name was Ge Cheyuan. After putting away her phone, Wu Yin did not rush into the village, but instead circled the vicinity. It quickly became apparent that something was amiss. Despite the sunny weather, a palpable chill enveloped her as she approached the boundaries of Sanga Village, retreating a short distance. However, the cold sensation dissipated. Just as Wu Yin contemplated ascending a taller hill to survey the village, she heard voices from the opposite side of the road. She swiftly leaped to hide behind an old tree, utilizing its dense foliage for cover. To her astonishment, even in this modern era, there were still places where goods were transported into the village via an ox cart. Two middle-aged men approached, seated side by side at the front of the cart, one wielding a whip for guiding the ox. The cart was laden with goods, but all were concealed beneath black cloth, obscuring their contents. Dolly, in 3 months, it will be your family's turn to present offerings to the mountain god, correct? How do you plan to manage without a daughter? Inquired the man in the blue sweater on the right. Dolly sighed heavily. I have no idea. Why did the mountain god suddenly change the rules? It was previously stated that offerings would be made every 6 months, and now it has been abruptly reduced to 3. Just yesterday, I asked Chongge, and he said that even a fool is now worth 60,000. I'm nearly at my wit's end. How can I afford 60,000 for an offering now? What will happen when my son needs to marry in a couple of years? All our friends and family have already lent us money. No one will lend us again. Chapter 77. I am Li Si's bridesmaid. Dali was envious, calculating that he had saved at least 200,000 to 300,000. As soon as he spoke, a man named De Chong quickly covered Dali's mouth. Pa, how dare you utter disrespectful words about the mountain god? The mountain god blesses us, and it is only right that we offer tributes to the mountain god. De Chang admonished, tapping Dali on the forehead. You're old enough. Why do you still speak so recklessly? How can you say anything you please? Dali quickly began to plead with the mountain god, his tone filled with sincerity. Why not give it a try? Who knows, it might just work, De Chong chuckled. 40,000 is too easy to earn. If I were Chow Yuan, I would definitely take that deal. We toil tirelessly for an entire year and barely make 40,000. He just has to charm people with his words to earn that amount. Only a fool would refuse such an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Wu Yin understood why Li Si met such a tragic fate. Who would have thought that a romantic endeavor could lead to death? She had come here expecting to meet her boyfriend's family, only to become a sacrificial offering instead. Listening to the banter between the two men, it was evident that they regarded human lives as mere offerings, treating murder as casually as one would slaughter a chicken. As for the mountain god they spoke of, it was unclear what malevolent spirit was masquerading as a deity, deceiving these ignorant and cold-hearted mountain dwellers. The two had shifted their conversation to gossip about others, discussing which daughters were of marrying age and what kind of bride price they could command. As the topic unfolded, their enthusiasm grew. De Chong slapped his thigh, lamenting, "Had I known that raising a daughter could yield such a substantial bride price, I would never have thrown her off the cliff back then. Just think of it. I wasted over 100,000. Regret washed over De Chong as he mused that raising a daughter required little effort. Just feed her and after a few years, she could help around the house. Why didn't I realize this sooner?" Li chuckled. "De Chong, you're quite the character. I recall your wife gave birth to 2 daughters, and when she urged you to keep them, you insisted on throwing both of them off the cliff. Now, calculating it, you've discarded 2 daughters worth over 100,000. De Chong's expression soured. "Let us not discuss that. My grandfather always said that keeping daughters would mean never having a son. He believed that with too many mouths to feed, we'd starve if a son didn't come. To ensure a son, I followed his advice and discarded those 2. With a scoff, De Chong added, "After tossing those 2 away, the woman finally bore me a son, and I thought I'd try for another. But before I knew it, the child jumped off the cliff before I could even wean him, wasting $6,000, money that was equivalent to several tens of thousands today. De Chong, isn't that leaving you with a means to continue your lineage? You only think of the 6,000 you spent on a son, but that's quite the bargain." Li consoled him. "Sanyo's family bought a son from Chonggo last year, and he is a mute, yet they spent 30,000. Yours is your own flesh and blood, healthy and energetic, so that 6,000 was certainly worth it." De Chang felt reassured by his friend's words. Realizing that others had spent more and received less made his own circumstances seem rather pleasant. As they continued their conversation, the ox cart moved forward, while Wu Yin discreetly followed the path alongside the trees, eavesdropping on their dialogue. It was only when their conversation grew dull that she quickened her pace ahead. She saw the treetops sway slightly but could not discern any figures. The 2 brothers glanced at the trees ahead, musing about the strong winds that day. Wu Yin halted a kilometer away from the cart, leaping down from the trees and finding a stone by the roadside to sit upon as she waited. After nearly 10 minutes, the cart carrying Li and De Chong approached slowly. "De Chong, isn't that a woman sitting on the stone up ahead?" Li exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. "She is not from our village, and with that delicate complexion, she certainly doesn't seem to be from around here. She looks like someone from a big city." De Chang noticed her as well and nodded, cracking the whip to urge the oxen forward. "Hey, who are you? Why are you sitting here on the way to our village?" Li scrutinized the unfamiliar young woman, feeling a bit wary. "Where are you from? What brings you here?" Wu Yin feigned a look of fatigue as she stood, supporting her waist. "Uncle, I'm here to find my friend. Her boyfriend is from this village. A few days ago, she came back to meet his family, and they talked about getting married. But then, I lost contact with her. I'm not sure if her phone broke or what happened." Wu Yin had already concocted an excuse for Li Si's disappearance. "We had planned that I would be her bridesmaid, and she sent me beautiful pictures of her journey. I thought I'd come visit for a couple of days and see how she is doing." Glancing at the 2 men, she continued, "Uncle, my friend's name is Li Si, and her boyfriend is Ge Chao Yuan. You're from the same village, do you know him? Are they really getting married?" Li and De Chong exchanged glances, their eyes suddenly sparkling with interest. "Oh, Yes, yes, her name is indeed Li Si. Li responded eagerly. Your friend is from our village, and we are indeed from the same village as Ge Chaoyuan. They are getting married. The items we bought on the ox cart are for their wedding. De Chong added, young people often misplace their belongings. Your friend's phone likely broke accidentally, and she has been busy preparing for the wedding. The phones sold in town aren't very good. She might not like them. Chao Yuan said he would take her to the city after their wedding to buy the latest and best phone. Then, feeling a gap in the conversation, Li quickly added, unfortunately, Chao Yuan's own phone was damaged by a thoughtless child from his relatives who treated it like a toy. So your friend couldn't use his phone to reach you. Chapter 78. The production team enters the mountains. I see. Wu Yin exclaimed with a look of sudden realization. I came at just the right time. Li Si will be overjoyed to see me as her bridesmaid. Wu Yin's face radiated anticipation as she continued, Uncle, your village is incredibly hard to find. I took a taxi from the county and asked for directions all the way here, but when we reached the village entrance, the driver refused to proceed, claiming the mountain roads were too treacherous. He took my fare and left me stranded at the village's edge. I walked all the way in, and my legs feel like they might break. How much farther do I have to go? Could I perhaps hitch a ride on your ox cart to save myself some exertion? I genuinely do not wish to continue on foot. Wu Yin clasped her hands in a pleading gesture, gazing innocently at Li and De Chong. It's still quite a distance into the village. Hurry and hop on. While the ox cart may not be as swift as a car, at least we won't have to rely solely on our legs, right? Li quickly encouraged her, then called De Chong over, leaving a spot beside him for Wu Yin. De Chong was exceedingly attentive, even wiping the spot where she would sit with his sleeve. Your friend will surely be elated to see you. De Chong mused, though he was unsure of Li Si's feelings. He and Li were positively ecstatic. This was no ordinary bridesmaid. She was a treasure, a free offering to the mountain deity. Both men were filled with elation, feeling incredibly fortunate to have stumbled upon such an opportunity. They had struck gold today. Throughout the nearly 2-hour journey, Li and De Chong showcased the simple, warm-hearted nature of the mountain folk, managing to keep Wu Yin's spirits high and laughter ringing in the air. As the ox cart rolled into the village, the sight that greeted them was one of pristine mountain hamlets, stone paths, earthen walls, towering trees, and verdant terraced fields brimming with crops. The cart came to a halt in front of a home adorned with red lanterns and couplets. Wu Yin glanced at it and exclaimed in a sweet, naive manner, oh, it's all beautifully decorated. The bright red lanterns and couplets at the door are truly lovely. Although Ge Chaoyuan's family may be a bit poor, their sincerity for the wedding is evident. Wu Yin nodded with satisfaction and jumped down from the cart. Li and De Chong could no longer contain their laughter. Indeed, to attract a bride from the big city, one must show sincerity. Li chimed in, urging De Chong with a glance, saying, I suspect no one is home at Chaoyuan's place right now. They're probably busy outside. I'll wait here with you while De Chong goes to fetch them. De Chang understood and took a quick stroll outside, then leaped over the wall into Ge Chaoyuan's home. Ge Chaoyuan, Ge Chaoyuan. Once inside, De Chong lowered his voice to search for him. At that moment, everyone in Ge Chaoyuan's family was working in the fields, but Ge Chaoyuan, the university student, was likely resting at home. Hearing the commotion, Ge Chaoyuan emerged from his room, asking, Uncle Chong, are you looking for me? De Chong replied, that girl is called Shaolin. Have you seen her? She is as radiant as a fairy, truly a beauty from the big city. Shaolin? Upon hearing this, Ge Chaoyuan nodded eagerly. I've heard Li Si mention that her best friend at work is Shaolin, but I've never met her. Li Si did say that Shaolin is very pretty and comes from a long line of city dwellers. De Chong remarked, if Shaolin is as lovely as you say, selling her to Chongge could fetch a handsome price. I've heard Chongge mention that he sells beautiful girls to affluent clients who frequent those posh places. We could easily ask for 100,000. De Chong calculated in his mind. Dividing the 10,000 among the three of them would yield over 3,000 for each, far more lucrative than farming. It was no wonder that Chongge thrived in this line of work. 10,000 as an offering might seem wasteful, but selling her would be a shrewd move. Ge Chaoyuan, however, felt a twinge of caution. This Shaolin is from the city. If she goes missing, her family will undoubtedly search for her everywhere. We sell her to Chongge, and from there, it's his responsibility. As long as she isn't in our village, we can simply claim she passed through and left. No one would trace her back to us. De Chong slapped Ge Chaoyuan on the shoulder, chiding him for being timid, especially for someone who had attended university. With such a lack of courage, how could he achieve anything substantial outside the village? Ge Chaoyuan, swayed by the allure of money, felt the weight of his education in the mountains. To the villagers, he was a success story, but in the city, he was just another face in the crowd, earning a modest salary that barely covered living expenses. The thought of easily making over 30,000 by selling someone who had willingly come to them felt all too tempting. All right, De Chong, I'll listen to you. Bring her here so I can see her. If she truly is as beautiful as you say, she could be worth much more than 10,000. Ge Chaoyuan replied, You have no idea. City girls are delicate and pampered. Exactly. De Chong nodded vigorously, envisioning the ethereal beauty. We must not let Li Ci's plans slip. We can simply say there's a tradition in our clan that the bride must stay at the mountain deity's temple for 7 days before the wedding. Once we've detained her, we'll figure things out from there. It was only then that Ge Chaoyuan recalled another matter. Uncle Chong, you and Uncle Deli were out buying offerings yesterday, so you might not know, but a celebrity is visiting our village today. The clan leader has instructed us not to mention the mountain deity's temple to outsiders. Let us say Lisi went to stay with my aunt and is following our village custom, which prohibits brides from being seen 3 days before the wedding. Upon hearing about the celebrity, De Chong's initial reaction was not joy, but rather concern. I hope they don't cause trouble in our village. Chapter 79, A Chance Encounter with Cheng Yining. Upon hearing that the Lord of the Mountain had agreed, De Chong dared not interject further. Suddenly, the thought struck him, 100,000 yuan. Divided among them, each household could receive several hundred, perhaps. After waiting outside for nearly 20 minutes, De Chong and a man finally appeared from the narrow path. Judging by the man's age, it was undoubtedly Ge Chaoyuan. As he approached, Ge Chaoyuan flashed a smile at Wu Yin. You must be Shaolin. I am Li Ci's fiancé, Ge Chaoyuan. Come on in. Li Ci will be thrilled to know you're here. Ge Chaoyuan casually mentioned the custom that the bride should not meet anyone in the days leading up to the wedding, then invited Wu Yin to stay at his house. His explanation was far more articulate than that of De Li or De Chong, clearly reflecting his years of education. Wu Yin appeared to be swayed, nodding with anticipation. Ge Chaoyuan glanced at Wu Yin and asked, Did you not bring a suitcase? Shaking her head, Wu Yin replied, I decided to leave on a whim after work, so I only brought a backpack. I figured I could buy some clothes at a local store once I arrived. Decided to leave on a whim? De Chong exchanged a knowing glance with Ge Chaoyuan before asking, Doesn't that mean your family and friends are unaware of your whereabouts? Indeed. I have always been independent. My family and friends are quite accustomed to my spontaneous trips, Wu Yin answered. At that moment, Ge Chaoyuan and the others felt assured that this venture would prove profitable. To prevent Wu Yin from being displeased with the accommodations, Ge Chaoyuan even took the initiative to tidy up the guest room for her, assuring her he would inform his parents in the fields. The three left Wu Yin alone in the house, unconcerned about her fleeing. The village was tightly knit, and a simple announcement would suffice. As they exited, their excitement was palpable. Uncle Deli, this Shaolin is stunning. She's worth far more than 100,000. Ge Chaoyuan exclaimed, Look at her attire. It's all high-end fashion. I could not afford a single piece on my monthly salary. A girl from a wealthy family, this is a rare find. He raised a finger. We must ask Chongge for 200,000. De Li and De Chong's eyes widened with astonishment, and they eagerly expressed their desire to contact Chongge to inspect the merchandise. Meanwhile, Wu Yin, having left, circled around the courtyard and, finding nothing amiss, headed to Ge Chaoyuan's room. The door was locked, yet such rudimentary locks were easily bypassed, Wu Yin opened it in a second and stepped inside with grace. Li Si's suitcase lay in Ge Xiaoyuan's room, untouched, with Li Si's phone charging at the bedside. The room was small, and after a cursory glance, Wu Yin restored the lock to its original state before exiting the Go household. Ge Xiaoyuan had already greeted the neighboring villagers before leaving, and while they had heard De Li and the others describe the beauty of the girl, they believed their whispers were discreet. However, Wu Yin's keen hearing captured their words. With a smirk, she mused, "Clan leader? A movie star?" Intrigued, she made her way to the most imposing house in the village, where the filming crew had set up their interior scenes. At this moment, the clan leader's home was bustling with villagers eager to witness the spectacle. Wu Yin approached, feigning ignorance, and curiously inquired, "What is happening here? Why is it so lively?" An elder gently pushed her forward, urging the crowd to make way. Thus, Wu Yin emerged before the assembled onlookers, and the director, upon catching sight of her, was momentarily stunned. "Cheng Yining?" he instinctively uttered, only to immediately shake his head. For this girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Cheng Yining, causing him to mistake her identity. "What are you doing here?" Cheng Yining blurted out. The clan leader, sitting nearby and watching while smoking, was equally taken aback by the presence of an unfamiliar face in the village. Rising, he addressed the villagers. "Where did this girl come from?" "Clan leader, she is a guest from Ge Xiaoyuan's family, a friend of Li Si's, who said she came to be Li Si's bridesmaid. Arriving on her own this morning," a neighbor of Ge Xiaoyuan explained. The clan leader frowned and turned to Cheng Yining. "What is her name? What does she do? Do you know her?" The neighbors of Ge Xiaoyuan grew anxious, pondering the implications should this girl be acquainted with a celebrity. It could complicate matters for Ge Xiaoyuan's family. "Her name is Wu Yin, and she is—" Wu Yin interrupted Cheng Yining, introducing herself. "I am Lin Wu Yin, a colleague of Li Si's, an ordinary office worker. I am just an everyday person. How could I possibly know a movie star?" She indeed did not know Cheng Yining. This was their first encounter, and Cheng Yining had been the one to engage in the conversation while Wu Yin merely observed. Although Cheng Yining was unaware of Wu Yin's motives for fabricating a story, her disdain for Wu Yin prompted her to expose the lie. "She does not." But just as she began to speak, Cheng Yining found herself unable to utter another word. She could neither open her mouth nor produce sound. The moment she recalled Wu Yin's profession, it dawned on her that Wu Yin had orchestrated this, fearing her deception would be unveiled by someone in the know. Chapter 80. All left as sacrifices. Cheng Yining. "What is wrong with you?" The director's assistant was the first to notice Cheng Yining's unusual behavior and hurried over to inquire with concern. Cheng Yining pointed at her mouth and then angrily gestured towards Wu Yin. The crowd turned their attention to Wu Yin. Could it be that she suddenly had facial paralysis and could not open her mouth? Wu Yin, with a serious expression, declared, "My ancestors were traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and I possess some medical knowledge. From my perspective, this appears to be sudden facial paralysis." After a pause, she added, "We must rush her to the hospital, otherwise she might suffer a stroke if we delay any longer." Her serious demeanor, despite the absurdity of her claims, frightened those around her into believing her. "Director, perhaps we should arrange for someone to take Cheng Yining to the hospital," the assistant whispered to the director, aware that she was the daughter of both the Cheng and Qi families. "If something were to happen on our set, we could not bear the responsibility." Cheng Yining, infuriated, picked up her phone to type a message for those nearby to see. However, just as she unlocked her phone, it slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, shattering the screen. A male actor chuckled. "Cheng Yining, you're having a rough day." Cheng Yining slowly turned to glare at Wu Yin, her hand shaking as she pointed at her. Look. Her hands are trembling, a sign of a stroke," Wu Yin shouted. This time, the director, alarmed, immediately halted the filming and promptly arranged for 2 people to accompany Cheng Yining's assistant to the hospital. "Since you cannot control your tongue, perhaps you should rest quietly for a few days." After saying this, Wu Yin stepped back, and as she retreated into the crowd, Cheng Yining suddenly fainted. "Sister Yining has collapsed. her assistant exclaimed, panicking to the point of tears. Wu Yin stood amidst the crowd, clucking her tongue, fainting at such a young age. Clearly, she has a terrible temper. Such anger harms the body. She has no idea how to take care of herself. The photography crew was too stunned by Cheng Yining's collapse to pay attention to Wu Yin's remarks. The clan leader's brow furrowed even deeper upon witnessing the commotion. Once the photography crew had driven Cheng Yining away, the clan leader withdrew from the crowd and departed. Though it seemed Wu Yin had not interacted with the clan leader upon entering, she had been keenly observing his movements. As soon as the clan leader left, Wu Yin quickly found an excuse to depart from his residence, trailing him at a discreet distance. To her surprise, the clan leader headed directly up the mountain after leaving his home. The path was treacherous, yet he traversed it with ease, indicating that he was no stranger to the route. The winding mountain path took nearly an hour before the clan leader slowed his pace. Suddenly, a smooth concrete path appeared in the midst of the mountains. Continuing along this path, Wu Yin found herself before a temple. Concealing her presence, she observed the clan leader enter the temple, which was surrounded by a barrier. After examining it, she smirked disdainfully. Such a trivial barrier. She could effortlessly infiltrate it without detection. With a flick of her wrist, Wu Yin slipped into the temple and beheld the clan leader kneeling reverently before an enormous stone statue. Typically, statues in temples are crafted in the likeness of deities. Yet this one was so obscure that even Wu Yin could not discern its form. It was broad and long, lacking any discernible facial features such as a nose or eyes. Esteemed mountain deity, I have a matter to report. A girl has arrived in the village today seeking a sacrifice for you, but it seems she is acquainted with a star from the photography crew. The clan leader sensed that the situation was spiraling beyond his control. The photography crew had encountered the girl, thus, they could not allow her to face any danger in the village. However, as she sought a sacrifice, he implored the mountain deity to postpone the ritual. After speaking, he drew a blade across his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto a branch in front of the statue. In the next moment, the previously indistinguishable statue erupted with a dense black mist, emitting a nauseating stench. The black mist thickened and coalesced, forming a cloud that hung ominously overhead. Leave them all. The dark mass suddenly spoke, its voice hoarse and grating, reminiscent of an elderly person with a damaged throat. All shall be sacrifices for me. The black mass erupted in laughter, a sound so piercing that Wu Yin covered her ears. What malevolent entity was this? With no discernible features and a voice devoid of any characteristics of known beings, it brazenly declared its intent to claim the entire photography crew as offerings. It was no wonder the clan leader had previously inquired if the entity would consent to spare the crew. The clan leader was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. Oh! Revered mountain deity, you must not. These are all stars. They have countless fans, billions of eyes watching them. If anything were to happen in our village, we would be doomed. Your secret would be exposed. Foolish. How dare you question my decree? The dark mass's mood shifted abruptly, transforming from amusement to fury at the challenge. A tendril of black mist struck the clan leader, who winced in pain but dared not move, repeatedly pleading for the mountain deity's mercy. Cowards will never achieve greatness. I can elevate you to this position of leadership, and I can just as easily strip it away. After delivering this threat, the black mass added, I have my ways to ensure that this all appears as an accident. No one will uncover any issues. You need only obey my commands. Yes, yes, yes. I shall comply with the mountain deity's orders and make arrangements immediately. The clan leader responded anxiously, hastily retreating from the temple. As Wu Yin observed the dark mass dissipating, she soon found the temple enveloped in silence once more. Despite being deep in the mountains, it was eerily quiet. The stillness became unsettling as Wu Yin realized something crucial. Since she had stepped onto the mountain path, she had not heard any chirping of insects or singing of birds, nor had she encountered small creatures like squirrels. This mountain was unnaturally silent. Confirming that the malevolent entity had vacated the temple, Wu Yin wandered around and unexpectedly discovered the unconscious Lacey in a room to the left of the temple. Chapter 81. The lives of others also matter. The villagers in this mountainous region seem accustomed to using antiquated locks, and the lock securing Li Si's room is no exception. Wu Yin effortlessly opened the door and entered. She gently nudged Li Si, but when she could not rouse her, she used a hint of spiritual energy to touch Li Si's forehead. Only then did Li Si slowly open her eyes. Upon seeing someone, Li Si instinctively gasped in alarm. But Wu Yin gestured for silence. Li Si, I have been sent by Shaolin to find you. Hearing the familiar name, Li Si nodded vigorously, though her terror remained, her eyes brimming with tears. Gu Chaoyuan is not human. He wants to kill me. Li Si grasped Wu Yin's hand and cried. We had just arrived at the village entrance, and after I took a sip of the water he offered, I fainted. When I awoke, I was already in Gu Chaoyuan's home. Listening to him boast to his relatives, I realized that in his eyes, I am not a girlfriend, but merely a sacrificial offering he acquired without cost. Gu Chaoyuan's family and the village chief brought me to this temple, imprisoned me here, and forced me to drink a bowl of water laced with unknown substances, claiming it was to purify my body. They then denied me food and drink, stating that once my body was cleansed by the mountain god, they would proceed with the sacrificial rites to offer me to their deity. Shortly after consuming that water, I lost consciousness. Li Si had never seen the mountain god they spoke of, but she had witnessed the reverence and respect with which Gu Chaoyuan mentioned their deity. They are all mad. The entire village is insane, she muttered under her breath. I understand now, Wu Yin replied with a nod, realizing why she had struggled to awaken Li Si. However, she remained uncertain about what Li Si had actually consumed. There was indeed dark energy swirling around Li Si's forehead, intertwined with another hue of green. Did you bring the police to rescue me? Li Si asked, leaning against a pillar to rise slowly. Can we leave this cursed place? Have the police apprehended Gu Chaoyuan and his associates? I came alone, Wu Yin responded, standing as well. The mountain god spoken of by Gu Chaoyuan is a disguised malevolence. Until this evil is vanquished, the arrival of the police would be futile. To masquerade as a deity is a brazen act of audacity. At present, I must investigate further and seek out this malevolence, so I cannot take you out of the village just yet. Wu Yin continued, I will leave you with 3 talismans. In moments of danger, these talismans can protect you 3 times, but I assure you, I will arrive before they are expended. Upon hearing this, Li Si shook her head vehemently. I refuse to stay here. I want to leave now. You cannot be this kind-hearted without a reason. Shaolin must have paid you. You are being compensated for this task. You must take me out. This malevolent entity impersonating a deity is exceedingly cunning. Even the statues within the temple cannot reveal its true form. When the village chief sought counsel, it did not genuinely reveal itself. I need some time to gather information about this evil. Only by uncovering its true nature and whereabouts can I exorcise it. Wu Yin patiently explained, striving to reassure her. Do not fear. Keep the 3 talismans safe, and I will ensure your safety. As she spoke, Wu Yin retrieved some food from her bag. It was a simple act, yet a commendable habit she had retained. Take these pastries and this bottle of milk to quell your hunger, Wu Yin offered. Just as she was about to mention how delightful the brand of pastries was, Li Si swatted the items from her hands, shouting in a low voice. I do not want your things. I do not care. Shaolin only requested you save me, not them. Those members of the photography crew are not your responsibility. Why should you meddle in their affairs and jeopardize my chance to escape? Li Si demanded angrily. Shaolin only asked you to rescue me, not to purge this malevolence. Can you not discern your true task? Wu Yin's expression hardened, and she bent down to pick up the pastries and milk. Fortunately, the pastries were individually wrapped, so they remained untouched. Were I not meddling, I would not be standing here now. Shaolin compensated me with 1,000 yuan to discern your whereabouts, not to rescue you. Li Si, to me, your life is significant, but so is the life of the photography crew. Compared to your romantic fixation, the lives of those who came here for work are even more precious than yours. If this malevolence is not eliminated, there will be countless others like you in this mountain. How can one life outweigh the lives of thousands? I can empathize with your fear of the unknown and your panic over the threat to your safety, but I cannot comprehend or accept your indifference and selfishness. Wu Yin's voice rang clear and resolute. My training in the Wufang Valley is not solely for the salvation of one individual, but for the preservation of many. Why should she sacrifice the lives of dozens in the photography crew to save Lisi alone? Having entered Sangha village today, I am determined to eradicate this malevolence and safeguard this region. With that, Wu Yin turned and exited, locking the door behind her. After searching fruitlessly for information about the malevolence and finding no trace of dark energy elsewhere in the temple, Wu Yin speculated that while the villagers had constructed this temple for the malevolence, it likely did not dwell here or rarely visited. Once outside the temple, Wu Yin found a secluded spot to reveal her true form. She feigned admiration for the picturesque terraced fields, capturing photos with her phone. Oh, there you are. We have been searching for you. In the distance, Dali called out to some villagers. We found her. She is taking pictures. These city children had never seen such mountains and had ventured here alone. Wu Yin then approached the gathering, inquiring, Uncle Dali, were you looking for me? I hadn't seen you since you left the chief's house and worried you might be in danger, so I gathered everyone to search for you, Dali explained. I was concerned you might encounter trouble on the mountain. There are ferocious beasts here, wild boars, tigers, pythons. The mountains are perilous. Do not venture too far. Chapter 82, The Centenary Mountain God Temple. Wu Yin chuckled in response. Wild beasts? There isn't even a single bird in this mountain. By the way, Xiaolin, the clan leader just mentioned that it is inappropriate for a young lady like you to stay at the Gu Chaoyuan household, as there are no other young women there, which could tarnish your reputation. Thus, the clan leader has arranged for you to reside at his home, where the film crew is also staying. You all come from big cities and will have the opportunity to converse. Wu Yin readily agreed, indifferent to the matter. The director was visibly agitated, struggling to maintain his composure. What is the matter? Wu Yin approached to take a look. Cheng Yining and her assistant were still seated in the back of the car, with Cheng Yining unconscious and leaning against her assistant. The mountain road out of the village has collapsed, blocking the only route, one of the crew members replied to Wu Yin. The signal tower is also down, so we cannot leave, and our phones have no signal. Didn't you say Cheng Yining had a stroke? The crew member whispered to Wu Yin. She still hasn't woken up, and the director is anxious. If something happens to Cheng Yining here, our entire crew is doomed. It seemed that some malevolent force was secretly at work, intending to keep the entire crew as its offerings. To the clan leader, these individuals were now mere sacrifices, their status and identity having vanished before his eyes. In his view, they would not survive long anyway. Thus, he could not afford to show them excessive patience or respect. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, the director was ready to erupt in anger. What do you mean a young person like her won't easily die? Just sleeping it off and waking up? Is that reasonable? What else can we do? The clan leader retorted. The road is blocked. And if you don't like the truth, you can carry her over the mountains back to the city yourselves. Gu Chaoyuan emerged from the crowd, calling out to Wu Yin. Xiaolin, I've spoken to the clan leader, and you'll be staying at his house for the next few days. I'll come to pick you up on the day of my wedding. The clan leader's residence was quite large, an L-shaped two-story earthen building, half of which housed his family while the other half was allocated for the film crew. Wu Yin's room was situated in the far corner, adjacent to a mud wall and the male celebrity who had been mentioned earlier regarding Cheng Yining's misfortunes. Upon seeing Wu Yin, the male celebrity exclaimed, "Oh, it's you." His surprise at Wu Yin's calm demeanor momentarily stunned him. He tentatively asked, "Do you not recognize me?" Observing her attire, he began to doubt his own fame. It was understandable that the villagers in this remote area were unfamiliar with him, but why did a fashionable and beautiful young woman from a big city not know him? Had his star status fallen to such depths? Scratching his head, he noticed that Wu Yin was still waiting for him to speak, prompting him to extend his hand towards her. "I am Li Chaofeng, an actor." Just as he finished introducing himself, the director's assistant hurried over. "Miss Xiaolin, I heard you mention that you have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. The director would like to request your assistance in examining Cheng Yining's condition." If you feel uncomfortable, you may decline. The assistant explained, the villagers lack large transportation tools and can only send a few people with farming implements to clear the road. It may take several days before we can pass. We are concerned about Chung Yining's health. Rest assured, Director, Wu Yin replied with a smile that crinkled her eyes. Chung Yining's condition is merely a mild stroke caused by her temper. She will wake up on her own. If she hasn't awakened by noon tomorrow, please prepare a set of silver needles for me. I can assure you she will regain consciousness. After the assistant left, several other guests approached, looking for Li Chaofeng. One male guest inquired, with the signal tower damaged and Chung Yining unconscious, we definitely can't film tomorrow. A few of us are planning to explore the mountains and visit the village's mountain god temple. We've already arranged to have a villager guide us. Would you like to join us? Li Chaofeng, eager for excitement, readily agreed. Wu Yin was taken aback upon hearing about the mountain god temple. You're planning to visit the mountain god temple tomorrow? Are you voluntarily seeking to cleanse yourselves as the earliest offerings? She felt relieved that these individuals were unaware of the existence of a temple dedicated to a malevolent spirit in the village. Had they not mentioned it, Wu Yin herself would not have known that there was a centuries-old mountain god temple hidden in the village. What time are you going tomorrow? I'll join you, Wu Yin promptly replied. The clan leader mentioned that the path to the temple is treacherous and somewhat far, so be prepared, one male guest cautioned, inquiring directly about her physical stamina. Do you usually hike or exercise? Wu Yin understood their concerns. I assure you, when it comes to hiking, none of you can compete with me. While others managed to restrain their expressions, Li Chaofeng burst into laughter. Isn't that a bit boastful? All right. We'll meet in the courtyard at 7 in the morning, have breakfast together, and set off. A female guest cheerfully reminded. The mountain is shrouded in heavy mist in the morning, and the dew is significant, so remember to wear waterproof hiking attire. Wu Yin blinked her eyes and thanked Bingjie for the reminder. Though she had come dressed as she was, it didn't hinder her from accepting the kindness of others. Chapter 83. How blissful it must be I still know teacher Li Jinwei, Wu Yin remarked, glancing up at Li Jinwei. In her memories, there seemed to be two figures. One who revered Bingjie as a goddess and another who idolized Li Jinwei as a god. Thus, despite her disinterest in celebrity culture, she was inevitably aware of these two individuals. What about me? Do you know me? Lu Kaiyuan inquired, pointing at himself. Wu Yin shook her head. Li Chaofeng chuckled, patting Lu Kaiyuan on the shoulder. Come on, brother, we need to keep striving. Our fame is insufficient. After returning to their room, Wu Yin did not emerge until the crew announced dinner. It was only when Li Chaofeng knocked on her door, inviting her to join, that she finally stepped outside. In the courtyard, several square wooden tables had been set up. Li Chaofeng explained to Wu Yin, our photography crew has paid separately, so the clan leader will arrange our accommodations. You will also stay at the clan leader's home as a guest. For these few days, you might as well join us. As they approached the table where Lu Kaiyuan and the others were seated, Li Chaofeng was discussing the delicious pork and lamb raised in the village when his eyes fell upon the evening's meager offerings. 5 dishes and a soup, devoid of any meat, presented a disheartening sight. Li Chaofeng was taken aback, glancing at the other tables only to find everyone served the same sparse fare. Even the soup revealed no discernible vegetables. Seriously? Li Chaofeng pointed at the table. The clan leader's son mentioned that the roads were blocked, so we could only eat what the village had. Lu Kaiyuan shrugged. But the village raises pigs and sheep, right? Earlier, the clan leader even said we could indulge if we liked. Li Chaofeng protested, bewildered. Wu Yin surveyed the meager spread, noting that aside from a bowl of plain rice, everything else appeared uninviting. The soup and dishes exuded a blackish-green aura that reminded her of a similar presence she had felt from Li Si. Could it be that they were to be offered as sacrifices? To the clan leader, the members of the photography crew were mere offerings, and thus he would not waste meat on them, considering it extravagant in his eyes. Looking at her companions, Wu Yin proposed, how about we head to the convenience store to buy instant noodles? I saw one while wandering through the village. Her suggestion piqued the interest of others at the table. A staff member asked, "Beautiful lady, how much cash do you have? Could you lend us some?" Wu-in nodded, recalling that she had not yet spent the cash Tensi had helped her withdraw. She had 2 stacks of 10,000 and some loose change still tucked away in her backpack. Upon hearing that Wu-in had 20,000, the director declared, "Let us go and buy out all the instant noodles." Everyone, unwilling to endure such indignity, set their bowls and chopsticks aside. The convenience store owner, a local villager, stocked instant noodles with a long shelf life and had recently replenished his stock. Wu-in arrived and promptly purchased all the noodles, much to the delight of the store owner, who even fetched a cart to assist her and her companions back to the clan leader's house. The director even argued with us, insisting we could only eat what was available due to the impassable roads. They realized we were just trying to placate them. They didn't even allow us to help with boiling water. The clan leader kicked the pile of firewood in frustration. "Tomorrow morning, we will prepare breakfast as previously agreed. I will go and implore the mountain deity for more provisions." With no signal available, the crew members spent their evening playing cards or chatting to pass the time. By the time they wrapped up around 10, Wu-in had become well acquainted with the entire crew. As the evening wore on, a paper crane infused with Wu-in's spiritual energy silently departed the boundary established by the malevolent entity in the village. Once free from the confines, the crane soared skyward, swiftly reaching a city and heading towards Tansi's villa. Indeed, the lights in Tansi's villa were illuminated. The first floor housed Yan Ming, while the paper crane flew to the 3rd floor, entering through the balcony of the master bedroom. "Tansi, Tansi." Wu-in's voice echoed from within the paper crane as it entered the room. Just as Tansi emerged from the bathroom, he heard Wu-in's call and was about to respond when a paper crane suddenly appeared before him. In the next moment, he heard Wu-in's violent coughing emanating from the crane. "Wu-in, are you in trouble?" Tansi's expression shifted to one of concern. "Where are you? Why can't I reach you on the phone?" "I'm fine." Wu-in instinctively covered her eyes, but quickly realized that the scene was within her spiritual sea, rendering her gesture futile. "Tansi, have the crane cover your eyes," she quietly urged, finally obscuring the view. "Hurry and get dressed." Wu-in felt a warmth in her nose. Could this be something she could witness without expense? She wondered which fortunate girl would eventually become Tansi's girlfriend. Oh, how blissful that would be! Tansi was indeed remarkable. "I'll step outside. Call for me when you're dressed, and I'll come back in," Wu-in instructed, sending the paper crane out of Tansi's master bedroom. Suddenly, Tansi realized something amiss. Looking down, he discovered that his bathrobe had loosened. He hurriedly attempted to secure it, but the thought of Wu-in witnessing him in this state caused a slight change in his complexion. Tansi was anxious. He had never encountered such an unexpected situation, and this first encounter had been stumbled upon by Wu-in. Would she mistakenly think him a pervert? Chapter 84. The fading deity yet as the moment to depart approached. Hesitation washed over me. How would I explain this unforeseen incident to Wu-in? Would she be frightened enough to flee? After a brief period of inner turmoil, I ultimately made my way to the balcony. Upon stepping outside, my gaze was immediately drawn to the paper crane, flitting about in the air as if possessed by a frenzied spirit. "Wu-in," I called out to the crane, "I have changed my clothes." The paper crane collided with a nearby utility pole, then tilted awkwardly as it glided toward me. I extended my hand, and it settled gently into my palm. "Just now," I began, but Wu-in interrupted. "I made the eyes of the crane quite small, so I only caught a glimpse of your abs. I swear. I saw nothing else. Truly. I swear on the paper crane. Is this not an exercise in futility?" I felt a laugh bubbling within me, yet given Wu-in's earnestness, I stifled it. "I apologize," I explained. "Due to certain physical reasons, I typically wear a bathrobe while changing in my room, and today I failed to notice that it had loosened." Having clarified the matter, I hastily redirected the conversation. Wu-in, feeling somewhat embarrassed, could no longer maintain her composure. "The signal tower here is damaged, so my phone has no reception and the road out of the village is blocked," She knew that my inability to reach her would cause me concern, which was why she had expended her spiritual energy to contact me in this manner. Please inform Grandpa Zhao of the situation, and have him arrange for people to be on standby to capture anyone who enters upon my signal. However, until I send out the alert, no one should be allowed to enter the village. Each additional person is akin to offering another sacrifice to the malevolent spirit, and I must exert extra effort to protect them. Understood. Just be cautious. If you find yourself unable to handle it alone, retreat for your safety. Do not overexert yourself. I know. The little crane bobbed its head in agreement, then fluttered its wings in my palm. Tan Ci, please help me adjust the crane's wings. They've become crooked from the earlier collision, and now it doesn't fly gracefully. Wu Ying giggled. Keep the crane with you. I will use it to contact you at any time. After a moment's thought, she added, when you change clothes, cover the crane, so I cannot see. I chuckled quietly in response. All right. After exchanging goodnights, the paper crane flew to my bedside table, settling down. I lay in bed, turning my head to see the crane. And after a moment's reflection, I gently placed a clean handkerchief over it, as if tucking it in with a small blanket. Throughout the night, Wu Ying remained on high alert, yet the malevolent spirit did not appear to check on its offerings. When Li Chaofeng arose, he knocked on Wu Ying's door to remind her not to forget about visiting the old site of the mountain deity temple. Breakfast awaited in the kitchen, and after ensuring that all the food was in order, Wu Ying took a bowl. Following breakfast, the four of us accompanied a villager assigned by the clan leader up the mountain. The old mountain deity temple and the malevolent spirit's temple were not on the same mountain, yet they faced each other across the valley. The mountains were steep and densely wooded. From the village, neither temple was visible. As Li Kaiyuan had mentioned the previous day, the path was indeed treacherous. Though a path existed, it was wholly overgrown with weeds. The villager at the front wielded a chopping knife, clearing the way while grumbling about how city folk loved to meddle in affairs that did not concern them, like visiting mountain temples that only led to trouble. Being tasked by the clan leader to oversee us, the villager dared not stray from his duty. After receiving a retort, he fell silent. After more than an hour of trudging, we finally arrived at the old mountain deity temple. The area was modestly sized, but the structure had collapsed, leaving stones strewn about. Even the deity's statue lay shattered on the ground, ravaged by years of exposure to the elements, rendering it unrecognizable. This is it? I doubt there's much to see. The villager muttered, sitting to one side and refusing to enter. Look at that wall that hasn't completely collapsed. The murals appear to have historical significance. Li Jin, we pointed ahead. The statue was intricately carved. It's truly a pity that these relics were not better preserved. I've heard this mountain deity temple has existed for several hundred years. It certainly qualifies as a historical site, Chen Bing chimed in. It's such a shame to see it in ruins. The group huddled around the murals, while only Wu Ying approached the statue. Upon entering the temple, she sensed a faint trace of spiritual energy, though it had dwindled to a near imperceptible level. Thus, it was evident that this temple had once housed a deity. Bending slowly, she observed that moss had grown in the eye sockets of the shattered statue's head. With a heavy sigh, she reached out and plucked the moss away. As she tossed it aside, a sudden breeze swept through, and the fallen head of the statue began to levitate. The fragmented pieces seemed to awaken, gathering together, slowly reassembling. Wu Ying rose to her feet and watched as Li Jinwei and the others vanished from sight. They were no longer visible within the temple. In the next moment, several figures appeared within the temple, clad in ancient attire and sporting traditional hairstyles, as if reenacting an old film before her eyes. She could distinctly hear the devout citizens kneeling before the mountain deity, fervently praying for blessings. Their requests were for favorable weather, peace, and the health of their families. The statue stood tall upon its altar, its face adorned with a benevolent smile, gazing lovingly upon the faithful who had come to seek its favor. Time raced forward, and in the blink of an eye, it was the Republican era. The people visiting the mountain deity temple had cut their long hair and donned the garments of a new age. Chapter 85. Do you understand this feeling? They continued to fervently pray, beseeching for the safety of their homeland and the safe return of loved ones who had gone to the front lines. Time fast-forwarded once more. Those who gathered here donned leather shoes and wore wristwatches. Their prayers remained devout, yet their requests shifted to wealth and sons. The once benevolent visage of the deity gradually faded from the statue, replaced by a sense of disillusionment. When the deity could not satisfy their selfish desires, they declared the divine to be useless, dismissing the old tales of the mountain god as mere fabrications. One day, a group of intoxicated men stormed into the mountain god temple, hurling insults and even urinating on the statue. They cursed the mountain god for being impotent, for failing to grant them sons. Their pleas for sons were met with nothing but misfortune, as the god bestowed upon them nothing but losses. They lamented the deity's incompetence, seeking wealth only to find themselves perpetually losing at gambling, unable to earn a living while lounging at home. The temple fell into ruin, becoming a desolate place. Even when someone ventured there, it was only to curse the fragmented remains of the temple, blaming the mountain god for their inability to find a wife. Wuyin gradually came to understand the history of this mountain temple. Suddenly, she heard someone call her name. Looking around, she saw no one. But then her gaze fell upon the fallen statue, and she asked, "Is it you who is calling me?" "It is I." A translucent, ethereal figure materialized before the statue. "Are you the mountain god?" Wuyin struggled to discern the figure's form. "You are on the verge of fading from existence." "Indeed," the mountain god replied. "A decade ago, I used the last remnants of my meager spiritual power to divine the future. The omen foretold that 10 years hence, this great mountain would see a turning point. And I believe that turning point is you, young Wuyin. I have heard all that you spoke to that girl in that cursed temple. This decade of waiting has not been in vain." The white figure raised a hand and suddenly declared, "Young Wuyin, take this." Before she could comprehend, a gust of wind lifted her hand, revealing a radiant golden token in her grasp. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the mountain god's decree. A token signifying divine authority. "Young Wuyin, remember the incantation, vanquish evil and eradicate malevolence, and the gods shall aid me. I bestow upon you this artifact. Let the spiritual essence of heaven and earth be your bow, and the divine decree be your arrow. May you rid this mountain of its malevolence and restore its purity. Young Wuyin, let a drop of your blood fall upon the mountain god's decree, and all the answers you seek will be revealed to you." "Understood." Wuyin complied, letting her blood touch the decree. In an instant, it glimmered with golden light, and she felt a profound connection with it. She became the new master of the mountain god's decree, and the memories belonging to the deity flooded her mind. "In this moment of my dissolution, to have met you, young Wuyin, is my fortune. May you find peace and success in all your endeavors." This blessing came at the cost of the deity's final vestiges of power. The ethereal figure gradually faded, and the surroundings returned to their former state. Nearby, she could hear Li Chaofeng and others marveling at the murals, their smartphones clicking as they captured the artwork. "It's time." Wuyin suppressed a torrent of emotions and walked towards them. The mural depicted scenes of villagers praying for blessings centuries ago, a time when this place thrived in lively activity. Now it lay in ruins, the grandeur long gone, and the divine presence absent. Li Jinhui inquired of the villagers seated outside, "Why haven't you reported this mountain god temple site to the cultural preservation authorities?" The villager pouted, thinking, who would report it? That would only invite trouble. "Our true mountain god resides on the mountain across, the one that genuinely protects us. Wuyin, let us take a selfie." Li Chaofeng called out, "Since we're here, let us capture a moment together. Once we have internet access, we can connect as friends. By the way, Wuyin, where are you from?" Lu Kaiyuan followed up. "S-City," Wuyin replied. "Are you a university student, or have you already begun working?" Chen Bing observed Wuyin's youthful appearance. "You look quite young. Are you still in school?" "I'm working now." Wuyin moved beside Chen Bing and smiled for the camera as Li Chaofeng directed the shot. "My Weibo name is Wifanga Wuyin." Wuyin glanced at the others and noticed the three, aside from Li Jinhui, suddenly look up at her. "What did you say your name was?" Lu Kaiyuan nearly shouted. Wuyin glanced at the villagers outside and made a shushing gesture before repeating her Weibo name. Li Jin we noticed the peculiar expressions on Chen Bing and the others and asked, "Do you all know her? Is she famous on Weibo?" It's not surprising that Jin Wei is unaware of the internet. She has been trending for several days. Li Chaofeng remarked. No wonder I found Cheng Yining's attitude towards you a bit odd yesterday. You are Wafango Wuyin. No wonder she dislikes you. You overshadow her in the trending topics. For those who frequent the internet, it was nearly impossible not to know the name Wafango Wuyin. Li Chaofeng and the others had seen her trending multiple times, though they hadn't paid much attention to the topic. I suddenly have a foreboding sense. Akin to watching a detective show, Lu Kaiyuan said. You've all seen Conan, right? Wherever he appears, a crime follows. Do you understand the feeling I'm trying to convey? The others turned their gazes back to Wuyin. Wuyin is a master of metaphysics. Lu Kaiyuan whispered the term, metaphysics. With Wuyin appearing in this obscure mountain village, consider this. The signal tower is down. The road is blocked. Doesn't it resemble the backdrop of a crime scene in a detective story? Hearing this, Chen Bing remarked, the scenario fits perfectly with the impending occurrence of a significant event. The three fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on Wuyin, awaiting her words. Wuyin slowly nodded in response under their watchful gaze. All three swallowed hard. Chapter 86. She appeared to be paralyzed. They listened as Wuyin spoke in a hushed tone, revealing that there were malevolent spirits in the mountains and that they were the chosen sacrifices. The three of them felt their breaths quicken. However, it was of little concern. For I have already discerned the true nature of the malevolence, Wuyin declared, I shall protect you. In truth, the sudden wildfire in the neighboring village was a divine warning, a self-sacrificial act to drive away the photography crew encroaching upon perilous grounds. Yet, unexpectedly, the crew stumbled upon the most dangerous village because of the fire. The three nodded solemnly. The few who had uncovered Wu Yin's identity were now devoid of the cheerful spirits that had accompanied their ascent. As they entered the courtyard, they overheard the crew discussing Cheng Yining's predicament. While the news that she was alive was a relief, it was not wholly reassuring. She seemed paralyzed, able to move only her eyes and fingers, while the rest of her body lay still. Our director is beside himself with worry, lamented the assistant director. It was disheartening to see someone so young suddenly struck down by a stroke, particularly within our production team. Wuyin nearly stifled a laugh, patting the assistant's shoulder in consolation, assuring him that it was merely a matter of time before she would recover. The director need not fret unduly. Li Chaofeng and the others glanced at Wuyin, recalling how Cheng Yining had, despite knowing Wu Yin's true identity, attempted to expose her in front of everyone. Cheng Yining's intentions were undoubtedly dubious. It was during that confrontation that Wu Yin had hinted at her stroke, and now, observing Wu Yin's demeanor, the trio surmised that Cheng Yining's current state was likely a consequence of Wu Yin's influence. Until Wu Yin resolved the village's issues, it seemed Cheng Yining would remain in this incapacitated state, likely to prevent the director from descending into madness. The assistant director, after expressing his sentiments, departed once more. As Wu Yin had seen in the mountain god temple a century ago, the inhabitants of these mountains lived in harmony, self-sufficient, and content. They believed that hard work could sustain their families, seeking only favorable weather and national stability from the divine. However, as the nation's economy surged, their demands shifted to wealth and sons to carry on their lineage. With the destruction of the mountain god temple and the absence of worship, the spirits fell into a deep slumber. During these years of divine dormancy, the faithless villagers grew increasingly restless and brutal. It is unclear who led the way, but a newborn girl was cast from the cliffs. Rumors spread that having a daughter meant an additional mouth to feed, thus deterring sons from entering the family. Villagers, upon having daughters, would sacrifice their newborns to the cliffs as a form of retribution, ensuring that the child would not dare be reborn into their household. Over time, the number of infant girls lost to the cliffs grew, and the valley became rife with resentment and malevolence. Yet, the villagers bestowed upon the cliffs a most auspicious name, the Cliff of Childbearing. Eventually, it was rumored that if a girl was cast into the cliff of childbearing, the family would be blessed with a son the following year. As years passed, villagers noticed a decline in the number of girls in the village and began to believe in the cliff's powers. Wuyin found this notion utterly absurd. Infants were thrown to their deaths at birth, leaving no chance for survival, so how could there be any living girls left in the village? The villagers absurdly attributed the rise in boys to the cliff's influence, a notion that was nothing short of ludicrous. At the base of the cliff stood a camphor tree, which had cultivated a spirit over a century. The discarded girls gradually nourished the spirit, and as it consumed more, it embarked upon a path of malevolence. To feast upon more humans, the camphor tree spirit revealed itself to the villagers. Aware that the mountain god had fallen and could no longer pose a challenge, it impersonated the mountain god, easily deceiving the ignorant villagers and earning their blind faith. Under the guise of protection, it demanded sacrifices, initially once a year, then biannually, and now every 3 months, with the offerings being living humans. With few girls surviving in the village, when the villagers found their sons of marriageable age, they were confronted with a scarcity of suitable brides. Thus began the practice of purchasing wives. The wealthy would buy one for themselves, while the less fortunate pooled their resources to acquire one. This cycle of moral degradation persisted through generations, leading to a grim reality where families would offer their daughters as sacrifices to the mountain god. A wretched populace, devoid of humanity, willingly exploited and manipulated by malevolent forces. Wuyin finally comprehended the reason for the scarcity of young women and girls in the village. Due to the presence of the photography crew, those who had been bought were hidden away in the villagers' cellars. The absence of young girls was due to either being discarded at birth or, after a few years, being offered as sacrifices. In the temple built for the malevolent spirit, Wuyin had observed that the branches in the vase before the statue were remnants from the camphor tree spirit. Thus, the malevolence could communicate with the village chief through that branch. Had it not been for the memories gleaned from the mountain goddess edict, who would have known that the grand statue was merely a facade? Perhaps even the villagers were unaware that what truly accepted their offerings was not the imposing statue, but rather the seemingly insignificant branch. The cliff, plunging 100 fathoms deep, served as the malevolence's stronghold. A direct confrontation might not yield favorable results given Wu Yin's current capabilities. The most prudent course of action would be to lure the malevolence out of the cliff, inflict severe injuries upon it, and then descend to deliver a decisive blow, vanquishing it along with its true form. Chapter 87. How can this be persuaded? Wuyin had devised a rough plan in her mind, and as the call for lunch echoed outside, she rose and stepped out. Li Chaofeng and the others stood motionless nearby. Upon seeing Wuyin emerge, the four exchanged glances, and Wuyin understood their silent communication, glancing at the table. Compared to the previous night's offerings, this midday meal was nothing short of lavish, featuring 8 dishes and 2 soups, with 5 meat and 3 vegetable dishes, an exquisite feast for the senses. Everyone, come and eat. I specifically borrowed some meat from the villagers this morning for you all, so please indulge at lunch, the clan leader enthusiastically announced from the side. Li Chaofeng jogged over to Wuyin and inquired, Wuyin, can we still eat this meal? We cannot touch the 2 soups and the braised lamb, but the rest is fine, Wuyin replied, observing the abundant spread that seemed to beckon. Fearing they might resort to instant noodles like the night before. How can I persuade them now? Li Chaofeng pondered, momentarily taken aback by the delectable spread that left him at a loss for excuses. Would eating it lead to dire consequences? Chen Bing and Li Jinwei exchanged knowing looks, realizing they had a shared epiphany. Li Jinwei quickly chimed in, I'm also on a diet, I'll step away. It would be utterly absurd to allow everyone to eat instant noodles in the presence of such exquisite dishes. Seeing Li Chaofeng and Wuyin standing still, the director beckoned them over. Director, I'm also on a diet. Li Chaofeng scratched his head and added, Wuyin is on a diet too. We'll skip lunch. No, I'm from the north, and I don't enjoy soup. Li Chaofeng almost shook his head off in denial. The director looked at Li Chaofeng, bemused, wondering how he could be so nonsensical when everyone knew he was a genuine southerner. having collaborated numerous times with Li Chaofeng, Jin Bing, and Li Jinwei. The director was well acquainted with their personalities and habits. Their conspicuous behavior immediately alerted him to the possibility of something amiss. True to his role, the director recognized the flimsy excuses that even the clan leader could not counter and reluctantly agreed. With the director's call, regardless of their inner grievances, everyone obediently made their way outside. Wuyin, come. I need to discuss something with you. The director summoned Wuyin and motioned for Li Chaofeng to join. Where were these four individuals when they devoured instant noodles last night, so eager to add hot dogs? Wuyin, needing the director's cooperation, revealed the matter of the malevolent entity lurking in the mountains, along with the peculiarities surrounding the food. The director took a minute to process her words, staring at her incredulously, as if questioning her sincerity. I have limited time. I need to go to that malevolent temple this afternoon to draw it out. If you stray from the formation and become sustenance for that camphor tree spirit, I want to be held accountable. Though skeptical, the director urged the two forward. Wuyin retrieved the talisman paper she had prepared earlier, circled around the open space, and requested Li Chaofeng and Lu Kaiyuan to shield her as she buried the talisman in specific locations. She then grabbed nearby stones to connect these points. Drawing lines on the ground, she instructed the director to call everyone inside. After tossing the prepared stones aside, once the director had everyone positioned within, Wuyin pushed Li Chaofeng and Lu Kaiyuan in as well. 50 pairs of eyes fixed on Wuyin as she raised the yellow talisman, her fingers dancing in a mysterious motion, causing the talisman to levitate slowly. Formation, arise, she commanded. With her words, the boundary shimmered with a sudden burst of white light, transforming into a barrier that enclosed them all. Wuyin, rest assured, we want to leave. We will not hinder you in any way, Li Chaofeng assured her. Nodding, Wuyin turned and departed. The crowd could only watch as her figure vanished after taking a few steps forward, leaving them utterly astonished. Wuyin, wishing to save time climbing the mountain, utilized her magic to reach the malevolent temple directly. The spiritual energy she had left on Li Si had been depleted, and he had lapsed back into a deep slumber. Wuyin entered the room, letting a droplet of blood from Li Si's brow fall upon the talisman paper, then casually took a burnt incense stick from the large incense burner in the temple courtyard, wrapping the talisman paper around it. As she cast her spell, the incense stick, now enveloped with the talisman, fell to the ground and transformed into a replica of Li Si. It was merely an illusion. The most effective strategy for solitary combat was to lead the enemy into a trap. Thus, Wuyin circled around the faux Li Si in front of the incense burner, setting up a binding formation for the malevolent spirit. The camphor tree spirit had already developed a doppelganger by luring it out and ensnaring it. She could diminish a portion of the original spirit's power, a plan that seemed most prudent to Wuyin. Chapter 88. Leap from the cliff. If the doppelganger cannot be contained, it is better to destroy it before seeking out its true form. After making all necessary preparations, Wuyin entered the malevolent temple directly, reached out, retrieved the camphor branch from the vase, and cast it to the ground, crushing it underfoot. As the leaves trembled gently, Wuyin swiftly retreated, backing up until she stood before the incense burner. Who dares to wreak havoc in my temple, this yellow-toothed child? A shadow materialized before the stone statue, and a fierce wind surged towards Wuyin. This malevolence sought to take a life, and had it struck an ordinary person, it would surely result in instant death. It is understandable. For nearly a century, the mountain folk have revered it as a deity, and, having been worshipped, it had adopted the mannerisms of a divine being. Having been addressed as the mountain god for so long, it truly believed itself to be an untouchable divine entity. It is I, Wuyin of Wufang Valley. How dare this little malevolence impersonate a deity? Such audacity! Today, I shall act as heaven's envoy to eradicate your arrogance. As the dark figure evaded the fierce wind, it lunged towards Wuyin, gradually solidifying into a human form upon exiting the temple. Who dares to utter such threats against me? The doppelganger of the camphor spirit has arrived, standing at the entrance, sizing up the audacious girl with a laugh. What sect is Wufang Valley? I have never heard of it. You send a mere child, just weaned, to confront me? Is it an acknowledgement of my recent slow progress in cultivation, delivering me a supplement? The flesh and soul of a cultivator are most delectable. I have yet to taste them, but today I shall devour you to augment my power. The camphor spirit did not approach Wu Yin, remaining at the temple's entrance. Its human form was grotesque, its face marred by the distinctive patterns of an ancient tree trunk. With a flick of its branch-like fingers, dark energy enveloped the entire temple. The stone slabs on the ground trembled, and roots suddenly burst forth from the earth, their sharpened tips like daggers, encircling Wu Yin. With a light touch of her toes, Wu Yin soared several meters into the air, narrowly avoiding the roots that had erupted from her previous position. I underestimated you. You possess some skill. The camphor spirit was taken aback that the tender girl could evade its roots. With a scoff, it remarked, "This is merely the beginning." In the next moment, the roots, now rising a meter above the ground, shot upwards as if driven by an inexhaustible supply of nutrients. I wonder where you will hide now. The camphor spirit descended the temple steps, advancing step by step, and with each step it took, the roots inched closer to Wu Yin. Why should I hide? Wu Yin gazed at the roots that were nearly ensnaring her feet and transformed her spiritual energy into a sword. With a flourish, she unleashed a blade of wind that sliced through the roots. Wherever the wind passed, the roots fell away. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yin dashed towards the formation she had set. Thinking to flee? Too late. The camphor spirit, believing Wu Yin sought to escape after trampling its branches and wounding its roots, would not let her go. Merely injuring the doppelganger would not suffice. Only by vanquishing the true essence of the malevolence could she utterly eradicate it, and she needed to conserve her spiritual energy to descend the cliff. Everything was proceeding according to her carefully laid plan. As the malevolence took a few steps forward, Wu Yin rushed into the formation, grasped the unconscious false Li Si's hand, and declared, "I shall take this sacrifice away first. I cannot entertain you further. I will seek assistance another day to annihilate you." This was undoubtedly a provocation to the camphor spirit, which, witnessing Wu Yin attempt to take its offering, immediately pursued her. 1 meter, half a meter. No. Wu Yin tossed the false Li Si aside and ignited the talisman, activating the formation. The Binding Evil formation was specifically crafted as a cage for the camphor spirit's doppelganger. The talisman blazed in the air above the formation, and flames gradually ignited within. Fire conquers wood. This is the most effective formation to trap and weaken the doppelganger. I will never let you escape. I shall flay your bones and skin, leaving you no chance of survival. Do not think this will end in your demise. I am undying and unkillable. No one can slay me. The malevolence roared within the formation, yet dared not approach the burning spiritual flames. As long as its true form remained, it would never perish. The malevolence swore it would devour the girl's soul piece by piece. At that moment, Li Si awoke, frightened by the commotion outside, and began to cry, banging on the door. "Let me out! Let me out!" Wu Yin was somewhat surprised. It seemed that when she extracted the blood from Li Si's brow, her spiritual energy suppressed the malevolence's lingering evil within her, allowing Li Si to awaken now. With spiritual flames burning, and the doppelganger trapped within the formation, Li Si still held the 3 talismans Wu Yin had left her the previous day. Even if the mountain folk attempted to ascend, it would take them over an hour, providing ample time for Wu Yin to eliminate the true essence of the malevolence. Thus, as long as Li Si remained inside, she would be safe. Leaving a reminder, Wu Yin did not expend further spiritual energy on Li Si and directly departed the temple. The altar was not located within the temple, but rather at the cliff where the villagers had discarded the female infants, and the true essence of the camphor spirit lay beneath the cliff. Wu Yin used her dimensional movement technique, arriving at the cliff's edge within moments. Observing the meticulously cleaned altar, she approached and smashed it to smithereens with her fist. Strength is truly advantageous, it even saves effort. grateful for her senior brother's years of guidance in physical training. While she may not be impervious like him, she had at least cultivated a formidable strength without expense. After shattering the altar, Wu Yin directed her spiritual energy towards the cliff, breaking the barrier the malevolence had left behind. She stepped to the edge of the cliff and looked down, observing the swirling black mist below, steeped in ominous energy. Surrounded by her protective spiritual energy, she leaped from the cliff. The spiritual energy parted the black mist, and Wu Yin descended slowly. Here, the perpetual black fog obscured any trace of sunlight. Beneath her, the cliff walls were stained with the crimson blood of countless female infants. Rain had washed over it, but before it could fade completely, it had been stained anew. Over the years, even the grass and trees growing below were tainted with the malevolent hue. According to the memory of the mountain god, the true essence of the camphor spirit resided at the cliff's base, yet as Wu Yin glanced around, she did not see the towering tree from the mountain god's recollection. It must be hiding. Chapter 89. Break free. However, the essence of the camphor tree is immense. Having grown here for several centuries, its ability to conceal itself must be attributed to its use of illusions. It is impossible for such a grand tree to simply relocate and hide itself. As the saying goes, a man moves to survive, but a tree moves to perish. Among all living things, the most challenging to cultivate are the plants. The camphor spirit has not yet reached a level of cultivation that would allow it to easily move its vast body elsewhere to continue its practice. Otherwise, it would not have permitted the villagers to erect a sacrificial altar at the cliff's edge, nor would it compel them to cast offerings into the chasm, indicating its body is indeed tethered to this location. Given the camphor spirit's insatiable greed, if it were capable of moving, it would have long since ventured out of the deep mountains to devour humanity in populous cities. Yet, out of fear of Wu Yin, the camphor spirit refrains from rash actions, biding its time to ambush her. The miasma swirling through the mountains serves as a significant advantage for the camphor spirit. Wu Yin took a paper crane folded from talisman paper from her bag, channeling her spiritual energy into it. Go! The paper crane soared skyward, unobstructed, as Wu Yin intended to survey the situation from above. To her surprise, she saw a throng of villagers queuing to enter the mountains. Guiding the paper crane towards the villagers, she observed their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, resembling mindless puppets, oblivious to anything but their destination. The paper crane then flew toward the village, where Wu Yin noted the protective formation surrounding Li Chaofeng and his group remained intact, which eased her concerns slightly. Wu Yin? Li Chaofeng spun around. Where are you? I can only hear your voice but cannot see you. I'm at the base of the cliff. This paper crane can transmit sound. Wu Yin explained. The villagers are terrifying. After you left, the village chief brought us a bucket of tea, saying we should drink while holding a meeting. We dared not go outside to receive it. When the chief realized they couldn't approach us, he stopped pretending. He summoned all the villagers, armed with hoes, hatchets, and various farming tools, and began to strike forcefully against the formation you set up, attempting to break it and drag us out. Seeing their formerly innocent faces contorted in rage while brandishing tools terrified many of my female colleagues to tears. We were worried the barrier might not hold. But it was as if the villagers were possessed. The leaves they wore around their necks suddenly floated out from their clothing, transforming into a dark green mist that entered their foreheads. One by one, they discarded their tools and turned in unison to gaze at the mountain behind them. Wu Yin, do you know how frightening that synchronized movement was? Li Chaofeng, get to the point. Wu Yin felt exasperated. Li Chaofeng touched his nose and continued. The villagers looked at the grand mountain and then suddenly dropped to their knees, all of them bowing towards it, saying something about the mountain deity calling them, offering sacrifices to the mountain god. After that, the entire village, young and old, lined up to ascend the mountain. Even one of our crew members, who impulsively ate a piece of mutton, appeared possessed, shambling after the villagers up the mountain. We couldn't stop him at all. Li Chaofeng inquired. Isn't it true that those possessed individuals possess extraordinary strength? We dislocated his arm trying to hold him back. And those villagers offering sacrifices, could it be us? Not you. Stay safe where you are and do not leave. Wu Yin understood that the villagers were under the control of a malevolent force, intending to offer themselves as sacrifices. The camphor spirit was stalling for time, waiting for its new prey. It planned to devour the entire village. Wu Yin had to locate the camphor spirit's essence before the villagers reached the altar. Wu Yin, are you busy? Tan Ci, holding the paper crane he had carried from City S, asked. Since last night, the crane had not made a sound. I'm occupied, Wu Yin replied briefly. What is it? We're already in the county town. Let me know if you make any progress. Tan Ci hesitated before adding, and please, do be careful. You've arrived so quickly? Wu Yin exclaimed with joy. Wait for me in the county. Do not approach the village. Ascending the cliff face by 100 meters, Wu Yin moved with the grace of a swallow, her toes lightly touching a vine on the cliff. She scanned the ominous black mist ahead. Spirits of plant origin are indeed adept at concealment, and their illusions appeared flawless from the outside. Yet, in the face of absolute strength, no amount of concealment could withstand. Wu Yin unleashed a gust of energy downward, proclaiming, break free. The continuous surge of spiritual energy descended, initially met with silence below. However, gradually, the camphor spirit's illusions began to falter. As Wu Yin's energy rippled throughout the mountains, the illusions dissipated. The towering silhouette of a tree, reaching dozens of meters high, gradually came into view. The camphor spirit's growth was exceedingly aggressive, its branches and leaves flourishing while surrounding flora appeared feeble in comparison. As concealment failed, the camphor spirit roared in fury, its lush branches transformed into whip-like vines aimed at Wu Yin. You little demon! How foolishly you squander the opportunity bestowed upon you by fate. Wu Yin deftly evaded the attack, but as she did, her spiritual energy manifested into hundreds of spiritual swords that surged toward the tree. Seizing the moment while the camphor spirit was ensnared by the swords, Wu Yin gracefully landed and approached the essence of the tree. Having cultivated for many years, the camphor tree was stout and robust. Wu Yin concentrated her energy into her palms, encircling the trunk with both hands, summoning her strength. Rise. With a squat and a stand, Wu Yin forcibly uprooted the tree from the soil. You vile scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? The camphor spirit exclaimed in alarm. As its roots shot forth from the earth toward Wu Yin, she released her grip and lightly leaped onto the treetop. Channeling her energy from her feet into the camphor tree, swiftly retrieving a talisman from her bag and sending it into the tree's body along with her spiritual energy. Chapter 90. The Divine Artifact's Extermination of Evil. She swiftly leapt from the camphor tree, wielding her spirit sword to carve a path, soaring toward the cliff's edge. As she ascended, she invoked a powerful incantation, and suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck down directly upon the camphor spirit's core. The malevolent entities dread celestial lightning, and for the evil within the flora, it inflicted a devastating double blow. As the thunderbolt descended, it collided with the spiritual energy that Wu Yin had left embedded in the tree's trunk, igniting spiritual flames that began to consume the camphor tree from within. Master, I surrender. I shall never commit evil again. The camphor spirit cried out in agony, enduring both the onslaught of heavenly lightning and the searing flames, pleading for mercy. Please, Master, consider the hardships of my kind and grant me a chance for redemption. The path I have taken was never my desire. Those vile villagers cast a helpless infant into my branches, shattering my cultivation method. I, too, sought to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, but due to the villagers' selfishness, resentment has festered at the cliff's base, eroding my will, leaving me with no choice but to consume humans for my cultivation. Wu Yin was unconvinced by the camphor spirit's words, evil is evil, and a wavering heart yields no merit. The villagers' actions were their own misdeeds. Had you not harbored such nefarious thoughts, you would not have willingly absorbed those infants as sustenance. Cultivating virtue is also a path of cultivation, yet you chose to tread the wicked path. With a cold smile, Wu Yin remarked, in your quest for power, Fearing discovery by the mountain deity, you took on a clone to infiltrate the villagers, inciting their wrath to destroy the mountain god's temple, severing its offerings, and spreading false rumors, leading the ignorant villagers to sacrifice more infants for your dark ascension. Camphor spirit, your sins are unforgivable. Had it not been for the villagers' ignorance, how could I have had such an opportunity? The camphor spirit suddenly erupted in laughter. This is a gift from the heavens. It is only right that I seize it. In the next moment, the vines of the cliff tore through the rock, lashing toward Wu Yin's position. Anticipating this, she evaded like the wind, leaving the vines to strike empty air. Wu Yin produced the mountain deity's decree and cast it into the sky. With the essence of heaven and earth as her bow and the decree as her arrow, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene. A bow gracefully descended into Wu Yin's left hand, while the mountain deity's decree transformed into a feathered arrow, landing in her right hand. Swiftly, she knocked the arrow onto the golden bow, declaring, "Exterminate evil, grant me strength." The feathered arrow soared through the air, piercing the camphor tree's trunk. In an instant, golden light erupted, and the camphor spirit was obliterated, leaving no time for it to utter a sound as it dissipated into the ether. As the golden light faded, the bow vanished, and the mountain deity's decree returned to Wu Yin's palm. The once towering camphor tree had vanished, leaving only a massive pit where it had stood. With a sigh of relief, Wu Yin released her tension, collapsing onto the ground. She understood the necessity of ample spiritual power when wielding such artifacts. Yet she had not anticipated that it would completely deplete her energy, leaving her utterly drained. Without spiritual power, Wu Yin could not even summon a paper crane to contact Tanxiai. As she pondered how long she would need to rest at the cliff's base to regain her strength, the vine she had previously severed suddenly stirred. Perhaps noticing her stillness, it slithered over, transforming its tip into a chubby finger that gently prodded her abdomen. From the moment Wu Yin first encountered the vine, she sensed its burgeoning intelligence and budding cultivation. The camphor spirit must have also recognized this, enabling it to command the vine to attack her. Although both resided at the cliff's base, the vine's essence was pure, starkly contrasting the foul aura of the camphor spirit. The vine had yet to attain the ability to speak, but it comprehended Wu Yin's words. It coiled around her waist and ascended the cliff, depositing her atop a massive stone before releasing her. With the intelligence of a young child, upon hearing of a reward, the vine's branches and leaves quivered with excitement. Mimicking a gesture learned from human children, it transformed a branch into a small chubby hand, playfully attempting to link its pinky with Wu Yin's. This was a ritual among human children, one it had learned and finally had the chance to enact. Wu Yin linked her pinky with the vines, laughter spilling forth. After resting for a short while at the cliff's edge, she prepared to depart. The camphor spirit had been vanquished, and the villagers, now free from its control, regained their senses. Realizing they had merely offered themselves as sacrifices to the mountain deity, the villagers fled down the mountain, their figures vanishing into the forest. Li Si was still trapped in the malevolent deity's temple, and Wu Yin decided to check on her first. To her surprise, Li Si had managed to break free from the window herself, and upon Wu Yin's arrival, she found Li Si sitting before the binding array, shouting, "Did you not promise that if I helped you, I could change my fate? Did you not say you would make me the most beautiful person in the world and grant me endless riches? I agreed to everything, so why are you silent now? Tell me what I must do to assist you." Wu Yin stood there, a cold smile gracing her lips. The essence of the evil entity had been exterminated, and its clone had perished alongside it. Li Si knew full well that this so-called mountain deity was a malevolent spirit. She had expressed her fear of the villagers' madness when Wu Yin mentioned them. Yet now she found herself unable to resist the temptations offered by the evil force. The allure of beauty and wealth had led Li Si to forsake her fear of the unknown. Chapter 91. Was it intentional? Cease your cries. The malevolent spirit has been vanquished, Wu Yin declared as she emerged slowly. Shaolin, it is truly a shame that you wasted your concern on someone like her. What have you accomplished? Nothing, or were you simply too late? Wu Yin rolled her eyes. Do you truly believe that a mere camphor tree spirit could bestow upon you beauty and wealth? If your brain is of no use, you might as well donate it to someone who can utilize it. This spirit merely sought to deceive you and consume you, you fool. As Wu Yin wandered through the mountains, she held her phone aloft, searching for a signal. The signal tower in the neighboring village remained intact. As long as she drew near, she would surely be able to connect. After half an hour of searching, she finally detected a weak signal sufficient to place a call. And she immediately dialed Tan Ci. Tan Ci, I am safe now. You may bring the police into the village to apprehend them. And please come to collect me as well, Wu Yin informed him. I am currently in the mountains, where I have signal. Once I descend, I will be unable to call. I will hide for now, and I shall emerge once you arrive. They would also devise a means to keep the film crew behind. They would never allow the crew to leave the village with its secrets. The crew was protected by the formation Wu Yin had set, and she did not wish to descend and clash with the ignorant villagers, so she decided to delay her descent. Very well, I shall be there shortly, Tan Ci replied before ending the call. With nothing pressing to occupy her, Wu Yin roamed the mountains in search of wild fruits. Just as she became engrossed in her search, she suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of helicopter blades whirring above. Upon glancing upward, she was taken aback by the grand spectacle. By the time she reached the village, the helicopter had already landed, and the armed police had secured the entire area, with Tan Ci and Yan Ming searching for her. Tan Ci, I am over here, Wu Yin called out, her feet taking her swiftly in his direction. In her haste, she stumbled down the slope and collided directly into Tan Ci's embrace. Ha ha ha, a misstep, I ran too fast. Wu Yin laughed sheepishly, tilting her head to grin at him. With a playful giggle, Wu Yin suddenly began rummaging through Tan Ci's sleeves and collar. What are you looking for? He inquired, bemused, as her head nearly disappeared into his clothing. You brought me roast chicken, didn't you? I can smell it, Wu Yin exclaimed joyfully. How did you know I hadn't eaten lunch yet? Tan Ci chuckled, gently resting his hand atop her head. Yes, I brought some. But how could I conceal such a large roast chicken in my sleeve? Oh, right, I mistook you for my senior brother, Wu Yin said, straightening up and awkwardly touching her nose. Which flight did you bring it on? I'll eat while I wait for them to finish. Tan Ci turned to Yan Ming. Go fetch it. The bodyguard, ever observant, promptly retrieved chairs and a table from the nearest villager's home for Wu Yin to sit and enjoy her meal comfortably. Earning 300,000 had been far too effortless. Without engaging in some other endeavors, they felt a twinge of guilt for so easily acquiring the money. Tan Ci produced a wet wipe from his pocket and handed it to Wu Yin, simultaneously asking, Are you injured? No, she replied, cleaning her hands. Hearing Tan Ci instruct her to lower her head, she complied. Did you venture into the woods? He asked, removing dried leaves from her hair. Wu Yin suddenly recalled. I picked some wild fruits for you to taste. She opened her coat pocket to take a look and gasped. Yan Ming nearly burst into laughter. They're crushed. Wu Yin hurriedly shook the contents of her pocket out, and Tan Ci instinctively reached out to catch them. One by one, the squished fruits dripped with juice as they fell from her pocket, their original forms unrecognizable, red, black, green, all colors represented. The ones that had been squashed against Tan Ci when she stumbled were indeed ruined. Ripe wild fruits were easily damaged upon contact. What are you doing? Quickly toss them on the ground. Look, the juice has dripped onto your pants. Once it stains, it won't wash out, Tan Ci admonished. Wu Yin leaped back a few steps, plopping herself onto a chair, the straw of her milk tea puncturing the surface with a resounding pop. I won't be liable for that, she declared. Tan Ci chuckled softly, picking up one of the less squished fruits and taking a bite, only to be overwhelmed by its tartness, temporarily losing his ability to manage his senses. Wu Yin sat there, laughing uproariously. It's very sour, isn't it? These wild fruits are exceptionally tart. Was that intentional? Tan Ci tossed the squished fruits onto the ground and wiped the juice from his palm with the wet wipe. The staining ability was indeed remarkable. In just a short while, his palm bore the fruit's color and the wet wipe could not remove it. Indeed, it was deliberate. Wu Ying grinned mischievously, revealing her teeth. Had you not arrived so swiftly, I had intended to find a type of wild fruit that would numb your mouth for you to taste. Tan Xi threw a thumb-sized black fruit that had fallen onto his pant leg toward Wu Ying, striking her forehead directly. This caused her to tone down her laughter somewhat. The captain of the police team approached Wu Ying, inquiring, "Has the situation here been resolved? There is a member of the film crew over there. There seems to be an invisible barrier preventing our people from entering. They refuse to come out, insisting they will only emerge upon your arrival." Wu Ying smacked her forehead, having completely forgotten about the film crew upon seeing Tan Xi. "I will go over and call them out." Grasping her milk tea, she followed the captain. Upon reaching the edge of the formation, Wu Ying called out to the director and the others, "The malevolent spirit has been eradicated. It is safe outside now. And you may come out." Li Chaofeng was the first to rush out, patting his chest. "That spirit was formidable. It could control people. And we feared you might be a trick of the spirit attempting to lure us out," he explained. "Then are you not concerned that I could also be a manifestation of the spirit?" Wu Ying questioned, casting a fierce expression at Li Chaofeng. "I could easily devour you all." Chapter 92. I can help you heal your legs, Wu Ying. Your sense of humor is truly low. A mere jest can elicit such laughter from you. Li Chaofeng lightly tapped the milk tea in Wu Ying's hand, curious about its origin. In my delight, I seem to have forgotten about her. Wu Ying casually waved her hand, dissipating the enchantment that had enveloped Cheng Ning. The bearers of the stretcher witnessed a remarkable spectacle. The person who had been bedridden just moments ago suddenly sprang up, lunging forward, causing the stretcher to lose balance and tumble to the ground, the stretcher crashing onto Cheng Yining. "Are you all right, Miss Cheng? What on earth caused such a commotion?" The team leader rushed over to assist her. Cheng Yining brushed aside the leader's hand, standing up on her own, her eyes ablaze with fury directed at Wu Ying, who stood alongside Li Chaofeng. "This is your doing." Cheng Yining seethed through clenched teeth. "I have no idea what you are talking about," Wu Ying replied, turning to Li Chaofeng. "Do you understand what she means?" The others immediately shook their heads, expressing ignorance regarding Cheng Yining's accusations. Excessive anger can lead to strokes, but youth indeed facilitates swift recovery. Wu Ying mused, nodding approvingly. Over an hour later, the police team successfully rescued a total of 132 women and children who had been locked in the cellar, a number that rendered one speechless. "This is a major case," the team leader sighed. The villagers, in their ignorance, believed they had purchased the rights to these individuals, and the police had expended considerable effort to quell the resistance from the villagers. The signal tower was swiftly repaired, restoring communication to the village. Given the large number of villagers, the police contacted higher authorities for support, intent on bringing all lawbreakers to justice. Wu Ying handed her phone to Li Chaofeng. "I will create a group and add Bingjia and the others shortly." Li Chaofeng shook his phone. "We must leave as well. The director has requested a change in location for filming." "All right," Wu Ying responded, boarding the helicopter where Tan Xi and Yan Ming awaited her. Once aboard, the bodyguard secured the door. "Are you tired?" Tan Xi offered Wu Ying a blanket. "You can sleep. We will arrive soon." "I hardly slept last night," Wu Ying admitted, though she felt no fatigue, only excitement. This journey had been immensely rewarding. While the extent of her merits remained uncertain, the acquisition of a divine artifact was sufficient to fill her with joy. The blessings and gifts from the divine entity were the greatest rewards of her expedition. A serendipitous opportunity. The helicopter touched down on the rooftop of Tan Xi's villa in S City. Wu Ying leaped from the aircraft and accompanied Tan Xi down to the first floor via the elevator. Although she felt alert during the flight, the moment she stepped off the plane, the thrill dissipated and weariness washed over her. After acknowledging Tan Xi's call, she ascended the stairs. The master bedroom featured a spacious walk-in closet filled with clothing for all seasons and an array of loungewear, while the drawers contained pristine undergarments. Upon spotting a pair of panties, an image from the previous night flashed unbidden in her mind. She quickly shook her head, admonishing herself to stop. "No, mustn't think like a pervert. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean loungewear, Wu-Ying nestled into the plush bed. The mattress of unknown brand was exceptionally soft and comfortable. The bed's allure enveloped her, and she drifted off to sleep. Not even Tansey's call could rouse her. It was only when he knocked on her door that she finally stirred. "I'm coming. I'm coming," Wu-Ying exclaimed, blinking awake. As she sat up, the light of her merits nearly blinded her. She immediately channeled the merits into her meridians, and the abundant spiritual energy filled her with elation. She could now open her spiritual abode. Wu-Ying flung off the covers and dashed to the door, her exuberance causing her to lift Tansey, chair and all, into the air. "Tansey, I have great news. I can help heal your legs." Tansey gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, accustomed yet still unaccustomed to being lifted by Wu-Ying. "Please set me down." Wu-Ying complied, placing him gently on the ground, her face inching closer to his. "Aren't you excited?" "Excited," Tansey replied with a soft smile. "But first, let us eat, otherwise the food will grow cold. In this vast world, nothing is more important than a meal." Wu-Ying nodded eagerly. "Once I finish with the unfinished construction project, I'll assist you with your legs. Do not worry. Your old injury will be a simple task for me. I will concoct a marrow-cleansing elixir to help you reshape your bones, and you will soon be as good as new." Tansey did not fully grasp the concepts of the marrow-cleansing elixir and bone reshaping, yet he understood the confidence and lightness in Wu-Ying's words. "All right, I shall await your assistance." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Wu-Ying's hands, prompting him to inquire, "In your sect, if one suffers an injury, will it also leave no scars?" "Generally, external injuries do not leave scars," Wu-Ying confirmed. Tansey's eyes widened slightly, and as the elevator doors opened, he entered behind her, inquiring casually, "If my leg injury can be treated, what of a hand pierced by a branch? Will it also heal completely, leaving no scars or residual effects?" "Indeed," Wu-Ying affirmed with a nod. "Such injuries are minor to us. Only those inflicted by powerful demons may prove troublesome to heal." "Is that so?" A deeper smile spread across Tansey's face. Upon descending, Wu-Ying found that old Master Zhao had already departed, yet the jade bottle he had sent remained on the table. She glanced at it, nodding in appreciation of its fine quality. "Of course, it is remarkable. That jade bottle is worth at least 100 million. Yan Ming dared not touch it, as it belongs to a collector friend of old Master Zhao. Wu-Ying has arrived for dinner." Tansey called from the entrance of the dining room. "I'm here. I'm here." Wu-Ying bounced over, and upon entering, her eyes widened at the sight of a table laden with dishes, prompting her to sit down and urge Tansey and Yan Ming to join her quickly. Yan Ming approached with his phone in hand, sitting down to converse with Wu-Ying. After the villagers were apprehended, each blamed their mountain deity, claiming they were compelled to purchase offerings. They cried and cursed their deity for ruining their village. "That's hardly the case," Wu-Ying scoffed. "The malevolence was nurtured by their own hands, and they alone fed the ambitions that grew wild. There is not a single innocent in that village, from the elderly to the young. Nearly everyone has blood on their hands." Chapter 93. Reaping what you sow. The malevolent spirits and the mountain dwellers can be said to be mutually reinforcing, neither being a beacon of virtue. These villagers, upon the birth of a daughter, disdainfully regard her as a burden, casting her down the cliffs. Yet when their own offspring, the pride of their lineage, come of age and seek brides, they lament the unfairness of fate, bemoaning their poverty and the high bride prices in their region, claiming they are left with no choice but to purchase women. What one sows, so shall one reap, in their area, due to the difficulty of raising daughters. Girls are scarce. Rarity elevates value, and thus they come modified daughters with marked prices. Their inability to find brides is the bitter fruit of their own actions. Wu-Ying scoffed, remarking that their fate is sealed. With such genetics, their line should rightfully come to an end. They ought to remain with their ancestors for a lifetime. Why aspire to marriage? To produce a new generation of their own? Yan Ming deeply resonated with her thoughts. In today's society, Many lament the high bride prices in their regions, yet upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that such areas, steeped in patriarchy, have historically set high bride prices due to the scarcity of girls. Consequently, those families fortunate enough to have daughters demand exorbitant dowries, a tradition perpetuated through generations. Wu Yin's assertion struck a chord with Yan Ming, especially recalling 2 decades prior when, had it not been for the prospect of a substantial bride price, how many girls in those regions would have even had the opportunity to grow up? Serves them right, she concluded. Have you been busy these past few days? Wei Shen inquired. A bit. I haven't done a live stream today. I'm planning to do one shortly, Wu Yin replied, preemptively explaining herself. Assuming Wei Shen was going to ask why she hadn't streamed yet. I can't provide a definite answer right now. I'll let you know by next Friday. Is that acceptable? Wu Yin expressed, uncertain about how long it would take to resolve the unfinished project, hence unable to make a commitment. Sure. Wei Shen responded before suddenly bursting into laughter. I bet you're unaware that you've trended on Weibo again. Wu Yin truly had no idea. When did that happen? What is the reason? It just occurred. Chen Bing, Li Jinwei, Li Chaofeng, and Lu Kaiyuan all followed you on Weibo and tagged you in a post. Each shared a group photo and a solo photo of you, which has significantly boosted your visibility. Unless they invite me for fortune-telling, I won't accept any other offers. Wu Yin declared. There are variety show events and online drama invitations as well. Are you sure you don't want to consider them? Wei Shen suggested. There's even an audition for a drama that looks promising. With nothing else pressing, Wu Yin hung up and checked Weibo. Upon opening it, she was greeted by her trending status. How astonishing! She exclaimed, noticing the surge in her popularity. Wow, it skyrocketed to over 800,000 in the blink of an eye. A follower commented. Are you surprised, dear host? I feel like I've become an elder-level fan all at once. I came over from my idol, just to see if this host is truly as captivating as in the photos. I arrived from Ice Sister's stream. She seldom posts group photos, but you, my dear, have successfully captured our attention. Li Chaofeng praised you to the heavens. I'm here to see if anyone can match his exuberance. The comment section was abuzz with rapid-fire remarks, and the gifs on the screen kept flowing. A firework erupted, leading Wu Yin to initially think someone was trying to connect. But it was merely a gift from Shaolin. Host, I'm Shaolin. The friend I asked you to contact has reached out to me. But I've cut ties with her. If she doesn't thank you, that's one thing, but she even spoke ill of you. I believe her character is lacking. So I won't engage with her any longer. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. Her character indeed left much to be desired, and the decision to sever ties was justified. Wow! The host never comments on anyone in the live stream. If they've garnered such a critique, they must be truly unworthy. How dare they speak ill of our host? Cutting ties was the right move. Such people lack gratitude. As Wu Yin engaged with her audience, Tan Xi suddenly approached her, informing her that someone had transferred 1,000 through WeChat. With such a small amount, Tan Xi didn't need to check. It was evident that Wu Yin was live streaming. Wu Yin nodded, glancing at the connection requests, which remained motionless, and said, Those who have paid for fortune-telling, please request to connect. This man has a lovely voice. A follower remarked. Is it just me, or did the host change her streaming location again? This looks like a mansion. Another noted. Wu Yin acknowledged the comments, stating, I'm currently at a friend's house. After responding, a new connection request came through, and Wu Yin accepted it, revealing a pale young man on video. Hello, host. I'm Luja. Luja coughed soon after, appearing gravely ill. Do you have a serious illness? You look like you're on the verge of collapse. A follower remarked. Can we be a bit more tactful in our comments? Another chimed in. Chapter 94. A shift in fortune. Luja observed and shook his head. I have visited the hospital, and all my indicators are perfectly normal. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, I feel increasingly weak day by day. This year, I have sensed an unusual streak of bad luck, which prompts me to seek your assistance, dear host, to discern my situation. Please send me your birth details via private message. Wu scrutinized Lu's face and felt something was amiss. How could one person possess two faces that appeared almost dissimilar? Unfortunately, this peculiar situation was invisible to the viewers in the live stream. Luja acknowledged her request, albeit with a sluggishness that stemmed from his lack of energy. He typed slowly while speaking. Before this year, I was not like this. My parents have always said that I was born under a fortunate star. When I was born, my parents received a housing allocation from their workplace, and we moved from a damp, old house into a new apartment. My mother claimed that I had drawn the lot for our home, located on the 3rd floor, which boasted the best light. As a child, I often stumbled upon money, and cats and dogs on the street were particularly drawn to me. During elementary school, there was a popular trend for scratch-off tickets, especially around the new year when stalls lined the streets. My parents took me to the park for a photo session and let me choose a ticket, which turned out to be a grand prize, amounting to a pre-tax sum of 100,000 yuan. At that time, 100,000 yuan could purchase a splendid house. When my parents inquired if there was anything I wished to buy with my winnings, they initially intended to reward me with toys or snacks. However, I had recently developed an infatuation with a television drama that featured advertisements for real estate. Unfamiliar with the concept of money, I blurted out my desire for a large house. My parents were astonished at my aspirations, intending to placate me with toys, yet I protested vocally, causing them considerable distress. Ultimately, they relented and took me to the city, where, after cashing the ticket, they proceeded to secure a property. That apartment is now situated in the heart of the city, within a prestigious school district, and is valued at over 10 million yuan. Throughout my academic journey, I have consistently enjoyed good fortune during major examinations. Upon graduating from university, I was directly recruited by a company that offered me an impressive salary. Last year, during the company's annual meeting, I was the sole recipient of a lottery prize, winning another 100,000 yuan. The viewers in the live stream reveled in the unfolding drama. Your family's extraordinary fortune is surely well-deserved. If I had insisted on my parents buying me a house with lottery winnings as a child, they would have united to give me a good thrashing. Luja, your previous luck was so enviable that I am curious to hear about your current misfortunes. Perhaps it will ease my own spirits. I have prepared my snacks. Please elaborate on your recent string of bad luck. Another viewer chimed in. Luja offered a wry smile. I nearly got hit by a car while stepping out, narrowly avoiding it only to be struck by a cyclist who caused me to lose a toenail. I was also made to pay for the damages. While drinking water, my cup shattered, and during overtime at work, a ceiling panel collapsed, striking me on the head. A litany of unfortunate events poured from Luja's lips, culminating in a resigned sigh. Wu had already examined Luja's birth chart and, upon completing the divination, frowned deeply. Luja, you have not merely exhausted your good fortune for the latter half of your life. Rather, your luck has been usurped by another. The analysis of your features in conjunction with your birth details indicates that your previous good fortune has attracted the attention of someone ill-intentioned. Your recent misfortunes stem from this exchange of luck, and the individual who has taken your fortune is someone with an inherently poor fate, possibly even one marked by a short lifespan. If the person swapping fortunes were merely unfortunate but long-lived, it would simply be a case of luck exchange. However, if the individual is both unfortunate and short-lived, then it amounts to an exchange of luck and the theft of life. Currently, only half of your face has begun to reflect that of the fortune thief. Should the entire visage transform, all that belongs to you will be quietly usurped. When you eventually pass, the theft of life will be complete. Luja, please wait a moment while I create a drawing for you to identify. Wu rose to retrieve her drawing board, but suddenly realized she was in Tanxi's home, not the break room of his office. What are you looking for? Tanxi inquired, seated nearby with his computer, engrossed in work. Do you have a drawing board at home? Wu asked, shaking her head in resignation. A pencil and some paper will suffice. Yes, Tanxi nodded. Yuan Ming, sprawled on the opposite sofa while watching Wu's live stream, suddenly sprang to his feet. There is one in the study. I'll fetch it for you. He dashed off, skipping the elevator and bounding up 3 steps at a time to the 3rd floor, returning swiftly with the items. Tansei retrieved a financial magazine from the coffee table to prop up Wuin's paper. The viewers in the live stream watched as Wuin commenced a live sketch of a portrait. Within approximately 10 minutes, half a face emerged on the paper. Wow! The host has some talent. The flow and distribution of light and shadow are impeccable. Even my art teacher would struggle to find fault. It seems she completed this in mere minutes. As a graduate of an art academy, I could not achieve such a result in such a short time. Perhaps my instructors, after decades of practice, might have a chance. One might mistake this for an old black and white photograph. While the audience marveled at Wuin's artistic prowess, Luja remained fixated on the figure in the drawing. When Wuin held the paper up to the camera and asked, "Luja, do you recognize this person?" he immediately replied, "That is my cousin, Lu Haimin. The likeness is uncanny. How do you know him?" "I do not know him. I perceive this half of his face from yours," Wuin explained. "The individual who has taken your fortune is he. Has he not experienced a remarkable change in fortune this year? Just the other day, my mother mentioned that my cousin has seemingly turned his luck around after invoking some deity. Shortly after the new year, he won 1,000,000 yuan from a scratch-off ticket. Following a medical examination, his numerous ailments mysteriously vanished. He even found a partner and used his lottery winnings as a down payment on a small 2-bedroom apartment in the county, with their wedding date already set. In the past, he was notoriously unlucky, to the extent that he once fell into a toilet and nearly drowned in excrement. Chapter 95. The so-called talisman. From a young age, he had little love for books, having taken up smoking in elementary school and dropping out of middle school. Daily, he would indulge in drinking and fighting with his rowdy friends. Each time, while his friends managed to escape, he was always the one caught. Although he was merely 3 years my senior, his criminal record was extensive. In his 20s, he was diagnosed with kidney disease. Yet his family lacked the financial means to seek treatment, allowing the ailment to linger over the years. Luja could not fathom why. Despite having wronged him in no way, he would be so cruel as to not only steal my fortune, but also demand that I pay the ultimate price for him. Why should I bear the burden of his recklessness? Luja felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He had neglected his own health and ruined his body. So why should I be the one to suffer for his choices? When he was at his worst, our entire family had advised him, urging him to change his ways. It was clear he had chosen to ignore our pleas, so how could he now demand my life in return? Followers commented, "Luja, do not despair. The streamer is incredibly capable. She will surely find a way to assist you." Another added, "Do not waste your breath on the heartless. Selfish individuals only care for their own interests. You are not too late to realize this. The streamer will undoubtedly save you." Wuin nodded. Sensing that it was not too late, there was still hope. Besides this, there must be more to uncover. Wuin inquired, "Are you at home now?" The streamer replied, "I work in S City and have purchased a small apartment here. My hometown is in a town located in a county beneath S City. Point your phone towards your room so I can see," Wuin instructed. Luja quickly raised his phone. The small apartment was not large, and it took him less than a minute to give a brief tour. Although Wuin could not discern anything unusual from the phone, she knew some anomalies might not be visible through the lens. "Send me your address. I will come to you now." Wuin began to gather her belongings, determined to resolve the matter that very night. She had been busy lately, but since Luja's situation had come to light, it was imperative to address it swiftly. Given the current popularity of her livestream, if Luja's plight were to trend on social media, it could alert Lu Haimin and expose the situation. If Lu Haimin sought out the individual responsible for this misfortune and acted upon it, Luja's life could be in jeopardy. Followers chimed in, "Streamer, when you arrive at Luja's home, can you continue the live stream for us? I am so eager to see." Another added, "I implore you to keep the live stream going. It feels like watching a series interrupted by an advertisement." Wuin pondered for a moment before agreeing. She temporarily closed the live stream. then swiftly changed her outfit and grabbed her backpack before heading downstairs. The driver was already waiting at the door. "Let us go," she stated. Tan CI was also ready, asking where to. "I will drive you and wait downstairs. Once you finish, I will take you to the abandoned building." To Wanhui Plaza, Wuyin replied, "I will send you Luja's address to show the driver. Also, bring the jade vial with you after resolving Luba's matter. I will head directly to the abandoned building." Wanhui Plaza was a considerable distance from Tanxi's villa, taking over an hour to reach by car. Luja resided in an apartment behind the plaza, and once the driver parked, Wuyin ascended to the building. Upon seeing Luja, Wuyin realized his complexion was even worse than it appeared on the phone. "Master," Luja greeted, opening the door and quickly rising from the sofa upon her arrival. "You stay outside. I will go in and take a look," Wuyin instructed, stepping inside and pulling out her phone to continue the live stream. Luja, a tidy young man, kept his home immaculate even in illness. Wuyin circled Luja's apartment, finding nothing amiss. After some contemplation, she handed her phone to Luja. "Hold the phone for the live stream. I will try using my spiritual energy." "All right," Luja replied, accepting the phone. However, as he raised his hand, the sleeve of his shirt slid back, revealing his wrist. Wuyin immediately grasped his wrist and asked, "What is this talisman you are wearing?" "It is a safety talisman my grandfather obtained from a reputed temple. He even brought it to the county for me, instructing me to wear it during the day and place it by my bedside at night," Luja explained. Suddenly, a thought struck Luja, and his expression shifted. "Is there a problem with this talisman?" "Let me take a look," Wuyin said. Luja promptly untied the bracelet and handed it to her. Wuyin examined it closely. On the surface, it appeared unremarkable. It resembled a traditional talisman, encased in a waterproof layer of an unknown plastic-like material. However, upon closer inspection, she shook her head. "This is certainly not a legitimate talisman from a proper temple. Take a whiff. Does it not smell foul?" Wuyin remarked. "A genuine talisman should carry the scent of cinnabar and yellow paper, perhaps with a hint of incense from the temple." Luja touched his nose, admitting, since falling ill, "My sense of smell has dulled." Wuyin nodded and tore away the outer layer of the talisman. The moment she did, even Luja, who had just claimed his sense of smell was impaired, felt nauseated. Wuyin first removed the red string, then carefully unfolded the triangular piece of talisman paper. Moments later, 3 strands of hair fell to the ground. Luja bent down to pick them up. "Yellow hair? I have never dyed my hair. This is my cousin Lu Haimin's hair. He is the only one in our family with this color." "Take another look at this so-called talisman," Wuyin urged, handing the unfolded paper back to Luja. "This is not a talisman at all. It is a piece of paper inscribed with the birth dates of you and your cousin. There are 2 sheets, one containing your cousin's birth date wrapped around his hair, and the other containing your birth date wrapped around your cousin's paper." Wuyin elaborated. "What your cousin possesses is the reverse of yours, his birth date paper encasing your hair, while yours encases his." "Is there still time tonight?" Wuyin inquired. Luja immediately checked his phone and nodded yes. Chapter 96. He is an accomplice, because he might indeed be an accomplice, Luja sighed with a bitter smile. It suddenly struck me that during the new year, only my grandfather had played with my hair. At that moment, he unexpectedly plucked a few strands, claiming he had noticed some gray hairs. After doing so, he left without showing me, and I hadn't thought much of it then, assuming it was merely the result of working overtime before the holiday. In the live stream, fans urged Wuyin to remember to continue broadcasting once she arrived at Luja's hometown. After saying this, Wuyin departed from Luja's residence. While waiting for the elevator, she called Tan Ci. Wuyin touched her nose, stating, "I lack identification and cannot take the high-speed train. I will have to use my abilities to travel." "All right, you go downstairs first. I will take you to the abandoned building shortly," Tan Ci replied. As the elevator arrived at their floor, Wuyin lifted her foot to enter while glancing down to put away her phone. However, the moment she stepped inside, she sensed an unsettling aura within the elevator. Upon looking up, she saw Chen Jincheng, Tan Ruzhen's boyfriend. When Wu Yin entered the elevator with her head down, Qin Jincheng initially failed to see her face. He only noticed a young woman with an attractive figure entering. He had both hands in his pockets, ready to whistle at her. But unexpectedly, the young woman suddenly raised her head to look at him, then disdainfully retreated to a corner of the elevator. "It's you?" Qin Jincheng recognized her and immediately corrected his casual posture, asking, "Aren't you Tanxi's woman? Is he keeping you here? If you have nothing worthwhile to say, then remain silent," Wu Yin replied, inching further into the corner. After standing straight for a few seconds, Qin Jincheng could no longer maintain his composure. He slumped against the elevator wall, rubbing his shoulders, and suddenly sneezed. Seeing this, Wu Yin quickly pressed the button for the nearest floor. Once the elevator stopped, she covered her nose and dashed out. Qin Jincheng, upon witnessing her escape, chased after her, shouting, "What do you mean by this?" Having not seen her for a few days, he noticed the presence of another ghostly infant clinging to him, explaining why he could barely stand upright now. Wu Yin moved swiftly, and Qin Jincheng couldn't keep up. Besides, Wu Yin belonged to Tanxi, and he dared not provoke her, so he abandoned the chase. Descending from the 13th floor to the ground level was a trivial task for Wu Yin, requiring scarcely an extra breath. Once in the car, she complained to Tanxi, "I just encountered Tan Ruzhen's boyfriend. After just a few days, he has gained yet another life on him. The ghost clinging to him smells terrible." As Wu Yin spoke, Qin Jincheng emerged from the building and immediately spotted Tanxi's car. He thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have provoked that woman, or else he would have incurred Tanxi's wrath once again. His family had yet to forgive him for the last incident, and Tan Ruzhen was still confined at the Tan household. Wu Yin, meanwhile, teased Tanxi, "Look at Qin Jincheng's face. It appears darker than usual. He must feel as if his feet are weighed down since two ghostly infants are clinging to his legs, with another female ghost on his back." The others in the car could not see the latter details, but the driver was indeed quite frightened. "This female ghost is truly a mix of love and hate for him," Wu Yin chuckled, then raised the window. "Is it a girl with dyed purple hair?" Wu Yin inquired. "I cannot say. I have only heard of her but never seen her." Yan Ming shook his head. Tanxi added, "If you are curious, you can investigate further." "Not necessary," Wu Yin laughed lightly, expressing that her curiosity was not particularly intense. However, the ghost's demise was undoubtedly tied to Qin Jincheng, which explained why she continued to follow him. With such a connection, it was evident that Qin Jincheng deserved the consequences. "I just contacted Old Master Zhao. He mentioned that once the abandoned building case concludes, he will strive to secure a special identification for you. In the future, you can utilize this special identification for high-speed trains and airplanes," Tanxi stated before instructing the driver to head towards the abandoned building. Wu Yin, upon hearing this pleasant news, felt even more motivated to resolve the case swiftly. As they left the plaza and entered a bustling district, traffic congestion delayed them by 20 minutes. Wu Yin's phone vibrated several times. Upon checking, she saw that Wei Shen had sent her a screenshot of Qing Yining's social media post. "He.S. insinuating that you've been bullying her, taking advantage of your abilities to damage her personal interests and well-being," Wei Shen messaged. Wu Yin chuckled softly. Who is she saving that for? Herself, perhaps? The vehicle was nearing the abandoned building, and Wu Yin instructed the driver to stop at the usual place before entering with 2 bottles in hand. "Have there been any new students in recent days?" Wu Yin asked. The 2 sisters shook their heads. "Thank you, Master. I will go call them." Overjoyed, the sisters clasped hands and rushed out to summon others. In no time, all the wandering souls had gathered. Wu Yin's power had now returned to half of what it had been during her time in Wufang Valley. She gently enveloped all the souls with her spiritual energy, transferring them into the jade bottles and sealing them with her power. After completing this task, she descended the stairs, placing the soul bottles on the ground, and summoned the malevolent spirit Xiao Ran from one of the bottles, restraining her with her spiritual energy. "Can you sense your child is here?" Wu Yin inquired. "Xiao Ran, Momentarily forgetting her struggles, quickly attuned her senses, nodding repeatedly as tears of crimson blood streamed down her cheeks. She could feel the presence of her child. The essence was scattered in all directions, each cardinal point holding traces of her offspring. Chapter 97. I can see you indeed. It aligns perfectly with my conjecture. Wu-yin nodded, assuring that later she would assist in stitching your child back together, along with his soul. Sharan, do not perpetuate further transgressions. You and your child share the same fate. The sins you commit will inevitably be borne by your offspring, who must face the ultimate consequences and punishments. Shall I swing by the unfinished building to pick you up on my way to work tomorrow? Tan Ci inquired. That would be acceptable, Wu-yin replied, waving her hand as the vehicle drove further away. Once the car was out of sight, Wu-yin cast a spell and proceeded to the county town. Upon arriving at Luja's residence, he had just returned home, where he informed his parents about seeking Wu-yin for divination. When Luja received Wu-yin's call, his parents were seated on the sofa, momentarily stunned. The Lu family's house in the county town was a self-built 5.5-story structure, with the family residing on the 4th floor. There was no elevator in the old house, making it quite a challenge for Luja to navigate the stairs. After a brief wait, the Lu family of 3 emerged. It's me, Wu-yin responded, then shook her head. Let us get moving. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we conclude this. There are advantages to a small county town. Traffic is rarely an issue, allowing for a smooth drive from the county town to the town. The vehicle halted in front of an imposing 5.5-story building. Lu's father remarked, Master, we have arrived. The Lu Hyman family resides on the 2nd floor, while the child's grandfather is on the 1st. However, at this hour, the grandfather is likely resting. Luja scoffed, This house was built by our family. The land was purchased by my parents, and every penny spent on construction came from them. My parents brought my grandfather over from the old house, yet he insisted that if my uncle's family did not come to accompany him, he would not stay here. It was my grandfather who prompted my uncle's family to request that my parents give them the 2nd floor. Lu's father sighed. I never anticipated that your grandfather would go to such lengths for your cousin. This house belongs to us. Once this matter is resolved, we shall evict your brother's family from our home. They are heartless scoundrels. Lu's mother scolded. Once the vehicle came to a stop, Wu-yin followed the Lu family inside, making her way directly to the 2nd floor. The door was locked, but the sounds of the television indicated that the family within had not yet retired for the night. Lu's father knocked on the door. He had no desire to exchange words with his brother, pushing him aside to allow Wu-yin entry. Wu-yin entered without removing her shoes, and Luja whispered beside her, Lu Hyman is home. I saw his shoes. This is his room. Luja guided Wu-yin to the brightest room in the apartment. But upon turning the knob, they found it locked. Just as Luja was about to knock, Wu-yin said, No need, and with a swift kick, she forcefully opened the door. Who is it? Lu Hyman, lying on the bed while video chatting with his girlfriend, bolted upright. Elder brother, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Who is this girl? Your girlfriend? You don't even bother to change your shoes upon entering? Where's your courtesy? Lu's father restrained his brother, while Lu's mother held back her sister-in-law, ensuring that the couple did not disrupt Wu-yin. Who are you? What do you want? Lu Hyman panicked as he noticed the red thread had been removed, instantly realizing that Luja must be aware of his actions. Let go of me. You are trespassing. I can sue you, Lu Hyman threatened. Upon seeing Wu-yin directly unwrapping the talisman paper, he recognized her true identity. He shouted, As long as you agree to not interfere in our family affairs, Luja will pay you whatever you want. I will offer you double. Lu's uncle remained bewildered. What is happening? Why has this turned into such a spectacle involving you, elder brother and sister-in-law? Yet, Lu's aunt's expression turned anxious, clearly indicating that while Lu's uncle was unaware, she was in the know. Wu-yin ignored Lu Hyman and the others outside. After unwrapping the talisman paper, she took out 3 strands of hair and handed them to Luja, instructing him to burn them with a lighter shortly. Luja held his phone aloft, live streaming for Wu-yin, while accepting the hair with his other hand. Lu's mother hurriedly asked, "Can we burn them now?" "Yes," Wu Ying replied, "ensure you burn them thoroughly. So, it is best to crumple them in paper for a more complete incineration." Suddenly, Lu Haimin spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the bed, devoid of strength to resist any longer. "What have you done to me?" Lu Haimin gasped, struggling to speak. The familiar sensation of pain returned to his body, one he had not felt in 6 months, and he found the agony now more intense than when he had previously been bedridden. Lu's grandfather had already been summoned by Lu's aunt. Observing his eldest son grappling with his youngest in a fierce manner, he stomped his foot and scolded. "What do you think you are doing? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? This is your own brother. He is not your enemy. How can you treat your own brother like this? He is my enemy, a foe who seeks to endanger my son's life. I do not recognize such a brother," Lu's father roared. "And you, father, he is your son. I am also your son. Lu Haimin is your grandson. Is Luja not your grandson as well?" Chapter 98. The puppeteer with dark arts. He has only one son, Lu Haimin. "I too have but a single son, Luja. How can you, my father, assist his family in harming ours? Father, my heart is heavy with sorrow. I know you favor your youngest son, who possesses a sweet tongue and knows how to charm. Yet I never anticipated your bias could extend so far. My eldest grandson is on the brink of death, and Luja is his cousin. Is it truly so wrong to ask Luja to shield him from calamity? It would merely leave Luja feeling a bit unwell for a few days, while my grandson is fighting for his life." Old Lu, in a state of desperation, urged, "Release your brother at once." Wu Ying emerged from the room, and upon hearing old Lu's words, she clicked her tongue. "It is not merely a matter of Luja feeling weak for a few days," Wu Ying stated. "Rather, it entails Luja taking on Lu Haimin's fate, which would ultimately lead to Luja's demise. Had Luja not encountered me today, he would have perished within 5 months. This was Lu Haimin's original destiny. Yet, through dark arts, Lu Haimin has exchanged his fate for Luja's. Family bonds are not to be manipulated in such a way." After delivering her words, Wu Ying glanced at Lu uncle's family and inquired, "Now, tell me, from whence did you acquire this dark art?" "Master, are you ready?" Lu mother inquired, having burned Luja's hair completely. "Yes. I have restored to Luja all that Lu Haimin had stolen from him." Wu Ying pointed to Luja, who was holding up his phone. "Do you not see? His complexion has improved." Luja suddenly realized, "Mom, I feel no discomfort. I am full of energy." Old Lu shook his head vigorously. "This is not how it is. Haimin and his mother told me it was merely to make Luja feel weak for a few years, to help Haimin avert this disaster. In 2 years, Luja would recover and Haimin would also be well again." Old Lu continued to explain, "Though you may favor your brother a tad more, it is only because he is less capable and his life is not as fortunate as ours. I can only extend my compassion to his family. I am biased. Yet you two are my son and Luja is my grandson. How could I possibly trade Luja's life for Haimin's? Do you truly perceive me in such a light? You may not wish for this, yet you have aided it," Lu father retorted. "Did Haimin not nearly cost Luja his life? If we are to assign blame, should we not point fingers at you, father? You favored your younger son, indulging him from a young age, fostering his lack of ambition. While others pursued education, he chased after romance. When he failed high school, you spent lavishly to send him to vocational school, where he instead sought a partner rather than skills. He became a father at a tender age, unable to apply himself to his studies. You shower him with financial support for his marriage and child, yet when Lu Haimin matures, you will coddle him just as you do your eldest grandson. Spoil him if you must. I, as the elder uncle, am not even permitted to offer guidance. Whenever I attempt to advise, you turn dismissive. Witness how you have raised your eldest grandson into a reckless youth, indulging in vices at a young age. A waste of potential with a history that could fill volumes." Lu father unleashed years of pent-up frustration. His voice rang out so loudly that Wu Ying shifted aside, patiently awaiting the culmination of his tirade. However, as time passed, Lu father showed no signs of stopping. Finally, Wu Ying interjected, "Sir, I implore you to calm your emotions. The grievances within your family can be discussed after my departure. Truly, your arguments are quite compelling. With a smile, she added, however, I am pressed for time. Might I inquire about the origins of this dark art? Turning her gaze to Lu Ant, she asked, did you procure it, or was it Lu Hyman? What have you done to my hymen? Lu Ant shouted towards the room, Hymen. Hymen. Answer your mother. He cannot respond to you, Wu Yin said with a sly grin. Might I suggest you prepare for his final arrangements while he still draws breath? Allow him to select the design of his urn while he still can. For though he was unable to reside in a home of his liking, it would be a comfort for him to rest in an urn he personally chose. Unable to withstand such provocation, Lu Ant broke down in tears. This is too cruel. You are truly bullying us. I find it quite laughable. When you sought to steal Luja's life, did you not consider that you were the ones being unfair? Lu Mother raised her hand and struck Lu Ant. Wu Yin clicked her tongue. If you do not reveal where you obtained this dark art, I shall have to resort to soul-searching myself. Taking a few steps forward, Wu Yin observed Lu Ant's refusal to speak. She invoked her spell, immobilizing Lu Ant, and began the soul-searching incantation, her fingertips pressing against Lu Ant's forehead. In an instant, Wu Yin delved into Lu Ant's memories, uncovering an animated puppeteer. The scene transformed into darkness, leaving only the puppeteer's eyes aglow with red light. Suddenly, the puppeteer seemed alive, locking its gaze upon Wu Yin, its mouth widening into a taunting grin. In the next moment, the puppeteer vanished from Lu Ant's memory, causing Wu Yin's spell to abruptly cease, and Lu Ant collapsed to the ground. What a formidable dark art! Wu Yin exclaimed in astonishment, realizing she had directly met the puppeteer's gaze through Lu Ant's recollections. Chapter 99. The cost of dark sorcery within Lu Shaoxin's body. A restriction had been placed, and the soul-searching power of Wu Yin inadvertently triggered this restriction. Before Wu Yin could fully delve into Lu Shaoxin's memories, the soul-searching technique was abruptly interrupted. By the time Wu Yin attempted the technique again, all information regarding dark sorcery from Lu Shaoxin's memory had vanished, leaving nothing to explore. Wu Yin then proceeded to Lu Haimin's room, where she found him in a state of near death, undoubtedly suffering the same fate as Lu Shaoxin. Suddenly, frightened exclamations erupted from the living room. Master! Master! Come quickly! Master, how is she? Lu Ma, terrified, kicked aside her sister-in-law who had collapsed at her feet and swiftly hid behind her husband. Upon entering the room, Wu Yin observed that Lu Shaoxin, who had merely been sitting on the floor before, now appeared to have aged drastically. Her hair turned white, and her face lined with wrinkles, as if 20 years had been added to her age in an instant. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch, nor can dark sorcery be wielded without a price. Wu Yin glanced at the current state of Lu Shaoxin and Lu Haimin and sincerely suggested once more that preparations for Lu Haimin's funeral should commence. Given their condition, it is evident that they have exchanged their lifespans for the use of dark sorcery, Wu Yin remarked. It remains uncertain whether Lu Shaoxin and Lu Haimin are aware of the price they must pay for their borrowed time. Luja returned Wu Yin's phone to her and said, Master, it is time for us to leave. Wu Yin nodded, having concluded her dealings with Luja. With no further leads on the puppet matter, remaining here would serve no purpose. After saying this, Lu Ba took his wife and departed. Wu Yin waved goodbye to Luja and his companions before shouldering her backpack and walking away. Just as I am oblivious to how the master came to our home, Luja said, shaking his head in confusion. I have no idea. The master possesses extraordinary abilities, Lu Ma mused. Though young, she is undeniably skilled. Reflecting on Luja's situation filled her with dread. Recently, whenever she called, she sensed his voice was weak, and he often coughed. He had downplayed it as a mere cold, yet it escalated into something far more serious. Thankfully, he encountered such a valuable master. Otherwise, it would have been she and Lu Ba preparing for their son's funeral. The thought of losing him left them utterly bereft, while Lu Haimin thrived with everything that once belonged to Luja. The mere notion of it filled her with bitterness. Son, share the master's live stream link in our family group. When the master goes live again, we shall send her gifts, Lu Ma suggested. You are truly fortunate. A mere 1,000 yuan has led you to such an impressive master. Upon returning to the unfinished building, Wu Yin opened the wooden coffin she had carved in the mountains, releasing the spirits of the poultry and casting a concealment spell. Having completed her preparations, the following morning, Wu Yin called old Master Zhao to finalize arrangements. They agreed that Wu Yin would prepare in the morning, and after lunch, someone would come to escort her to Sea City, where an official bounty announcement would be made upon her arrival. Old Master Wao anticipated needing the entire morning to assist Wu Yin, considering she was a girl and would require some time to organize. However, as usual, Wu Yin simply slung her backpack over her shoulder and climbed into Tan Xi's car. Tan Xi glanced outside several times, and only after Wu Yin had closed the car door did he pinch the bridge of his nose. Aren't you going to Sea City this afternoon? Is this how you're going? What's the issue? Wu Yin replied, puzzled by Tan Xi's expression. Upon seeing his exasperation, she suddenly clapped her hands, recalling, I need to buy snacks at the supermarket. Never mind, I'll have my secretary prepare them for you, Tan Xi sighed. Uncertain of how long Wu Yin's stay in Sea City would last, or what the accommodations would be like, it was better to be overprepared. After sending a message to his secretary and informing her that he and Yan Ming would arrive at the company later, he instructed the driver to head to a nearby large supermarket first. With ample funds, Wu Yin could shop without concern for prices, purchasing her favorite snacks, trying new delicacies, and acquiring anything recommended by Yan Ming or the driver. Master, I checked the weather forecast for Sea City, and there will be a significant drop in temperature next week. However, the weather is relatively warm right now, with highs reaching 27 degrees before the cold sets in. I am unsure how long you will be there, so I have prepared clothing for both seasons, along with other daily necessities. A checklist is attached to the suitcase for your convenience. The secretary concluded with a smile before departing. Yan Ming observed the 3 large bags of snacks and the suitcase, wondering if the master could carry so much. She will have someone to escort her, and those 10 bodyguards will accompany her, Tan Xi replied. No need for anyone else, Wu Yin interjected, stepping forward and extending her hand, which transformed into a cloth bag. Reciting an incantation, the bag expanded, and she effortlessly placed the 28-inch suitcase and 3 bags of snacks inside before uttering another spell, causing the bag to shrink instantly. With a flick of her fingers, the bag vanished from her palm. Chapter 100. The ghostly face in the wall. I possess a storage bag that allows me to carry an abundance of items, Wu Yin exclaimed joyfully, boasting of her numerous magical treasures. These artifacts were stored within her spirit abode, which she could not access previously due to insufficient spiritual energy. However, the situation has changed. Her spiritual power is now flourishing, granting her the freedom to retrieve and store anything she desires within her spirit abode. This storage bag was the very first gift she received upon arriving at Wufang Valley, bestowed upon her by her master. In addition to the bag, her senior sister later crafted a beautifully ornate storage belt for her, perfectly complementing her attire. All of these treasures are safely housed within her spirit abode. Yan Ming rubbed his eyes in astonishment, marveling at the wondrous scene before him. I'll head to the lounge to start the live stream, Wu Yin announced, giving Yan Ming a pat on the shoulder. Young man, this is merely the beginning. You shall witness countless wonders in the days to come. With that, she entered the lounge. As per her usual routine, Wu Yin initiated the live stream before setting her phone on the stand and placing her backpack down, finally taking a seat. Within mere seconds, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream. Good morning, dear host. How delightful to see you. Today marks a day of punctuality for your broadcast. A follower greeted. Has the matter involving Lucia been resolved, host? Have you discovered who taught Lu Haimin and his mother those dark arts? Not yet, but I did glimpse a red-eyed puppet within Lu Haimin's mother's memories. Wu Yin displayed the puppet sketch she had drawn the previous night. Take a good look at this. Remember its features and avoid it if encountered. Do not be lured by its sweet words into making a bargain. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and it will not disclose the price you must pay. Understood? I shall heed your advice and strive to be a law-abiding and conscientious individual. The viewers responded. Wu-Ying nodded, emphasizing the importance of cherishing one's health. Always pay attention to your well-being, avoid sleepless nights, refrain from excessive indulgence, and maintain a healthy lifestyle. Prosperity must be earned through hard work. Theft and robbery are never the answer. After sharing her thoughts, she noticed a connection request and promptly accepted it. On the other end was a young woman standing before a door, visibly relieved upon the acceptance of her request. Host, I moved into this rental apartment a month ago. But ever since, I have felt an unsettling presence. At night, I feel as though someone is watching me, forcing me to cover my head with the blanket to sleep. Laughter erupted in the live chat. It seems the blanket acts as a barrier. When I sleep alone, I'm too scared to extend my feet outside, fearing they might be bitten by a ghost. Moving to a new place and feeling discomfort is certainly a sign of trouble. It would be wise to consider relocating. Another viewer advised. Lin chimed in, I have 2 cats. In my previous apartment, my neighbors and landlord complained about their noise, which is why I moved to a village in the city. I don't understand why they thought my cats were loud. They hardly ever meow. She then picked up one of her cats that had jumped towards her. This is my big cat, Dahuawa, and her sister is Xiaohuawa. Both were once strays. When I lived in the apartment, they were quite lethargic and never ventured out. Now that we've moved, they seem restless, as if they are uncomfortable here. On 2 occasions, I woke up in the middle of the night to find them on my bedside, for bristling, urgently meowing at the air, as if preparing to attack. As Lin spoke, her voice diminished. Host, I cannot shake the suspicion that this house is unclean. I discreetly inquired with the neighbors about any past incidents, but they all claimed nothing unusual occurred. Wu-Ying responded with a thoughtful instructing, please direct the camera around your house. Lin swallowed nervously. Host, should I send you my birth date and time? Not for now, Wu-Ying replied, shaking her head. First, show me your room. Upon entering, Wu-Ying immediately sensed the lingering negative energy within the house. It was evident that someone had perished here, and not from natural causes. Lin nodded, panning her phone around the living room. Just as she was about to enter her bedroom, Wu-Ying interjected, turned the camera towards the bathroom. Through the lens, Wu-Ying spotted a ghostly visage on one of the bathroom walls. The layout of this rental was peculiar. The sink faced the entrance, and above it hung a mirror, adjacent to which was the tortured face of a female spirit. Lin, is this a self-built house? Wu-Ying inquired. Who resides next door? Yes. It's a self-built house, and the landlord lives next door. He is quite kind and often brings me vegetables he grows himself, sometimes sharing his homemade dishes as well. Since I've severed ties with my family and my income isn't high, he even reduced my rent by 200 yuan each month. So, the bathroom wall is shared between your apartment and the neighboring one? Wu-Ying asked. I've never been to the landlord's place, so I cannot say if it shares the same layout, Lin replied, shaking her head. Send me your birth date and time. I'd like to take a look. Wu-Ying instructed. First, please lock the front door and wait for me in your room. Upon hearing Wu-Ying's request to lock the door, Lin-Yin's heart raced. Master, I've locked it. Lin-Yin's voice trembled as she continued, I will send you my birth date and time now. Wu-Ying acknowledged her with a sound of agreement and opened her private messages, awaiting Lin-Yin's information. Lin-Yin was swift, and as Wu-Ying calculated based on her birth date, she soon looked back at Lin-Yin with an expression of resignation. Lin-Yin, your fate is not aligned with the path you wish to pursue. This young woman, despite her youth, exhibited a remarkable audacity. Having secretly taken a leave of absence from school to chase her dreams in the entertainment industry. Lin-Yin gasped. You have already been in this industry for 2 years. Surely you understand your lack of competitiveness. After shaking her head, Wu-Ying remarked, we shall discuss this later. For now, let me address the concerns regarding your living situation. Chapter 101. He is the murderer. Lin-Yin instinctively straightened her posture. Let us first address the issue concerning your apartment. Indeed, a homicide has occurred within these very walls. The neighbors remain unaware, as the grim truth has yet to surface, and the murdered girl had no close acquaintances, leaving her disappearance unnoticed. Wu Yin paused momentarily, hesitating whether to divulge more details to Lin Yin, fearing that the full story might terrify her. "Host, is there truly a ghost watching me every night before I sleep?" Lin Yin's hand trembled as she clutched her phone. "There is a reason for her attention. I did not kill her, so why does she fixate on me?" Wu Yin explained, "She is not here to harm you, but rather to urge you to leave this rental. She does not wish for you to become the second version of herself." Wu Yin continued, "Lin Yin, your landlord is a butcher, isn't he?" Lin Yin nodded, confirming, "Yes. Sometimes he brings me fresh pork from local farms." Viewers in the chat observed this exchange, their expressions darkening with foreboding. "Why is the host suddenly inquiring about Lin Yin's landlord?" one fan questioned. "I have a bad feeling about this," another remarked. Lin Yin, witnessing the shift in conversation, felt her complexion drain of color. "Host, is there something wrong with my landlord?" she exclaimed, clutching her cat for solace. "He is indeed the murderer," Wu Yin stated plainly. The spirit haunting this apartment was the previous tenant, who was dismembered by the landlord in the bathroom. The girl's skull and bones were concealed within the walls, while the landlord consumed her flesh. Lin Yin immediately reached into a nearby trash can. Wu Yin quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, Lin Yin. You have not consumed any of it." The landlord, having once worked as a mason, had dismantled a wall under the pretense of fixing a leak, hiding the victim's remains within before restoring it. He spent days searching for tiles that matched the old ones, ultimately settling for a similar style, which he then painstakingly installed himself. By the time Lin Yin moved in, the flesh had long been devoured. The landlord had killed solely to feast upon human flesh. It was inconceivable that he would share it with anyone. Lin Yin straightened her back, about to speak when a sudden knock at the door startled everyone, raising their hair in alarm. A middle-aged man's voice, filled with concern for the young tenant, could easily be mistaken for that of a caring uncle worrying for her health. "What should I do?" Lin Yin stammered, "I can't possibly open the door or respond to him now." She found herself paralyzed by fear, realizing she had been living alongside a murderer, treating him like a benevolent figure. The thought of being mere inches away from a killer rendered her legs weak. Lin Yin burst into tears. "Host, what should I do? It seems my landlord is trying to unlock the door with a spare key. You should have locked it from the inside when you came in," Wu Yin reassured her. "A spare key cannot open a door that is locked from within. Immediately call the police and inform them of a homicide. Instruct them to come right away. Do not make a sound until they arrive," Wu Yin urged, her tone steady, offering some comfort. "Rest assured, the densely populated urban village means your landlord will not dare to act boldly. You are safe for now." Lin Yin understood Wu Yin's reasoning, yet her anxiety rendered her hands unsteady. She fumbled through the numbers while dialing, managing to suppress her cries just enough to convey her location to the operator. With a sigh, Wu Yin noted that Lin Yin was clearly a timid girl. Even before she could finish her thoughts, Lin Yin was already in a state of terror. After hanging up, Lin Yin sat, staring blankly at her phone, tears streaming down her face while viewers in the live chat rallied to support her. Recognizing Lin Yin's overwhelming fear, Wu Yin chose not to end the call but instead shifted the conversation to Lin Yin's pets, discussing cats and dogs to distract her. The first to arrive at the scene were the local police officers, 4 in total. Upon reaching the door, they found the landlord attempting to force it open and immediately restrained him against the wall. "You are a grown man. If you are genuinely concerned for this young lady, you should have called us first. Wait for us to arrive before attempting to enter." Because the caller had made it abundantly clear that the landlord was the murderer, the police quickly apprehended him. They then knocked on the door, assuring Lin Yin, "You are now safe. You may open the door. You reported a homicide, and we need to enter for verification. Go ahead and open the door, Lin Yin. The police are here," Wu Yin encouraged her. After a brief exchange, Lin Yin's nerves calmed slightly as she clutched her cat and dashed to the door. The landlord, filled with complaints, turned to the police. Officers. This young lady must have taken something unusual today. I was merely concerned for her well-being. I am older and not familiar with the law. I did not realize I should have contacted you first. I am at fault for my worry. After all, she seems perfectly fine. There's no evidence of a homicide here. She is just talking nonsense. Whether we believe you or not, we must enter to ascertain the truth, one officer replied, leaving one officer to watch the landlord while the other three entered the apartment. Upon inspecting the tidy and clean space, it hardly appeared to be the scene of a crime. The officers turned their attention to Lin, saying, "We understand you were frightened. And it is commendable that you reached out to us. However, in the future, please refrain from making unfounded claims. Your home does not seem to indicate any crime has occurred." Chapter 102. The cannibalistic landlord. Lin shook her head, unable to glance at the bathroom. She stood before it, eyes shut, pointing at the wall opposite and declaring, "The landlord murdered the previous tenant and concealed the head and bones within the wall. If you break it open, you shall see." Outside the door, the landlord's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "She is spouting nonsense. How long has she even been here? How can you, young lady, so unjustly accuse someone? I suspect you are deranged. The master said it exists, so it must. The master also claimed you have consumed human flesh." Lin yelled towards the door. Consumed human flesh. The expressions of the four policemen strained against incredulity as they exchanged glances, staring at the landlord for a full minute before one of them finally spoke. "What master?" Lin handed over her phone, and a younger officer leaned in to take a look. "What an intriguing streamer. I've heard she has an uncanny ability to predict." The officer glanced at the comments from viewers in the live stream and then turned to his companion, saying, "Go borrow some tools from the neighbor. Let us break open that wall and investigate." The younger officer nodded in agreement, but before departing, he inquired, "Do you actually believe in what this streamer predicts?" The older officer chuckled, "I trust my own eyes. Did you not witness the landlord's reaction when this lady reported the head concealed within the wall? You officers have no evidence. On what grounds do you intend to demolish my home? If you destroy it and find nothing, who will compensate me for the damages?" The landlord immediately concealed his expression, adopting a facade of anger at being wronged. A voice emerged from Linyan's phone. "Feel free to break it down. If the victim's head and bones are not found, I shall cover the costs for you to renovate your home." Lin chimed in. "The streamer's predictions are remarkably accurate. She cannot be mistaken." The younger officer asked, "Could you specify where we should break?" "Smash the area where the mirror hangs," Wu advised. The young officer entered, carefully removing the mirror to the living room before wielding a sledgehammer to strike. As he worked, he remarked, "Thank goodness I enjoy weightlifting, otherwise I wouldn't be able to swing this hammer." In just a few strikes, the tiles fell away, and soon after, the bricks and cement of the wall began to crumble. At last, the secret hidden within the concrete wall was unveiled. The young officer set down the sledgehammer and rushed out of the bathroom, exclaiming, "We can notify the criminal investigation team to come." The viewers in the live stream immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. "Although I lack courage, I am eager to see what is happening," commented one follower. "Lin, could you lift your phone so we can catch a glimpse?" Another urged. "If you're too frightened to look, just close your eyes. We'll observe." Indeed, Lin was terrified. She shuffled forward, eyes tightly shut, but still raised her phone for the curious viewers. Through the lens, they beheld the shattered wall, revealing a head wrapped in a transparent plastic bag, its features unrecognizable. Yet, Wu perceived the spirit of the victim, finally liberated from the confines of the concrete wall. She gazed into the camera and expressed her gratitude, also thanking Lin. She had been brutally murdered in that bathroom, her head and bones concealed behind the wall. And in death, her soul had been imprisoned within the structure. Observing yet another girl move in, much like herself, gradually lowering her guard due to the landlord's feigned kindness, she felt a surge of urgency. Trapped within the wall, she longed to leave a warning for the girl but was powerless to do so. All she could do was wait until the dead of night. reaching out to the wall of the girl's room, using her remaining strength to instill discomfort and urge her to leave quickly. Fear not, once the case is resolved, you can rest assured in your rightful place, Wu-yin reassured through the lens. Yes, she is thanking both you and me, Wu-yin affirmed. Since you moved in, she has been anxious for you. The discomfort you feel is her way of warning you to depart swiftly. The criminal investigation team soon arrived at the scene, and Lin-yin could no longer remain in the rental unit. She promptly gathered her belongings and followed the police. As Lin-yin still needed to give her statement, she ended the connection with Wu-yin. The viewers in the live stream continued to discuss the unfolding events. Streamer, what would have happened if Lin-yin hadn't found you today? One follower asked. Wu-yin, upon seeing the question, responded she would have perished 3 months later, meeting the same fate as the previous tenant, falling defenseless after consuming juice offered by the landlord, then dragged into the bathroom to be killed, with her head and bones hidden in the wall of the landlord's pig slaughterhouse. Lin-yin concealed her situation from her family, opting to suspend her studies. As a university student, her meager living allowance was insufficient to cover rent, care for her cat, and provide for herself, prompting her to select a low-rent unit in an urban village. When renting, she feared the landlord might require her parents' contact information as an emergency contact, so she fabricated a story, claiming she had severed ties with them. The landlord, perceiving her lack of familial support as pitiable, reduced her rent, unaware that her lie had emboldened him to consider her as his next target. Believing Lin-yin to be like the previous victim, with a tenuous relationship with her family, he anticipated that her disappearance would go unnoticed. Thus, he was willing to rent the property to her below market price, awaiting the moment she would let down her guard. Upon hearing Wu-yin's words, the viewers were left speechless. Everything has a cause. Many young girls today fail to recognize reality, chasing dreams of stardom, one commented. The streamer mentioned from the outset that Lin-yin's fate was sealed, another noted. How splendid! The streamer has sent yet another villain to justice, a follower remarked. Wu-yin smiled upon reading this, and was about to continue speaking when fireworks suddenly erupted in the live stream, one after another. Wu-yin glanced at the connection request area, observing the numbers shift from single digits to double digits in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the figures transformed into triple digits, while the fireworks continued to explode, rendering the comments section nearly illegible. Chapter 103. Rewrite the first in the industry. The number of connection requests continued to soar rapidly. Just as Wu-yin was left speechless, Wei Shen called her. Wu-yin, I've observed the situation in your live stream. There are simply too many people applying for connections, with several of them even submitting their requests at the same second. To ensure fairness, you might consider distributing lucky bags in your live stream. Those wishing to connect can first apply to participate in the lucky bag lottery, and you can decide how many slots to offer. The list of those who win the lucky bags will be synchronized to you in the back end, and you will then send connection requests to those who contribute first. This method, though a bit cumbersome, will maintain order in the live stream as the audience grows. Since you gained attention on Weibo, there has been a significant influx of users from that platform. These users have been observing for a few days, and after witnessing your streams, they have come to believe in your abilities. Thus, the number of connection requests in your live stream will only increase. Each day, new viewers join, and as your follower count rises, the requests will multiply. With a larger audience, a specific process must be established, or else the live stream may descend into chaos. Inform everyone in the live stream that those who sent fireworks gifts in hopes of connecting can contact customer service for refunds. At this point, Wei Shen couldn't contain his laughter any longer, bursting into fits of giggles. Wu-yin, you truly are a treasure I unearthed. When I brought you on board, I never imagined you could yield such astonishing returns for Duitsu. I initially thought signing you would merely irritate Cheng Yining. Who would have thought that without spending a dime? You would consistently make headlines, and the engagement in your live stream has been remarkable. I was laughing in my sleep last night. By the end of yesterday, according to the data, the number of registered users on Duitsu had equaled that of Hongyu. This morning, the statistics showed that our registered user count has surpassed that of Hongyu. Moreover, the activity rate of these newly registered users is over 90%, indicating that they are genuine users, not bot accounts created to inflate follower counts. 95% of these new users have followed your live stream, which proves that your Weibo presence has attracted a vast number of new users to our platform. It is worth noting that Duitzyu was established 3 years after Hongyu. Prior to that, Hongyu was the leader in the live stream industry, the first of its kind. Duitzyu has been striving to catch up, yet has always fallen short of surpassing Hongyu. However, it is evident that this year's industry summit will see Duitzyu take the stage first. The title of industry leader has been rewritten. Wuyin, I truly wish to enshrine you as a fortune bringer. I would even be willing to come to your home to fetch you water for your feet. Duitzyu's explosive popularity is entirely due to Wu Yin's contributions. The comments from viewers in the live stream are filled with lamentations. My treasure of a host has finally been discovered by more people. I'm thrilled. But I feel disheartened as it's so difficult to secure a connection. I thought watching fireworks by the riverside on New Year's Eve was the most extravagant display I'd ever see. But today's experience in the host's live stream has truly opened my eyes. How many people must be applying for connections? Would splitting a single strand of the host's hair suffice? Wuyin listened to Wei Shen's prolonged laughter on the phone before she finally interjected, if you speak any louder, everyone in the live stream will hear you offering to fetch me water for my feet. Wei Shen's laughter diminished somewhat, yet he could not help but feel elated. Let them hear. If you truly desire it, I could even live stream myself washing the feet of the master. In the spirit of celebration. The tone of their conversation quickly elevated to the absurd. Thank you, but I have no such need. Wuyin promptly curtailed Wei Shen's exuberance. She chuckled, aware of the many viewers waiting in the live stream. After their brief exchange, she relayed Wei Shen's suggestions to her audience. Checking the time, she announced. I will conclude today's live stream here. Remember to contact customer service for refunds. If I have time to live stream again this afternoon or evening, I will return. The next connection requests will follow the lucky bag method I just mentioned. With that, she waved to her viewers and said goodbye. As Wuyin gathered her belongings and exited the break room, Yan Ming inquired, Master, do you have other matters to attend to this morning? Why are you not continuing the live stream? I need to purchase materials for making talismans, Wuyin explained. Many private messages in the backend are from those seeking safety and fortune talismans. I plan to prepare the talisman papers for those who have already transferred money before contacting the courier to send them out prior to my trip to City C. Excellent idea. Wuyin expressed her respect. Truly, you are remarkable, General Tan. Though her words might not sound flattering, her earnest expression conveyed genuine admiration. Tan Xi glanced at Wuyin with a resigned smile before retrieving the business card of the owner he had previously met and handing it to her. Wuyin had become a valued customer of that establishment, consistently seeking the finest materials and purchasing in bulk. When the owner received an order from Wuyin for delivery, he couldn't have been more pleased. The break room still contained some materials left over from Wu Yin's previous use, and during the delivery wait, she began her work. The remainder of the morning was devoted to crafting talismans and preparing packages. Before noon, Wu Yin had successfully packaged all the items for shipment. The personnel arranged by Old Master Zhao arrived at the rooftop of the Tan Group at 1:30, having flown in via helicopter. Upon boarding the aircraft, Wu Yin discovered another striking young woman aboard. Although she was dressed in casual attire, Wu Yin immediately recognized her profession. Noticing Wu Yin's gaze, the young woman smiled. Hello, Ms. Wu Yin. My name is Li Yu, and I will be your personal assistant for the next 24 hours. Should you have any needs before the task concludes, feel free to reach out to me. Hello, Wu Yin nodded and added, you look quite impressive. Her tone mirrored the sincerity she had previously shown when praising Tan Xi. Li Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Wu Yin raised her chin, replying, I am indeed quite formidable. I am someone who has even earned praise from my master for my talent. Flying in the air without traffic. The journey from City C to City S took less than 2 hours before they landed. Chapter 104, a tribute to the heroes of fire. This place is seldom visited. A decade ago, a few households resided here, but with the assistance of the government for development, all the villagers relocated to a location closer to the town. The wooden houses they once inhabited still stand, yet they are now distanced from one another. The grass in the yards has grown taller than the walls, and the buildings have largely collapsed, leaving no framework intact. The wilderness is rather inhospitable, so I beg your understanding, Liu remarked. Though some may be impoverished, they do not exude an air of destitution, embarrassment, or inferiority. Liu had heard about Wu Yin from Old Master Zhao. Upon accepting this task, Old Master Zhao had mentioned that while Wu Yin might seem delicate at first glance, she actually leads a rugged life, showing no signs of being particular or ill-tempered. She is amiable and converses with a smile. Most importantly, Wu Yin is deeply loyal. Before meeting her, Liu pondered whether Old Master Zhao had a bias due to Wu Yin saving Zhao Yu's life. But now she was convinced that Wu Yin was indeed a flawless beauty. As Liu and the others set up their tent, Wu Yin released a handful of paper cranes to keep watch. Consequently, she spotted a military green SUV turning a corner 2 or 3 kilometers away. She relayed the license plate number to Liu, inquiring if the occupants of the vehicle were affiliated with them. The license plate was indeed verified as belonging to their internal special vehicles. For precaution, Liu made a quick phone call to confirm, then nodded at Wu Yin. Wu Yin signaled with an OK gesture, allowing the paper cranes to fly away. Moments later, the vehicle stopped in a clearing nearby, and Wu Yin realized that the individuals had come to deliver supplies for her and Liu. They brought food, water, and specialized equipment, such as high-tech gadgets like satellite phones. Having never experienced outdoor camping, Wu Yin, out of curiosity, ventured into the tent after it was set up. She found it less comfortable than the large bed at Tanxi's home and quickly exited. Then, with the expressions of Liu and the others gradually revealing disbelief, Wu Yin began to unpack the contents of her storage bag. I've placed snacks in the tent. Feel free to take whatever you like. There's nothing to eat in the suitcase, just clothes that Tanxi prepared for me, she announced, single-handedly bringing the items into the tent. Liu remarked on her impressive strength. The young driver was wide-eyed, exclaiming, I feel as if I just witnessed an illusion. She really just pulled all that out. Liu rubbed her forehead, acknowledging that everyone shared the same astonishment. Astounding, she mused. After Wu Yin set everything down and noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces, she asked, What's wrong? Once they all shook their heads, she declared, Since there's nothing amiss, I shall take a stroll in the mountains. With a wave to the group, she turned and, without hesitation, employed her magical abilities to ascend the mountain. Liu and the others gasped in unison. Although they had been forewarned by Zhao Lao that she was an expert in metaphysics and that they should remain composed and discreet, Liu realized she still needed to mentally prepare herself further. Another companion from City C commented. Wu Yin had already reached the mountain, surveying the area to confirm that no one had visited since her last departure. With no urgency, she descended on foot, casually spotting the wild fruits she had intended to pick for Tanxi. She promptly retrieved her storage bag, gleefully collecting the fruits while laughing heartily. As she leaned in to observe, unable to decipher their gaming strategy, she was about to head into the tent for a snack when her phone rang. It was a call from Luja. Master, I apologize for interrupting you with this call. Am I disturbing you? Luja asked cautiously. No, is there something you need? Wu Yin inquired, biting into a jelly. Actually, my mother has a former colleague who wishes to ask for your assistance regarding a matter, Luja explained. My parents shared that you had read my fortune on social media, and this colleague happened to see it. He suddenly came to visit my mother today. Sure. My phone number is my WeChat ID. Have him video call me, Wu Yin replied readily. Luja expressed his gratitude profusely. 2 minutes later, Wu Yin accepted the friend request, and moments after, the individual transferred 1,000 fortune coins to her, followed by a video call request. After agreeing, Wu Yin saw that the camera was on, but only Luda's parents were visible. Master, Old Zhang is worried about startling you, so please prepare yourself mentally, Lu's mother said apologetically. It's not meant to be disrespectful, but the scars left by the burns. That's all right, Wu Yin reassured her. After a few seconds, the camera shifted, revealing a face that was nearly unrecognizable due to burns. As Zhang Hatian had feared, his appearance indeed startled many. My apologies, Zhang Hatian said, feeling quite embarrassed. I can't see my own features. My face has been disfigured. Perhaps I should turn the camera away. Feel free, Wu Yin replied, aware that Zhang Hatian not only feared frightening her, but perhaps also disliked seeing his own face. Now, tell me about your situation. Master, after retiring, I took over an orchard, growing oranges and tangerines. A few years back, I saved some money, and to facilitate management in the mountains, I built a small house there. However, ever since I moved in, I've found that I cannot light a fire, whether using a lighter, a gas stove, or even matches. Nothing will ignite. Chapter 105. They will not harm you due to the lack of electricity in this remote area. The simple desire for a warm meal becomes a considerable challenge. The makeshift stove in the bungalow has remained unused. For years, Zhang Hatian, undeterred, has made numerous attempts to ignite a flame, all in vain. His old friends jest about his misfortunes, suggesting that his past as a firefighter has left him with an aura that even fire fears. In response, Zhang Hatian promptly divulges his birth date and time. Wu Yin, with a focused demeanor, conducts a calculation. The inability to light a fire within the bungalow does not emerge from his astrological chart. However, she glimpses the shadows of Zhang Hongtian's past. In the midst of a thick fog and raging flames, he had bravely defied danger, saving countless lives and safeguarding innumerable possessions. During his most recent mission, he rescued 5 individuals, yet his handsome visage remains forever marred by the scars of that inferno. The severe burns he endured resulted in significant facial disfigurement and minor disabilities in his limbs, leaving his 1-year-old child in tears at the sight of him. It seems that from that moment onward, Zhang Hatian was destined to be accompanied solely by solitude. In an effort not to burden his wife and child, he resolutely chose to divorce, retreating into a life of isolation. As Wu Yin contemplated Zhang Hongtian's life, a profound respect for him blossomed within her. Initially, she had planned to host a live stream later that afternoon, but upon committing to assist Zhang Hatian, she postponed that idea. When Zhang Hongtian's call finally came through, Wu Yin felt a surge of eagerness to apply what she had learned. Yet, when her phone rang, she instinctively moved to another corner. By now, the sun had set. And with no electricity in Zhang Hongtian's bungalow, the lighting there was as dim as in her own space. Zhang Hatian explained, I can only utilize rechargeable devices here, Master. Where would you like me to begin? Wu Yin replied, please scan the area with your phone. Should I use a flashlight? Zhang Hatian inquired. No need, Wu Yin assured him. Following her guidance, he illuminated his surroundings with his phone, yet Wu Yin detected nothing unusual. Zhang Hatian, please prop your phone up. Put it on speaker, point it at the stove, and then attempt to ignite the fire so I can observe, Wu Yin instructed. Zhang Hatian agreed, but took a while to find something to stabilize the phone. Once he managed to set it up, he approached the stove with a lighter. The stove was surrounded by dry pine branches for kindling. As Zhang Hatian flicked the lighter open, the flame quickly caught the dry branches. He hurriedly inserted the burning branches into the stove, yet in an instant, the fire that had been thriving extinguished abruptly. Host, it always turns out like this, Zhang Hatian lamented. Wu Yin remained silent, her gaze fixed on Zhang Hongtian's side. From the moment Zhang Hatian first ignited the lighter, the atmosphere around him shifted. As the dry twigs caught fire, 2 shadows emerged beside him. The figures repeatedly lunged at the flames, growing increasingly frantic. Although Zhang Hatian was oblivious to their presence, Wu Yin could see that these 2 spirits were extinguishing the fire in the stove and suppressing Zhang Hongtian's lighter. What left Wu Yin in contemplation was the attire of these apparitions. They wore the uniforms of firefighters from years past. Zhang Hatian, please send me a text with your current location. The more detailed, the better, Wu Yin instructed. Noticing Zhang Hongtian's unease, she quickly clarified. The reason you cannot ignite the fire is that there are two spirits beside you attempting to douse it. But do not worry, they were firefighters in life, and they will not harm you. Zhang Hatian gasped, momentarily taken aback. After a while, he regained his composure and promptly sent Wu Yin the message. I have received it. Zhang Hatian, please wait a moment while I gather some information, Wu Yin said, moving to seek out Liu. Liu, could you assist me in researching this county and this mountain to see if there have been any fires here? Liu immediately set aside her cards, glanced at Wu Yin's phone, and began searching for information. Results appeared swiftly. You were right. A significant fire occurred in this mountain 12 years ago, Liu exclaimed. Were any firefighters lost during that incident? Wu Yin inquired further. Liu nodded. Yes, firefighters from various nearby cities came to assist. The fire was initially extinguished, but a sudden change in wind reignited the flames. 2 firefighters were unable to evacuate in time and perished during the mission. She continued, one was only 19. And the other was just 20, so young. That confirms it, Wu Yin affirmed. The 2 faces I saw were indeed very youthful. Zhang Hatian overheard Liu's words. Having once been a firefighter himself, he realized that the spirits preventing him from igniting a fire were those brave souls who had perished on this very mountain. At that moment, he felt a lump in his throat and a heaviness in his heart. After all these years, were they still lingering in this mountainous realm? Though it was his first encounter with the concept of ghosts, he felt no fear. Rather, he yearned to reach out and connect with them. Chapter 106. I can heal your face, Zhang Hatian. Wait for me, I shall arrive shortly. Upon finishing her video call, Wu Yin ended the conversation, leaving Zhang Hatian in a daze, pondering the meaning of shortly as mentioned by the master. Suddenly, Wu Yin's voice echoed from outside. Zhang Hatian, I'm here. The clarity of her voice was more startling than the presence of 2 ghosts beside him, causing Zhang Hatian to jump in shock and kneel on the ground. The door was unlocked, and without hesitation, Wu Yin stepped inside after calling out once more. Gazing at her, Zhang Hatian stuttered, Master, you truly arrived promptly. At this moment in his life, he had never been so astounded. Indeed, I did say I would come quickly. Wu Yin chuckled softly, extending her hand to help the still kneeling Zhang Hatian to his feet. Please wait outside for me. Zhang Hatian let out a sigh of relief and closed the door behind him as he stepped outside. Once Zhang Hatian departed, Wu Yin observed the 2 ghostly figures gradually fading away. Realizing they were about to leave, she swiftly retrieved a talisman and, with a series of hand gestures, ignited it. The moment the flames sparked, the departing spirits lunged towards the fire in her hand. Fearing for their safety, Wu Yin immediately dodged aside, invoking her magic, and spoke, Chen Wenhao. Lu Yuan, it is time for you to depart. Go to where you belong. You sacrificed your lives to extinguish the flames, endowed with virtue. You shall enjoy longevity and wealth in your next life. Fear not as you journey forth. Yet, to Wu Yin's dismay, Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan appeared oblivious to her words, their attention solely fixated on her presence. Startled by the sudden appearance of a living person, they hesitated for a moment before their expressions shifted dramatically. Who are you? Chen Wenhao nearly shouted. Can't you see the raging wildfire? Why are you running into the mountains? Lu Yuan echoed, urging her to descend the mountain quickly. There is danger lurking everywhere. You cannot stay here. Do not be reckless, hurry. The 2 of them, filled with anger and urgency, implored Wu Yin to leave, their desperation palpable as they jumped in frustration. You truly cannot remain amidst such a fierce fire. Chen Wenhao, in his panic, even began to push Wu Yin away. Chen Wenhao, Lu Yuan. Wu Yin called out their names loudly. Your pleas are futile. Even if you know us, you must leave this place. Please, we beg you. Look at the ferocity of the fire. The smoke is so thick it obscures the path. If you do not leave now, we will be unable to protect you. What will happen to your family if you perish in the flames? Understanding dawned upon Wu Yin. The 2 were trapped in the moments leading to their demise. Their deep-seated obsession with extinguishing the fire prevented them from realizing they had already passed on. Very well, Wu Yin nodded. while she could forcibly awaken their memories from life. Doing so would harm the souls of Jin Wenhao and Lu Yuan. Stepping out of the humble dwelling, Wuyin took a moment to compose herself before rubbing her sore nose. "Master, have they left?" Zhang Hatian inquired. Wuyin shook her head. "They remain unaware of their deaths, ensnared by the need to extinguish the flames. Wherever the fire manifests, they will appear, endlessly repeating their last act in life." After pondering, Wuyin decided to call Liu. "Liu, could you investigate the workplaces of Jin Wenhao and Lu Yuan during their lifetimes? If possible, please reach out to their captain." After hanging up, Wuyin sighed deeply and turned to Zhang Hatian. "Were you afraid during the fire?" she suddenly asked. Zhang Hatian was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question. Shaking his head, he replied, "At that time, I had no room for fear. There was no time to be afraid. My sole focus was on saving lives and extinguishing the fire. It was my duty, my responsibility. Donning that uniform meant I had to fulfill my mission, so as not to betray the trust of the people and the nation." Wuyin regarded Zhang Hatian for a while before asking, "Yet the cost you paid was immense. And your life has been irrevocably altered. Do you harbor any regrets?" Zhang Hatian smiled sheepishly. "Truthfully, I felt a twinge of regret when my child was frightened, crying continuously, and suffering nightmares from the terror I caused. I felt I had let my child down." "You are truly remarkable." Wuyin paused, then amended, "You all are remarkable." "Perhaps." Zhang Hatian chuckled lightly. "Since moving to the mountains, I have managed to quit smoking. With no fire, I couldn't light a cigarette, and gradually, I overcame the habit. So, in a way, those two lads did me a favor." Wuyin found his humor amusing. "Smoking less is beneficial for one's health. My wife used to tell me the same, yet I could never quit back then." Zhang Hatian laughed, then sighed. "Had I known we would reach this juncture, I should have angered her less and listened more, quitting smoking sooner." "Since your divorce, have you seen your wife and child?" Wuyin inquired. Zhang Hatian shook his head. "No. I feared my child would be frightened again, and I worried my wife might break down upon seeing me. I chose not to visit her, hoping she would remarry sooner." Opening his phone's photo gallery, he added, "However, my wife frequently sends me pictures of our child. Let me show you." Zhang Hongtian's gallery was filled with images of his child. Yet, as he opened it, Wuyin noticed that before the photos of the child, there was a picture of his wife. "I keep every photo my wife sends. Look, this was on our child's first day of kindergarten, a little crying bundle, sobbing from the start of class until the end. This was her first day of primary school, and this was when she wore her red scarf for the first time. See how happy she is." As he spoke of his child, Zhang Hatian became increasingly loquacious, transforming from a reticent individual into an engaging conversationalist. He recounted numerous amusing anecdotes from his child's growth, clearly demonstrating that despite his absence from her life, he had not missed a single moment of her development. He knew the name of his child's teacher, her close friends, her favorite foods, and her interests. He was an inadequate yet profoundly devoted father. Wuyin's gaze shifted from the photos to Zhang Hatian. "Suddenly," she declared, "Zhang Hatian, I can heal your face." His hand, which held the phone, trembled slightly, and his fingers glided over the photos as they came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 107, Should the Timid Child Be Punished? His eyes were filled with astonishment. "Master." Zhang Hatian slowly lowered his phone, his voice trembling. "How much?" The words 10,000 lingered on his lips, but upon seeing Zhang Hongtian's pale face, Wuyin changed her reply to 1,000 yuan. "Is it really that inexpensive?" Zhang Hatian scratched his head. "Master, I have money. You needn't worry about saving for me." "It's merely 1,000 yuan." Wuyin turned her head away. "But you'll have to wait. I must first heal my good friend's leg before I can assist you with your face, as I have already promised him, and he is currently confined to a wheelchair." "Master, I can wait. Help me with my face whenever you have the time." Zhang Hatian replied excitedly. "I can restore you to your former self," Wuyin asserted confidently. "As a member of Wufang Valley, I never boast. If I say it can be done, you may trust me." Zhang Hatian nodded repeatedly, overwhelmed with emotion and momentarily speechless. Thank you, master. Zhang Hatian took a few steps while holding his phone, then shyly inquired, Master, may I share this good news with my wife now? You may, Wu Yin nodded. Overjoyed, Zhang Hatian quickly located his wife's contact in his phone and dialed. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow, noticing that despite their divorce, he still hesitated to change her contact name, still referring to her as wife. The call quickly connected, and Zhang Hatian was so elated that he neglected to step aside to avoid Wu Yin while speaking. Upon hearing a voice on the other end say hello, Zhang Hatian eagerly replied, Wife, could you wait for me a bit longer? Could you please refrain from blind dates for now? Just wait for me a little while longer. All right? Zhang Hatian licked his lips before continuing. I met a particularly skilled master. She said she can heal my face. Will you wait until I have healed before we meet? Knowing that his in-laws were pressuring his ex-wife to go on blind dates, Zhang Hatian was eager to share this wonderful news with her. Anyone hearing this would likely assume Zhang Hatian had fallen victim to a scam, and his ex-wife was no exception. Just as he was about to explain, a girl's voice came through the phone. Mommy, is Daddy on the phone with you? The girl asked. Can I talk to Daddy? Zhang Hongtian's wife replied with a soft handing the phone to their daughter. Zhang Hatian then coaxed his daughter to return the phone to her mother, as he wished to speak further with his wife. Unexpectedly, the girl began to cry on the line. Daddy, I know you are deceiving me. I heard Mommy talking with Grandma and Grandpa. I know you are nearby. I know you haven't gone far for work, and I also know that you and Mommy are divorced. Daddy, is it because I was timid when I was little that I am being punished, and that punishment is never being able to see you again? The child's cries choked Zhang Hatian, and he slowly crouched down, covering his face with his free hand, his shoulders trembling lightly. Wu Yin, with keen hearing and proximity, could hear the conversation on the phone. She witnessed the girl's sorrow and Zhang Hongtian's guilt. Stepping forward, Wu Yin gently patted his shoulder. At most 3 months. Wu Yin provided a timeline. Zhang Hatian looked at her with reddened eyes. I will ensure that within 3 months, I can help you heal your face. And the treatment process will not take long, approximately 7 days, Wu Yin elaborated. Zhang Hatian nodded gently. Wu Yin chose not to eavesdrop on Zhang Hongtian's phone call any longer and politely distanced herself. She wandered through the mountains, a place that had once been charred, where 2 young lives had been lost, now teeming with life, adorned with unripe oranges, creating a scene that was both delightful and vibrant. Liu quickly contacted Qin Wenhao and Lu Yuan's former captain, who was still in the city and could drive down in about 2 hours. Wu Yin instructed him to bring the necessary equipment for the task and come find her in the mountains. While waiting for Captain Qin, Wu Yin decided to go live. Hey, isn't the host outside again? Is she setting up a stall? One follower commented. Is the host in an orchard? I think I recognize this place. It seems to be the citrus orchard from our county, another remarked. Host, are you giving out lucky bags? Without a doubt. The owner of this orchard was an old colleague of Lu Zhe's mother. Wu Yin began by sharing Zhang Hongtian's story with her audience, then gradually transitioned to recount the tale of the mountains, informing them of the 2 young lives that had once been lost there. I am currently waiting for Qin Wenhao and Lu Yuan's former captain. Once he arrives, I will continue the live stream, she announced. Listening to these 2 stories left me in silence for quite a while, yet my blood boiled with emotion, a follower expressed. Let us pay tribute to our great heroes of the fire, another added. Indeed, this is our county's orchard. When the fire broke out, I was still in high school. I heard that after the fire was extinguished, the families of the 2 firefighters were inconsolable, another follower shared. The fire had been ignited when someone burned hay while working in the mountains. As the flames erupted, they fled down the mountain to play cards. That day, the wind was particularly strong, and by the time the villagers noticed, the fire was already uncontrollable. Wu Yin remarked, therefore, I want to remind everyone to exercise caution with fire safety during outings in daily life, especially in the wilderness. We must not allow more heroes to sacrifice themselves. They protect us and we should protect them as well. Every life is precious, and while extinguishing fires is their duty, no one should have to sacrifice their life for their work. They have families too. They are children, husbands, and fathers, the pillars of their families. We must cherish our own lives, respect the lives of others, and treasure our natural world. Chapter 108. May there be no more sacrifices. The host spoke wisely, each word resonating profoundly. A devoted follower remarked, indeed. I implore everyone to exercise caution when using fire outdoors. It is best to avoid it altogether. Another supporter noted, especially in mountainous areas, each fire inflicts tremendous losses on our nation. Beyond the visible bravery of firefighters risking their lives, there lies the unseen devastation to our ecological environment. Countless precious plants have perished in these blazes. One follower shared a particularly infuriating story, recounting how, after extinguishing a recent wildfire, the perpetrator pushed an elderly relative, aged 80, to take the blame. At the time, there was no evidence, and they felt helpless. However, the family's fortunes took a turn for the worse, with frequent financial losses, particularly for the man who had committed the offense. Within a year, he suffered multiple accidents, ultimately leading to paralysis, unable to even sit in a wheelchair. Those aware of the situation murmured that it was his just retribution. Wuyin nodded, acknowledging that debts left unpaid would eventually find their own means of settlement. No one can evade their own debts. Another follower echoed the host's sentiment, asserting that one should lead a life devoid of wrongdoing, for retribution is inevitable. A local follower interjected, promoting a nearby orchard, declaring, the citrus from this orchard is exceptionally sweet. Locals know to trust this place because the owner is diligent, tending to the crops meticulously and refrains from using pesticides as the fruits mature, ensuring they are safe to consume. Wuyin chuckled at the light-hearted banter. Look at these fruits. Still no bigger than a child's fist. When they ripen, I shall return to share their taste with you all. If they truly are delicious, I will have Zhang Hatian host a live stream for you. Time slipped away unnoticed as Wuyin received a call from Captain Chun and made her way to meet him. 12 years had passed, and Captain Chun had aged somewhat. His eyes glistened with emotion as he remarked, our group has gathered. Only Chun Wenhao and Lu Yuan are missing. Though 12 years have elapsed, the flavor of the soup remains unchanged. Sometimes, while enjoying a bowl, I recall the comical image of those two boys fighting for the meat within. Wuyin informed Captain Chen of the upcoming procedure, and he nodded in readiness. With Zhang Hongtian's assistance, they set up the live stream, and Wuyin invoked her magical incantation. Captain Chen struck a match, igniting a flame, and in the next moment, two figures appeared in the room, rushing towards the match in his hand. Following Wuyin's instructions, Captain Chen extinguished the flame just as they approached and shouted, Chen Wenhao, Lu Yuan, our mission is complete. Stand at attention. His voice rang with authority, yet one could detect the suppressed sorrow within. Chen Wenhao and Lu Yuan immediately straightened, their faces reflecting the joy of a completed mission. Captain, we did not fail in our duty. The task is accomplished, they exclaimed in unison. With tears brimming in his eyes, Captain Chen smiled, affirming, yes, the mission is over. He jested, the smoke has reddened my eyes. But am I not still more handsome than you two rascals? He beckoned to Lu Yuan. Did we not agree to celebrate our mission's conclusion with lamb soup? Rest assured, I have packed 2 bowls for you. Upon hearing of the soup, Chen Wenhao cheered in delight, pulling Lu Yuan along to seize the bowls from Captain Chen's hands. They devoured the food hungrily, having gone days without a proper meal. Eat well. It has been several days since you last had a decent meal, Captain Chen urged, suppressing his emotions. Suddenly, their eating slowed until they came to a halt, finishing every drop of soup in their bowls. Despite their satisfaction, the moment they set down their bowls, an overwhelming sadness washed over their faces. Captain, I just remembered Lu Yuan and I. Chen Wenhao's gaze fell, realizing, we have been dead all along. Lu Yuan stared at the empty bowl. We have been gone for 12 years. No wonder the captain has aged into a handsome gentleman. Captain Chen could no longer contain his grief and embraced them tightly. I had no idea you were trapped in this mountain for 12 long years. The news from higher authorities struck him like a bolt from the blue. He could not afford to dwell on the mysteries of the supernatural. All that lingered in his mind was this: Qin Wenhao and Lu Yuan had battled the flames for a full 12 years. 12 years. He felt the weight of time pressing upon him, while they remained forever in the prime of their youth at 19. He had fought fires at the station for 12 years, while they had fought fires in the mountains for the same duration. Qin Wenhao, Lu Yuan, the wildfire is extinguished, and the land is now adorned with citrus. Your mission is complete. Captain Qin choked on his words. Let me send you off to where you belong. The master foretold that you possess great virtue. In your next life, you shall enjoy longevity and prosperity. He wiped his tears away. Go live your best life. It is now our responsibility to continue worrying for those of us who remain. The figures of Qin Wenhao and Lu Yuan gradually faded. Wu Yin then spoke. Follow the light's guidance, brave heroes. Farewell. Qin Wenhao and Lu Yuan smiled at Wu Yin, recalling everything before turning to Zhang Hatian to express their apologies. Zhang, we apologize for dragging you into our years of hardship. Zhang Hatian shook his head. It is nothing. I owe you my gratitude for helping me quit smoking. You may depart in peace. As beams of light descended, the figures of Qin Wenhao and Lu Yuan vanished. Captain Qin gazed at the empty bowls on the ground, murmuring softly, Go, go. In your next life, may you live 100 years and remain safe. From the moment Qin Wenhao and Lu Yuan appeared, the viewers in the live stream began to weep. Farewell, heroes. I entered and immediately was brought to tears. I'm utterly overwhelmed. Goodbye, heroes. I hope this world sees fewer such heroes. May they all retire in peace. Wu Yin intended to engage with her viewers a bit longer, but suddenly sensed commotion in City C. I have matters to attend to. I will end the live stream now, she announced before closing the broadcast. Chapter 109. Great matters followed by financial gains. As soon as the words were spoken, the souls of Liu and her companions, who had just finished watching her live broadcast, nearly flew away in fright. Fear not, I shall collect your souls, Wu Yin grinned, baring her teeth, and continued. Someone is approaching. They appear to be from the Xianmen sect. Quickly, gather your belongings, and I shall cast an illusion. How did Wu Yin know that the newcomers were from the Xianmen? It was evident, as the two individuals who drove in seemed to wear their profession on their faces. They were clad in garments that exuded an ethereal aura, with items typically used by practitioners of the Xianmen visible in their vehicle. Liu and her companions, well-trained and swift in their actions, promptly tidied up their things. I shall cast an illusion here. Ordinary individuals will not perceive your presence, Wu Yin declared. When they arrive, do not act rashly. Follow my lead. She then transmitted the vehicle's license plate number to them, instructing them to check the owner's information. Liu and her companions nodded in agreement without hesitation. Approximately 20 minutes later, a white SUV halted at the foot of the mountain. The rugged terrain only permitted access to a narrow path from which emerged two men dressed in long gray coats fastened with traditional buttons. One had a beard and appeared older, while the other was youthful and fresh-faced. Wu Yin initially assumed they were master and apprentice, but upon hearing their conversation, realized they were actually brothers in the same sect. Brother, do you not think Master is overly cautious? With his abilities, who could possibly set a trap for him in these mountains? He tends to be excessively hesitant, Dong Yongkao mumbled, exasperated at having to travel such a distance for a mere glance. Enough with your complaints. Master has his reasons for his cautious approach. There is nothing wrong with being careful, Jin Yanlong replied, casting a glance at his younger brother, pondering that this sibling was only favored by their master due to his looks. The two brothers, clearly at odds, fell silent after their exchange, packing their belongings into bags before locking the vehicle and making their way up the mountain. Wu Yin stealthily trailed behind them, finding their aloofness rather perplexing. It was unusual for siblings of the same sect to be so taciturn. During her own journeys, she and her companions would chatter endlessly, even discussing the trivialities of rats giving birth in their caves. With only the sound of their footsteps accompanying them, the brothers reached the boundary of the protective barrier in less than an hour. Dong Yangchao was unable to see the barrier until his elder brother, Qin Yanlong, utilized talisman paper to reveal its presence. Wu Yin observed the talisman in Qin Yanlong's hand, recognizing it to be white with inscriptions that resembled those she had seen before, albeit not identical. It was clear she had not followed the wrong individuals. Their master was indeed the one controlling Xiao Ran. Is this the barrier set by master? Wow! Truly impressive, Dong Yangchao marveled, reaching out to touch the talisman in Qin Yanlong's hand, only to be rebuffed. Do not behave like an unsophisticated bumpkin. If you damage the barrier or the talisman, ruining Master S' grand plans, no amount of time spent with him will absolve you, Qin Yanlong admonished. Striding confidently through the barrier and into the protected area, Wu Yin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this youthful disciple's hidden depths. After Qin Yanlong circled the barrier to confirm its integrity, he and Dong Yangchao continued their ascent. Wu Yin, unable to discern Qin Yanlong's capabilities, arrived at the dwelling ahead of them. Your child is in the abandoned building. Should you wish to prevent your child from turning to ashes, feel free to disclose my matters to Qin Yanlong and Dong Yangchao. My skills are nearly restored. I could eliminate both of them with a single strike, leaving them no chance to call for help. If you doubt me, you may test it. Once I uncover the mastermind behind this, and this matter concludes, Xiao Ran, you shall have your vengeance. Wu Yin paused, then added, this is your only opportunity to choose. Xiao Ran nodded immediately, gesturing earnestly to Wu Yin, indicating her willingness to heed the Master's guidance and imploring her to protect her son at all costs. Having made her choice, Xiao Ran preferred to align with Wu Yin rather than continue aiding the oppressors, desiring for her son to be reborn and to avenge both herself and her child. Wu Yin nodded in understanding and departed from the dwelling. This mirror, forged from an unknown material, was capable of piercing through illusions. Once the matter is resolved, it shall be an intriguing item to experiment with. Qin Yanlong, being cautious by nature, circled the house, inspecting it thoroughly before leading Dong Yangchao inside, ultimately arriving at the well. Noticing the malevolent spirit trapped within the array at the bottom of the well, Qin Yanlong refrained from disturbing it, instead shining the mirror down into the depths for an extended period. Afterward, he signaled to Dong Yangchao and the two made their exit from the dwelling. It appears the authorities have yet to locate the individual here, Dong Yangchao said proudly. I told you, Master's skills are unparalleled. Few can unravel the formations he sets. Once they were outside, Dong Yangchao inquired, shall we descend the mountain to report to Master? The authorities have issued a 5 million reward. We can enlist his assistance to capture this malevolent spirit and then re-establish a formation elsewhere. We shall follow the proper procedures and earn our reward. Wu Yin had already descended ahead of them to find Liu. Master, we have obtained the owner's information. It belongs to a man named Chen Yanlong, a resident of City W, where he operates a feng shui shop. Qin Yanlong has studied abroad in Japan, yet those who know him have not heard him mention any specific lineage. He has a quarter Japanese heritage, as his grandfather was from Japan. Chapter 110. Do you think this pitiful object can restrain me? Wu Yin inquired again, how is the investigation on the unfinished building progressing? Liu shook his head. When the factory declared bankruptcy, its assets were later transferred to someone named Jian Mingyu, who is one of the souls deprived of their bodies. Wu Yin nodded, acknowledging that the lack of findings was unsurprising. Fortunately, Wu Yin's plan to lure the snake from its hole was proving effective. You two remain here and await my updates. If anything unusual occurs, contact me immediately. After speaking, Wu Yin handed a paper crane to Liu, instructing him to use it for communication. Just pinch its wings and call my name. Qin Yanlong and his brother descended the mountain more swiftly than they ascended. After approximately half an hour, the two drove away. Seizing the moment they opened the